In the realm of reality, Qin Lu is a pitiful soul who, after being betrayed by his brother and neglected by his parents, finds his heart extinguished and ultimately chooses to end his own life. However, fate intervenes as he is saved by a mysterious entity known as System 087. Encouraged by this system, Qin Lu embarks on a journey through various worlds to win the hearts of male protagonists. Each miniature world is home to a leading man, adorned with glory, authority, and boundless riches, yet invariably betrayed and deceived by those around them, leading to their untimely demise. Qin Li's mission is to conquer the hearts of these protagonists, allowing them to experience the truest form of love. Chapter 1. The Noble Lord is a scholar of the Imperial Mechanism. Host, we have arrived at the first miniature world. You may open your eyes now. System 087 flits about above Qin Li's head, joyfully announcing their arrival. Qin Lu slowly opens his eyes, gazing curiously at his surroundings, which are adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent gold. Am I in a palace? Ah, so the first world transports us to ancient times. How fascinating. 087, please enlighten me about the plot of this world. Certainly. In this world, the male protagonist is named Qi Huai, the reigning emperor. Not long ago, he was merely a soldier, but his exceptional talents in military strategy caught the attention of the then Guardian General, Qin Jiang, who promoted him to vice general. Intending to serve his country, Qi Huai found himself embroiled in a rebellion when the emperor's tyranny and oppression of the people compelled General Qin to take up arms. With Qi Huai's assistance, the general easily claimed the emperor's life. However, being a loyal subject, he felt he had betrayed the principles of lord and vassal and chose to end his own life in atonement. Before his demise, he entrusted his only son, who is you, to Qi Huai. Following General Qin's death, Qi Huai was elected emperor by popular acclaim. It sounds as though the male protagonist's future is bright. How can he not be happy? Indeed, while Qi Huai is adept in governance and capable of discerning judgment in state affairs, he places an unwarranted trust in those around him, lacking the necessary vigilance. Among those who fought alongside Qi Huai was a man named Zhao Lu, consumed with jealousy and exceptionally skilled at deception, thus earning the protagonist's trust. Initially resentful due to the general's favoritism towards Qi Huai, Zhao Lu anticipated a high-ranking position once Qi Huai ascended to the throne, yet ultimately received only a 5th-grade official title. So he harbors a grudge against the protagonist? Precisely. His jealousy morphed into resentment, which in turn fueled his ambition. Zhao Lu plotted to eliminate Qi Huai and seize the throne for himself, conspiring with the original host to poison Qi Huai. At that time, the original host was left vulnerable following his father's death, while Qi Huai was preoccupied with state matters, inadvertently neglecting the original host. Zhao Lu seized this opportunity to feign concern, successfully winning the original host's affection, ultimately deceiving him into poisoning Qi Huai, leading to the protagonist's demise. Subsequently, the original host was executed upon Zhao Lu's ascension. What a melodramatic tale, Qin Lu remarked, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I can't help but feel that the male protagonist is rather foolish to be so easily dispatched. Ah, but such is the necessity of the plot. By the way, host, your current identity is that of a noble consort, the one and only favored concubine of Qi Huai. Your task is to thwart Zhao Lu's attempts to harm Qi Huai and ensure he feels your unwavering love, granting him a lifetime of happiness. Then, I shall seek an audience with Qi Huai at once. Qin Lu winked at the system and rose from the couch. Come, I demand to see His Majesty. Within the Hall of Diligent Governance, Fu Delu approached the man seated at the desk. Your Majesty. What is it? Your Majesty, Lady Qin requests an audience. The man, tall and imposing even while seated, bore a regal presence. His hair, meticulously arranged, revealed a smooth forehead. With striking features and dressed in a dark dragon robe, he was deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing Fu Delu's words, he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Let her enter. Understood. Once Fu Delu bowed and exited, Qi Huai set down his writing instrument and pinched the bridge of his nose. What could Qin Li possibly want this time? Ever since the death of Qin Li's father, he had attributed the blame to Qi Huai, frequently causing disturbances. Nevertheless, as long as Qin Lu did not overstep, ensuring his lifelong security and comfort would not pose a problem, in the realm of reality, Qin Lu was a pitiable soul, crushed under the weight of betrayal from his brother and indifference from his parents, leading him to a state of despair that culminated in his tragic demise. Yet, fate intervened. He was rescued by a mysterious entity known as System 087. Under its urging, Qin Lu embarked on a journey to conquer the hearts of male protagonists across various worlds. Each of these miniature realms harbored a male lead, radiant and powerful, adorned with boundless wealth, yet perpetually betrayed by those closest to them, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Qin Li's mission was to win over these protagonists, allowing them to experience the purest form of love. Chapter 2. The esteemed Lord Qin Lu stood outside the palace doors, clad in white, while 087 flitted about him. Host. The original persona had quite an unpleasant quarrel with the male lead. Have you devised a plan? Absolutely no problem. Just wait and see. That is reassuring. By the way, Host, since this is your first mission, the main system has bestowed upon you a novice gift package, the Emperor's strategy. With it, you shall discern the male lead's every thought, and the affection gauge has commenced as well. I shall provide you with real-time updates. Qin Lu had not anticipated such a gift, but with this newfound advantage, the task seemed considerably simpler. Your system is rather impressive. Indeed, it is. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks with 087, Qin Lu noticed Fu Delu approaching him with a smile. Esteemed Lord, His Majesty has granted you entry. I shall escort you inside. Thank you, eunuch. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Delu's eyes. It was quite unusual for Lord Qin to exhibit such politeness today. Qin Lu observed this reaction, but said nothing, recognizing the necessity to reshape his image in the eyes of these individuals, allowing them to acclimate to the change. Upon entering the inner hall with Fu Delu, the latter halted and gestured for Qin Lu to proceed alone. Qin Lu nodded in gratitude and stepped inside, immediately spotting the man seated at the table. How strikingly handsome. In the real world, Qin Lu had faced neglect and ostracism from his family, leaving him with little opportunity to observe those around him. This was his first encounter with someone so extraordinarily appealing. Detecting the male lead, Qi Huai, the current affection level stood at 0. Qin Lu took a moment to compose himself, but when he looked back, the man had raised his head, his gaze intensely fixed upon him. Why are you standing there without moving? What trickery do you intend to play? Does Lord Qin have business? If not, you may withdraw. I do not have the time to indulge in your trivial games. Disaster. His voice was equally captivating. Qin Li's eyes reddened, tears brimming within his feline gaze. Appearing utterly pitiful, Brother Huai, he uttered, using a term of endearment he had never used before. Qi Huai momentarily froze, then turned his attention to the tear-streaked figure before him, noticing the boy's desire to approach, yet fear of being rejected. His heart softened involuntarily. What troubles you? Have you been wronged? Upon hearing the man's cool, yet concerned tone, Qin Lu could no longer contain himself. He ran toward Qi Huai, collapsing into the man's embrace, tightly clutching his waist, burying his face in the man's chest as he sobbed uncontrollably, caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Qi Huai's expression darkened as he considered tossing this reckless child aside. However, when his large hand brushed against the boy's trembling shoulders, accompanied by the pitiful sounds akin to a mewling kitten, Qi Huai found himself unable to resist the urge to soften. Very well, he is but a child. The towering man, lacking in comforting skills, awkwardly patted the boy's back and uttered a dry, "Do not cry." Surprisingly, Qin Lu seemed to be soothed by this, albeit still slightly choked up, lifting his head from the man's embrace. Qi Huai gazed upon the tear-streaked visage of the youthful boy, whose round, cat-like eyes were swollen from weeping, unwaveringly fixed upon him. The boy's gentle voice, tender and soft, called out Brother Huai. In that moment, Qi Huai felt a stirring within his heart, a sensation that compelled him to soften his demeanor in response to the child. "Yes, I'm here. What is it?" Qin Lu sniffled, his voice barely audible. "Brother Huai, I am sorry." The sudden apology puzzled Qi Huai. Why the apology all of a sudden? "I had a dream last night. A dream about my father, Qin Lu confessed, timidly glancing up at Qi Huai before continuing. In the dream, he was very angry, saying that I did not heed your words and that I caused you trouble. He also said that his death was not your fault and I wronged you. As he spoke, Qin Li's emotions welled up again. I'm so sorry, Brother Huai. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I'm so sorry. Seeing the child struggling to catch his breath through tears, Qi Huai instinctively lifted him onto his lap, gently stroking Qin Li's head while soothing him. Do not cry. Acknowledging your mistake is what matters. General Qin will be comforted to know you have realized your error. Please, stop crying. Really? You are not deceiving me, are you? Indeed, I speak the truth. At last, Qin Li's tears transformed into laughter, and Qi Huai, relieved to see the child smile, noticed then that their positions were rather intimate. Just as he was about to set Qin Li down, the boy wrapped his arms around his neck, his expression resolute. Brother Huai, I promise to treat you well from now on, very well. The earnestness of his declaration made Qi Huai chuckle softly. What brings about such a sudden proclamation? Because Brother Huai is truly a wonderful person, treating me with such kindness. Apart from my father, you are the one I cherish most. The boy's innocent yet unwavering confession resonated deeply within Qi Huai, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Affection level 20. How curious. Typically, he felt only exasperation or even annoyance toward Qin Lu, yet today was different. Iring qui uis en voix de sautes, Qin le beamed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps they were destined for one another. The system entity 087 could not resist emerging from the digital realm, exclaiming, "Wow, host, you are remarkable. To gain 20 affection points upon your first meeting is simply splendid. Of course, you ought to know who I am." Coughing awkwardly, Qi Huai lowered his gaze back to Qin Lu. He was acutely aware that the boy's affection might not carry the same meaning he ascribed to it. Yet Qi Huai could not help but feel a tremor of emotion. Brother Huai, may I ask you to call me Lele from now on? Ever since my father passed, no one has called me by that name. The simplicity of the request struck Qi Huai profoundly. Very well, Lele. You are so kind, Brother Huai. Upon hearing his name spoken by the man, Qin Lu could not contain his joy, and his radiant smile captivated Qi Huai. Lele, Lele. Qi Huai repeated the name in his mind, each utterance filling him with an uncontainable elation. Meanwhile, Qin Lu found himself enveloped in the rich resonance of the man's voice, calling his name, leaving him utterly enchanted. Such a transgression, he mused, as she gazed at the faint smile curling at the corners of the man's lips. Qin Lu found herself irresistibly drawn to lean in and plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. However, upon noticing the surprise in his eyes, she seemed to suddenly realize the audacity of her actions. Blushing, she hastily leaped off his lap, casting her gaze downward, avoiding his eyes as she stammered, Hua Gij. I shall take my leave for now and return shortly. With that, she turned and fled, leaving the man standing in place. Qi Hua watched Qin Li's retreating figure, instinctively reaching to touch the spot where her lips had graced his skin, unable to suppress a thought. Lulu, how endearing. Chapter 3. The Noble Lord is an Imperial Scholar, current favorability. 40 host, you are truly remarkable. I admire you. All right, 087, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that he find me adorable. So what? The host is inherently charming. Indeed, the original form possesses an undeniable allure, albeit slightly less than Qin Li's own. Foolish, you know, the charm derived from personal admiration is incomparable. Precisely. Qin Li has now confirmed her feelings for Qi Hua. In her previous life, she had always been timid, never daring to engage in romantic pursuits. Having already faced death once, she resolved to embrace a life of freedom and abandon. Besides, the male lead is strikingly handsome and her designated target. What is there to hesitate about? Let us take action. Very well. What shall we do now, dear host? Well, I plan to visit the kitchen and prepare a delicious meal for my beloved. With so many responsibilities as an emperor, one must nurture oneself properly. Great. Will there be a portion for me? That depends on my mood. Oh no. Within the diligent administration hall, Fu Delu occasionally glanced at their hard-working emperor, who had been engrossed in documents for half an hour without pause. Qi Hua was aware of Fu Delu's scrutiny, but had no time to acknowledge it. His mind, usually filled with official matters, was now occupied solely by thoughts of Qin Lu. He wondered when the child would return and what she might be doing. Wait a moment. Isn Tihi the Emperor? He could simply inquire. With this thought in mind, Qi Hua finally set aside the document he had been gripping tightly and turned to Fu Delu. What is the noble lord up to? Your Majesty, it is said that the noble lord is presently in the imperial kitchen, preparing a meal specifically for you, claiming that you have been working hard and need to replenish your strength. Is that so? How thoughtful. At this, Qi Hua found himself unable to focus on the documents any longer. He sat back in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating what the child might be preparing for him. However, he recalled General Qin mentioning that his son had never cooked before if the dish turned out poorly. He must not reveal his disappointment, lest it dampen the child's enthusiasm. After indulging in fanciful thoughts for a while, Qi Hua meticulously envisioned each movement and expression that would accompany the meal's presentation. Yet he still did not catch a glimpse of the child. Is it not ready yet? He sighed, reminding himself that it was her first attempt at cooking. It was only natural for it to take time. Despite his self-reassurance, he found himself glancing towards the door every few seconds. Fu Delu observed the palpable eagerness of His Majesty, who seemed almost willing to soar to the imperial kitchen to personally retrieve the dishes. The corners of his mouth twitched, yet he remained an exemplary grand eunuch. Thus, he spoke. Your Majesty, considering the time, it is likely that Lord Qin has nearly completed the preparations. Perhaps he is merely hesitant to bring them forth himself due to shyness. Shall we send for the meal? This notion held merit. Children are often quite bashful. Recalling the child's bashful demeanor moments ago, Qi Hua nodded in agreement. In that case, let us summon the meal. Indeed, one must commend Fu Delu for his astuteness. He had accurately surmised the situation. On Qin Li's end, the dishes had been ready for quite some time, yet he hesitated, pondering the potential awkwardness of presenting them directly. Should Qi Hua find them unpalatable? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the kitchen bell rang, signaling the meal's arrival. Qin Li's eyes brightened. He could mingle his dishes with those of the kitchen staff, alleviating his embarrassment should Qi Hua not favor his culinary efforts. The more he contemplated, the more ingenious he felt. All right, host, do refrain from boasting. The palace maidens are nearly out of sight, a voice chimed in. Oh, Qin Lu glanced up and confirmed that indeed, the maidens were departing, prompting him to hastily grasp his food box and pursue them. Host, why do we not enter? You misunderstand. I wish to first hear Qi Huai's most candid assessment before I decide to enter. However, it seems rather inappropriate for us to be lurking here. Qin Lu crouched, hands resting on the doorframe, peering inside with half his head. Be quiet. Qi Hua, noticing the half-visible head peeking from the door, could not help but chuckle, casting a knowing glance at Fu Delu. Fu Delu stepped forward and placed the two dishes prepared by Qin Lu beside Qi Hua. They were quite simple, a plate of mapo tofu and a bowl of chicken soup. To his surprise, they looked rather appealing. As Qi Hua took a spoonful of chicken soup to his lips, he caught sight of the child outside and felt a sudden wave of nervousness, which he found amusing. After sipping the soup with a smile, Qi Hua was pleasantly taken aback. He had expected the child's inaugural culinary endeavor to be a disaster. Yet it was surprisingly palatable. Though not on par with the imperial chef, it was nonetheless to his liking. Fu Delu, at your service, Your Majesty. Who prepared this chicken soup? The flavor is quite commendable. Your Majesty, both the chicken soup and the mapo tofu were crafted by Lord Qin. Oh, where's Lord Qin? Summon him to dine with me. Outside, upon hearing Qi Hua praise his cooking, Qin Lu was already brimming with delight and could hardly contain himself as he entered the room. Brother Hua, I am here. Come, sit beside me. Fu Delu, bring another set of bowls and chopsticks. Yes, Your Majesty. Lele, I have heard you personally cook for me today. What prompted this? As Fu Delu arranged the utensils, he nearly rolled his eyes at the question. What prompted this? Haven't I already conveyed it? Just play along. Upon seeing Qi Huai's face, Qin Li's cheeks flushed crimson. He lowered his gaze, twisting his fingers, and softly replied, Lele noticed that Brother Hua has to deal with numerous memorials daily. It must be exhausting and arduous. So, I thought to prepare something delicious for you to nourish your body. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily added, if brother Huai does not enjoy it, then Lele shall refrain from doing so in the future. Please do not be upset, brother Huai. Upon hearing these words, Qi Huai found it impossible to be angry. His heart melted at her earnestness. Rest assured, I harbor no grievances. The fact that you wish to invest your thoughts for my sake brings me immense joy. Really? Qin Lu lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Qi Huai. Indeed, I speak the truth, a monarch does not jest. With Qi Huai's affirmation, Qin Lu beamed with joy, her large eyes squinting into delightful crescents, exuding an irresistible charm. Qi Huai felt his heart race with exhilaration. Currently, the affection level stood at 45. Qin Li's smile broadened as she picked up her chopsticks, offering a piece of tofu to Qi Huai. Brother Huai, please try this. It is my finest dish. Qi Huai, however, hesitated to open his mouth and receive the morsel. Realizing this, Qin Lu quickly attempted to retract her chopsticks. I apologize. Brother Huai, I was merely overwhelmed with happiness. It was not my intention. Yet, in the next moment, the man opened his mouth and consumed the tofu she offered. Qin Lu stood frozen in place, astonished by his audacity. Chapter 4. The noble prince is an enigmatic ruler. Observing Qin Li's stunned expression, Qi Huai felt somewhat exasperated. He was uncertain about his own behavior, but whenever he caught sight of the child's disappointment, he found himself compelled to fulfill her every desire. He wished for her to wear a perpetual smile. Brother Huai, how is it? Is it delicious? Qin Li's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with a misty allure, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Qi Huai, captivated by her shyness yet determined in her quest for an answer, blurted out without a second thought, Lele's cooking is exceptionally delightful. I would not hesitate to claim it rivals that of the imperial chefs. Ah, that is wonderful, as long as Brother Huai enjoys it. I shall prepare it again for you tomorrow. Qi Huai was taken aback by his own words. When had he ever made such exaggerated claims, even resorting to falsehoods? Yet, witnessing Qin Li's overwhelming joy, he felt that indulging in such flattery occasionally was not entirely unwarranted. As the two of them shared a cheerful meal together, Qi Huai, in the end, had barely touched the other dishes, consuming only the two that Qin Lu had prepared with great care. After bidding her farewell, Qi Huai found himself too full to rise. He beckoned Fu Delu to assist him. Your Majesty, you mustn't overeat during meals. It is not beneficial for your health. It matters not. Today is Qin Li's first culinary endeavor, and I cannot possibly dampen her enthusiasm. It appeared that the emperor genuinely held affection for the noble Qin. Qi Huai chose silence, lost in contemplation. Did he truly feel affection? It was uncertain. However, having this person by his side rendered life far more bearable. Currently, the affection level stood at 50. Host, how has the affection level increased again? I surmise that Fu Delu may have spoken to Qi Huai, prompting a realization within him. Oh, by the way, system, what is the situation with Zhao Lu, and when will I have the opportunity to meet him? Host, you finally remembered. I thought you had forgotten him, 087 said, pouting. Under 087's accusatory gaze, Qin Lu awkwardly touched his face and replied, how could that be? I would never be negligent in my duties. Moreover, if I wish to bring happiness to my beloved, I must first eliminate this little troublemaker. According to the plot, your first encounter with Zhao Lu occurs at the palace banquet in half a month's time. In the original storyline, this banquet requires the attendance of all ministers and consorts. However, the original character was utterly displeased with Qi Huai, opposing him at every turn. To avoid attending the banquet, he threw a fit, crying and making a scene, which led Qi Huai to allow him to rest in the palace. Yet, during the evening banquet, the original character stealthily slipped out and unexpectedly encountered Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu recognized the original character, but the original character did not know Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu believed that the original character was the closest to Qi Huai, making him the easiest target. Thus, he deliberately approached the original character. The original character, being simple-hearted, was soon captivated by Zhao Lu's displayed talents and fell hopelessly for him. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu felt a pang of sympathy. In truth, The original character is quite pitiable. Losing his father at an early age and having a strained relationship with Qi Huai, he is left utterly alone. Just when he finally finds someone he likes, he is deceived and manipulated. In this light, Zhao Lu is indeed a truly nefarious villain. 087 nodded in agreement. I thought so too. By the way, host, there will be assassins at this palace banquet, remnants of the previous dynasty. Under normal circumstances, Qi Huai would have no trouble dealing with them. But Zhao Lu has been incessantly getting him drunk, granting the thieves an opportunity. After Qi Huai is injured, chaos will ensue in the palace, leaving no time to attend to the original character. It is during this turmoil that the original character will grow close to Zhao Lu and ultimately be deceived into poisoning Qi Huai. How dastardly of Zhao Lu to conspire with remnants of the previous dynasty simply to harm Qi Huai. Qin Lu seethed, gritting his teeth. With my presence, I absolutely will not allow him to inflict further harm upon Qi Huai. Yes, host, keep it up. I believe in you. As the days passed, Qin Lu made it a point to seek out Qi Huai whenever he had the chance. He would quietly remain by Qi Huai's side, relying heavily on him without causing any disturbance. Each day, he diligently prepared meals for Qi Huai. Sometimes, when Qi Huai felt he was overburdening Qin Lu, he would discourage him from cooking, but Qin Lu, though he agreed verbally, would return the next day to happily whip up a feast. Qi Huai, unable to dissuade him, eventually acquiesced. As the date of the banquet drew closer, Qi Huai's fondness for Qin Lu had already risen to 65. However, to Qin Li's dismay, Qi Huai was contemplating not bringing him to the banquet. In the original plot, Qin Lu did not wish to attend but was coerced. Why then? Was he now unable to go? Qin Lu felt confused and aggrieved. Seeing Qin Lu sulking with his little lips pouted, Qi Huai found it amusing and could not resist pinching his chubby cheeks, which were soft to the touch. It's not that I'm forbidding you from going. It's just that this banquet may pose dangers, and it would be unsafe for you to attend. Although Qin Lu was upset, he still allowed the man to pinch his cheeks, even presenting his face to Qi Huai's hand. His obedient demeanor stirred intense emotions within Qi Huai. However, I simply wish to accompany Brother Huai. Even if danger lurks, perhaps my presence could protect him. Please do listen to me. No, I refuse to be obedient. I insist on following Brother Huai. Qin Lu wrapped his arms around the man's waist, gazing up at him with pleading eyes, as if to say that if he did not take him along, he would surely cry. Sighing, Qi Huai relented. Very well, let him accompany me. I shall merely need to keep a closer watch. In the face of peril, I can protect him as well. Once Qi Huai acquiesced, Qin Lu beamed with joy, leaning to plant a kiss on Qi Huai's cheek, exclaiming, "Hooray! I knew Brother Huai was the best. I adore Brother Huai." Qi Huai, with a tender smile, pinched Qin Li's nose, saying, You are such a child. When I deny you, you sulk, but the moment I concede, you proclaim your love for Brother Huai. Qin Lu stuck out his tongue, his rosy tip captivating Qi Huai's gaze. Through their days together, Qi Huai had come to realize that he harbored distinct feelings for Qin Lu. Regardless of whether Qin Lu smiled or pouted, he found him utterly endearing. Although Qi Huai had never before developed feelings for anyone, he was not a fool. He recognized that he had indeed grown fond of this quirky child before him. Yet, he remained uncertain of the child's feelings in return. Qin Lu was still young, and if his affection did not align with Qi Huai's desires, he dared not contemplate the consequences. All of Qi Huai's internal musings were discerned by Qin Lu, explaining why Qi Huai had gradually accepted the intimacy of their gestures. Despite his fondness still resting at a mere 65, it seemed that after the palace banquet, he would have to confess to Qi Huai, lest he continue to spiral into unproductive thoughts. Moreover, he yearned to be with Qi Huai as swiftly as possible. Chapter 5. The noble lord is a scholar of imperial affairs host. This palace banquet is quite grand. My eyes are nearly dazzled. 087. Are you not a system? Truly lacking in experience. Observing 087's naive expression, Qin Lu curled his lip. Qi Huai noticed the small gesture and turned to grasp his hand. The soft, delicate little hand was irresistible to Qi Huai. What troubles you? Do you not like it? Not that I dislike it, Brother Huai. I have never attended such a grand affair. It feels so wondrous. Then why the sulking? Qin Lu turned away, gazing at the throng of ministers below, his social anxiety reaching its peak. So many people, I feel like running away. Gently shaking Qi Huai's arm, he said, Brother Huai, there are so many people. Am I to greet them? Qi Huai lowered his head, observing the child's troubled expression. Indeed, you are now my only noble lord. According to protocol, each minister will extend their greetings to you, and you must respond in kind. You may even need to deliver a toast. What? This is disastrous. For someone with social anxiety, it is akin to defecating in public. In modern times, Qin Lu had always dreaded speaking publicly, feeling like a spectacle under the watchful eyes of others. Huh? Do I truly have to speak? As Qin Lu contemplated a rejection, a sense of trepidation gripped him at the thought of embarrassing Qi Huai. He hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts, and resorted to biting his lip to alleviate his inner turmoil. Qi Huai intended to tease Qin Lu further, but upon observing the child's vibrant red lips turning pale from the pressure, all notions of jest dissipated. How audacious of you to deceive me. With those thick brows and bright eyes. Qin Li's eyes widened in shock. According to etiquette, he ought to speak, yet should he indulge in a little charm? Perhaps Qi Huai would be so pleased as to let him remain silent. In that moment, if Qin Lu failed to respond, he would indeed seem foolish. Brother Huai, you are bullying me again. I shall ignore you. Go to the banquet alone. I will not accompany you. Seeing Qin Lu's anger escalate to the point of releasing his hand, Qi Huai refrained from further provoking him. Do not be upset, Lei. Did you not promise to protect me? If you leave, I shall be frightened. The man spun a web of deceit without batting an eye. Aware that Qi Huai's words were mere fabrications, Qin Lu found himself softening at the sight of the man bent toward him, eyes longing. Well, all right then. But Brother Huai must not tease me any longer. Very well, I promise. As long as you stay by my side, you need not concern yourself with anything else. I will be here. That was more agreeable. Qin Lu brightened, linking arms with Qi Huai as they ascended to the main seat. We welcome your majesty. We welcome the esteemed lord. The ministers below bowed deeply before the emperor, causing Qin Lu to shudder at the thunderous sound. Qi Huai comfortingly patted Qin Lu's hand and helped him settle into his seat. He took a silk handkerchief from a palace made to wipe Qin Lu's hands, then placed an array of pastries before him, moving a cup aside to fill Qin Lu's hand with tea, gently advising, you are still young. Alcohol is not for you. Have some tea instead. Good boy. Once everything was arranged, Qi Huai raised his gaze to the assembly. All ministers, please rise. This banquet serves two purposes: to celebrate our Qi Kingdom's return to stability after enduring turmoil, and to strengthen the bonds between ruler and subjects. There is no need for formality. Thank you, your majesty. Host, do not merely indulge in food, for soon there will be disturbances. Ever since Qi Huai encouraged the ministers to relax, he devoted himself entirely to attending to Qin Lu. Qin Lu was pampered exquisitely, his little belly swelling with Qi Huai's generous offerings. Observing Qin Li's blissful demeanor, the system couldn't help but murmur in his ear, Host, you must stop eating and get back to work. All right, I understand. Enough with the nagging. Poor single entity, unappreciated. Host, how dare you resort to personal attacks? Oh, Qin Lu replied, choosing to ignore the system's outburst. However, he recognized that he could no longer indulge. He gently patted his round belly, pushing away the delicacies Qi Huai had carefully prepared. Why have you stopped eating? Are you full? Brother Huai, look at how round my belly has become. I simply cannot eat another bite. Qin Lu gazed at Qi Huai, furrowing his brow, and quickly explained, moreover, Brother Huai has yet to dine. Brother Huai should eat too. We mustn't let him go hungry. Very well, I shall heed Lei's wishes, but you must feed me, he replied. Of course. Qin Lu seized the opportunity to engage in intimate contact with the man, as it instilled a sense of security within him. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Lu prepared dishes for Qi Huai, who propped his head on his hand, affectionately observing the child as he earnestly selected his favorite foods. The ministers below watched the bubblegum pink atmosphere enveloping the two. Although they maintained a facade of neutrality, inwardly they scoffed, wondering who had claimed that the emperor and the esteemed consort had a strained relationship. Clearly, their affection was evident. Henceforth, one must tread carefully in speech. Who could fail to perceive that the emperor's actions during the palace banquet were a blatant declaration of his esteem for the esteemed Qin consort? Henceforth, it appeared that there would be two sovereigns within the palace. Though the principles of governance were clear to all, some individuals possessed a mind so narrow that they failed to comprehend the nuances of human interaction, and despite their ignorance, they insisted on making a scene. After the third round of drinks, a corpulent man clad in a green official robe staggered to his feet. Host, host, someone is stirring trouble. After a struggle to steady himself, he half-heartedly bowed in Qi Huai's direction. Your Majesty, I have a word to share. I humbly beseech you to lend an ear. Chun Shircheng, speak plainly. Today is not the court, and there is no need for formalities, Qi Huai replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am aware that since the fall of the previous dynasty, you have tirelessly labored for the stability of our nation, and your efforts for the Qi are evident to us all. Having an emperor such as you is indeed a boon for our realm. However, I respectfully urge Your Majesty to refrain from excessive toil. Let us, your humble officials, handle minor matters, for it is paramount that you preserve your health. Upon hearing this, those surrounding Chun Shircheng collectively gasped, while others halted their actions, stunned. You dare to speak so boldly, implying that the emperor should relinquish power? Qi Huai narrowed his eyes, casually regarding Chun Shircheng. And what do you suppose I should do? I believe, Your Majesty, that you could promote some lower-ranking officials, as we have previously worked together. You must not be partial, allowing talented individuals to languish unrecognized. Is this man out of his mind, host? Can he not see that those around him are trembling in fear while he spouts such arrogance? Indeed, I concur. Thank goodness Qi Huai has a good temper. Had I been the emperor, I would have tossed him out and given him 100 lashes. After this remark, Qi Huai did not respond. Instead, he took Qin Li's hand and began to play with it. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Qin Li sensed Qi Huai's growing anger, yet, not wishing to create an unpleasant scene with a comrade with whom he had shared struggles, he cleared his throat and spoke. You are Chun Shircheng, correct? Sir, you have fought alongside the emperor. We are well aware of His Majesty's character. He is known for his unwavering integrity and fairness towards his ministers. Your titles have been bestowed upon you based on your abilities and merits. There is no favoritism or oppression. I kindly ask you, sir, to exercise caution in your words henceforth, lest you mislead others and cause misunderstandings for His Majesty. How splendid it is what I have expressed. If I were Qi Huai and heard such unwavering support from you, I would be utterly moved. Qi Huai is indeed touched at this moment. He lifts his gaze to the little person beside him, who, despite an overwhelming fear of speaking in public, still forces himself to articulate every word in defense of him. I adore him, truly and deeply. Upon hearing this heartfelt confession, Qin Lu is abruptly jolted from his previous excitement. Before he can react, the audacious Chun Shircheng begins to stir trouble again. Qin Guijun, it has come to my ears that your father, in a desperate bid to ensure your survival, has even compelled the emperor to summon you to the palace. It is hardly surprising that a man would willingly submit to another, displaying such lack of decorum. A collective gasp reverberates through the assembled crowd, their gazes towards Chun Shircheng akin to that of onlookers regarding a lifeless corpse. Brother, you exhibit remarkable courage. Chapter 6. Guijun is a scholar of the imperial mechanisms. Calm yourself. Host, do not succumb to anger. Is this man mad? He is doomed. I must allow my senior to confront him. Qin Lu is on the brink of fury. Since his arrival in this realm, Qi Huai has shielded him exceptionally well. None have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Most importantly, this individual not only maligns him, but also casts aspersions on his protector. How can this be tolerated? Internally seething, Qin Lu maintains an outward facade of a beleaguered figure. Qi Huai casts a downward glance, noticing Qin Lu's reddened eyes. His expression flustered and his words tangled. Perhaps the child has never encountered such venomous words directed at him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. His sense of injustice nearly bringing him to tears. It seems some individuals require proper correction. Chun Shircheng, intoxicated and deluded, has spoken disrespectfully towards my esteemed Guijun, committing an act of insubordination. Someone cast Qin searching into the pond to let him regain his senses. If he is still alive after 2 hours, retrieve him. If he perishes, let him remain in the depths eternally. As Qi Huai's words lingered, the officials felt a collective jolt. How could a living being survive submerged for 2 hours? The emperor clearly intends for him to perish. Qin Luis eyes flique. It is not merely a desire for his demise. Qi Huai's implication is that even in death, no one shall recover his body. He is destined to be swallowed by the fish. Your man truly cannot bear to see you wronged. Qin Lu does not respond to 087. Instead, lifting his head to gaze unwaveringly at Qi Huai. This man has held his hand tightly since earlier, though he remains silent. Qin Lu understands that he is offering comfort, urging him not to fear. A wave of emotion swells within Qin Lu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He genuinely cherishes Qi Huai, without reason, for his heart simply knows its direction. Hot tears cascade onto the hands clasped between Qi Huai and Qin Lu, their warmth seeping through to Qi Huai's very core, causing a sharp pang in his heart. Qi Huai's brow furrows deeper, his already taut expression growing even more grave. Do not cry, Lei. As long as you smile, it suffices. If you weep, I shall ache inside. The unspoken words of Qi Huai resonate in Qin Lu's ears, each syllable imbued with concern and tenderness for him. Qin Lu plunged into the man's embrace, haphazardly wiping her tears on the dark dragon robe he wore. She then raised her head and bestowed upon him a sweet smile, saying, no more crying. Yet, this smile, paired with her tear-stained eyes, appeared to Qi Huai as a child who had suffered injustice, but feigned cheerfulness to spare him worry. Instantly, the man's expression darkened further. The discontent emanating from Qi Huai even affected Qin Lu. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, bewildered by his sudden anger despite her compliance in ceasing her tears. The man's heart was as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Unbeknownst to Qi Huai, who was oblivious to Qin Li's private disparagement of him, he wished for everyone to understand that Qin Lu was not someone they could casually mistreat. Ladies and gentlemen, Qi Huai said, rising with Qin Lu by his side, his gaze piercing as it swept across the assembly, imprinting their expressions in his memory. It is true that we have shared life and death together. When General Qin passed, the nation fell into chaos, and I was entrusted with the throne under your support. For this, I am grateful. However, now that I am emperor, you must remember, I am the emperor, sovereign above all, beneath none. Due to our past relations, I have harbored fondness for you all, but should anyone attempt to take advantage of this sentiment to undermine my authority or show disrespect to my esteemed consort, then you shall meet the same fate as Minister Chun. His words resonated powerfully, deterring many who harbored rebellious thoughts. After all, Minister Chun had recently been dragged away like a lifeless dog, and it was likely that his body was already swelling. No one wished to follow in his footsteps. The crowd bent slightly, anxiously expressing their loyalty to the emperor on steps. At the same time, they gained a deeper understanding of Qin Li's status, realizing that this imperial city might soon have two masters. Satisfied with their reaction, Qi Huai gently squeezed Qin Li's small hand, declaring, I am weary. Long live the emperor. They chorused. It was not until Qin Lu was led out of the banquet, a chill from the outside air snapping her back to reality, that she registered what had transpired. Chapter 7. The noble consort is a reader of imperial insights. What happened? What happened? 087, who had been napping in the depths of her consciousness, was startled awake by Qin Li's shout. Master, Qi Huai is so handsome. Oh my God. It thought something significant had occurred. 087, disinterested in her infatuated musings, retreated back into the recesses of her mind for more rest. Meanwhile, Qin Lu clung to Qi Huai's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. Qi Huai found it impossible to feign ignorance and halted his steps, reaching out to pinch her chubby little face. Why do you look at me so? The adoration and fondness in Qin Li's eyes were nearly overflowing. Brother Huai, you were so majestic and imposing just now. Truly impressive. Qin Lu beamed, delighted that such a formidable man belonged to her. I'm not that remarkable. Huh? Why do you say that, Brother Huai? Qin Lu asked, puzzled. Yet, Qi Huai did not respond. Instead, he turned to gaze at the pond nearby, reflecting the moonlight, his expression gradually cooling. If I were truly formidable, I would not have allowed that person the opportunity to harm Lele. If I were genuinely powerful, I would have proclaimed to the world from the very beginning that Lele is my only wife, ensuring that no one would dare to belittle or insult him. Ultimately, it is my excessive compassion that has led to my inability to protect him, allowing a worthless individual to utter hurtful words. The mere thought of Qin Li's tearful expression of grievance at the banquet causes a sharp pang in Qi Huai's heart. Lele, I am sorry. I have failed to protect you. Qin Lu had not anticipated the depth of the man's self-reproach. His tears at the banquet were intended to elicit punishment for the indiscreet individual, yet they inadvertently burdened Qi Huai with a sense of guilt for not safeguarding him. Gazing at Qi Huai, Qin Lu could not suppress a sniffle. Why was this man so kind to him, stirring emotions that made him want to cry again? Noticing Qi Huai's silence, Qin Lu took a deep breath to quell his tears, stepping back before making a running leap onto the man's broad back. Qi Huai was taken aback by this sudden act, but quickly wrapped his arms around Qin Lu's knees to prevent him from falling. How reckless! If you hurt yourself, such a delicate creature, you would only end up crying again. Ignoring Qi Huai's words, Qin Lu clung tightly to the man's neck, pressing his soft cheek against his rugged face. Brother Huai, no matter what others think of you, you will always be the most formidable person in my heart. Ever since my father passed away, it has been you who has cared for me, protected me, and doted on me. What happened today was an accident. Please do not feel guilty or blame yourself. Regardless, I will always believe in you, Brother Huai. But enough of this. I trust that you will protect me even better in the future, won't you? Of course. Witnessing the unwavering trust in Qin Li's eyes, Qi Huai silently resolved that no one, not even himself, would dare to bully Qin Lu. How could his man be so endearing? Qin Lu was delighted by Qi Huai's silent vow, and in his joy, he felt an irresistible urge to act coy. Thus, he wiggled his little legs and sweetly insisted that Qi Huai carry him back. Qi Huai readily acquiesced, even relishing the moment. His little charge was becoming increasingly attached to him, and this was a positive development. The two walked quietly together, with Qin Lu occasionally chiming in with a few words, to which Qi Huai always responded. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched longer, and the usually cold and lengthy palace path felt much warmer in their shared atmosphere. Fuda Lu, along with several eunuchs and palace maids, trailed the two from a distance, moving leisurely. At this moment, the ambience was just right, and no one noticed the fleeting edge of a garment hidden in the nearby grass. Upon arrival, Qi Huai walked steadily, while Qin Lu, nestled against his shoulder, felt enveloped by his presence, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. It was only when Qi Huai spoke that he stirred back to consciousness. Raising his head to see the three characters of Chengqian Palace, Qin Lu pouted in discontent, slowly sliding down. How could we have arrived so soon? Qi Huai gazed at Qin Li's dazed expression, unable to suppress a smile as he reached out to caress the soft hair of the person before him. All right, rest early. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Yet, this was not in accordance with his expectations. At this moment, Qi Huai should have stayed by his side to share the night. As he turned to leave, Qin Lu hastily grasped his sleeve. Brother Huai, won't you stay with me? The boy's candid words softly reached Qi Huai's ears, causing the usually stoic emperor to blush. How audacious! Truly unashamed. Qi Huai withdrew his sleeve from Qin Li's grasp, clearing his throat in a bid to mask his fluster, uttering a hasty refusal before departing swiftly. By the time Qin Lu came to his senses, Qi Huai's figure had long vanished from sight. Insufferable man. Even after I was so forward, he remains oblivious. What a clumsy oaf. Qin Lu stormed into the inner hall, dismissing the attendants, and flung himself onto the bed, angrily berating Qi Huai. Ha, you're hilarious, host. Did you not see how Qi Huai fled like a dog chased away? 087 emerged from his consciousness, doubled over with laughter. The raucous laughter only served to heighten Qin Li's indignation. Oh, Qi Huai, I had planned to confess after the banquet, but now my mind is shifted. I demand you declare your affection for me. Humph. Let him stew in his own confusion. Exactly. A dense blockhead. No wonder he remains unmarried. After jesting with 087 for a while, Qin could no longer resist the pull of sleep and succumbed to slumber. In the Yangxin Palace, Qi Huai lay in bed clad in his undergarments, unable to find rest for a long time. The sun-kissed bronze of his skin bore a subtle flush, remnants of the day's exertions. Heaven knows how much willpower he exerted to prevent himself from lingering when Qin Lu had held on to him. Did he not wish to share a bed with Qin Lu? Of course he did. Yet, they had yet to exchange heartfelt sentiments, and he had not yet named Qin Lu his empress. How could such an act be permissible? Most importantly, Qi Huai was utterly inexperienced in intimate matters with a man, and the thought of causing Qin Lu distress was troubling. As he pondered this, he began to reflect, previously consumed by the affairs of state and devoid of romantic inclinations. He had little interest in such matters. However, circumstances had changed. It seemed it was time to learn. Having hurried away today, he pondered whether Lu might be upset. Given Lu Li's gentle nature, he hoped he would not hold it against him. Alas, in the inner palace, the steward Fu De Lu could not help but roll his eyes at Qi Huai's soliloquy. Serve you right. Our dear young lord is so charming, yet you remain oblivious. Indeed, through their time together, Qin Lu had successfully won the heart of Fu De Lu, who now regarded him as one would a beloved child. His gaze filled with warmth. Thus, upon hearing the emperor's long sighs and restless tossing, Fu De Lu felt no inclination to offer comfort. Suffer in silence, then. Chapter 8. The esteemed Lady Qin was reading the imperial edict. Due to his concerns for Qin Lu, Qi Huai had a restless night, and after half-heartedly attending the morning court, he hurried back. In the past, Qin Lu would have been there to accompany him for breakfast. Surely, she was waiting for him now. With that thought, Qi Huai quickened his pace, leaving Fu De Lu and the others trailing far behind. As he stepped through the palace doors, he could not help but call out Lu. However, upon entering the room, he found it deserted save for a maidservant arranging dishes. Was she truly still upset? Qi Huai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, and the shadow that fell across his eyes instilled a sense of unease in those around him. The maidservants, startled, timidly retreated to the columns. Qi Huai pinched the bridge of his nose and inquired, "Where is Lady Qin?" "Your Majesty," one maid replied, "Lady Qin has yet to rise. She instructed me to inform you that she will not be joining you for breakfast today." "What?" Qi Huai exclaimed, incredulous. "Is it merely because she did not stay overnight in the Changqian Palace that she refuses to dine with me today? This is truly excessive." At that moment, Fu De Lu arrived, panting. Observing the throngs of people kneeling in deference to the emperor, he gently flicked his whisk and signaled for them to withdraw. Once the room was cleared and only the two of them remained, Qi Huai sulkily sank into his seat. "Qin Li's temper is growing increasingly intolerable. This is all you're doing." Fu De Lu hesitated, acutely aware of the unspoken implications. Yet, such a thought remained unvoiced. Casting a wary glance at the emperor's dark expression, he couldn't help but feel anxious for Qin Lu. "Should I summon Lady Qin to come here, Your Majesty?" he ventured, starting to turn to leave. "Wait." Fu De Lu paused, turning back, puzzled. "Your Majesty?" Qi Huai clenched his fist and cleared his throat, his demeanor betraying unease. "Forget it. She must be tired. There is no need to summon her. Have the imperial kitchen prepare another meal, and once she is awake, send it to her immediately." Observing Qi Huai's unnatural demeanor, Fu De Lu stifled a chuckle within, amused by the emperor's hard exterior and soft heart. "Yes, I shall relay your instructions at once." Seated before the table, Qi Huai gazed at the familiar dishes laid out before him, yet found his appetite waning. Rarely did he experience a flicker of grievance, and after merely picking at his food, he excused himself to attend to state affairs. Meanwhile, Qin Lu, cocooned in a soft quilt, watched the scenes broadcasted by 087, depicting Qi Huai's discontent. "Oh dear, look at him. Just because I did not join him for a meal, he feels wronged. He is the emperor, after all." 087. "You must not speak ill of our Qi Huai." "Fine, I won't say a word," came the reply. Observing the man who, despite his evident anger, still worried about her hunger and instructed Fu Delu to arrange her meals, she slowly buried her face in the quilt. What should she do? Should she forgive him? The thought flickered momentarily before being dismissed by Qin Lu. He must learn a lesson. Otherwise, she would face the same humiliation once more. She would not allow that to happen again. In the ensuing days, Qi Huai found himself increasingly alone. Mealtimes passed without companionship. Work was devoid of solace. And even the lovingly prepared meals from his beloved Gui Jun had ceased. To compound his misery, each time he sought out Qin Lu, the latter would invariably conjure up various excuses to avoid meeting him. This was intolerable. The emperor, deprived of Qin Li's presence, became increasingly discontented, declaring that if he were unhappy, then no one else should experience joy either. Consequently, the atmosphere in the court grew ever more oppressive. The ministers, witnessing the emperor's progressively darkening countenance, could not help but tremble in fear, while those with ulterior motives began to reconsider their thoughts regarding Qi Huai. After all, in this state, Qi Huai truly exuded the aura of a sovereign, majestic and untouchable. At last, during yet another meal unmarred by Qin Li's company, Qi Huai could no longer contain his frustration and overturned the table. Dishes and bowls shattered across the floor, leaving the palace attendants too startled to breathe. "Get out! All of you out!" Fu Delu intended to interject, but this time, he too was swept away in the exodus. It was the first time in years of Qi Huai's reign that anyone had witnessed such a furious outburst. "Oh dear, dear Qin Gui Jun, do hurry back. If this drags on, the emperor might very well tear the roof off." Meanwhile, the anticipated Qin Lu, carrying a pre-prepared meal box, strolled leisurely towards the Yangxin palace. "Host, your man is quite upset. Why are you not anxious? It won't make a difference in this moment." Truth be told, Qin Lu had not anticipated that merely neglecting Qi Huai for 3 days would provoke such ire. Yet, this very situation underscored Qi Huai's regard and dependence on him. Believe it or not, after this meeting, Qi Huai's affection for me may increase significantly. "Huh?" Qin Lu smiled subtly, dismissing the dawdling system, and promptly adopted a facade of astonishment. Upon reaching the Yangxin palace, he noticed Fu Delu pacing anxiously at the entrance, surrounded by kneeling eunuchs and palace maids. He hastened forward, perplexed, and inquired, "Fu Gongong, what is the matter? What has happened?" Seeing Qin Lu was akin to spotting a savior for Fu Delu, who nearly grasped Qin Li's hand in a moment of emotional upheaval. "Qin Gui Jun, you have finally arrived." The emperor was in a tremendous rage today, forbidding anyone from entering to attend to him. "I am utterly at a loss. Do not worry. I shall go in and see to it immediately." After reassuring Fu Delu, Qin Lu pushed open the palace door and stepped inside, where his gaze fell upon the remnants of the meal scattered on the ground. "Get out. I do not wish to see anyone." The man's furious voice resonated from within the inner chambers. Qin Lu blinked, his feline eyes brimming with tears. In a trembling voice, he softly called out, "Why good is Lulu? Do you not wish to see Lulu either?" The man inside hesitated for an instant before hastily striding towards the entrance. Upon catching sight of Qin Lu, Qi Huai felt as though his restless heart had finally found its anchor. Current affection level, 85. It's truly increased significantly. 087 rejoiced within the depths of his consciousness. But at that moment, Qin Lu had no time to attend to him, as he is now tightly embraced by Qi Huai. The man's strong yet warm hold seems intent on consuming him. Yet, Qin Lu senses a slight tremor within Qi Huai. Is this fear? It appears that his significance in Qi Huai's heart surpasses his own expectations. Gently patting Qi Huai's shoulder, he says, "Brother Huai, I heard that you haven't been eating properly. I made some braised beef. Would you join me for a bit?" The soft, tender words from the one in his arms momentarily soothed Qi Huai's agitated heart. He buries his head into the delicate neck of the youth, rubbing against it fervently, before reluctantly letting go. Gazing into the caring eyes before him, Qi Huai has much he wishes to express. Apologies, grievances, but ultimately, all his thoughts converge into a profound yearning for him. "Lele, I miss you. Please don't disappear from my life again. I might perish. Be good, Brother Huai. As long as you listen and eat well, I promise to stay with you every day." "Really?" "Of course. Noticing the man's skeptical demeanor, Qin Lu refrains from further words and instead takes his hand, leading him to the dining table. It is evident that Qi Huai has consumed pitifully little these past few days, with the burdens of state affairs weighing heavily upon him. Neglecting his meals could lead to dire consequences. After all, he is her man. Yet, amidst the chaos, Brother Huai, Qi Huai, for once, feels a twinge of guilt. Seeing Qin Li's serious expression, he becomes flustered, lowering his head like a child caught in mischief. It was my fault. I will change. I promise it won't happen again. Please don't be angry. Initially, Qin Lu felt a hint of anger, but upon witnessing Qi Huai, an emperor, behaving so cautiously like a large puppy before him, his heart instantly softened. All right, I'm not upset with you, Brother Huai. After soothing the large puppy by tousling his hair, Qin Lu called for someone to come in and clean up the mess. Lu acted swiftly, tidying up in no time and even thoughtfully closing the door behind them as he left. Once the area was clear of onlookers, Qin Lu turned to find Qi Huai still gazing at him, unblinking. Is he in a daze? With a resigned sigh, Qin Lu wrapped his arms around the man's robust arm and guided him into a seat. Opening the food container, he laid out its contents on the table. There wasn't too much, just a plate of braised beef, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of plain congee. Brother Huai, I made all of this myself. Please try it. If it's not to your liking, I'll make it again. Qin Lu picked up a piece of braised beef and brought it to Qi Huai's lips, but the man remained unresponsive, merely staring at him in bewilderment. Qin Lu sigid. It seemed he had truly startled him this time. Indeed, emotional distance can inflict the deepest wounds. Brother Huai, leaning closer, Qi Huai obediently moved nearer, puzzled as to what Qin Lu intended. In the next moment, a soft sensation brushed against his lips. Qi Huai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the person before him, eyes gently closed, kissing him. Lele is kissing him. Realizing what Qin Lu was doing, Qi Huai felt an electrifying thrill run through him. Yet he resolutely clenched his fists, suppressing his desires, allowing the gentle kisses of Qin Lu, reminiscent of a child, to grace his lips. Feeling somewhat aggrieved by the lack of response from the man, Qin Lu pondered why, despite his assertiveness, there was no reaction. Dejectedly, he lowered the hand that had been wrapped around Qi Huai's neck, feeling somewhat disheartened. Does Brother Huai not enjoy my kisses? Qi Huai, with his palm marked by the pressure of his own grip, struggled to contain the beast within, only to discover that while he was making an effort, the young one mistakenly believed he did not cherish his kisses. He sighed softly and leaned down to tenderly peck Qin Li's lips in a comforting manner. Who said I don't like them? The words, laced with a hint of helplessness, reached Qin Li's ears, causing his eyes to brighten. Then, if that is not disliking, it must mean you do like me, right? Brother Huai, are you and I the same? Qin Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity, his cheeks flushed, revealing thoughts that were evident to any observant onlooker. Qi Huai grasped Qin Li's delicate, fair hand and placed a cherished kiss upon it, declaring to one, I shall grant my fondness, and for the remainder of my life, my generosity shall be yours, Lele. You are my verdant mountain. Ding. Current affection level, 90. Among all living beings, I see only you as my verdant mountain. Host, your man possesses far greater culture than you. 087. Are you seeking death? Qin Li's teeth clenched in frustration. He had been moved by the man's demeanor, only for 087's remark to shatter the tender atmosphere. Lele, do you not know my feelings? Qi Huai, noticing the silence, grew anxious. Did I say something wrong? Are my words insufficient to convey my affections, leaving you dissatisfied? Shall I be more direct? The more he pondered, the more he found this notion feasible. However, just as he was about to voice Qin Li's name, he found himself silenced once again. Qin Lu, drawing upon the man's soft lips, did not close his eyes this time, allowing Qi Huai to gaze deeply into his own. Within his clear eyes lay an untainted dependence and affection. After a moment, Qin Lu withdrew from the man's lips. Though no words were exchanged, Qi Huai could distinctly sense his meaning. Lele, thank you for choosing me. With wings that often meet, we vow to grow old together. May our joy be everlasting, and may we never forget each other. United in mutual understanding, they continued to share the now cold meal before them. reminiscent of a young couple in love, oblivious to the world around them. Qin Lu, feeling like a solitary dog, dismissed any concern. Once he had sufficiently fed the man, he hesitantly voiced his desire. Why do you wish to leave the palace? Is it uncomfortable, or have you been bullied? The mere thought of Qin Lu being mistreated ignited a fierce anger within Qi Huai. Sensing the man's spiraling thoughts might lead him to fury, Qin Lu quickly interjected. Brother Huai, I'm merely a bit bored. I've heard there are many delightful things outside the palace, and I wish to see them. Upon hearing Qin Li's words, Qi Huai could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Indeed, Qin Lu is but a child, still unadorned by the crown, brimming with vivacity and energy. Confined within the depths of this palace, he is undoubtedly subjected to unfairness. However, I assure you, Brother Huai, I shall return in time for the meal, and you shall not be left alone any longer. Yes, as long as you keep me in your thoughts. Those who hold someone dear in their hearts shall never stray far from home. Host, why do you behave like a child, so eager to play? How childish. Qin Lu cast a benevolent smile towards the oblivious 087, and the next moment decisively raised his hand, delivering a swift clap. Observing 087 tumble and sprawl across the ground, Qin Li's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he began to unfold his scheme. My arrival in this world has already significantly altered the narrative. The remnants of the former dynasty, who were supposed to strike at Qi Huai during the banquet, did not appear, for I accompanied Qi Huai to the feast. He, preoccupied with my care, abstained from wine and left the gathering prematurely, depriving them of any opportunity. Moreover, my presence alongside Qi Huai has thus far prevented any encounter with Zhao Lu. However, it is apparent to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that Qi Huai's affection for me is unmistakable. If Zhao Lu truly harbors ambitions of usurpation, he would naturally seek to exploit my proximity to Qi Huai. As Qi Huai's closest confidant, should I be swayed, it would be trivial to overthrow him. The palace is heavily fortified, and ministers are strictly prohibited from entering the inner court. Considering I am constantly at Qi Huai's side, even the most capable individual would find it impossible to meet me. Ah, so the host intends to venture beyond the palace to facilitate a meeting with Zhao Lu? Indeed, if there are those who forsake tranquil days to stir unrest, I shall grant them that opportunity. However, we must act swiftly. The previous host's disdain for Qi Huai is widely known, and now that we have established mutual affection, it is likely that Qi Huai will soon declare our relationship. We must accomplish our goals before that transpires, or gaining Zhao Lu's trust will prove difficult. Understood. Once we capture Zhao Lu, I shall ensure your man deals with him appropriately. 087, filled with righteous indignation, clenched his non-existent little fists. Naturally, Qin le posed momentarily. Then a sinister smile graced his charming visage. Zhao Lu must indeed perish, but my ambitions extend beyond him. None of the remnants of the former dynasty shall escape. Anyone who dares to harm Qi Huai must meet their end. 087 shuddered at his fierce demeanor and words. During this time, the host's demeanor before Qi Huai had been excessively soft, almost leading one to believe he was merely a naive sweetheart. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 10. The noble lord is an eager scholar. I hadn't anticipated that the capital would be so vibrant. The bustling streets reverberated with the cries of merchants, as a youth clad in a splendid robe curiously surveyed his surroundings. Host, have a little faith in your man. Although this nation has recently endured strife, Qi Huai's governance is not to be underestimated. Indeed, otherwise, how could he assume the role of the protagonist? Ah, young master, please be cautious and avoid throngs of people. The youth named Qing Zhu observed the exuberant demeanor of their esteemed prince upon his exit from the palace and could not help but feel a twinge of concern. What if he were to stumble or injure himself? Qin Lu, unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. You're all simply too anxious. Besides, there's the hawk to protect me. Isn't there? Indeed, these two individuals were dispatched by Qi Huai to attend to and safeguard Qin Lu. Initially, Qi Huai intended for Qin Lu to be accompanied by a larger entourage, but Qin Lu firmly declined. Naturally, he was not truly out for leisure. Having too many people would afford Zhao Lu, that simpleton, no opportunity to approach him. Eventually, Qi Huai, left with no choice, selected the palace's most attentive young eunuch and summoned his most capable shadow guard to accompany Qin Lu, which put him at ease. 087. Have you disseminated the news of my departure from the palace? Qin Lu inquired while meandering through various shops, discreetly surveying his surroundings. Rest assured, as soon as you step beyond the palace gates, I conveyed the information. Zhao Lu should be well aware by now. Well aware, you say? Then why is there no response? Could he still be probing? Qin Lu narrowed his eyes in disdain. Such caution was merely a waste of his time. On the first day, Zhao Lu remained silent. Qin Lu took it as an opportunity to enjoy himself, purchasing a considerable array of items for Qi Huai, which he later presented in full during their meal. On the second day, Qin Lu finally encountered Zhao Lu in person. Just as he emerged from a jade shop, a runaway carriage hurtled towards him. Young master, quickly dodge, Qin Zhu exclaimed. Qin Lu blinked. Was this a scenario of heroism? Very well, he would indulge this little game. Amid Qin Zhu's urgent cries, Qin Li's expression morphed into one of terror as the carriage bore down upon him. He stood frozen, as if rendered immobile by fear. The hawk, who had remained silent until now, sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that severed the horse's neck. The carriage crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The tremendous noise jolted Qin Lu back to reality. He attempted to step back, but his legs betrayed him, causing him to sway dangerously close to falling. Young master, Qin Zhu rushed to catch him, but someone was swifter, pulling Qin Lu into an embrace. Oh no, the esteemed prince has been held by another man. Qin Zhu lamented, already formulating how to face punishment upon their return. Meanwhile, the two individuals were preoccupied with one another. Are you injured, my lord? Zhao Lu inquired, a bright smile illuminating his face as he expressed concern for Qin Li's well-being. Qin Lu did not respond. Instead, he subtly scrutinized Zhao Lu. He was not unappealing, yet he paled in comparison to the man from his own household. Too eager, with schemes nearly spilling from his eyes. Not only did he exude an unpleasant odor, but he also dared to hold him without releasing his grip. A fleeting expression of danger crossed Qin Lu's face before he replaced it with a shy demeanor, gradually extricating himself from Zhao Lu's embrace. Zhao Lu, for all else, held an undeniable confidence in his appearance. Observing Qin Li's reactions, he could not help but smirk inwardly. As expected, another one who was captivated by looks. As Qin Zhu observed Qin Lu emerge from his encounter, he hurriedly approached to ascertain whether any harm had befallen him. Upon confirming that the young gentleman was unscathed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Since this noble was unharmed, I shall take my leave now. Zhao Lu, who fancied himself quite the dashing figure, flashed a smile at Qin Lu before turning to depart. Wait. In the next moment, he was indeed called back. Might I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Qin Lu noticed Zhao Lu half-turning, his eyes betraying a subtle, well-measured admiration. Neither too much nor too little, just enough for one to perceive. I am Zhao Lu. Qin Lu continued to gaze at Zhao Lu until he vanished from sight, then urgently beckoned Qin Zhu and son. Hurry, take me back to the palace. I must bathe. Heaven knows the immense willpower he had exerted to refrain from retching while in that man's embrace. Once back in the palace, Qin Lu plunged into the bath, and after thoroughly cleansing himself, he hastened to seek out his beloved. Alas, he still felt an uncomfortable sensation that could only be alleviated by a comforting embrace from Qi Huai. As Qi Huai was engrossed in reviewing memorials, he was caught off guard when a precious treasure suddenly leapt into his arms. What is amiss? Why have you returned so early today? Did you not enjoy yourself? Qin Lu buried his head in the man's chest, inhaling deeply, and only when enveloped in Qi Huai's warmth did the nauseating odor dissipate. Brother Huai, you cannot imagine how frightening today was. Qin Lu recounted the incident where he nearly fell victim to a carriage, embellishing the tale. The more he spoke, the darker Qi Huai's expression became, especially when Qin Lu excitedly mentioned that a handsome gentleman had come to his rescue. Qi Huai's countenance darkened to an inky hue. Striving to steady his emotions, he smiled and inquired, Lele, How exactly did this gallant gentleman come to your aid? Who is worthy of your praise? Unaware of Qi Huai's growing ire, Qin Lu eagerly recounted, I was so startled that my legs turned to jelly, and just as I was about to fall, this gentleman appeared from nowhere and caught me. Ah, I still haven't had the chance to thank him. What? Another man dared to lay hands upon you? How audacious! Do not let me discover who this person is, or else. By the way, Brother Huai, he mentioned that his name is Zhao Lu. The seemingly casual remark suddenly echoed. Host, you are indeed quite mischievous. Naturally, I am not someone he can simply touch. He must pay a price for such audacity. Brother Huai, as the emperor, it must be easier for you to find him. If the opportunity arises, please extend my gratitude. Qi Huai observed Qin Li's enthusiastic demeanor and gently stroked his hair. Very well, I promise to thank him on your behalf. The man's gaze lowered, his thick eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, concealing a flicker of dark intent. In the capital, there was but one man named Zhao Lu. It was entirely plausible that Qin Lu, as a palace consort, was unfamiliar with external officials. Yet Zhao Lu ought to be aware of Qin Lu. What was his true intention in approaching Lei? Furthermore, this individual had the audacity to encroach upon his precious treasure. This capital is far too comfortable. Comfortable enough, for some, to entertain thoughts that should not arise. Host, can you imagine how your man will teach Zhao Lu a lesson? Qin Lu lazily leaned against Qi Huai, eyes closed. I won't guess. We will know by tomorrow morning's court session. He was well aware of his man's temperament. As long as he didn't end Zhao Lu's life, everything would be fine. Chapter 11. The noble lord is a reader of imperial mechanisms indeed. The next morning in court, Qi Huai unexpectedly targeted Zhao Lu. The unfounded accusations and resulting punishment took Zhao Lu by surprise. Host, Qi Huai has demoted Zhao Lu to a 7th-rank official and assigned him to a remote town as the county magistrate. He must vacate the capital within half a month and is prohibited from entering the city thereafter. Qin Lu absent-mindedly sipped his tea, a light laugh escaping his lips. He knew well that once Qi Huai had his epiphany, he became quite the jealous one, unwilling to allow those with ulterior motives to linger in his vicinity. Half a month? It seemed Qi Huai's actions had disrupted Zhao Lu's plans, and some individuals would soon be anxious. Just then, the very person being spoken of appeared before Qin Lu. Young master, we have met before, have we not? How would I know if we have met? Stop pretending to be so important. Qin Lu silently scoffed, but when he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the man's appearance, a delighted smile broke out. You are the gentleman who saved me yesterday. Zhao Lu, right? Ah, yes, Zhao Gongzi. Qin Lu sheepishly touched his cheek. I apologize for forgetting your name. Zhao Lu, observing Qin Li's bashful demeanor, burst into hearty laughter and waved his hand dismissively. No matter, my name is rather ordinary. It is only natural that the young master forgets it. No, it is my poor memory. Zhao Lu's words deepened Qin Li's sense of guilt. Since fate has allowed us to meet again, and we happen to be in this tavern, if you do not mind, I would like to treat you to a meal. Qin Li's eyes sparkled as he occasionally stole glances at Zhao Lu, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with his clothing. Zhao Lu, noticing Qin Li's anxious anticipation for his response, felt reassured. Indeed, he was merely a naive and simple-minded individual, easily swayed by performance. Such people were the easiest to deceive and manipulate. Then I humbly accept your invitation. Not all. Zhao Gongzi, please do lead the way. Qin Lu joyfully welcomed Zhao Lu into a private booth. Just as he turned to close the door, he saw Huan stuck motionless in the doorway, his indifferent gaze fixed on him. Kug, Qin Lu, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. You are not needed here for the time being. Please wait outside. If you remain inside, how can Zhao Lu perform his act to entice me into serving him? Not receiving a response, Qin Lu extended his hand to gently push Huan outside. Yet, he remained steadfast like a rock. Qin Zhu. The eavesdropping Qin Zhu jumped in surprise. Ah, here. I don't care what method you use. Quickly get Huan out of here. Seeing that Qin Lu was genuinely becoming angry, Qin Zhu hurriedly took Huan's arm and urged him to leave. Brother Huan, be obedient. Let us step outside for now. It was curious how the man who had just stood firm like a bulwark was now easily led away by the young man's gentle tug. Once he was gone, Qin Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, the moment for his performance has arrived, and there's a flicker of anticipation in the air. Qin Lu turned back to the table, personally pouring a cup of tea for Zhao Lu, yet hesitated, hand suspended, just as he was about to extend it. Observing this, Zhao Lu swiftly grasped the hand holding the teacup. "Thank you, but I have yet to learn the name of the young master." Qin Lu felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks from the boldness of the other's action, quickly withdrawing his hand and murmuring, Qin Lu. "Qin? Are you the son of General Qin?" Qin Li's head shot up in surprise. "Do you know my father?" "Indeed. I'm also a subordinate of General Qin. Speaking of which, our relationship with the emperor is rather amicable," Zhao Lu replied, his eyes assessing Qin Li's demeanor. He noted how Qin Li's enthusiasm dimmed upon hearing the mention of Qi Huai. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. Qi Huai harbored unreciprocated feelings for Qin Lu, while having some affection for Qi Huai felt it was rather lacking. One could hardly blame him. At such a youthful and spirited age, being confined within the palace's walls would undoubtedly breed resentment. "Young Master Qin, is the emperor unkind to you?" Zhao Lu feigned a role of a caring elder brother, probing gently. "No, not at all. Qi Huai treats me exceedingly well," Qin Lu insisted, but the darkening glint in his eyes betrayed his true feelings, revealing that he was merely putting on a brave front. "There's no need for you to be so strong-willed. I am a few years your senior and understand that at this age, one yearns for freedom. This palace should not be your abode. As a man, being a consort of the emperor is not widely accepted, and it seems to me that you do not truly harbor feelings for Qi Huai. Do you? You are mistaken. The host adores him immensely. Return to your role and refrain from disturbing my performance." "All right then, young Master Zhao, be cautious with your words. My bond with the emperor is profound," Qin Lu retorted, rising abruptly from his seat, his voice raised in a flurry of indignation. His flustered demeanor suggested that someone had unearthed his closely guarded secret. "There is no need for such agitation, for I merely believe that one's life should be spent with the person they cherish. What do you think?" Noticing that Qin Lu had paused, lost in thought, Zhao Lu decided to stoke the fire further. "Though we have only known each other for a day, I find myself infatuated with you, young Master Qin." Initially, Qin Lu had been contemplating in silence, thinking how delightful the food at this establishment was, and considering bringing the chef back to the palace to teach him how to prepare meals for Qi Huai, only to be struck dumb by Zhao Lu's sudden confession. "Wait, you said it so openly? This isn't permissible." Qin Lu stammered, his face aflame as he faltered in his refusal. "Lele, do not be so hasty in rejecting me. If I am not mistaken, you too harbor feelings for me." Qin Lu fell silent, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Lu, unperturbed, patiently awaited Qin Li's response. After a long pause, Qin Lu spoke softly, "But I am the emperor's consort. Do not worry, Lu. All I require is your response," Zhao Lu replied. "I know you harbor feelings for me, do you not?" Zhao Lu smiled contentedly. "As long as I understand Li's intentions, you need not concern yourself with the rest. I shall handle it all. However, there are certain matters where I still require your assistance." Qin Lu, emerging from her bashful demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "What do you need my help with?" Zhao Lu leaned closer, narrowing the space between them, his previously pleasant expression twisting with malicious intent. "I want Qi Huai to be unable to ascend as emperor." Chapter 12. The noble lord is a reader of the emperor's mechanisms. This is why Qi Huai is a commendable emperor. Qin Lu furrowed her brow in confusion, clearly disagreeing with Zhao Lu's perspective. What a nuisance! Zhao Lu felt irked by Qin Li's refusal, but suppressed his irritation, feigning helplessness. "Lu, you are unaware." He recounted the events of the morning court session, portraying himself as an innocent victim and depicting Qi Huai as a tyrant who carelessly ruins others' futures when in a foul mood. "No, that cannot be. The Qi Huai no does not seem like that." Qin Lu, Zhao Lu's suddenly elevated voice startled her, causing her eyes to well with tears as she anxiously looked at him. Zhao Lu was infuriated by Qin Li's hesitance. "Fool! If it weren't for Qi Huai's sudden outburst, I wouldn't be wasting time with this simpleton." After several deep breaths, Zhao Lu managed to steady his emotions. With a forced smile, he lowered his voice and spoke gently. Look, one can know a person has face, but not their heart. Your innocence may blind you to reality. Yet the actions Qi Huai has taken towards me are undeniable. Does that not indicate he is unfit to be emperor? Seeing a flicker of belief in Qin Li's expression, Zhao Lu pressed on, taking her hand from the table and gently shaking it. Lulu, if Qi Huai does not become emperor, we can be together, all right? I will resign from my position and accompany you on journeys to enjoy the beautiful landscapes. But is that truly possible? Of course. I swear if I, Zhao Lu, fail to fulfill my promise, may I meet a dreadful fate. Qin Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't it said that ancient people were most wary of ghosts and deities? You dared make such a vow. You truly are audacious. However, you made this promise yourself. If you do not meet a good end, do not blame me. Stop. Stop. I believe you. But how can just the two of us prevent Qi Huai from becoming emperor? With Qin Li's agreement, Zhao Lu relaxed his guard, his demeanor shifting to one of arrogance. That is not for you to worry about. I have plenty of resources at my disposal. All you need to do is ensure you are available in the palace. Understood? Ah, understood. So what is it now? Zhao Lu's abrasive demeanor left Qin Lu feeling somewhat anxious, yet he mustered the courage to timidly pose his final question. We are merely requesting Qi Huai's abdication. We should not harm him, correct? Of course. Witnessing the immediate improvement in Qin Li's countenance upon hearing his response, Zhao Lu internally derided Qin Li's naivety while contemplating how to torment Qi Huai. Naturally, there would be no harm inflicted, for he still had plans to deal with his former comrade. While Zhao Lu indulged in fanciful daydreams of ascending the throne after eliminating Qi Huai, he was oblivious to the fact that Qin Lu had turned around and disclosed everything. Brother Huai, someone wishes to harm you, and moreover, he has ulterior motives towards me. Upon returning to the palace, Qin Lu rushed into Qi Huai's embrace, weeping copiously, tears cascading down his cheeks, causing Qi Huai to feel somewhat at a loss as he hastily lifted his sleeve to wipe away the tears of the delicate figure before him. What troubles you? Have you been bullied? Please tell Brother Huai. I shall avenge you. Lele, my dear, do not cry. It pains Brother Huai to see you weep. Be good. Do not cry. Brother Huai is here. Perhaps soothed by the man's gentle words, Qin Lu gradually ceased his sobs. Qi Huai seized the opportunity to lift Qin Li's chin, but upon a mere glance, his brows furrowed in concern. Qin Li's petite face was streaked with tear marks, his eyes swollen and red from crying, and his nose quivering from the intensity of his distress. It was evident that he had endured considerable bullying outside. If he cries so heartily, his eyes will surely ache by morning. Qi Huai, overwhelmed with compassion, pulled Qin Lu closer, gently massaging around his eyes, while an uncontrollable surge of wrath brewed within him. Host, you truly have no fear of breaking a man's heart. I assure you, should you reveal who has wronged you, your man would flay him alive and turn his bones to dust. Naturally, do I need to tell you? Lele, do you feel better now? Qin Lu tugged at Qi Huai's hair, prompting him to lower his head closer to Qin Lu. I feel much better. That is good. Qi Huai felt somewhat reassured. What are the subordinates doing, unable to even protect you? It seems I no longer need this position as the leader of the Shadow Guards. Sensing Qi Huai's ire aimed at punishing his subordinates, Qin Lu quickly interjected, Brother Huai, do not blame them. It is my own misjudgment. Unable to bear Qin Li's despondent expression, Qi Huai lifted his chin and pressed a tender kiss upon his full lips, lingering in that intimate closeness as he inquired, Lele, may you now confide in Brother Huai what transpired? Qin Lu fidgeted with his fingers, but upon meeting the reassuring gaze of the man before him, he divulged everything in a rush. It was Zhao Lu. Qin Lu recounted the events at the tavern, struggling to contain his emotions and nearly choking on his words. Brother Huai, I never expected Zhao Lu to be such a person. I thought he was a good man, only to discover he intentionally approached me. He said I should cooperate with him to prevent you from becoming emperor. He suffers from hysteria, claiming that I like him and he likes me, and that once you are no longer emperor, he will be with me. Moreover, he clings to my hand, refusing to let go. Oh, Brother Huai, I am so frightened. At this moment, Qi Huai's desire to eliminate Zhao Lu reaches its zenith. It seems the lesson from last time was insufficient. He still dares to indulge in such foolish fantasies. Indeed, only the dead are truly obedient. Perhaps they fail to realize that the current Qi Huai is no longer the loyal, sentimental, and indecisive individual from the original narrative. He now embodies the true essence of an emperor. Yet, irrespective of Qi Huai's transformation, Qin Lu remains his unwavering boundary, the sole person capable of unsettling him. Lele, do not be afraid. I am here. However, if fear is present, why not depart? Why engage him in conversation? Why allow him to hold your hand? Do you harbor feelings for him? A crimson glimmer flickered in Qi Huai's eyes, hinting at an impending darkness. If that is the case, what shall I do with you, Lele? As Qin Lu listened to Qi Huai's relentless inquiries, an ominous sensation enveloped her. This scoundrel does not trust me? He dares to delve into this dark transformation. He is doomed. Chapter 13. The noble lord is a scholar of imperial secrets. Qin Lu gathered her emotions, blinked, and once again, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Brother Huai, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect I have an affair with Zhao Lu? Qi Huai, you do not believe me. Qin Li's nearly frantic scream, filled with disbelief, sadness, and disappointment, pierced Qi Huai's heart. This was the first time Qin Lu had called him by his full name, and the first time she had lost her composure in front of him. Qi Huai suddenly felt a wave of panic and hastily reached out to grasp the little figure that had wriggled free from his embrace. Lele, I am sorry. I misunderstood. I did not mean to. Yet his hand ultimately grasped nothing but air. The boy, once so unreserved with him, now avoided him entirely, denying even the slightest touch. Qi Huai, I have just realized that I am merely this kind of person in your heart. You believe I am with him, that I am not afraid when he lays hands on me? Do you think I do not wish to escape? Yet, I fear he may harm you, and thus I endure. I must uncover the forces behind him and ascertain how to ensure your safety. But you think I am disloyal? Are my feelings for you so fragile in your eyes? Qi Huai, on what grounds do you harbor such thoughts about me? Upon hearing her words, Qi Huai felt his heart shatter. He opened his mouth to speak, but as he beheld her uncontainable tears and wounded expression, he found himself utterly speechless. I am sorry. Qin Lu fiercely wiped away her tears, her eyes reddening as she forced a self-deprecating smile. You once promised to make me your wife, to protect me from anyone who would dare to harm me, yet you do not trust me. I had resolved that you, Qi Huai, were to be my only husband in this lifetime. I yearned to grow old with you, but now, no, please, Lele, do not utter those words. I beg you. Qi Huai seemed to anticipate something. The tall man, unable to suppress the panic within, his eyes reddening as he stumbled towards Qin Lu, enveloping him tightly in an embrace. As if this act alone could affirm that Qin Lu would never depart from him. Lele, I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not forsake me. I beseech you, do not abandon me. Do not leave me behind. Qin Lu, you cannot be so cruel. You cannot withdraw after I have fallen in love with you. Qin Lu, you are my very existence. Without you, I would perish. Qi Huai implored in his heart repeatedly, acknowledging his faults over and over. Yet his deity offered him no forgiveness. Qi Huai, let us end things here. In that fleeting moment, Qi Huai felt an overwhelming void in his mind. When he regained awareness, he realized he had forcefully locked Qin Lu in his arms, kissing him passionately, as if sealing his lips could erase the words spoken moments ago. Deluding himself, Qin Lu turned his head, attempting to evade, but the man held him tightly, rendering escape impossible. Lele, you are mine, sole la mine. The obsessive declaration instilled a hint of fear in Qin Lu. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. Qi Huai, do not act this way. Do not make me loathe you. Qi Huai remained deaf to his pleas, fixated only on the thought. Is it only through complete possession of you that you will not leave me? Just as Qi Huai contemplated advancing further, a sharp pain in his shoulder jolted him back to reality. It was then he comprehended the gravity of his actions. Unable to suppress a gulp, he lost all whimsical thoughts upon witnessing the terror and humiliation in Qin Li's eyes. He hurriedly removed his outer robe and draped it over Qin Lu. Bending down in an attempt to comfort the frightened figure. Yet this only deepened the distress. Qi Huai, you are a scoundrel. Qin Lu gazed at the man before him, who evoked both love and hatred, tears welling in his eyes. His delicate hand rose, yet he could not bear to strike, retracting it instead in despair. I do not wish to see you again. With that, Qin Lu disregarded Qi Huai's attempts to stop him, dragging his weary body step by step towards the exit. Do not seek me out, unless you wish for me to despise you even more. Qi Huai was immobilized by her words, helplessly watching his beloved retreat until she vanished from sight, before collapsing weakly into his seat. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Qin Guijun, Fudelurashdin. His anxious words halting upon seeing Qi Huai's despondent state. He had never witnessed Qi Huai so dejected, as if his very essence had been drained, resembling an aged man nearing his twilight years. Fu Delu, I have erred gravely. Lele, he no longer desires me. Fu Delu was at a loss for how to console the heartbroken emperor, tentatively suggesting, Your Majesty, while I cannot speak for others, I know that when one has wronged another, an apology is due. You ought to seek Qin Guijuan's forgiveness. She cherishes you deeply and surely would not harbor anger. Do you mean to say that Lele still holds affection for me? Yes, indeed. Just moments ago, I acted so outrageously, yet Lele could not bring herself to strike me. She still cares for me. Qi Huai recalled the moment when Qin Lu raised and then lowered his palm, convinced that Qin Lu still harbored feelings for him, and was overwhelmed with excitement. Fu Lu, quickly prepare. I demand that Lu forgive me. Currently, the affection level was at 92. Oh dear host, you are in such a miserable situation. XX-87 sobbed, biting a handkerchief as it emerged from the sea of consciousness, whispering sorrowfully in Qin Li's ear. That wretched man. How could he be so unreasonable? Host, let's forget about him. What nonsense are you talking? He is my man. How could I possibly abandon him? As Qin Lu wrapped the man's outer robe around herself, she rolled her eyes at the system that was barking like a dog. Huh, but you just cried so pitifully. And he treated you in such a manner? Do you not understand acting, you fool? I was upset because Qi Huai does not trust me, always wavering in his feelings. I need to correct this flaw of his and give him a little lesson. As for that matter, I am indifferent. I had already acknowledged it was Qi Huai. So whether it happened early or late makes no difference. It's merely a little intimacy between husbands. Besides, do you not find Qi Huai's assertiveness quite thrilling? I absolutely adore it. XX-87 was at a loss for words. It did not comprehend the affairs of these young lovers. But then you said to let him not seek you out. What if he truly does not come? Fear not, Qi Huai will surely respond. The slap did not land, partly because he genuinely could not bear to strike his own man, and partly to provide Qi Huai with a breakthrough. After all, what if he became utterly distraught? Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will arrive shortly. Chapter 14. The noble lord is a scholar of imperial mechanics indeed. Qin Lu had barely returned to the palace for a short while when Qi Huai promptly followed him. I pay my respects to His Majesty. No need for formality. Qi Huai lifted his foot, intending to enter, but fearing that barging in might further anger Qin Lu, he stood outside like a wooden figure. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Qin Lu quickly slipped onto the bed, nestled under the covers, and rubbed his eyes to feign a look of desolation. However, after posing for quite some time, he found that the foolish man remained at the door, hesitating to enter. What a blockhead! Qin Lu angrily thumped the bed. If you enjoy standing in punishment, then remain outside for as long as you wish. I shall sleep. Resolutely deciding to ignore that imbecile, Qin Lu tried to focus on sleeping. Yet, someone who usually fell into a deep slumber at the mere touch of a pillow found himself tossing and turning, unable to rest. Why has there been no movement for 2 full hours? Is he still standing out there like a fool? What a dolt. Does he not care about his legs standing there for so long? Biting his lip in turmoil for a while, Qin Lu ultimately succumbed to his worry for Qi Huai. He summoned XX-87 to inquire about Qi Huai's whereabouts. Host, your man is currently preparing a meal for you. Indeed. Your man, fearing that you would be upset and not want to enter, has remained outside, seeing that mealtime was approaching. He grew concerned that you might neglect your meal due to your anger and decided to cook for you himself. He is now in the royal kitchen kneading dough. He seems quite earnest. Will you forgive him? Qin Lu sat up, crossing his arms defiantly, her expression haughty. Humph, I shan't forgive him so easily. However, considering the fact that he cooked for me, I shall grant him a chance. How sunder of you. The room was enveloped in tranquility. Yet Qin Li's spirit was fervently alive. She stared unblinkingly at the doorway, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that person. Finally, just as her eyes began to ache, she heard the steady footsteps of a man approaching. Host, he has arrived. Before 087 could finish speaking, Qin Lu swiftly dove onto the covers. Turning her back to the door, her small hands clutching the blanket tightly, occasionally letting out soft sobs, a pitiful sight indeed. Upon entering, Qi Huai was met with this heartbreaking scene, and his heart ached. Is she even crying in her dreams? He sighed softly, handing the items he held to the attendant. Lu, before taking a few steps closer and kneeling beside Qin Li's bed, he gently wrapped his large hand around hers, softly shaking it. Lele, I made you some noodles. Please get up and eat a little, all right? His voice, tender and magnetic, filled the room, melting hearts. Qin Lu did not respond or open her eyes, but her long, raven lashes fluttered, signaling that she was indeed awake. Qi Huai, undeterred by her silence, continued to speak softly until he noticed that even with her eyes shut tight, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Panic set in. Lele, what is wrong? Did my voice disturb you? I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please don't be upset. I'll let you hit me, how about that? Qi Huai babbled incoherently, but she remained unresponsive, simply weeping quietly. The sight of her desolation filled him with an overwhelming dread, and without a second thought, he slapped himself hard. The sharp sound startled Lu, causing him to kneel weakly on the ground, and it startled Qin Lu as well. No longer able to pretend, Qin Lu sat up immediately, concerned for Qi Huai's injury. That loud slap had clearly been delivered with all his strength. A grown man's slap could be painful enough, let alone that of a martial artist. What are you doing? Your face is all swollen. Qin Lu cradled Qi Huai's clearly reddened face, scolding him with worry. Qi Huai, don't you feel pain? Why would you do this to yourself? Are you trying to make me feel distressed? You're such a fool. Seeing the little one scold him for hurting himself filled Qi Huai with a sweet satisfaction, and his eyes sparkled with delight. It was as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. He placed his hand over Qin Li's, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Lele, I am sorry. I was wrong. I'm a fool. I caused you distress, so I deserve to be punished. But I know you care for me and won't truly punish me. So I'll take it upon myself to atone and relieve your sorrow. Qin Lu pinched the man's cheek, exclaiming, Are you really that foolish? You are the emperor. Is this truly worthwhile? Lele. Qi Huai gently grasped Qin Li's hand and placed a soft kiss upon it. The position of emperor pales in comparison to your presence. Without this title, I remain indifferent, but without you, I cannot survive. The sincerity in the man's words deeply moved Qin Lu, causing him to sniffle softly. He wrapped his arms around Qi Huai's neck and murmured, You take advantage of my love for you to bully me like this. Qi Huai turned his head to nuzzle the top of Qin Li's hair, assuring him, I will never bully you, never. The two embraced tenderly, their hearts drawing ever closer. The tranquility of time made one reluctant to let go. Yet, Qin Li's thoughts soon drifted to the meal Qi Huai had prepared for him, maintaining their embrace. He slightly pulled away, batting his eyelashes playfully. Brother Huai, I'm a bit hungry. I crave the food you cook. Noticing the longing in Qin Li's gaze, Qi Huai hastily called to the kneeling Lu to rise, taking the bowl from his hands to personally feed Qin Lu. Lele, give it a try. Before I joined the army, I often cooked for myself. It was sufficient to satiate my hunger, but it cannot compare to your cooking. Taste it, and if you find it unsatisfactory, I shall have the imperial chef prepare another. With a mix of trepidation, Qi Huai lifted a pair of chopsticks filled with noodles to Qin Li's mouth. Unfazed, Qin Lu opened wide and took a hearty bite, chewing thoughtfully. Wow, this is delicious. Really? I want more. The sparkle in Qin Li's eyes bolstered Qi Huai's confidence, allowing him to relax as he patiently fed the eager child bite by bite. By the time Qi Huai set down his chopsticks, Qin Lu was thoroughly sated. Qi Huai frowned slightly. You haven't eaten enough. Not all. I've had plenty. Qin Lu pouted, then noticed Qi Huai still kneeling on the floor and quickly urged him to rise. Are you a blockhead? You haven't even changed positions. Does your knee not ache? After such a long time, it must be bruised. Fu Gonggong, please fetch some medicine to reduce swelling and bruising. Fu de luacted promptly, soon returning with the ointment. Qin Lu pulled Qi Huai onto the bed and meticulously applied the medicine, while Qi Huai gazed at him with such tenderness that it felt overwhelming. Once Qin Lu finished, Qi Huai, with a firm embrace, pulled him close. Their breaths intertwined, causing Qin Li's cheeks to flush. He gently pushed against the man's chest. What are you doing? There are others present. Unable to resist, Qi Huai kissed Qin Li's rosy cheek, then glanced at Fu Delu, who wisely retreated from the room. Now we are alone. Chapter 15. The noble lord is a scholar of the emperor's secrets. Qi Huai beheld the bashful and adorable figure before him, unable to resist leaning in for another kiss. Hué, broder hué, Qin le murmure. I am here, do not fear, close your eyes. Qin Lu obediently shut his eyes, tilting his head to receive the man's affection. This time, Qi Huai was not the violent man he had been before, which alleviated Qin Li's panic. Instead, he was gentle and considerate, flowing like water in his attentiveness to Qin Li's feelings. Qi Huai opened his eyes, gazing at the obedient figure in his arms, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. The impending joy of claiming his cherished treasure brought forth a sigh of delight. Lele, I love you dearly. As brother Huai, Qin Lu felt a surge of nervousness. Instinctively clutching the fabric of Qi Huai's shoulder, playfully pleading for mercy. Be good, don't be afraid. Qi Huai raised himself and tenderly pressed a kiss to Qin Li's eyes. Your Majesty, it is time for court. Fu De Lu gently reminded the seated Qi Huai at the edge of the bed. Qi Huai gazed at the slumbering figure on the bed, waving his hand to signify his understanding. He tenderly brushed Qin Li's hair and placed a kiss between his brows before reluctantly departing. In truth, Qi Huai wished to stay with Qin Lu, yet there was a certain fool awaiting his attention. Not long after Qi Huai left, Qin Lu awoke, attempting to shift his body in order to rise. However, a wave of soreness washed over him, compelling him to begrudgingly lie back down. The aftermath of their nocturnal activities was truly exhausting. He felt as though he had been trampled all over. Heaven knows how Qi Huai had kept him occupied throughout the night. Ding. Current favorability, 96. How about it, host? Can't get up, can you? Ha ha ha. Qin Lu, dismissive of the gloating 087, stretched his hand to massage his waist while inquiring, where's Qi Huai? Oh, he has gone to court. Qin Lu understood. He had refrained from asking Qi Huai how he planned to deal with Zhao Lu, trusting that Qi Huai had his own strategy. Had it not been for their minor disagreement, Zhao Lu would have long been dealt with. There was no way it would have lingered until now. However, now that their relationship was flourishing, certain pesky fleas undoubtedly needed to be addressed. 087. Transmit the morning court proceedings. I want to see. Sure thing. A wave of energy surged before a vivid image materialized before Qin Li's eyes. He immediately spotted the figure seated upon the dragon throne at the center of the scene. Qi Huai sat upright, adorned with a bejeweled golden crown and clad in a dark dragon robe, intricately embroidered with vivid depictions of dragons soaring over the sea, exuding an aura of authority. The man was tall and robust, his phoenix-like eyes deep as obsidian, currently narrowed as he regarded the assembly below. Every gesture he made radiated imperial grandeur. Qin Lu felt his heart racing uncontrollably, for his man was simply too handsome. He had never witnessed Qi Huai in court before. He had no idea his partner could embody such power and dominance. Meanwhile, the others in the scene were not as enamored by Qi Huai's striking visage. They dared not lift their heads, trembling as they awaited the emperor's decree. The reason was simple. Under Qi Huai's adept governance, the nation was at peace and the people thrived. Furthermore, since Qi Huai ascended to the throne, the heavens had favored him with favorable weather, allowing the populace to live in comfort without significant matters to report to the emperor. According to the usual schedule, court would have adjourned by now, yet today was different. Not only were they all retained, but Qi Huai had not uttered a word. It was evident he intended to address certain individuals. The ministers below racked their brains, desperately recalling any recent missteps, fearful that they might be the ones to face his wrath. Finally, as the atmosphere in the hall grew unbearably tense, the man upon the dragon throne finally spoke. "Gentlemen, I find myself in a quandary, and I wonder if any of my loyal subjects might assist me in unraveling it." Qi Huai's voice was calm, betraying neither joy nor anger. A gray-haired minister, seeing that no one was forthcoming, reluctantly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please pose your question. We shall endeavor to provide you with a satisfactory answer." "Very well. Esteemed Chancellor, I wish to inquire about the punishment for a consort who covets the throne. That, Your Majesty, warrants the death penalty." Qi Huai frowned slightly, clearly displeased with this response. The Chancellor quickly wiped his brow and added, "Perhaps it could also be met with dismemberment." "Indeed. Now, should anyone conspire with remnants of the previous dynasty to usurp my position, how should they be dealt with?" As soon as Qi Huai's words fell, the assembly erupted in a frenzy. Who would dare to entertain such audacity as to seek the throne? The Chancellor, regretting his earlier boldness, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. However, sensing the emperor's scrutinizing gaze, he steeled himself and replied, "Your Majesty, such treacherous rebels should be executed by slow slicing, with their entire lineage condemned to servitude for eternity." "Very well, then bring the individual forth." The ministers turned in unison, eager to discover the identity of this audacious conspirator. Their astonishment was palpable when the individual was revealed. Zhao Lu had been apprehended from his estate by the Imperial Guard that morning. Still in a state of confusion, he had not anticipated that it was Qin Lu who had sabotaged him, believing instead that Qi Huai had set his sights on him once again. It was only upon entering the grand hall and witnessing the astonished expressions of the assembly that he realized the gravity of his situation. Zhao Lu, adept at manipulating the hearts of men, had cultivated favorable relations with many officials. As they beheld Zhao Lu's presence, disbelief washed over them. "Your Majesty, is there perhaps an underlying reason for this?" Qi Huai shifted his posture, leaning back against the dragon throne, and carelessly replied, "Pray tell, do you doubt my judgment? Or do you find yourself in league with this Zhao Lu?" Upon hearing this, the minister fell silent, recognizing the peril of challenging the emperor. Regardless of whether Zhao Lu truly harbored ambitions of treason, any association with him was now untenable. Zhao Lu knelt before the steps, his gaze lifting to meet that of the emperor, who regarded him with disdain, as if he were mere filth. In that moment, humiliation and resentment surged within him, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Your Majesty, I am at a loss to comprehend my transgression. I beseech you to clarify my alleged crime." Qi Huai scoffed at a loss. "You say? How convenient. Let's not even discuss your treasonous intentions. You presume to covet my subjects, do you? Truly, you are beyond reason." A chill ran through Zhao Lu. Could it be that the incompetent Qin Lu had betrayed him? How infuriating! Yet, he had not yet communicated anything to Qin Lu, and Qi Huai possessed no evidence against him. "Your Majesty, if I am indeed guilty, I implore you to present the evidence. Do not condemn me with baseless accusations. Or is it that Your Majesty, envious of the affections of the noble Qin, seeks to eliminate me swiftly?" Zhao Lu's audacious remarks rendered the previously raucous palace suddenly silent. Though Qi Huai remained reticent, an imposing aura emanated from him, as he regarded Zhao Lu with the disdain one might reserve for a lifeless corpse. "Seize him and shatter his legs." Zhao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a single utterance would cost him his limbs. As the guards approached him with weapons drawn, a sense of dread enveloped him. "Your Majesty, are you not concerned that your actions today may erode the people's trust?" he implored. "Qin Guijun and I merely share a mutual affection. There is no need for self-deception." This declaration only served to intensify Qi Huai's fury, his presence becoming almost suffocating. "You possess great audacity." Just as Qi Huai contemplated delivering a lethal blow to Zhao Lu, a melodious voice resonated from outside the hall. "Who claims that I share mutual affection with you?" Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, sprang to his feet, a smile illuminating his face as he hastened toward the entrance. Upon turning, he beheld a striking young man clad in similar dark attire, standing there like a jade statue, smiling at him as he approached. "Lei, what brings you here? Are you still unwell?" Qi Huai wrapped an arm around Qin Li's waist, steadying him as they walked toward the throne. Qin Li leaned comfortably against him, unperturbed by the stares of those around them. He tilted his head up and planted a gentle kiss on Qi Huai's cheek, murmuring sweetly, "I woke up and found you absent. I missed you." Qi Huai's heart melted at the tender display, and he immediately apologized. "It is my fault. I was delayed by some matters, but it shall not happen again." He led his beloved to the throne, calling for a blanket to be laid out for him. Once everything was arranged, he assisted Qin Li in taking his seat. The ministers observed the harmonious interaction between the emperor and his consort, their discontent toward Zhao Lu mounting. How can this man speak such falsehoods when the bond between these two is so evident? Does he not fear divine retribution? Zhao Lu's pallor deepened as he murmured, "No, it cannot be. You are clearly enamored with me." Qin Li scoffed lightly, leaning further into Qi Huai's embrace before addressing the assembly. "Esteemed sir, one must not speak carelessly. When have I ever declared my affection for you?" Zhao Lu faltered. Indeed, Qin Li had never uttered such words. He had assumed the sentiment was implied. "Moreover, my dear Huaigu is unparalleled in every aspect. In terms of status, he is the reigning emperor. In looks, he eclipses you by several leagues. In capability, the tranquility of our realm speaks volumes. Not to mention, he treats me with unparalleled kindness. Why would I forsake such a remarkable man to entertain affections for you?" Having witnessed Zhao Lu's earlier intimidation of Qi Huai, Qin Li could no longer remain passive. He resolved to teach Zhao Lu a proper lesson, to preclude any malevolent individuals from fabricating lies and undermining my relationship with the emperor. I hereby declare before all present that I am the emperor's wife, and he is my husband. My love for him is profound and unwavering. At this moment, Zhao Lu could no longer feign ignorance. Qin Li was fully aware of everything, having played him from the very beginning. "Qin Li, you wretched person, may you meet a terrible fate." Qin Li, reveling in Sao Liu's disarray, completely forgot the profound impact his previous words had on Qi Huai. It was only when he raised his gaze that he realized the man was weeping. Alarmed, Qin Li hastened to wipe away Qi Huai's tears. "Brother Huai, what troubles you? Do not cry." Qi Huai embraced the person in his arms, assuring, "It is nothing. I am merely overwhelmed with joy." Presently, his affection level stood at 98. "Yes, I understand. Brother Huai is the strongest. Could this strong brother Huai assist Lei? Someone just insulted me, and their words were exceedingly harsh." Qin Li deliberately complained to Qi Huai, seeking retribution. Indeed, upon hearing that someone dared to scorn Qin Li, Qi Huai instantly lifted his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Bring forth the culprit. Let them suffer the loss of their tongue. Moreover, did I not command that their legs be rendered useless? Do I need to repeat myself?" The imperial guards acted swiftly, promptly severing Zhao Lu's tongue and incapacitating his legs. Zhao Lu was rendered unconscious from the agony, only to awaken again in torment. The pervasive stench of blood filled the grand hall, making Qin Li feel somewhat nauseous. Qi Huai quickly sensed Qin Li's discomfort, drawing him closer to shield him from the foul atmosphere. At that moment, Qi Huai was unwilling to squander any more time in that place, and he addressed the gruesome sight on the floor. "I am the emperor, wielding power over all. Zhao Lu, did you truly believe I could not locate those remnants of the former dynasty you have sheltered?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu's face fell, despair consuming him. "Fuda Lu, take care of this matter." "Yes, your majesty." Once Qi Huai had given his orders, he lifted Qin Li in his arms and departed hastily. "Lei has not yet had breakfast. He must be starving. Let us hasten to dine." Chapter 17. The noble monarch is a scholar of imperial affairs host. Zhao Lu has perished. Qin Li, preparing the wedding attire for his nuptials with Qi Huai, momentarily froze at the system's abrupt announcement. So soon? Indeed, Qin Li and Qi Huai were to wed. The day after Zhao Lu was dealt with, Qi Huai informed the ministers during court that he intended to name Qin Lu as his empress, asserting that no other consorts would be appointed henceforth. Though some opposed, Qi Huai silenced them with a simple declaration: "You are an emperor, and so am I. Speak one more word of dissent, and you shall join Zhao Lu in his fate." Instantly, all fell silent. Subsequently, Qi Huai rushed to the astronomical bureau to select an auspicious date, returning to organize the wedding with meticulous attention, leaving no detail to others. The process of establishing an empress was inherently complex and compounded by Qi Huai's desire to orchestrate a grand celebration without external interference. He found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities, struggling to manage state affairs. His exhaustion was evident, dark circles forming beneath his eyes. Qin Lu, feeling a pang of sympathy for him, persisted in begging for tasks to alleviate his burden. It appeared that, amidst the whirlwind of wedding preparations, he had neglected to monitor Zhao Lu's fate. 087. How did he meet his end? Originally, the sentence was to be death by 1,000 cuts, with his entire clan facing execution. As the execution reached its midpoint, Zhao Lu could no longer endure the pain and succumbed, lifeless, truly ineffectual. I too sensed that the days passed by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of matrimony approaches. Qi Huai becomes increasingly anxious, and Qin Lu, observing him fidgeting about, cannot help but chuckle. "All right, Brother Huai, please take a seat. There's no need to be so agitated." Qi Huai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable at Qin Li's teasing, soon realizes that Qin Li shows no signs of anxiety at all, which leaves him feeling a bit wronged. "Lele, why are you so unfazed? Do you not care?" Qi Huai, upon hearing Qin Li call his name again, Qi Huai instantly fell silent, shrinking back like a quail. With a sigh, Qin Li grasped Qi Huai's hand. "Brother Huai, we cannot both be nervous about this. What if something goes awry?" Qi Huai pondered for a moment and conceded that she had a point. Meanwhile, 087, residing in his consciousness, scoffed, wondering how many ancient wedding processional videos his host had been made to watch without feeling anxious. "Your Highness, the auspicious time has arrived. We must depart." Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Qin Lu beheld a visage of stunning beauty, adorned in a phoenix crown and luxurious attire, a sight he had never experienced in the real world. He found it hard to believe he was to be wed in this world. A wave of disorientation washed over him, feeling almost surreal. "Host, we must leave. Otherwise, your groom may grow impatient and come looking for you." All right. Both Qin Lu and Qi Huai had no other relatives, thus simplifying the proceedings considerably. Qin Lu departed from the Chengxin Palace, while Qi Huai awaited his bride upon the elevated platform, dressed in a resplendent scarlet wedding robe, with a golden dragon motif cinched at his waist. A vivid dragon spiraled down the front of his garment, signifying his noble status. His long hair was elegantly tied back with an azure and gilded crown, his tall figure standing straight as he eagerly gazed toward the palace entrance, anticipating the arrival of his beloved. "Your Majesty has arrived." Supported by the matron, Qin Lu descended from the palanquin and gazed up at the man standing on the platform, parting his lips to speak. "Brother Huai, I have come to marry you." Though they stood at a considerable distance, Qi Huai seemed to hear her words, a smile blossoming on his face. Ignoring propriety, he rushed toward her amidst the gasps of the crowd. "Why?" Before Qin Lu could finish her sentence, Qi Huai swept her into his arms. Startled, Qin Lu struggled to break free, finding it utterly inappropriate. "I care not. I shall hold you as we ascend this platform, so that all may know you, Qin Lu, are the wife of Qi Huai. I want everyone to witness my affection for you." With resolute strides, Qi Huai carried Qin Lu, their wedding garments shimmering in harmony. The dragon and phoenix entwined, each embodying the other, as if fate had destined them to be a pair. In truth, Qi Huai had initially wished for Qin Lu to wear a similar wedding robe. To him, while the phoenix represented feminine nobility, it felt inappropriate for a man like Qin Lu. Yet, Qin Lu refused, fully aware of the tumult Qi Huai had stirred among the ministers to marry him. Moreover, in a nation, there could only be one true dragon emperor. How could he possibly wear the same? Moreover, how can donning wedding attire for the one you love be considered a humiliation? It is, in fact, a divine blessing. Lele, we have arrived. Qi Huai gently set Qin Lu down, took his hand, and signaled to food. It is time to commence. Thus, Qin Lu beheld food, Lu retrieving a red scroll from the tray of a nearby attendant. He presumed it to be an edict for the empress, only to discover it was the marriage certificate Qi Huai had penned for him. Two families united, a bond forged, a good fate eternally entwined, matching in name. On this day, when the peach blossoms bloom vibrantly, may you create a harmonious household. Predicting a future of abundant descendants, may you flourish and thrive. With a vow of lifelong companionship, inscribed on fine paper, may our pact, akin to red leaves, be recorded in the annals of love. Tears welled in Qin Li's eyes as he sought an answer from the gentle smile of the man beside him. Qi Huai caressed his cheek. Indeed, Lele, this is my marriage certificate for you. To me, whether one is an emperor or an empress is merely a title. What I desire is simply to take you as my wife. My feelings for you transcend power and status. They are born purely from the heart's inclinations. An unexplainable love for you. The 3 letters and 6 rites. A formal marriage. A bridal procession of 10 miles shall not disappoint you. Brother Huai, I too love only you. Nothing else holds significance. Qi Huai smiled, a brightness radiating from him as never before. He turned to the assembled ministers below. I and the empress stand together in harmony, deeply bonded. Today, in accordance with the will of heaven and the desires of my heart, I am fortunate to unite with her. From now on, whenever you see the empress, treat her with the same respect you afford me. Do you understand? The crowd, trembling, hastily knelt. We shall obediently follow the emperor's decree. They had discerned the truth. The empress was as vital to their emperor as his very essence. To dare to touch her would spell certain doom. Qin Lu lost track of the subsequent proceedings, for when he regained his senses, he found himself seated upon the bridal bed. Lele, it is time for us to partake in the ceremonial wine. Qi Huai smiled as he offered a cup to him. Qin Lu, dazed by Qi Huai's radiant grin, accepted the cup, pondering. Qi Huai has been smiling all day. He appears genuinely joyous. Indeed, Qi Huai felt a sense of elation he had never experienced before. Lele, once you drink this wine, you shall belong to me for all eternity. No matter where you go, be it the highest heavens or the deepest underworld, I shall find you. A bitter taste lingered in Qin Li's heart, for he wondered if this man would exist in the next world. He was the very essence of Qin Li's life. Without him, death seemed a preferable option. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he downed the wine in one gulp and turned to Qi Huai. Brother Huai, this wedding night is fleeting. Will you squander any more time? Qi Huai, captivated by the intensity of Qin Li's gaze, felt heat rise within him. After downing his wine, he carelessly tossed the cup aside and pressed Qin Lu onto the bridal bed. Do not rush, I am coming right now. Current affection level, 100 Chapter 18. The noble lord is a reader of imperial mechanisms, and, since marrying Qi Huai, Qin Li's life had been exceedingly comfortable. Qi Huai truly fulfilled his promises from that time, placing Qin Lu at the forefront of all matters, treating him as if he were a cherished little deity. Each morning, while still enveloped in slumber, he would receive a gentle kiss from his beloved. Occasionally, the stirrings of the man would rouse him, and with a few soft murmurs, he would be cradled like a child, soothed back into sleep until the man departed. Once Qi Huai concluded his duties, he would hasten back to the palace, extricating Qin Lu from the covers to personally attend to his dressing and grooming. Once Qin Lu was sufficiently awake, Qi Huai would ensure he was served a delightful meal. Even during his work, Qi Huai would not forget to keep Qin Lu by his side, requiring nothing more than his presence to ease his mind. As the system might describe, Qi Huai wished to carry him like an ornament, bringing him along wherever he went. Lele, why are you up so early today? Qi Huai had just finished his duties and was preparing to assist his wife in rising. Yet upon entering, he was greeted not by the usual sight of his little one snuggled in bed, but rather by a figure already dressed and standing at the window, gazing at the garden's gardenias. Qin Lu, lost in thought, turned upon hearing Qi Huai's voice and rushed to greet him. Brother Huai, you're back. Indeed. Qi Huai opened his arms, ready to embrace his eager wife for a warm kiss. However, in the next moment, he found himself evaded. A sense of grievance washed over him as his eyes accused Qin Lu, and before he could voice his feelings, he noticed a dark, fluffy bundle in Qin Li's arms. Indeed, Qin Lu was cradling a small puppy, a gift from Qi Huai. Though their relationship was strong, the passage of time inevitably brought about some friction. While Qi Huai usually acquiesced to Qin Lu's wishes, he stubbornly resisted in this particular matter. One must understand, the older man's fervor was no trifling matter, and his military-honed physique made him quite formidable. Night after night, he would insist on his desires, at times overwhelming Qin Lu to the point of unconsciousness. Just a few days prior, he had been particularly indulgent, leaving Qin Lu grimacing and holding his waist with a fierce resolve to teach him a lesson. Thus, upon recuperating, Qin Li's first action was to send Qi Huai to the study, forbidding any further intimacy. The news struck Qi Huai like a bolt from the blue. Not only was their romantic connection severed, but even their nightly cuddles were now off-limits. This was utterly unacceptable to him. Qi Huai could not abide this situation and began devising ways to apologize to Qin Lu. Yet this time, his beloved was resolute in teaching him a lesson and ignored his contrition. In his despair, Qi Huai sighed heavily. Ultimately, it was Qing Zhu who revealed that the Empress had mentioned wanting to raise a puppy some time ago, which provided Qi Huai with a glimmer of hope. He personally selected a beautiful and gentle puppy to present to Qin Lu. Upon receiving the gift, Qin Lu's delight was palpable, allowing Qi Huai to once again ascend to the Empress's chamber with renewed joy. However, the blissful days were short-lived, as Qi Huai soon discovered that their once intimate world had been invaded by an unwelcome interloper. This insufferable pup delighted in snuggling with Qin Lu, who was utterly enamored and insisted on holding it even during slumber. To Qi Huai, this was nothing less than a scoundrel attempting to usurp his beloved. Yet, Qin Li's affections were unmistakably skewed towards this rascal. Whenever Qi Huai reprimanded the dog, it would scamper off to Qin Lu, who would then proceed to chastise him. Qi Huai could hardly contain his sense of injustice. "Lele, why are you still holding it? Put it down." Qi Huai glared intensely at the little black dog nestled in Qin Li's arms, his eyes practically shooting sparks. "Qin Zhu, throw this bothersome creature out. I wish to dine with the Empress. Why must it be like this?" Qin Lu, initially reluctant to part with the dog, felt a twinge of guilt upon witnessing the forlorn expression on Qi Huai's face. Perhaps he had indeed neglected him a bit in recent days. Ignoring the dog's whimpering, Qin Lu handed it over to the approaching Qin Zhu, watching as both dog and attendant exited. Qi Huai observed Qin Li's reluctant demeanor with a pang of jealousy. Gritting his teeth and muttering, still watching, Qin Lu found Qi Huai's childishness endearing. "Brother Huai, why have you become so immature as you grow older? You're even jealous of a little dog, especially since it was a gift from you." At the mention of the gift, Qi Huai felt a wave of frustration. Had he known this tiny creature would steal Qin Li's attention, he would never have bestowed it upon him. Clearly, it was Qin Zhu's fault. Perhaps a reduction in his monthly stipend was in order, as Qi Huai silently plotted to find an opportunity to rid himself of the dog. A pair of soft, gentle hands grasped his. "Come now, Brother Huai, please don't be angry with Little Black. I adore him, while my fondness for dogs plays a part. The most significant reason is that he was a gift from you. That is why I cherish him so." Qi Huai's anger dissipated, yet he still felt a hint of grievance. "But since you acquired that mischievous dog, your attention has strayed from me. Not only do you neglect to hold me while we sleep, but you also speak to me far less each day." As Qin Lu gazed at the man who was accusing him, he couldn't help but think that Qi Huai resembled a large dog with drooping ears, even cuter than the little black pup. Amused, Qin Lu tiptoed and planted a kiss on Qi Huai's lips. "All right, Brother Huai, these past few days have indeed been my fault. To make amends, you may have whatever you desire tonight." At these words, Qi Huai's eyes sparkled with delight, nodding vigorously as though fearing Qin Lu might retract his offer. "Are you not angry anymore? Then let us go dine." "Very well." Qin Lu believed their troubles had come to an end, only to awaken the following day to find the little black dog missing. With a frown, he sought out Qi Huai, who momentarily appeared guilty before regaining his composure. "It has grown into a big dog. It should pursue its own aspirations and cannot linger by your side, idly consuming and waiting for death. What would the other dogs think? Qin laisse lips to which in exasperation. But it is merely a few months old. Then it should learn the values of hard work and perseverance from a young age. Qin Lu gazed at the man before him, utterly speechless at his shameless antics. Never mind. If he must be sent away, so be it. In his heart, Qi Huai held paramount importance. If Qi Huai truly minded the little black dog, he would undoubtedly prioritize him. Qin Lu felt a sense of helplessness, while Qin Zhu, standing behind him, struggled to suppress laughter to the point of nearly fainting, fearing that someone might genuinely collapse from the laughter. Qi Huai quickly instructed Sun to escort the man away. Since their marriage, Qi Huai had taken it upon himself to manage all of Qin Lu's affairs, both grand and trivial, leaving the palace maids and eunuchs utterly uninvolved. Moreover, not wishing to squander time socializing, he had summoned Qin Zhu, whom he knew a bit better, to attend to him. This way, when Qi Huai was busy, he still had someone with whom to converse. It was during this time that Qin Lu discovered that Qin Zhu and Sun were, in fact, a couple. Listening to Qin Zhu speak of how Sun had sought a favor from the emperor and would soon be wed, Qin Lu couldn't help but smile subtly. Having someone committed by his side, what a jealous man he was. Chapter 1. The tender wife of the willful little wolf dog. Thus, Qin Lu was cherished by Qi Huai throughout his life. Due to Qi Huai's greater age, he had naturally progressed ahead of him. As he beheld the once strong man lying on the dragon bed, barely clinging to life, Qin Lu found himself unable to contain his tears. Now with hair turning gray and a face lined with wrinkles, the only unchanging aspect was his pair of bright, expressive eyes. No tears. Qi Huai laboriously raised his hand to wipe Qin Li's tears, only to have Qin Lu clasp his hand tightly within his own. Lele, do you wish I do? Qin Lu loved Qi Huai deeply, so when Qi Huai closed his eyes and he obstinately insisted on leaving together, he did so without hesitation. Upon witnessing the spark of joy in Qi Huai's eyes at his agreement, he felt a sense of relief for not having faltered. Lele, don't be afraid. I will always be with you. Through the azure springs and the yellow springs, I will find you. After uttering these words, Qi Huai fell silent. It was then that Qin Lu realized the man who had adored and cherished him had truly vanished from this world. Qin Lu wept for a prolonged period, long enough for Qi Huai's body to begin to grow cold and stiff. Host, must we depart? Let's withdraw. In a world devoid of Qi Huai, he wished not to linger even for a moment longer. After a brief moment of disorientation, Qin Lu was transported to a new realm. Still engulfed in sorrow, he suddenly heard 087's alarmed cry, "Host, beware!" Before Qin Lu could comprehend the situation, a sudden slap struck his face with tremendous force. The impact caused his head to turn sharply, leaving him momentarily frozen in place, while the assailant continued to berate him. "Qin Lu, what do you think you are? Do you think you can compare with Bai Yi? Remember this well. In my presence, you are not worthy even to carry Bai Yi's shoes." Observing Qin Li's stunned silence, 087 felt an inkling of fear. "Hey, host, are you all right?" Qin Lu was decidedly not all right. In the previous world, he had been cherished and coddled by Qi Huai, protected as if he were fragile, and no one dared to bully him. Yet, in this new world, he had already been hit. As Qin Li's anger intensified, he decisively seized a nearby vase and hurled it at the head of the man, incessantly spewing insults. Following a piercing scream, the man crumpled to the ground, clutching his head in agony, and Qin Lu seized the opportunity to flee from the room. He continued to run until he reached a deserted area, where he finally collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by despair. The night encroached upon his sanity, and he could no longer maintain his composure, curling up and weeping. "Qi Huai, you deceitful wretch, you promised to protect me forever. Now that someone is tormenting me, where are you? Come out and shield me." His voice trembled with longing. "Qi Huai, I miss you so much." At this moment, 087, sensing the precarious situation of his host, perceived him as someone teetering on the edge of a cliff, at risk of complete collapse with a moment's inattention. "Host, please refrain from crying and listen to me." After a brief internal struggle, 087 could not bear to see Qin Lu in such distress and said, I cannot elucidate everything, but I can assure you that the person you long to see has always been by your side. Upon hearing these words, Qin Lu instantly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing skyward. Is that truly the case? Indeed, I would not deceive you. So, host, shall we commence the storyline? Qin Lu did not resist. He was already aware that Qi Huai had followed him, and now he needed to navigate the narrative swiftly to locate him. This world was a contemporary romance realm, with a male protagonist named Gu Huai, whose rebellious nature and penchant for fighting led him to believe that any issue solvable by fists was inconsequential. The female lead, Bai Yi, was a fresh graduate, embodying innocence and charm. One day, while on her way to seek employment, Bai Yi encountered Gu Huai embroiled in a brawl with a group of individuals. She intervened to assist him, leaving a favorable impression on Gu Huai. Later, she discovered that the company she had applied to was owned by Gu Huai's father, making Gu Huai her immediate superior. Thus began their playful banter, which gradually blossomed into affection. Gu Huai, influenced by Bai Yi, began to adopt a more responsible approach to managing the company's affairs, and their relationship deepened. However, Bai Yi also had a childhood friend. Who? Your husband. Ah, you mean the man who just attacked you, Qin Changshu? He has always harbored feelings for Bai Yi, and she reciprocates, albeit Qin Changshu's financial struggles prevent him from providing the life she desires. Consequently, he shifted his attention to the original host, who was gentle, naive, and came from a well-off family, sharing some resemblance with Bai Yi. Thus, Qin Changshu approached the original host, orchestrating a scheme to marry her, intending to leverage her family's influence to bolster his own business while coveting all that belonged to her family. By the time we arrived in this narrative, the original host's family power had already been significantly eroded, and she had discovered Bai Yi's photograph, realizing she was merely a stand-in, prompting her to confront Qin Changshu. Unfortunately, her overly gentle disposition made her vulnerable, and just as she was about to be attacked, you intervened. And the conclusion? The conclusion was that the original host, having lost her value, was discarded by Qin Changshu, leading a life of solitude. After Bai Yi rekindled her feelings for Qin Changshu, she resorted to stealing confidential information from Gu Huai's company for him, only to be apprehended by Gu Huai, who, with a heavy heart, incarcerated both of them. This betrayal led Gu Huai to renounce love, vowing never to marry. O host, your mission is to win over the male lead and alter the original fate of the protagonist. This world is unlike the previous one. One must avoid becoming out of character. Qin Lu nodded, indicating his understanding. Gu Huai, is Gu Huai my elder brother Huai? Somehow, even without having met him yet, Qin Lu felt an intense premonition that this Gu Huai was the person he had been yearning for. The mere thought of that man caused tears to stream uncontrollably down Qin Li's face. Just as he was about to wipe away his tears, a hand holding a handkerchief suddenly appeared before him. Are you all right? Chapter 2. The beautiful wife of a defiant young wolf dog. The hand was elegant, with long, slender fingers, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. Noticing that Qin Lu remained silent, lost in a daze while staring at the handkerchief, the owner of the hand lowered his voice. If you don't mind, you may borrow this to dry your tears. Despite the cool, hard tone, Qin Lu could discern a hint of tenderness within. Current affection level 0. Qin Lu swallowed the words of refusal that were about to escape his lips, gazing up to behold the man before him. The man wore a black leather jacket, standing tall, at least 190 centimeters. His hair was cut into a neat crew cut, and his features were handsome, with striking phoenix eyes that seemed indifferent to everything around him. When he was not smiling, he appeared somewhat fierce, giving off an intimidating aura, accented by a black earring in his left ear. Qin Lu thought that without that striking face, this man would undoubtedly come across as a mere delinquent. To his surprise, the mature and composed man from the previous world had transformed into a rebellious young man in this realm. Qin Lu felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Yes, without a doubt, he recognized that the person before him was indeed his elder brother Huai. He would never forget those eyes. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Lu reached out to take the handkerchief from the man's hand, and with a beaming smile, he softly said, "Thank you." Current affection level. 5. Gu Huai observed the tear-stained face of the little person before him, finally accepting his handkerchief, and he let out a sigh of relief. He himself was unsure of what had come over him. He had planned to enjoy a night out at the bar with friends, yet he found himself restless. A persistent voice in his mind urging him to go to a particular place. This nagging voice irritated him, but ultimately he succumbed to it. When he arrived at this location on his motorcycle, he spotted the little person curled up by the roadside, weeping inconsolably. Before he could process the situation, he found himself walking towards the little one and offering him the handkerchief. Gu Huai was taken aback, as he typically did not involve himself in the affairs of others. Even if someone were to cry in front of him, he would usually feel annoyed. What was different today? Before he could ponder further, he heard the soft, tearful voice of the little one. "Sir, thank you for the handkerchief. I will wash it and return it to you." Gu Huai looked down, only to meet Qin Li's gaze as he lifted his head. He plunged directly into Qin Li's gentle gaze, which sparkled like starlit cat eyes, threatening to drown him in its depths. In that instant, Gu Huai felt his heart pounding like a war drum. Current affection level, 10. However, before Gu Huai could quell the turmoil within, the next moment revealed a fiery rage in those phoenix eyes. For he had seen the full visage of the person before him. A pristine face bore the imprint of a hand, the force of the blow having swollen half of it, with crimson streaks suggesting a grievous injury that was disconcerting to behold. The once sleek black hair now lay damp from sweat, clinging to his face in disarray. On this frigid winter night, the slender youth was clad in only a thin shirt, his feet shod in cotton slippers, quietly weeping in a deserted corner, voicing his grievances to the void. Gu Huai was furious, and at the same time, his heart ached with a subtle pain. Who did this? The single inquiry left Qin Lu momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Huh?" Gu Huai immediately bent down, tenderly caressing Qin Li's swollen face. "Who did this?" Qin Lu offered no reply, instead turning his head away in embarrassment, evading the touch of that large hand. This is not your concern, sir. I appreciate your kindness, but it is late, and you should return." Gu Huai, observing the glimmer of tears in the boy's eyes, yet his effort to remain composed, felt his heart soften profoundly. He removed his leather jacket and wrapped it around the boy entirely, and before Qin Lu could fully comprehend, he swept him up in his arms. Startled, Qin Lu struggled to break free, but he found himself unable to escape the embrace that held him fast. "Sir, what are you doing? Please put me down." "Not a chance." "Why you?" Gu Huai couldn't help but chuckle at the little one, who was now vexed with himself for his own response, and felt an overwhelming urge to track down the perpetrator and give him a sound thrashing. How callous could one be to inflict harm upon such a gentle and amiable soul? "All right, be still. Your wounds need tending. I shall take you to the hospital now. Do not fear." Gu Huai lowered his voice, striving to soothe the person in his arms gently, initially still simmering with silent anger. Qin Lu's eyes widened in astonishment at the unexpected kindness from a stranger. He could not fathom why someone he did not know would show him such compassion, especially when his own husband, who had vowed to stand by him, had resorted to violence on behalf of another. The stark contrast left Qin Lu feeling a pang of bitterness, and the tears that had subsided now surged forth once more, perhaps feeling embarrassed to weep openly before another. He bit down hard on his lip, stifling any sounds of sorrow. Gu Huai noticed this as well. He sighed and pulled Qin Lu closer. "If you wish to cry, then cry freely. No one will mock you for it." Those words shattered the tightly wound tension within Qin Lu. But the lessons of decorum instilled in him since childhood prevented him from breaking into loud sobs. Thus, the deeply saddened youth buried his face in the man's embrace. Weeping softly, the quiet sounds tugged at Gu Huai's heartstrings. That night, Qin Lu experienced a tumult of emotions, weeping for an extended period, and soon, he nestled into Gu Huai's arms and fell into a peaceful slumber. When he awoke, Qin Lu found himself seated on a long bench in a hospital corridor, receiving an intravenous drip. As he opened his eyes, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a comforting warmth. Blinking in confusion, he was startled by a hoarse voice behind him. "Are you awake?" It was only then that he realized he was cradled in someone's arms. The darkness he perceived being cast by the man's large hand, shielding him from the light. Instantly, his cheeks flushed crimson as he stammered, "Sir, thank you. But could you please set me down?" Gu Huai, watching the blush creep across Qin Li's neck, felt an inexplicable surge of joy. After Qin Lu had cried himself to sleep in his embrace, Gu Huai had carried him the entire way. Once the doctor had treated the wounds on Qin Li's face, he remained by his side in the corridor, keeping him company during the infusion. Gu Huai did not consider himself a particularly kind-hearted individual, yet that night, he found himself breaking his own principles repeatedly for this stranger he had only met once. Not only did he worry that Qin Lu might feel cold sitting in the chair, prompting him to pull him onto his lap, but he also feared that the corridor's lighting might disrupt his sleep, leading him to cover Qin Li's eyes with his hand. Such actions were far from his usual demeanor, yet he found himself doing just that. His friends would undoubtedly be astonished if they discovered his behavior. "Sir, could you please let me down?" The soft, gentle words pulled Gu Huai from his reverie. "Gu Huai," he responded. "Huh?" Qin Lu, momentarily taken aback by the man's response, instinctively turned to look at him, only to be met by a pair of eyes sparkling with mirth. "My name is Gu Huai." "Oh, Mr. Gu, my name is Qin Lu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Gu Huai observed Qin Li's earnest demeanor as he greeted him, finding it amusing, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The magnetic sound of his laughter reached Qin Li's ears, causing his cheeks to redden anew. Qin Li shifted slightly on Gu Huai's lap, yearning to get down. However, his movement was halted by Gu Huai's restraint. "Be good. It's chilly. Sitting up will make you susceptible to a cold. Just listen to me." While Qin Li had initially wanted to snuggle closer to his man, he felt the need to maintain a certain image. He turned to Gu Huai and earnestly replied, "But Mr. Gu, you gave me your coat. You might catch a cold too. You've already been so kind to me tonight. I cannot trouble you further." Gu Huai was taken aback by Qin Li's insistence, his careful enunciation rendering him somewhat endearing. "It's fine. If I hold you, neither of us will feel cold." Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback, wishing to argue further, but was silenced by Gu Huai covering his mouth. "Rest easy. But if you feel cold, you must tell me," Qin Lu insisted. "All right." With that, Qin Lu felt at ease being held by his man. 087. Observing the scene of his host nestled in the male lead's embrace, couldn't help but smirk. "Host, you look a bit like a lovesick fool, somewhat lewd." Qin Lu shrugged off the comment, unfazed. "So what? My man doesn't mind holding me." The two remained tightly entwined, the warmth radiating from Gu Huai's body seeping through the fabric and enveloping Qin Lu in a comforting embrace. Though neither spoke further, the atmosphere was imbued with an undeniable warmth. Occasionally, the nurse passing by would merely cover her mouth in excitement and continue on her way, refraining from disturbing the two. In this tranquil moment, Qin Lu suddenly thought that remaining in this embrace forever wouldn't be so bad. However, there always seemed to be some unwelcome intrusions. For instance, there was his husband, who had been quite the nuisance. "Qin Lu, what are you doing? Who is this man?" Just as Qin Lu was on the verge of drifting into slumber in Gu Huai's arms, a furious voice jolted him awake. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes to behold a grotesque face, bandaged and twisted. Ugh! What terrible luck to encounter this person everywhere. Chen Changshu, seeing that Qin Lu not only ignored him, but also seemed content to be embraced by another man, felt his anger escalate. So that is why you insisted on divorcing me. Is it because of this wild man? Do you have no shame?" As he spoke, he attempted to pull Qin Lu away. Upon witnessing his actions, Qin Lu instinctively recoiled, his body trembling with evident fear. Chen Changshu, pleased with Qin Lu's response, smugly thought just a pretty facade. However, before Chen could lay a hand on Qin Lu, a powerful grip seized him and forcefully tossed him to the ground. Chun's shriek startled Qin Lu, who instinctively wanted to check on him. Yet, before he could move, the man behind him gently set him down, turning him to face him and playfully flicked Qin Lu's forehead. "Fool!" Feeling slightly wronged, Qin Lu covered his head and muttered, "I'm not foolish." Gu Huai remained unconvinced. He immediately recognized that the man on the ground was the one who had harmed Qin Lu, and it was absurd that Qin Lu still wished to concern himself with Chun's injuries. Was that not foolishness? On the ground, wincing in pain, Chun Changshu observed the warm interaction between the two and could not help but unleash a torrent of insults. Qin Lu, you truly are shameless. It's no wonder your home is devoid of anything. You're a harbinger of misfortune, bringing ruin to your parents and me alike. Why don't you just die? And you, wild man by his side, both of you should perish. You deserve it. As Chun's caustic words escalated, Gu Huai's fists clenched in anger, itching to teach this ill-mannered individual a lesson. Yet before he could act, the small figure before him spoke up first. Silence. With tear-filled eyes, Qin Lu shouted at Chun Changshu, projecting a surprising amount of authority, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. Mr. Gu is an exceptionally good person. You cannot speak of him like that. I will not allow it. Ding. Current favorability. 15. Gu Huai gazed at the small figure standing protectively before him, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. He observed how, despite trembling in fear, Qin Lu found the courage to defend him against disparaging remarks. Suddenly, it felt as though his heart had been struck. Despite enduring such humiliation without a word, he found himself touched by Qin Lu's bravery in his defense. This person was indeed adorably foolish. Ding. Currently, the favorability is at 20. Chapter 4. The gentle wolf dog and his wife, Chun Changshu, never anticipated that the person who had always been submissive before him would dare to retort, especially in front of others. He felt utterly humiliated. Rising from the ground and gritting his teeth, he spat out, Qin Lu, do you think that having this man by your side will give you the courage? Have you forgotten how I usually treat you? Cheating in marriage. What audacity you possess. Do your parents know about your promiscuity? His cutting words caused Qin Li's eyes to flicker with embarrassment, pain, and helplessness. It was as if all his strength had been drained away, and he weakly responded, Chun Changshu, please stop speaking so recklessly. Mr. Gu is merely a kind-hearted individual. Our relationship is purely platonic. Do not project your filthy thoughts onto him. He is innocent. Qin Li's gaze shifted to the woman behind Chun Changshu, who bore a striking resemblance to him. With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, the one who has been unfaithful in marriage from the beginning is you, isn't it? No, I misspoke. You did not cheat. You merely engaged in a sham marriage. Chun Changshu was taken aback by Qin Li's audacity to bring this matter up in such a setting. The remnants of his shame flushed his face with heat, and in an attempt to mask his panic, he instinctively reached to strike again. However, this time, he was thwarted. Gu Huai swiftly pulled Qin Lu into his embrace, his icy glare warning the man before him, as if to convey that any further aggression would result in dire consequences. Chun Changshu was intimidated by that look, rendering him motionless. At that moment, Qin Lu gently tugged at Gu Huai's clothing, and as he leaned down, she spoke in a fragile voice, Mr. Gu, I wish to leave this place. Anywhere is fine. Please take me away. What sort of torment had driven this person to seek help from someone they had only met once? Gu Huai felt a deep curiosity about Qin Li's plight. But more than that, he felt a pang of sympathy. He mentally labeled Chun Changshu as a scoundrel. Without uttering a word, Gu Huai lifted Qin Lu and carried him out. As they passed by Chun Changshu, Gu Huai delivered a fierce punch with his free hand. Observing the man's anguished fall to the ground brought a sense of satisfaction to Gu Huai. In a daze, it seemed as if someone was calling out to him, yet Gu Huai paid no heed. His full attention was devoted to the fragile figure in his arms, leaving no room for distractions. Upon arrival, Qin Lu was gently placed on the bed, a cup of warm water pressed into his hands, and he finally came to his senses. Mr. Gu, this is my home. Hearing the expected response, Qin Lu felt a surge of anxiety. This cannot be. It is too much trouble for you. Host, could you lift your rear a little when saying that? Stop barking here. If it weren't for your character, I would have already leaped into Gu Huai's arms, seeking affection. Qin Lu mentally bantered with 087, while maintaining an outward appearance of unease. Perhaps I should just leave. Gu Huai ignored him, signaling for him to drink the water. Then, he wrapped Qin Lu snugly in the blanket. Stay here and recuperate. After saying this, he left the room without waiting for Qin Li's reaction. In bewilderment, Qin Lu thought, isn't he supposed to be a friend? And he just leaves like this? Host, your man has abandoned you. Get lost. Qin le fait déjected. Helpless, and eventually fell asleep. Some individuals had succumbed to slumber, while others remained awake. At that moment, Gu Huai stood silently on the balcony, observing the dim streetlights below. He pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend why he felt so uncharacteristically uneasy tonight. It seemed that merely seeing Qin Lu made his heart ache. As someone who had never experienced romance, Gu Huai found himself at a loss for answers and thus sought the counsel of a close friend. He deftly retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was swiftly answered, but the blaring music on the other end made Gu Huai regret his decision to call. "Well, Gu, what brings you to seek my company today? Cut the small talk. Linshian, find a quiet place. I have something to ask you." "Hold on." A few minutes later, the voice on the line returned. "Go ahead. What's on your mind?" Gu Huai briefly recounted the events of the evening to Linshian, expressing his confusion about why he felt this way towards Qin Lu. After digesting the information with some difficulty, Linshuan's excitement bubbled over. "No way. You don't realize it? You've fallen for him. Who would have thought? The unyielding tree has finally blossomed, captivated by someone else's spouse." "Impressive." Ignoring the teasing tone, Gu Huai murmured, "Is this what liking someone feels like?" "Of course." Linshian rolled his eyes. "Don't you know yourself? Your cold demeanor is one thing, but your temper. If someone so much as brushes against you, you'd be tempted to retaliate. And look at your actions tonight. Rather than just feeling sorry for him, you even took the initiative to comfort him. Normally, you're as hard as a rock. When have you ever been this considerate? Who is this person? I must meet them." Not wishing to endure any further banter, Gu Huai decisively ended the call. Was this affection? He couldn't be certain. He merely despised witnessing Qin Li's sorrow, for it unsettled him deeply. Ding. Current favorability, 30. The door to the bedroom creaked open gently, and Gu Huai approached the bed, where Qin Lu was nestled comfortably in his blanket. His lips slightly pouted and his expression serene. It made Gu Huai's heart feel as if it were sinking. He reached out to ruffle Qin Li's soft hair, whispering, "Sleep well. You'll feel better when you wake." Unbeknownst to Gu Huai, a subtle smile crept across Qin Li's face as he slept. The following morning, Gu Huai awoke to the enticing aroma of food. He groggily rose from the sofa, shook his head to clear his mind, and noticed the blanket draped over him. "Mr. Gu, you're awake." A gentle voice, tinged with shyness, reached his ears. Gu Huai lifted his gaze, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him stood Qin Lu, clad in his loose-fitting white t-shirt, which barely covered his rear due to their height difference. He wore no pants, revealing a pair of long, slender legs that glistened under the sunlight filtering through the curtains, illuminating his cheerful face and sweetening Gu Huai's heart. Ding. Currently, with a favorability rating of 35. Qin Lu observed that the man was clutching the blanket tightly and began to explain, "I woke up this morning and saw you lying on the sofa. I was concerned that you might catch a cold, so I took the liberty of finding something for you to cover up with. As for the clothes, I felt rather uncomfortable after waking up and couldn't find anything to wear after my shower, so I borrowed one of yours." Qin Lu spoke cautiously, fully aware that his actions might seem quite impolite, yet he felt he had no alternative. Noticing Gu Huai's furrowed brows, he mistakenly assumed the man was upset and hurried to apologize. "I'm sorry. I realize this is quite disrespectful, and I sincerely apologize. I am 24 years old." "Huh?" Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected revelation. "I'm 27 years old. You are older than I am." Qin Lu, puzzled, inquired, "So what?" "Thus, there is no need for you to address me with honorifics. You may simply call me by my name." It was then that Qin Lu comprehended Gu Huai was not actually angry with him. Relieved, he smiled more gently. "Gu Huai, I prepared breakfast. Please wake up and have something to eat." Chapter 5. The gentle spouse of the raucous little wolf dog after swiftly finishing their breakfast. Qin Lu prepared to take his leave. Gu Huai, frowning, regarded the person who expressed a desire to depart, and for the first time found the words spilling from that small mouth quite unpalatable. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Qin Li's gaze fell. Troubled, he could not return to Changshu's home, nor could he go back to his parents' house. It seemed he truly had nowhere to go. "Why not stay?" came the cold, unyielding question. Qin Lu bit his lip, "Because it would cause you trouble." "But I do not see you as a trouble," Gu Huai replied. And do refrain from using honorifics with me. Otherwise, I shall have to resort to violence. Do you understand? The man's threatening words startled Qin Lu, and he nodded repeatedly, I understand. Thus, Qin Lu ultimately chose to remain. Strangely, the two individuals, who had only known each other for a day, seemed oblivious to the excessive trust they had placed in one another. At that moment, they sat side by side on the sofa, enveloped in silence. Eventually, Gu Huai broke the stillness. That person from the hospital last night, is he your husband? Your relationship does not appear to be amicable. The bluntness of his words left Qin Lu feeling somewhat embarrassed. His fingers, which hung at his sides, instinctively tightened around the fabric of his clothes. You noticed that, did you? He replied. He does not love me. To him, I am merely a stepping stone to someone he truly cares for. Qin Lu felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain of what he had done wrong to deserve such treatment from Qin Changshu. After struggling for a while, he took a deep breath and raised his gaze to meet Gu Huai's steadfast eyes. If I were to share my past with you, would you be willing to listen? Speak, and I shall listen. In truth, uncovering the events surrounding Qin Lu was not a daunting task for Gu Huai. Rather, he wished for Qin Lu to confide in him directly. This was Gu Huai's way of showing respect for Qin Lu and a testament to his place in Qin Li's heart. Exposing one's scars to another is a cruel and painful endeavor, yet for reasons unknown, Qin Lu felt an irresistible urge to reveal all the grievances and sufferings he had endured throughout the first half of his life to the man before him. Even if he were to disdain me after hearing this, treating me with less kindness, it would matter not. I have been married to him for 3 years. Our acquaintance blossomed from an unexpected encounter. After a brief interaction, one day he confessed his affections for me. Initially, I felt indifferent towards him, yet his unwavering kindness gradually endeared him to me, and thus we embarked on a romantic journey together. Before long, we exchanged vows. You may not perceive it, but I was once a piano instructor. However, due to his influence, I have long since resigned from that position. His family circumstances were not favorable, yet he harbored great ambitions. He expressed his desire to establish a company and become a renowned entrepreneur in the city. Wishing for all to recognize that I married a capable man, I wholeheartedly supported him, even depleting our finances for the betterment of his business. While his career flourished day by day, his demeanor towards me deteriorated with each passing moment. Just a few days ago, while tidying up the house, I stumbled upon a photograph of him with a girl named Bai Yi, who bore a striking resemblance to me. It was then that I realized he was with me solely for my family background, seeking wealth and power to provide a better life for that girl. Unable to contain my anger, I confronted him. To my shock, he became violent, and in a panic, I grabbed an object and struck him before fleeing. That is when I encountered you. Qin Lu recounted the original owner's past, each word laden with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Tears streamed down her cheeks like scattered pearls, yet she made no effort to wipe them away. I am at a loss as to what I did wrong to deserve such treatment. These years of affection feel like a cruel joke, and they have also implicated my parents, rendering their efforts futile. Now, I cannot even fulfill the modest wish of seeking a divorce. Why have I truly erred? Gu Huai gazed at the tear-streaked face before him. Seeing her as a lost child, bewildered and fearful, his heart ached. Yes, you were mistaken. He gently wiped away the traces of tears on Qin Li's face. Your error lies in your inability to discern character, in your overly tender heart. If it were me, I would have dealt with that person in a manner so severe that even their mother would be unrecognizable. Qin Li couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Huai's words. Huai, you are being overly dramatic. How could you ever resort to violence? In my eyes, you are a wonderful person. Seeing her smile brought relief to Gu Huai, and upon hearing her words, he became intrigued. Oh, what kind of person am I in your eyes? Qin Lu lowered her head, pondering for a moment before responding earnestly. Well, to me, Huai is a warm-hearted, kind, attentive, and gentle individual. Though he may appear fierce at times, I know he is a good person, and I quite like Huai. Like? The mere utterance of that word struck Gu Huai profoundly. Even knowing that Qin Lu referred to a platonic affection, he could not suppress his joy. After Qin Lu spoke, noticing Gu Huai's stunned silence, she found it odd. She waved her hand in front of him. Huai, what is wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? In the next moment, his hand was enveloped by a larger one. Qin Li's eyes widened as he observed the man lean closer, so near that their noses almost touched. Stiffening in place, Qin Li dared not move, only to hear the man's deep, husky voice whispering in his ear. Indeed, you have misinterpreted. This is not the essence of me, but merely the facade before you. Why, what does this mean? Qin Li sensed the disquiet, his face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to escape, only to be drawn back by the man's firm embrace around his waist. It means, I merely wish to treat you well. Ultimately, their conversation concluded with Qin Li fleeing in a flurry. Gu Huai reclined comfortably on the sofa, watching the timid little figure retreating like a bashful rabbit into the bedroom. A soft chuckle escaping his lips. What a silly rabbit, forgetting whose home it was. If he truly wished to capture him, where could he possibly run? At 27 years of age, how could he still be so endearing, so delightful that Gu Huai felt an urge to hide him away, to keep him solely for himself? Yet, such a thought would surely sadden the little rabbit. With a sigh of regret, Gu Huai dismissed that notion and turned his thoughts to two others. Since he did not wish to upset the little rabbit, he resolved to engage in something that would bring him joy. As he contemplated this, he dialed Chu Linxian. Help me investigate two individuals. Their animosity, came the reply. They have wronged my beloved, and I intend to make them pay. Chapter 6. The gentle side of the wayward wolf dog host. Your man is seeking vengeance for you. Of course, my man is fiercely protective. Qin Li proudly lifted his chin, extolling Gu Huai to 087. Didn't they say a Huai is quite irritable in this world? I haven't noticed it at all. 087 rolled its eyes, feigning ignorance. Your man always presents that gentle and considerate demeanor before you. If you wish to see him in action, wait until he confronts Chun Changshu. Then you shall witness it. To be honest, Qin Li had yet to see Ah Huai in a combative light, and he found himself rather intrigued. 087. I've realized you understand me quite well. How so? My Ah Huai is indeed gentle and caring towards me. Why are you suddenly silent? You jest, I speak of you. Unaware that the system was silently chastising him, Qin Li continued to bask in thoughts of Gu Huai. Meanwhile, Gu Huai had procured the files on Chun Changshu and Bai Yi, which meticulously documented their misdeeds over the years. Hey, Gu Huai, the information has been sent. Take your time to review it. However, neither of these individuals is of good character, and your companion seems quite unfortunate. Understood. Thank you. On the other end, as Chu Linxian hung up, he clicked his tongue in disbelief. To have garnered Gu Huai's concern to this extent, it appeared he truly had a sister-in-law now. He needed to relay this news to their brothers promptly, lest some dim-witted souls offend the beloved sister-in-law. As Gu Huai examined the information on his phone, his frown deepened, and the atmosphere around him grew increasingly tense. As for Chun Changshu, there was no need to elaborate. He had deliberately approached Qin Li, engaging in deceitful marriage schemes, embezzlement, and power grabs, a hypocrite thriving on the blood and flesh of the Qin family. Simply revolting. As for Bai Yi, Gu Huai meticulously scrutinized the photograph of the woman. Yet after a prolonged examination, he could not discern any resemblance between her and Qin Li. Qin Li possessed delicate features and a strikingly graceful visage. Her cat-like, crystal-clear eyes seemed capable of peering into one's soul, and her smile blossomed like a blooming eustoma, emanating warmth and gentleness. In contrast, Bai Yi, though not unattractive, evoked in Gu Huai a sense of cunning and malice. After all, how many individuals entangled with someone else's spouse could truly be virtuous? Furthermore, this woman had appeared before him on several occasions. She was present during a brawl with some ruffians, encountered him at work, and had feigned surprise at the hospital while calling out to him. What could her intentions possibly be? Regardless of their motives, Gu Huai resolved that neither of them could be permitted to remain. Entering the bedroom, he observed Qin Li, her cheeks flushed with shyness after such an extended period, and found it amusing. He felt an increased sense of gratitude that the dim-witted Chun Changshu had mistaken pearls for mere fish eyes, thereby benefiting him instead. Is there something you need? Qin Li inquired, her gaze darting around the room, avoiding his, betraying her nervousness. A mischievous thought flickered through Gu Huai's mind. He swiftly approached, forcefully pressing Qin Lu onto the bed. Startled by the man looming so close, Qin Lu attempted to push him away, but was utterly immobilized by his overwhelming strength. "Oh, why, please let me go. We can't do this." You need to get up," she stammered, her lips moving as she spoke. Yet, Gu Huai absorbed none of her words, captivated instead by her cherry-red mouth, which appeared utterly kissable. Typically carefree, Gu Huai lowered his head and captured her incessantly chattering lips with his own. How sweet! How could it be so sweet? Gu Huai felt himself drowning in this delightful sensation. He held on to Qin Lu tightly, akin to a traveler in the desert discovering a refreshing spring. Only when her struggles began to diminish did he reluctantly pull away. Witnessing Qin Lu with tear-brimmed eyes and gasping for breath, he feared that if he lingered any longer, he might succumb to primal instincts. With a somewhat flustered demeanor, he averted his gaze and turned to retrieve Qin Li's phone, saving his contact information. "I have something to attend to. I'll be stepping out for a bit. I've saved my contact in your phone. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." With that, he departed, though his retreating figure bore an unmistakable air of hasty escape. How does it feel, host, to be forcefully kissed? Need you ask? It was exhilarating. Qin Lu mused, thoroughly content with the kiss. However, considering his character, Gu Huai's forceful advance would undoubtedly leave Qin Lu feeling humiliated. Moreover, as he was currently in a fragile emotional state, such actions would only deepen his sorrow. It appeared that a certain towering figure was set on pursuing his beloved. While Qin Lu reveled in this misfortune, Gu Huai was already en route to the Gu Corporation. His first order of business upon arriving at the office was to instruct human resources to terminate Bai Yi, after which he made his way directly to his father's office. Without lifting his head, Gu's father recognized his wayward son. "What brings you to our company today?" "Father, I have something to discuss with you." Noticing Gu Huai's serious demeanor, Father Gu also adopted a solemn expression. "What is it?" "I wish to confront Changya." Changya. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Gu Huai's eyes. How can a scoundrel speak of deep affections? It is a blatant insult to the very term. Father Gu appeared somewhat taken aback. "Changya? Is that the company that has risen in recent years due to digital products? Why the sudden desire to take action against him?" "There is no other reason. It is simply that the president of Changya, Chen Changshu, has bullied your daughter-in-law." "Oh, in that case, wait a moment, daughter-in-law. You finally have a partner. Whose child is she? Is she male or female? What does she do? How many are there in her family? What is her name?" Gu Huai felt helpless. He knew it would turn out this way. "Father, do you talk this much? Doesn't Team Mother find you bothersome? You little rascal. Are you looking for trouble?" "My relationship with your mother is just fine." Seeing that Gu Huai did not wish to elaborate, Father Gu ceased his inquiries. "All right, you may handle this matter. Amir Changya is not worthy of our concern. Since you have chosen her, treat her well. If your wife is being wronged outside, it is your duty to reclaim her honor. Also, make sure to bring her home to meet us soon. Settle things as soon as possible." Gu Huai found himself in agreement with his father's perspective. "I will, thank you, father." "All right, off you go to attend to your affairs." Chapter 7. The gentle wife of the willful little wolf dog, Gu Huai, spent the morning at the office, formulating a comprehensive strategy to deal with Chen Changshu, and was finally satisfied as he returned home. However, upon opening the door, he discovered that his sizable wife was nowhere to be found. With a dark expression, Gu Huai sat on the sofa, surveying the familiar surroundings. Everything remained unchanged, as though that person had never been there. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and checked his pinned contacts. Excellent. He had been blocked. Calls went unanswered. Frustrated yet puzzled, he wondered why she had run away. Hadn't he treated her well enough? "Julin Soon, my wife has disappeared." "What?" That night, within the largest bar in City S, weary patrons unwound to the music, some socializing with friends, others drowning their sorrows in drink. Yet, in a private room on the second floor, sat a man with a grim countenance, surrounded by a few jovial fools who could not contain their laughter. "Ha ha! I can't take it anymore. Gu, you are truly something." Chu Linxian, clutching his stomach, struggled to give Gu Huai a thumbs up. Beside them, Ji Qing and Shun Yunhan were laughing so hard they could barely straighten up, resorting to kneeling on the floor and banging their heads against the wall. They had grown up together as brothers. Yet how could one be so utterly foolish? Have you laughed enough? Gu Huai's voice, laced with menace, silenced the trio, who hastily straightened their posture and donned serious expressions to offer emotional guidance to their brother. When I kiss him, he blushes and gets shy. Does it not indicate he has feelings for me? If that is the case, then why did he leave without a word? Chu Lin-Xian and the others fell silent. Are you sure that isn't due to your kiss, taking his breath away? Ah Huai, did you confess to your little sister-in-law before kissing her? Gu Huai pondered for a moment and honestly replied, no. And afterward? Neither. Goodness gracious, this is utterly outrageous. It is fortunate for him that he possesses a good temperament. Had it been someone else, a slap across the face would have been in order. Observing Gu Huai, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Chu Lin-Xian exchanged glances with the other two before earnestly beginning to admonish him. Gu Huai, do you not realize that touching your sister-in-law without uttering a single word is nothing short of lewdness? Gu Huai, feeling indignant, retorted, but she blushes when she sees me. Ji-Qin sighed, Ah Huai, a blush does not equate to affection. According to your reasoning, your sister-in-law, having faced difficulties at home and being in a vulnerable state, encountered you, who treated her with kindness and care. This could indeed be a glimmer of light for her. However, I believe that even if she feels a fleeting attraction, it is predominantly gratitude. Moreover, you are merely strangers who have known each other for a day. In this context, your teasing words and forceful kiss leave her feeling bewildered. Indeed, Guga, they chimed in. Moreover, after your kiss, you merely left your contact information and departed without even confessing your feelings or comforting her. I dare say she must feel humiliated and heartbroken. Although the three spoke with great tact, Gu Huai could discern from their expressions that he was perceived as a beast. He awkwardly touched his nose. Was my behavior truly that reprehensible? The trio nodded vigorously. If this were in the early days of the Republic, you would be charged with lewdness and face a firing squad. What should I do now? Gu Huai inquired. Ah Huai, regardless of whether your sister-in-law harbors feelings for you, you must convey your sentiments. If she reciprocates, that is splendid. If not, then you should pursue her openly. Enlightened, Gu Huai nodded in understanding and promptly made his way outside, only to pause as if recalling something. Oh, Ji-Qin, you ought to address me differently. Only my wife may call me Ah Huai. Ji-Qin within the room was left speechless, thinking to himself, such a lovesick fool. Well, a smile will suffice. Meanwhile, Qin Lu, the subject of their conversation, was meandering through a snack street. After leaving Gu Huai's home and assuring his parents of his safety over the phone, he applied for a position as a piano teacher at an art institution. Although the original host had not touched a piano in years, his strong skills prevailed, and he successfully obtained the job. Host, you act as though you haven't eaten in centuries, 087 remarked disdainfully, observing him nearly pressing himself against a stall selling fried snacks. What do you know? Having spent so many years in the ancient world, it's not as if I haven't eaten for centuries. Though the imperial chef cuisine was delightful, the mere aroma of these junk foods makes my mouth water. Fried chicken, skewers, barbecue, here I come. Seeing Qin Lu poised for action. 087 expressed concern. Host, temper your enthusiasm. The original host had adhered to a light diet to please Qin Changshu. Suddenly indulging in such rich foods may lead to an upset stomach. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Just leave me be. With no ability to dissuade him, 087 allowed it to unfold. However, the consequence of such indulgence was that the following day, Qin Lu indeed suffered from stomachache. See, I told you so. Silence. You have the tongue of a raven, 087 remarked as he observed Qin Li's pained, pale face. If it hurts too much, perhaps we should forego work today. No, I cannot take a leave on my first day. It would leave a poor impression. I must go, Qin Lu insisted, unaware that the original owner's stomach was so delicate. With no other option, he resolved to endure the discomfort and prepare for work. After a long day of lessons, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the last child off. As he walked out, he confided in the system about his need to visit the hospital. Host, your man has arrived, the system informed him. Upon raising his head, Qin Lu indeed spotted his partner leaning against his black motorcycle, gazing at him intently. Is he here already? I'm not in the mood for theatrics right now. After locating Qin Lu, Gu Huai rushed over, having waited eagerly to see him. However, as soon as Qin Lu spotted him, he turned and fled as if encountering a plague. Gu Huai felt a pang of sorrow. He swiftly approached and grasped Qin Li's wrist. Where are you running off to? Panic-stricken, Qin Lu looked at the man with an unfriendly expression. Mr. Gu, please let me go. I am not someone to be trifled with. Do not bully me any further. Gu Huai was at a loss. It seemed he had truly frightened Qin Lu that day. Who said I was bullying you? Wait, what is wrong with you? Noticing the pallor of Qin Li's face, the sheen of sweat on his brow, and the loss of color in his usually rosy lips, Gu Huai's expression tightened with concern. I will take you to the hospital. Without hesitation, he lifted Qin Lu and placed him onto the motorcycle seat before mounting the bike himself. Do not be afraid. Hold on to my waist. Qin Lu attempted to struggle free. You needn't concern yourself with me. We aren't too close. Please let me down. Gu Huai felt as though this little one was stabbing at his heart, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Be quiet," startled by his outburst. Qin Lu felt a wave of grievance wash over him. He buried his face into the man's windbreaker, softly weeping. The delicate sounds reached Gu Huai's ears, almost breaking his heart. However, there was no time for explanations. The priority was getting Qin Lu to the hospital. Gu Huai held him securely, and once assured of his safety, he revved the motorcycle and sped off. By a twist of fate, the doctor attending to Qin Lu was the very same who had treated his wounds previously. The doctor, slightly surprised, remarked, "Ah, it's you two again." It was no wonder the doctor recognized them. After all, few couples would embrace as they registered, consulted, or collected medication in the hospital. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor noted, "You two seem to share a strong bond. Everything appears fine. It's just that he consumed something irritating, which his stomach could not tolerate. A couple of saline drips will remedy the situation." "Thank you, doctor." When Gu Huai returned to the ward after escorting the doctor out, he found Qin Lu buried under the covers, leaving only a rounded head visible. Chapter 8. The gentle partner of a headstrong little wolf dog, Gu Huai tugged at the blanket, but would not budge. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, observing the small, yet considerable determination. "Show your head. Don't suffocate yourself." Qin Lu resisted beneath the covers. Pouting, "I want to show myself just because you tell me to. Do I not have any pride? Not listening, are you? What if I don't?" In the next moment, Qin Lu found himself enveloped in an embrace along with the blanket. "Do you think you can evade me so easily?" Qin Lu was taken aback, not expecting such a tactic from a man. "Very well, you've sealed your fate. It seems a little torment is in order." He deliberately lifted his head from the blanket to gaze at Gu Huai. Gu Huai smirked, but the next moment, his smile froze on his face. For Qin Lu was crying, silently shedding tears, yet the intensity of his sorrow shook Gu Huai's heart to its core. "Don't cry. I didn't mean to. You're still unwell, and I worried that hiding under the covers would be detrimental to your health." Gu Huai stammered, flustered, desperate to halt the tears flowing from the one in his arms. Yet, Qin Lu stubbornly refused to comply, crying even harder, his little nose turning red from the weeping. "You don't cry. I was wrong. I admit it. Is that not enough? Please stop crying. You are a villain." Yes, I'm a villain. Just please don't cry. Call me whatever you wish. I'll accept it. All right?" Encouraged by the man's unconditioned indulgence, Qin Lu grew bolder, beginning to sob while recounting the grievances he had suffered. "You were kind to me before, so I thought you were a good person. But it turns out you were just toying with me, humiliating me. You disregarded my feelings. I said no, yet you forced me. I did nothing wrong. Why must you all bully me? Woe is me. You are all the villains, and I despise you." Gu Huai wished fervently to turn back time and slap his past self. Had he known that this incident would plummet Qin Li's impression of him, he would never have foolishly forced a kiss. It was best to clarify this matter swiftly. Gu Huai reached out, grasping Qin Lu's shoulders. His gaze firmly locked on him. "Qin Lu, I sincerely apologize for what I did at my home, but I do not regret it. I like you." Ding. Current affection level, 70. The sudden confession left Qin Lu flustered. "Don't deceive me. I am so inadequate. How could you possibly?" "I do." Gu Huai cupped Qin Lu's face, gently wiping away the remnants of tears. "Qin Lu, Do not underestimate yourself. You are remarkable, deserving of everyone's affection, including mine. Do you know? I have never been a compassionate person, yet I encountered you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a pang of sympathy. I wanted to protect you, to help you overcome all challenges, and to ensure you only wore a smile. I recognize this may seem inappropriate, but I cannot restrain myself. It is my instinct to love you. Though the latter sentiment remained unspoken, Qin Lu could infer its meaning, hastily averting his gaze. I'm not as good as you say. I do not deserve it. Qin Lu, worthiness is not for you to determine. In my eyes, Gu Huai, you are the finest of all, incomparable to anyone. Before meeting you, I had never experienced love. That day at home, I noticed your cheeks flushed, and I mistakenly assumed you share my feelings. Without revealing my affections, I acted impulsively, causing you pain for which I am truly sorry. Observing the tall boy, who radiated a rebellious spirit, I now held him gently in my embrace, carefully expressing my apologies and affection. At that moment, even if Qin Li's heart were made of stone, it would inevitably soften. For the first time, he raised his hand to tenderly ruffle the boy's hair. It's all right. I don't blame you anymore. Really? Qin Li felt a bit awkward under Gu Huai's surprised gaze, yet he continued. After all, I also made a mistake. I misunderstood you. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Huai tightly embraced him. Darling, you truly are the best person in the world. Within, Gu Huai marveled at his wife's gentle disposition while reproaching Chun Changshu for his foolishness. To marry Qin Lu, he must have saved the universe in a past life. Yet he failed to cherish her. Darling, I adore you. I want to pursue you. I want you to be my wife. Qin Lu was perplexed as to what had earned Gu Huai's affection. He watched the boy nuzzle against his neck, feeling an overwhelming shyness. Why are you speaking nonsense? And don't call me that. What's wrong with that? Should I call you wife instead? Wife. Qin Li's ears turned crimson at the incessant repetition, and he couldn't help but cover Gu Huai's astonishingly bold mouth with his hand. Gu Huai gently removed the hand covering his lips and placed it against his own, bestowing a soft kiss. I realize that my feelings for you may come as a shock, and you might need time to process them, but I still wish to pursue you. You can't deny me this opportunity, can you? Though Qin Lu had a rebuttal on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to voice it, ultimately retreating a step. I am not divorced yet, and so much has happened recently. I might not be able to reciprocate your feelings. Are you certain? I am certain. You need not worry about the divorce. I will handle everything, including those who have wronged you. I won't let a single one escape. Just grant me this chance, and I assure you, you are destined to be mine. Qin Lu felt a tremor of apprehension at Gu Huai's unwavering gaze, akin to being targeted by a top predator. Yet, deep within, he sensed a flicker of excitement. Perhaps he longed for someone to genuinely love him. With a sigh, Qin Lu chastised himself for indulging in such fantasies, recalling the lessons from his 3 years of failed marriage. However, seeing the eager expression on the boy's face, he could not bear to disappoint him. All right. The affections of youth are often fleeting. Once he tires of this, it shall pass. What Qin Lu did not realize was that Gu Huai had proclaimed his feelings to everyone around him, leaving no retreat for himself. How could he possibly tire of such love? Chapter 9. The gentle side of the rebellious young wolf indeed. The reality contradicted Qin Li's expectations. Gu Huai's affections only grew more intense, becoming increasingly clingy. It remains a mystery how Gu Huai acquires his work schedule, for he invariably appears punctually, riding his once stylish motorcycle to escort him to and from work, undeterred by wind or rain. Alas, that motorcycle has lost its former flair. Concerned that Qin Lu might feel cold on the leather seat, Gu Huai promptly returned home to make adjustments. What was once a striking heavy metal-themed motorcycle is now enveloped in soft, plush dog cushions wherever Qin Lu might touch. The man who previously rode it like a sports car has transformed, not only donning a helmet, but also restricting his speed to below 30, treating the motorcycle as if it were a mere electric scooter. What? You ask why he doesn't drive? Quite simply, the motorcycle's seat is too small for two. And in a car, Gu Huai would miss the chance for intimate moments with his beloved wife. Why? My colleagues are going out for dinner tonight. You needn't pick me up. No way. I can't bear the thought of you alone. Tell me where you're dining, and I'll come for you after. Oh, it's really unnecessary. Not all, just tell me. His commanding voice on the phone seemed to imply that should Qin Lu withhold the address, he would appear before him, questioning him earnestly. All right, Fine. Good. Don't drink too much if your stomach isn't well, and don't force yourself to eat what you dislike. I'll cook for you when you get home. Qin Lu has always found it hard to imagine Gu Huai, the man he knows, donned in an apron, washing his hands to prepare a meal, yet he witnessed it. Since Gu Huai's hospitalization due to stomach pain, he had started learning to cook. Each time Qin Lu saw him carrying a SpongeBob-themed lunchbox, he couldn't help but smile, though there was a tinge of bitterness in that smile. He had noticed the small cuts on the man's slender fingers, remnants of a knife's edge. Once upon a time, his own hands bore similar scars. Ah yes, that was during the early days of his marriage to Chun Changshu, when Chun was just starting his career and faced numerous social engagements, leading to an early onset of gastritis. Qin Lu, feeling for him, had resigned from his teaching position to learn how to prepare nutritious medicinal dishes at home. He recalled how, in those early days, he often burned himself due to inexperience, a memory that now felt distant. In this moment, listening to Gu Huai's authoritative yet caring words, and his incessant reminders of what to be cautious about, Qin Lu finally believed that Gu Huai truly cherished him. Upon realizing this, a surge of warmth flooded Qin Li's chest, prompting him to ponder whether he should muster the courage to embrace this affection. Darling, why have you fallen silent? Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. I'm here. Thank you. Gu Huai paused for a moment, then lowered his head, smiling with delight. Qin Lu felt his cheeks flush at the sound of the man's magnetic laughter. What are you laughing at? Gu Huai joyfully replied, Darling, does this mean you are beginning to accept my affection? I'm not. Qin Li's flustered retort only heightened Gu Huai's elation. Just as he was about to respond, he realized that the call had ended. Truly, he was a shy little rabbit. The bond between the two individuals here has grown increasingly intimate, and their interactions are filled with joy. In stark contrast, the other two find themselves in a predicament. Ever since Bai Yi was inexplicably dismissed, she has been desperately seeking connections to re-enter the Gu group, as she cannot find a job elsewhere that offers such favorable conditions. However, regardless of her attempts to curry favor or plead her case, the higher-ups remain unyielding. Consequently, she has moved out from Gu Huai's residence, believing that her brief encounters with him would leave a favorable impression, hoping to leverage his name to pressure the HR department. Yet, she was informed that her dismissal was indeed Gu Huai's decision. In that moment, she was taken aback, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks under the HR's mocking gaze, ultimately leaving in disgrace and seeking refuge with her childhood friend. Chun Changshu is elated by the arrival of his beloved, yet he is also burdened with his own troubles. Recently, Qin Lu has been acting strangely, refusing to return home and even blocking all his contact information, which has incited a sense of anger in him, as he has always been obedient to Qin Lu's whims. Furthermore, their company is currently developing a new type of chip, but it appears to be the target of malicious forces, as suppliers who had previously signed contracts to provide materials for chip production are now withdrawing, showing no concern even when threatened with penalties for breach of contract. Brother Su, I am at a loss as to how I offended Gu Huai to warrant such treatment. His beloved laments with tear-filled eyes, causing Chun Changshu to momentarily dismiss his company's issues and focus entirely on comforting her. Xiao Yi, you are not at fault. It is his error. He fails to recognize your worth, blinded by his own ignorance. By the way, who is this Gu Huai? Have I met him? Bai Yi ponders, nodding as she recalls. Yes, you have met him. He was the one who accompanied you to the hospital, the man next to your wife. He is not my wife. Chun Changshu hastily retorts, yet memories of Gu Huai's intimate gestures with Qin Lu flood back, causing his eyes to widen in realization. I see now why nothing seems to be going my way recently. It is because Qin Lu has climbed the tall tree of the Gu family. Brother Su, I don't quite understand. Observing Bai Yi's bewilderment, Chun Changshu felt a mix of frustration and determination. Xiao Yi, do you not grasp it yet? Qin Lu and Gu Huai are involved, which is why Gu Huai dismissed you and is acting against my company. What? How could they do this? Brother Su, what should we do? Bai Yi, utterly flustered, leans on him for support, which greatly satisfies Chun Changshu's vanity. He draws her into his embrace and, with a tone of disdain, assures her, "Fear not, I shall confront Qin Lu today. He is timid, and he will heed my words. Then I shall trouble you." Brother Su, Bai Yi's voice is sweet and soft, yet her eyes harbor a venomous intent. "Qin Lu, the humiliation I endure is all due to you. I shall not let you escape unscathed." Achoo! Just then, while engaging in light-hearted banter with colleagues, Qin Lu suddenly sneezes. "What's wrong? Caught a cold?" A colleague inquires with concern, to which Qin Lu rubs his nose and smiles. "No, perhaps someone is secretly speaking ill of me." 087. What is happening? Do not be anxious, dear host. Allow me a moment to observe. Qin Changshu has become involved with Bai Yi, and he is already aware that your partner is targeting him for your sake. He is preparing to seek you out. Is that so? Qin Lu narrowed her eyes. 087. Disclose my address to him. Tonight, I shall exploit him to further my relationship with Gu Huai. Chapter 10. The tenderness of the proud young wolf dog and his wife Qin Lu. Are you sure you can manage alone? As the gathering concluded, everyone assisted one another in exiting the establishment, ready to return home. "I'm fine. No need to worry about me. Someone will come to pick me up shortly." The others exchanged knowing smiles. Your little boyfriend, perhaps? Every day after work, they could see that supermodel-like man expressionlessly waiting by the roadside, transforming into a large dog eager to greet his owner the moment Qin Lu appeared. They had long discerned that the bond between the two was not ordinary. Qin Lu did not refute their words, but instead offered a shy smile. Once everyone had departed, she took a moment to stretch her body, preparing herself for what was to come. "Darling, wait for me. I shall arrive soon." After silencing her phone and tucking into her pocket, Qin Lu listened to the approaching footsteps behind her, her eyes lighting up. He has arrived. Ayuri. With a sweet smile, Qin Lu turned around, only to be rooted to the spot in shock. "WH, what are you doing here? How did you find me?" Qin Changshu's face emerged from the shadows. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Lu, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. "Disappointed to see me? What can I say? After all, I am your husband. Why you are not?" Qin Lu involuntarily trembled in the presence of the man before her. The memory of her previous beating lingered painfully in her mind. As Chun Changshu advanced menacingly, she could only retreat repeatedly, struggling to suppress her fear as she warned him. "Don't come any closer. I'll let you know. Gu Huai will be here soon. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go." Qin Lu had hoped that this would deter Qin Changshu, but instead, her words struck a nerve, inciting an immediate fury in the already unstable man. Qin Changshu's face contorted with rage as he swiftly approached, one hand seizing Qin Lu's wrist while the other gripped her throat. "Still thinking about Gu Huai? Did you not assert that you had nothing to do with him? Truly, Qin Lu, you are nothing but a shameless wretch." Qin Lu reached out to grasp Chun Changshu's hand, attempting to break free, but his strength overpowered hers, leaving her struggling to speak. "I'll let go of me, you scoundrel. If you wish for me to release you, very well." Chun Changshu cast a sinister glance at Qin Lu, whose face was flushed from his grip, before he hurled her to the ground. The force sent Qin Lu rolling twice, leaving her face, hands, and legs scraped and bruised. Qin Changshu regarded the trembling figure of Qin Lu on the ground, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. "Daring to place a green hat upon me, and even inviting your lover to retaliate against me. When did you grow so audacious? It seems that without a taste of reality, you truly believe that with Gu Huai's protection, I would not dare to lay a hand on you." Approaching Qin Lu, Chun Changshu lifted his foot, poised to kick. As Qin Lu, exhausted from the recent skirmish, cowered in fear, covering his head and hoping to avoid serious injury, he waited for what felt like an eternity, only to find that he did not experience any physical pain. Tentatively, he lifted his head and beheld the once imposing man before him, now being effortlessly subdued by a towering figure. It was Gu Huai. Gu Huai had come to his rescue. Heaven knows the fury that surged within Gu Huai when he saw his precious treasure trembling on the ground, frightened, and when the despicable Chun Changshu dared to threaten him. At that moment, Gu Huai felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Qin Changshu. Fueled by rage, Gu Huai rushed forward, kicking the man to the ground, and seized Qin Changshu by the collar, raising his fist to rain blows upon his face without mercy. Each strike landed with brutal force, leaving Qin Changshu bloodied and gasping for breath. Yet Gu Huai remained indifferent to his pleas. His singular focus was to ensure that Qin Changshu would never again harm his beloved. Gu Huai resembled a feral beast, driven to madness, mindlessly swinging his fists until a choked sob broke through the chaos. Ai! Startled from his fury, Gu Huai released the nearly lifeless man and turned swiftly to Qin Lu. His anger contorted his features, and the traces of Qin Changshu's blood only heightened his fearsome appearance. Yet Qin Lu paid no heed. He threw himself into Gu Huai's embrace, clinging desperately to his neck and weeping uncontrollably. Why didn't you come sooner? He bullied me. Why did it take you so long? Gu Huai felt his eyes welling with tears as he held Qin Lu close, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. My dear, it's my fault. I'm so sorry. Gu Huai, I want to go home. Gu Huai sensed the fragility of the person in his arms, as if he might shatter at any moment. Panic surged within him, and he hurriedly lifted Qin Lu. All right, we're going home. I'll take you home right now. As they passed Qin Changshu, Gu Huai cast a fleeting glance at him. Though no words were exchanged, that single look rendered Qin Changshu immobile, forbore the chilling gaze of one who gazes upon death. He understood that Gu Huai would not spare him. His fate was sealed. Gu Huai, however, chose to disregard him entirely, his thoughts consumed solely by Qin Lu. He hastened to the home where they had first met, gently placing Qin Lu on the bed. Only then did Gu Huai take a moment to assess Qin Lu's condition under the dim light. His face, body, and legs bore numerous abrasions, and the dark bruise on his neck was particularly harrowing. A tempest brewed in Gu Huai's eyes. He should have killed that beast on the spot. Chapter 11. The tenderness of the wayward little wolf dog. Gu Huai swiftly retrieved the first aid kit to tend to Qin Lu's wounds. Yet, Qin Lu now resembled a startled creature, the recent trauma having raised his defenses against anyone who approached. Get out. You need to leave. My dear, don't be afraid. It's me. Gu Huai discerned that Qin Lu was in a fragile state, and he refrained from making any sudden movements, striving to comfort him as best as he could. Darling, you've been hurt. Allow me to tend to your wound, and it will cease to ache. Hearing Gu Huai's voice, Qin Lu gazed up at him in a daze. The once brilliant eyes that sparkled like stars now appeared hollow, instilling a sense of dread in Gu Huai. A wound? Qin Lu shifted his gaze to his disheveled state, and upon noticing the bloodied injury, he abruptly crumbled, curling into a ball and murmuring helplessly. So dirty, so filthy. How could I have a wound? This shouldn't be. Gu Huai watched Qin Lu, who resembled a frightened little beast, his heart aching. Without hesitation, he knelt beside the bed and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Darling, Lele, you are not dirty. You are the purest of souls. Do not fear. I will bandage you, and once it is done, you will be free of pain. Qin Lu clutched Gu Huai's arm desperately, gripping so tightly that it left red marks. Yet neither seemed to notice. Oh, why am I hurt? Please tell me, I did nothing wrong. Why am I in pain? Gu Huai looked at Qin Lu, whose sorrow was palpable, eyes red-rimmed yet devoid of tears. My dear, I am sorry. I failed to protect you, and for that, I apologize. Guilt and remorse surged within him at that moment. Please, do not harm yourself. It is all my fault. I should have dealt with that beast sooner, preventing him from ever hurting you. I am sorry. Do not keep it bottled up. Speak to me about anything that troubles you. Gu Huai gently stroked Qin Lu's back, offering comfort to the trembling figure before him. Gu Huai, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Qin Lu looked at him with helpless eyes, repeatedly seeking reassurance, clinging stubbornly to the need for an answer. Each time he posed the question, Gu Huai pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Of course not, my dear. You have done nothing wrong. You're the finest person in this world. With each affirmation from Gu Huai, Qin Lu finally succumbed to his emotions, sobbing uncontrollably. Unlike his previous quiet tears, it was as if he were releasing all the grievances he had endured over the past 3 years, until exhaustion overtook him and he drifted into slumber. Once Qin Lu was asleep, Gu Huai cautiously tended to his wound. He endeavored to be gentle. It still elicited a wince from the sleeping figure. It hurts. Hearing the complaint, Gu Huai immediately halted, lying beside Qin Lu and soothing him as one would child. Only after Qin Lu had settled back into a peaceful sleep did Gu Huai proceed. He meticulously attended to the wound, removed Qin Li's soiled garments, and filled a basin with water to cleanse the grime from his skin. After dressing him in fresh sleepwear, he quietly retreated from the room. "Host, are you all right?" The previously slumbering figure turned over languorously. "Of course, I am well. Frog Fun, your performance was exceptional. You must be worried your man will be heartbroken." "Not at all. I am quite concerned for him. I merely wish to accelerate his affections for me." "Confused. Why are you so dim-witted?" Artificial intelligence at its finest. Qin Lu disdainfully rolled her eyes at 087. "Haven't you ever heard that love often brings a sense of indebtedness?" I do not doubt Gu Huai's feelings for me, but he is comparatively younger than Qi Huai and lacks his maturity. I am aware of his love for me, yet I cannot guarantee that he will not err in expressing that love as we journey forward. So, you staged this performance to elicit his sympathy? Indeed, I am confident that tonight's events will leave a significant impression on him. Deep down, he will remember that my pain stems from his failure to protect me. I have done nothing wrong. Thus, regardless of what transpires in the future, he will prioritize me. Besides, the instigator of this incident is none other than Chen Changshu. What do you believe his fate will be? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me deserves a punishment that is 1,000-fold. Host, you are even calculating against your own man. How can this be considered so? Qin Lu gently caressed the neatly wrapped bandages around her neck. I merely wish for him to love me a little more. He has suffered for so many years. Finally finding someone in these small worlds who is willing to love him wholeheartedly, naturally, he will hold on tightly. Of course, that is contingent upon his own love for her as well. All right, I shall not keep you any longer. This performance has drained my energy. I need to rest. Good night. Host. Outside the bedroom door, Gu Huai leaned against the door frame, sending messages on his phone. Ji Qing, please send me the contact information for your exceptional psychologist friend. I have something to discuss. What is it? Can I assist? Yi Kvink replied instantly. Gu Huai pondered for a moment before deciding to share the situation. His fingers moved swiftly, and soon he had conveyed the essence of the matter. In the next moment, the other party initiated a video call. Gu Huai frowned and, after confirming that everything was normal in the room, stepped onto the balcony to answer the call. Before he could speak, the loud voices of Chu Linxian and Shun Yuhan, along with Ji Qing's exasperated interjections, echoed from within. Gu, that Chen Changshu has a death wish, daring to lay hands on our sister-in-law. Exactly, Gu Huai. Tomorrow I'll take a few brothers to smash his company. Damn it, he truly thinks he is something, bullying the weak. Gu Huai watched the two faces nearly pressed against the camera and subtly distanced his phone. No need. I will handle him. Gu Huai had initially intended to force Chen Changshu into a corner and then offer him a glimmer of hope, only to ruthlessly crush him when he believed he could rise again. However, he no longer desired to proceed in such a manner. That approach required far too much time, and he could no longer wait. I will unleash all my resources to relentlessly attack Chen Changshu. I want him to be utterly destroyed. Yet, the two on the other end wished to say more, but were interrupted by Ji Qing. Gu Huai, I just heard you mention that Qin Li's emotions were amiss. How is she now? She cried herself out and has fallen asleep. Is there anything we should do? If you have some free time tomorrow, do come to my house. The more, the merrier. Let us not mention anything that might upset Qin Lu. You all know what to do. Chapter 12. The gentle wife of the willful little wolf dog. Before Ji Qing could respond, Shun Yuhan eagerly interjected. Rest assured, Gu Gu, I excel at pleasing others. Tomorrow, I will certainly ensure that our little sister-in-law is in high spirits. Gu Huai lingered on the balcony for quite some time, only making his way to the bedroom when the dawn light began to break. After tucking the covers snugly around the person beside him, ensuring no draft could intrude, he lay on his side at the edge of the bed, drawing the figure into his embrace through the blanket. Sleep now. I shall watch over you. In the morning, Gu Huai was in the kitchen preparing porridge when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was suddenly enveloped by a large bundle of joy. What is the matter? Qin Li's face was buried against Gu Huai's chest, his voice muffled. You weren't here. My apologies. Gu life.Qin truest, planting a gentle kiss near his brow. His gaze fell downward, noticing the small feet resting on the floor, and he frowned slightly. Why aren't you wearing shoes, This position drew them intimately close, the warmth of Qin Lu's breath brushing against Gu Huai's face, causing Qin Lu to belatedly feel a rush of shyness. I was in a hurry to find you and didn't pay attention. Ding. Current affection level, 87. Gu Huai chuckled with delight. Why are you so clingy today? Qin Lu was at a loss for words, his eyes dimming slightly. Realizing that his beloved was still feeling fearful and insecure, Gu Huai quickly reassured him. My darling, you are simply too adorable. Your cuteness has made me fumble my words. With that, he lifted Qin Lu and placed him on the sofa. Be good. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. You can see me from here, so there is no need to be afraid. Qin Lu remained silent. Yet his hands faithfully wrapped around Gu Huai's neck, refusing to let go. Gu Huai gently tried to break free, but to no avail, and sighed, Baby, be obedient. I'm just going to fetch breakfast. It will be ready soon. Qin Lu stayed put, pouting adorably, his gaze fixed on Gu Huai without blinking. The sight of that little expression filled Gu Huai with overwhelming affection. He sighed, tightened his grip on Qin Li's slender wrist, and then squatted down in front of the sofa. Come on, join me. Qin Lu perked up, eagerly climbing onto Gu Huai's back. Let us go. I'm taking my little wife to eat. With Qin Lu on his back, Gu Huai brought out the dishes and arranged them neatly, then held him in his arms, feeding him bite by bite. Qin Lu, like a little hamster, obediently ate whatever was offered, his cheeks puffing adorably, overflowing with cuteness. Oh, by the way, darling, I have a few friends coming over later. Could you help me entertain them? Initially, Qin Lu had been eagerly watching the spoon being offered to him. But upon hearing this, he was taken aback. Me? I can't. Your friends want tea like me. Before, Chun Changshu never let me meet his friends. Those words tugged at Gu Huai's heartstrings. Ding. Currently, the affection level stands at 88. Fear not, dear one. Possess a modicum of confidence, and they shall undoubtedly take a liking to you, I assure you. Well, if that is the case, Qin Lu found himself occupied, neglecting his meal, and pushed aside Gu Huai's arm before dashing away. He needed to prepare diligently, ensuring Gu Huai would not lose face before his friends. Gu Huai observed the little one scurrying about, busying himself with various tasks, and felt a tinge of helplessness. However, Qin Li's clinginess today was somewhat excessive, bordering on unsettling. Perhaps providing him with a task would redirect his focus. Ding dong. Dear one, please open the door. Qin Lu had been waiting at the entrance. This being his inaugural experience hosting guests, and naturally, he felt a touch of anxiety. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a magnificent bouquet of blooming eustomas, behind which was a warm and handsome visage, accompanied by two youthful companions engaged in playful banter. Although all were strikingly attractive, none could rival Gu Huai's allure. Hello there. Ji Qing and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the petite figure before them. Clad in a cream-colored turtleneck sweater, black casual trousers, and oversized slippers, Qin Lu looked up at them with a nervous expression. Despite knowing he was older than them, he appeared so diminutive that one felt an instinctive desire to protect him. Gu Huai had certainly done well. Noticing the lack of response from his guests, Qin Lu began to panic, subconsciously gripping his sleeve and resisting the urge to seek Gu Huai's comforting presence, standing there in a state of uncertainty. It was Ji Qing who first regained composure, extending the flowers towards Qin Lu with a broad smile. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Qin Lu, taken aback by the unexpected attention, accepted the flowers, his cheeks flushed as he invited them inside. Once everyone was seated, he poured tea, presented the pre-washed fruits, and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Only after ensuring everything was in order did Gu Huai gently pull him down beside him. Chu Linxian and the others were impressed by how much Qin Lu seemed to value their presence. Shen Yuhan, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Gu Gu, this must be your little sister-in-law. The title caused Qin Li's face to redden. I am not. Please do not say such things. Gu Huai wrapped his arm around Qin Li's waist, silently asserting his claim. Did you hear that? My wife has requested you refrain from such remarks. She hasn't yet accepted my confession. What? Is that true? Shin Yuhan exclaimed dramatically. Gu, from the very first day you brought her home, you told us you liked her, and yet you have not won her over? Indeed, Gu Huai, it seems you have met your match, haha. Silence. Stop exposing my secrets in front of my wife. The group of young men engaged in playful banter, bringing warmth to Qin Li's heart. He gazed at Gu Huai's profile, realizing that he had introduced him to his friends quite early on. As Qin Lu contemplated Gu Huai's earnest confession, the meticulous care he provided, and the way he had mercilessly confronted Chen Changshu, he also recalled the tenderness Gu Huai exhibited during his moments of distress. Qin Lu admitted, you harbor feelings for him as well. Deep down, he understood that if he did not possess affection for this individual, he would never have allowed Gu Huai the chance for such intimate contact. His excessive timidity and profound insecurity deterred him from embracing this affection. Nevertheless, he musters the courage to act boldly for once. Chapter 13. The tenderness of the rebellious young wolf and his wife, I have accepted it. The lightness of those words caused four men to pause and regard him. Qin Lu felt somewhat uneasy under their gaze, but reiterated earnestly, I, too, genuinely like Ahuai. Wow! Chu Linxian exclaimed excitedly, letting out a sound akin to a pig squeal. Qin Lu, feeling embarrassed, touched his cheek and turned to observe Gu Huai's reaction. To his surprise, he collided with a pair of profound eyes. The man's face bore an uncontrollable smile, yet his eyes were dark, as if they sought to engulf him. Ding! Current favorability, 93. At this moment, Gu Huai could only think of undressing Qin Lu, tossing him onto the bed to indulge in his desires. He had never anticipated such a delightful surprise from his beloved. The voracious gaze felt almost tangible, prompting Qin Lu to raise his internal alarm like a frightened creature. Unable to resist the urge to flee, the other three men sat in a row, watching the two with a teasing glint in their eyes. Ahem, Gu Huai, I need to talk to you about something. Come with me. Eventually, it was Ji Qing who intervened. Noticing that Qin Lu was nearly sinking into the ground under Gu Huai's intense stare. Seeing Gu Huai preparing to leave, Qin Lu instinctively wanted to follow. However, before he could even lift himself, he was restrained by Chu Linxian and Shin Yuhan on either side. Little sister-in-law, don't mind them. Come play with us. Yes. Little sister-in-law, do you play games? I'm exceptionally skilled at chicken dinner, and I can take you along. In the room, Gu Huai contemplated the little person outside, growing somewhat impatient with Ji Qing. What is it? Ji Qing clicked his tongue, bemused by the duality of Gu Huai's demeanor. What are you planning to do about Chen Changshu? Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. I had my secretary investigate last night. His company is merely a facade, with digital products of abysmal quality, sustained solely by the funds extracted from my wife's parents. Moreover, he has ties to the local underworld. Without those thugs managing his buyers, his pathetic company would have collapsed long ago. I have already submitted all evidence of his crimes to the police. At this hour, he should be sipping tea with them. Gu Huai's assertion proved accurate. Chen Changshu, severely beaten, was in the hospital receiving 4 fluids when the police forcefully apprehended him from his bed. At the moment he was handcuffed, he understood Gu Huai's revenge had commenced. What about that little sister-in-law's divorce? I believe it won't be long before Chen Changshu comes begging at my doorstep. At that time, I shall ensure he kneels and pleads for a divorce from Qin Lu. Seeing that Gu Huai was resolute, Ji Qing refrained from further discussion, though he sighed regretfully. Your actions were too swift. Linxian and Yuhan were still hoping to ensnare Chen Changshu and break one of his legs each. Be patient. Opportunities abound. Gu Huai suddenly recalled that Qin Lu had been acting somewhat differently today, excessively clingy. By your reasoning, little sister-in-law's behavior indicates a manifestation of anxiety following a stress response. However, his clinginess signifies a profound trust and reliance on you. This is a positive omen. This remark struck a chord with Gu Huai, who proudly lifted his chin. Of course, did you not hear my beloved admit her affection for me just now? His arrogance was palpable. Ji Qing found herself at a loss for words. All right, go seek out your beloved then. Gu Huai cast a glance at Ji Qing, feeling a tinge of pity for the lonely single. He then opened the door and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he was met with the sounds of an argument between Chu Linxian and Shen Yuhan, intertwined with Qin Li's cheerful laughter. They had been engrossed in their game, but Shen Yuhan, eager to showcase her skills in front of her sister-in-law, found herself thwarted by the clumsy Chu Linxian, who not only lost repeatedly, but also mocked her. Shen Yuhan, are you even capable? How can you play games with your sister-in-law like this? If you're that bad, practice more. If you can't play, then don't. Wait, did you hire a substitute player before this? Shen Yuhan had been trying to maintain a good impression in front of her sister-in-law, but Chu Linxuan's incessant teasing was unbearable. Damn it, let those who want to endure do so. I can't take it anymore. With that, Shen Yuhan threw her phone aside and pinned Chu Linxian down on the sofa, tickling him. Qin Lu, caught off guard, could only watch as the two began to wrestle. He hurriedly attempted to intervene, but both were too hot-headed to be dissuaded. With no other option, Qin Lu found himself chuckling at their childish antics. His eyes squinted into crescents with laughter, his lips curving upwards to reveal a perfect set of teeth and a hidden dimple. A smile so radiant it seemed to overshadow the surrounding flowers. As Gu Huai emerged, he was instantly captivated by Qin Li's dazzling smile, feeling his heart race uncontrollably, urging him to rush towards her. Ding! Current affection level, 95. Typically, Qin Li's smiles were subtle, imbued with politeness and distance. This was the first time he witnessed such a bright expression on her face. An overwhelming impulse surged within Gu Huai, a desire to hide Qin Lu away from the world, to safeguard that brilliant smile forever. Not only was Gu Huai entranced, but Chu Linxian and Shen Yuhan were equally spellbound. The gentle aura surrounding Qin Lu, combined with her heartwarming smile, made them feel as though they were gazing upon an angel. Sister-in-law, your smile is truly beautiful, Chu Linxian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, only to be met with an irate guardian blocking the view. Gu Huai, what are you doing? Your sister-in-law is so lovely, and you want to even let us admire her? Gu Huai's irritation flared as he felt like gouging out his own eyes. Through gritted teeth, he retorted, she is my wife. Why should you be allowed to see her? You've been fortunate not to have been beaten these past few days, and now you are getting cheeky again. Aren't you? Sister-in-law, look at him. Chu Linxian, unable to match Gu Huai's strength, swiftly opted to complain to Qin Lu. Amused by the childish antics before her, Qin Lu chuckled. She gently patted Gu Huai's arm. All right, Huai, don't be so harsh with them. They've come over to enjoy a meal. Don't throw a tantrum. With his wife intervening, Gu Huai had no choice but to relent, casting a fierce glare at Chu Linxian before turning away in a huff. Qin Lu found Gu Huai's sulking demeanor utterly endearing. He glanced around, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, and swiftly pressed a kiss on Gu Huai's cheek, intertwining his pinky with Gu Huai's fingers. Huai, please don't be upset, all right? Gu Huai's lips curled into a smile that was more difficult to suppress than a gun's trigger, joy radiating from him. Leaving no room for anger, with a long stride, he seated himself behind Qin Lu, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The intimate display of affection between the two incited the envy of the other three single companions, who lamented the unfairness of the situation. Why should the most seemingly aggressive among them be the first to find love? They were not pleased. Gu Huai paid them no mind, dismissing their grievances as mere jealousy of those who had never experienced love. Yet, Qin Lu earnestly defended him. Huai doesn't have a violent streak. He treats me well. Please don't misunderstand him. The trio felt as if an arrow had pierced their hearts once more, while Gu Huai was elated beyond measure. Observing their despondent expressions, Qin Lu felt a pang of guilt. He mused that perhaps he hadn't been too excessive. All right, Xiao Xian, Xiao Han, Qing, don't be upset. I'll go prepare dinner for you. Stay and eat with us at noon. And thus, the angelic smile reappeared. The three were entranced by Qin Li's radiant grin. But upon shifting their gaze, they were met with dismay. Why was there a ferocious dog guarding the angel? Nevertheless, it seemed that only this fierce guardian could adequately protect their adorable little angel. Chapter 14. The tenderness of a proud young wolf dog and his wife Qin Lu rose and made his way to the kitchen. Gu Huai intended to follow him, but was gently pushed back. Huai, be obedient and stay here with them. Comforted by his wife's soft voice, Gu Huai felt as if he were immersed in a pot of honey, yielding without resistance. Today, Qin Lu was in high spirits, preparing an extravagant feast. Before he could even begin, the hungry boys outside rushed in, snatching plates and darting away. "Be careful, it's hot." "It's fine, they're tough enough," Gu Huai remarked, entering the kitchen to help Qin Lu remove his apron, bestowing a gentle kiss upon him. "Thank you for your hard work, my love." Seated at the dining table, Qin Lu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if they would appreciate his culinary creations. After all, according to Qin Changshu, his cooking had always been deemed barely edible. However, such worries were unfounded in this moment, as Chu Linxian and Shen Yuhan had already begun to argue over a plate of ribs. Watching Chu Linxian nearly have a piece of rib extracted from his throat by Shen Yuhan was somewhat exasperating for Qin Lu. "Please don't quarrel if there's not enough. I can make more." Gu Huai filled a bowl with soup and placed it beside Qin Lu, visibly displeased by the commotion. "What is the point of cooking if it's such a drain on energy? Let them eat if they want, and if not, they can leave." "Exactly." Ji Qing chimed in, mouth full of rice. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is absolutely delicious." Gu Huai, having spent his previous life cleaning toilets, felt fortunate to encounter someone like Qin Lu in this life. "As you said, my wife is undoubtedly the best in the world." For reasons unknown, Qin Lu suddenly felt his eyes welling with tears. Apart from his parents, this was the first time he experienced the warmth of a home, and all of it stemmed from the man beside him. He had often claimed that meeting Qin Lu was his fortune. How could he not feel the same? Had he not encountered Gu Huai on that winter night, he could scarcely envision what his life would be like now. As soon as dinner concluded, Gu Huai promptly ushered away the 3 light bulbs, then plunged into the kitchen in search of his beloved wife. After all, his wife's acceptance of him was still fresh in his mind. While Qin Lu was tidying up, he was suddenly embraced, pulled into Gu Huai's warm embrace. Gu Huai lowered his head and fervently kissed the delicate curve of Qin Li's collarbone. Huai, what are you doing?" "Kissing you." Gu Huai raised his head, licking his lips, savoring the sweetness. Without hesitation, he swept Qin Lu into his arms and laid him gently onto the bed, kissing him deeply before Qin Lu could react. He traced the corners of Qin Li's lips, cautiously gauging his partner's response, only to discover Qin Lu willingly clinging to him, submitting entirely to his desires. This revelation sent Gu Huai into a state of elation, casting aside all reservations. Time seemed to blur as their lips parted. Gu Huai gazed at the dazed figure beneath him, his heart fluttering like a kitten's paw. Unable to resist, he leaned down to plant a couple more fervent kisses. "No, stop, don't kiss me anymore." "All right, I won tea. But tell me, what does it mean that you accepted me?" Qin Lu paused, momentarily forgetting the context. I was just trying to save you from embarrassment in front of friends." "Is that so?" Gu est gentil ajusted, Qin Lu est averted gaz. "Then why are you afraid to look at me?" I. Sweetheart, just say it. I want to hear." Gu Huai's gentle voice coaxed Qin Lu, drawing out his innermost feelings. "I think I might have developed feelings for you." "Might?" Gu Huai frowned, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. "No, say it again. I want you to say it properly." As Qin Lu observed the rebellious young man before him, now appearing as innocent as a child, he suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. What was there to fear in accepting someone's sincere affection? Qui ne liked Gu Ue, exclusively Gu Ue. Ding. Current affection level, 97. This declaration not only conveyed his feelings, but also affirmed to Gu Huai that his heart belonged solely to him. Instantly, Gu Huai was overwhelmed with joy, lost in a euphoric haze, expressing his exuberance through fervent kisses. Qin Lu felt himself melting under the onslaught of his kisses, his heart brimming with anticipation. Yet, Gu Huai abruptly halted. With half-closed eyes, Qin Lu appeared puzzled. After enduring such restraint, why had he suddenly stopped? Just then, a thought struck Qin Lu, and his enchanting eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Huai, still haunted by the misunderstanding from their previous passionate encounter, cautiously distanced himself, startled by the sight of tears. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Qin Lu merely cried, refusing to speak. Gu Huai, in a fluster, exclaimed, "Please don't cry. Tell me what I did wrong. Do you think I'm dirty?" I'm not dirty. I haven't let anyone touch me. This was indeed true, thanks to Chen Changshu's commitment to purity for Bai Yi, leaving Qin Lu's body still innocent. What? Gu Huai felt utterly wronged. He cherished Qin Lu deeply and could never harbor disdain for him, without delving into the fact that Qin Lu had never been touched by another. Even if that beast had laid a hand upon him, he would only cherish and protect him more. My dear, you have truly wronged me. Tears threatened to spill from Qin Li's eyes. Then why did you suddenly stop? Gu Huai brushed his nose. I was merely concerned that you might not be prepared, and I didn't wish to frighten you. Last time, you ignored me because I startled you. Qin Lu clearly recalled the previous incident, realizing his misunderstanding of Gu Huai, and pushed him away, seeking refuge beneath the covers. Gu Huai, however, was unwilling to relent, his strong arms firmly encircling Qin Lu. He lowered his head to gently nibble on the ear that had turned crimson from shyness. It seems my little darling is just as eager as I am. I am not. Oh, really? Qin Lu trembled, taken aback by the audacity of this man. Gu Huai had never realized how soft Qin Li's little hands were. He let out a satisfied sigh, then smirked. It's the fault of the dominant partner for not satisfying my darling, leading to such wild imaginings. Allow me to make amends. What? What are you going to do? What do you think? Before Qin Lu could voice his refusal, he was swept away by the tide of desire. Time lost all meaning until the moon hung high in the night sky, and the sounds of passion within the room finally ceased. His well-defined muscles marked with scratches, evident remnants of Qin Li's inability to withstand the fervor. Gu Huai touched the marks, still tender to the touch. He gazed at the exhausted figure sleeping on the bed, truly resembling a little kitten. Provoked, it would unsheathe its claws. The next morning, as Qin Lu rose, he felt as though his lower body was no longer his own. Gu Huai, concerned for Qin Li's well-being, wished for him to rest a while longer. Yet, Qin Lu was resolute. Having taken several days off, he feared his colleagues would voice their discontent if he failed to return to work. And he felt guilty about it as well. With no alternative, Gu Huai did all he could to alleviate Qin Li's discomfort. He carefully escorted him to the school entrance, handing over an assortment of items, fussing like a mother unwilling to part. Darling, this little cushion is for you to sit on. It will ease your discomfort. The thermos contains your favorite tea. Remember to drink it. In this plastic container are the fruits I've cut for you. Take them with you. But since the weather is chilly, don't overindulge. Also, don't forget to apply this heating pad, or your stomach may feel unwell. If anything arises, be sure to call me. Seeing Gu Huai's incessant ramblings, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Huai, I'm a boy. I'm not that fragile. Gu Huai pouted. I know, but I can't help worrying about you. I just want to pamper you. What is wrong with that? All right, thank you, Huai. Qin Lu graciously accepted Gu Huai's thoughtful gestures, then planted a kiss on the reluctant man's cheek before skipping off toward school. Gu Huai watched that endearing figure until it vanished from sight, at which point he concealed his gentle expression, adopting a demeanor that warned others to keep their distance. He retrieved the phone from his pocket, which had been vibrating incessantly, and answered. Mr. Gu, Chen Changshu wishes to meet with you. What do you say? Have him wait. Gu Huai hung up the phone, and with his arrival, certain matters needed resolution. Chen Changshu had been fidgeting in the reception room for 3 hours, his bottom nearly numb from sitting, when Gu Huai finally made his entrance. However, Chen did not dare voice any complaints, for he had come today in hopes of pleading for mercy. He had underestimated the chasm between himself and the Gu group. In truth, Gu Huai could easily crush him without even resorting to the group's power. Heaven knows the effort it took to secure his release after being taken by the police. In an attempt to smooth over relationships, he had diverted a substantial amount of funds from Changya, leading to operational issues within his company. At this moment, he could not afford to be ambitious. He merely wished for Gu Huai to show him leniency. Yet, how could Gu Huai possibly grant him such a wish? Seated in the executive chair with his legs casually crossed, Gu Huai, though dressed casually, exuded an air of authority that made Chen Changshu, who was already inclined to grovel, hunch his back even further. What brings you to our esteemed Gu group today? Chen Changshu forced a smile. Surely, we both understand the purpose of my visit. Is that so? Gu Huai's previously indifferent expression sharpened into something fierce. If you are aware, then you must also understand that I will not let you off easily. After all, who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my treasure? Qin Lu. Once again, it was Qin Lu. It was astonishing that such a seemingly dull individual could capture Gu Huai's unwavering devotion. Chen had indeed underestimated him. Seeing Gu Huai's unwavering resolve, Chen Changshu grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily flattered Gu Huai. Mr. Gu, I know you hold affection for Qin Lu. If you could refrain from taking action against me and my company, I would be more than willing to divorce him immediately. Are you certain? Gu Huai seemed intrigued, prompting Chen to eagerly nod in affirmation. I'm certain. If you doubt my sincerity, I can draft a guarantee right now. Very well, the pen is over there. Write it down. If it pleases me, I shall consider your request. This single statement ignited a spark of hope within Chen Changshu. He hastily seized the pen and began to write, fervently reflecting on his past misdeeds towards Qin Lu, appearing deeply remorseful and leaving no room for criticism. Gu Huai glanced at the document, confirmed its adequacy, and dismissed him. Chen, feeling as though he were being toyed with like a pet, was seething with frustration, yet maintained a facade of compliance. Mr. Gu, I have completed the guarantee. What about my situation now? Gu Huai hardly deigned to look at him. Understood. Prepare everything for this afternoon at 3 o'clock at the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Does that mean you agree? Chen's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gu. As he watched Chen Changshu being ushered out by his secretary, Gu Huai smirked wickedly. Did he truly agree? It seemed not. He merely instructed Chen to proceed with the divorce. How could this man so easily misinterpret his intentions? No. He must return to Qin Lu to report that his ex-husband was not only incompetent, but also delusional. The mere thought of Qin Lu made him yearn for an immediate reunion. Actions speak louder than words, and thus, our esteemed Mr. Gu honorably took an unscheduled leave. Regardless, his elder can hold on for a few more years, and he is merely pursuing his family's daughter-in-law, so they are unlikely to object. Gu Huai swiftly rode off on his motorcycle. He had yet to witness his beloved playing the piano, and today was a perfect opportunity to do so. Since Gu Huai frequently picked up and dropped off Qin Lu from work, the gatekeeper had grown quite familiar with him. From a distance, upon spotting Gu Huai, the gatekeeper cheerfully greeted him. You must be Teacher Qin's boyfriend, right? You're here quite early today. Teacher Qin hasn't finished work yet. Indeed, today marks the anniversary of my time with him, and I wish to surprise him. Gu Huai fabricated effortlessly. The gatekeeper, believing his words, chuckled. Then you'd best hurry inside. Teacher Qin should be on the 3rd floor teaching the children piano. Thanking the gatekeeper, Gu Huai ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he was greeted by the melodious sound of a piano and Qin Lu's gentle voice. He softened his footsteps and quietly approached the door. Peering inside, he beheld Qin Lu seated at the piano, his slender fingers dancing across the keys, producing a beautiful melody. The tune was as warm and gentle as Qin Lu himself. Watching Qin Lu play with such earnestness, Gu Huai felt as though he resembled a little prince, shimmering with brilliance. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Qin Lu lifted his head and locked eyes with Gu Huai's eager gaze. A perfectly timed breeze fluttered the sheer curtains by the window, tousling Qin Lu's hair. In that moment, their hearts raced like drums as they gazed at one another, as if they were the only two souls in existence, with no room for anyone else. Ding! Current affection level, 99 Chapter 16. The tender spouse of the defiant little wolf dog after class, Qin Lu bid farewell to the children and walked towards Gu Huai. How'd you get in here? Gu Huai blinked. Someone recognized me as Teacher Qin's boyfriend and let me in. Qin Lu quickly covered Gu Huai's mouth, glancing around in a panic. Don't say such things. Just then, a female teacher approached, pausing momentarily upon witnessing their posture, before breaking into an ambiguous smile. Teacher Qin and her boyfriend seemed to have a great relationship. Qin Lu quietly smiled, feeding en bahast. Just as the words left her lips, she was met with an unexpected slap in the face of reality. Once the female teacher departed, Gu Huai raised an eyebrow in triumph, as if to say, see? Even if you don't allow me to speak, Others still perceive us as a couple. I'm ignoring you, Qin exclaimed in frustration, attempting to retract her hand, only to have the man capture it and sensuously lick her fingertips. The sensation sent a warm flush across Qin Lu's face, her mind nearly exploding from the unexpected thrill. You shouldn't behave like this in public. Why not? Does my darling not enjoy it? Gu Huai questioned, perplexed. After all, they were together, and shouldn't young lovers indulge in such affection? I'm still not divorced. If others see us, it could tarnish your reputation. Is that the issue? Gu Huai observed her discomfort, her expression twisting as if in a knot, and couldn't help but chuckle. He enveloped Qin Lu in his long arms, drawing them closely together. None of that matters. All I need is for you to tell me whether you like how I treat you. Qin Lu did not wish to respond. Yet, Gu Huai persistently pressed him for an answer. Do you like it? Please just say something. Fine. Qin Lu, thoroughly exasperated, finally admitted, I do. Upon hearing the response he longed for, Gu Huai rewarded Qin Lu with a large, affectionate kiss. You're such a good boy. In celebration of his frankness, Gu Huai proposed a surprise outing. Qin Lu was thus bewilderingly led away, with Gu Huai even blindfolding him to maintain an air of mystery. When Qin Lu opened his eyes once more, he found himself before the three prominent characters of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why have you brought me here? Qin Lu speculated, sensing the nature of the situation but lacking the courage to confirm it. He turned to Gu Huai for clarity. Darling, I didn't mention this beforehand, but I can no longer wait. I want you to belong to me in every conceivable way, not just physically and emotionally, but legally as well. You want to marry me? But this is all so sudden. Qin Lu felt a surge of panic and fear. He had not anticipated that Gu Huai would wish to bind their lives together so soon. What if, in the future, he regretted this decision? The more he contemplated, the more he resisted, even contemplating fleeing from the scene. Qin Lu, look at me. The man's grave tone snapped Qin Lu back to reality. It surprised him. Gu Huai had not addressed him by his full name in ages. Was he angry? I understand your fears. I'm not like that scoundrel. You need not view me as impetuous or rash. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have yearned for you to be solely mine. I have never been so resolute about anything. You're my first. Perhaps today is a bit unexpected, but it is certainly not too early. For I have anticipated the day when we would share a household registration more than once. Today, I finally get to fulfill that desire. So, Qin Lu, will you marry me? Tears welled in Qin Li's eyes. Indeed, this man, regardless of the world, was unwavering in his desire to wed him. He cried yet smiled, as he faced Gu Huai, who appeared confident but was, in truth, anxious. Finally, he spoke, I will. Huai, I am coming to marry you. Brother Huai, I am coming to marry you. As long as you are by my side forever, I will love you eternally. Although Gu Huai was certain Qin Lu would not refuse. Hearing his affirmative response stirred uncontainable joy within him, and he spun Qin Lu around in delight. Wonderful, wonderful. I, Gu Huai, am going to have a wife. Qin Lu, charmed by his silliness, could not help but smile widely. Well, it seems I am committed to him for this lifetime. As long as it is him, everything is perfect. Huai, if you don't set me down soon, I'll miss the closing time. Qin Lu reminded him with an air of helplessness as he looked at the man who was holding him tightly. Oh, right. Gu Huai, snapping back to the moment, placed Qin Lu down and then nodded towards the left rear. Shortly thereafter, the secretary arrived, escorting Chen Changshu. Why is he here? As Qin Li's troubling memories of Chen Changshu resurfaced, a twinge of fear prompted him to retreat behind Gu Huai, only to be gently pulled back out by the man. Darling, do not be afraid. He is no longer the lofty general manager Chen. He is now the one pleading for your husband to spare him. Furthermore, if we are to marry, you must first divorce him, right? Gu Huai perceived his wife's timidity, her adorably dazed demeanor endearing in its innocence. Although the man spoke with reason, Qin Lu still felt a flicker of apprehension. He entwined his fingers with Gu Huai's, instinctively seeking comfort. I want you to accompany me. I do not wish to be alone with him. Of course, even if you wanted to be with him, that would not be permissible. Satisfied, Qin Lu grasped Gu Huai's hand and ventured into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Changshu, though not urged, followed closely behind, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He could discern that Qin Lu had been well cared for by Gu Huai, having gained a little weight and a more amiable disposition. The rigid demeanor he once exhibited in Chun's presence was entirely absent. Now, before Gu Huai, Qin Lu displayed a naturalness that was previously unseen. A sense of bittersweet longing washed over him. Chen Changshu dismissed such peculiar thoughts from his mind. His foremost priority was to finalize the divorce with Qin Lu, to secure Gu Huai's release from him, and then to regain his strength for a resurgence that would grant Bai Yi a life of happiness. Barely clutching the divorce certificate, with warmth still radiating from it, Qin Lu was swiftly ushered by Gu Huai to register their marriage. Gu Huai, producing 2 white shirts from seemingly nowhere, insisted they change before eagerly posing for wedding photographs. As the official seal was stamped, 2 red booklets emerged, showcasing their photographs nestled closely together, one exuberant, the other gently radiant, both adorned with smiles of pure bliss that enveloped all present in their joy. Gu embarks. My dear wife, you are finally mine. Ding. Current affection level, 100. In a concealed moment, Gu Huai stealthily tucked the 2 booklets into his pocket, determined to safeguard them, ensuring Qin Lu would not have the opportunity for regret. Observing the jubilant couple, Chen Changshu found their smiles somewhat blinding and, lacking discernment, spoke up. Mr. Gu, I have fulfilled your request. Do not forget your promise. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes, comprehending the implication. What are promises? Who said that a promise must be upheld? He, Gu Huai, was no paragon of virtue, especially not towards a scoundrel. If it comes to it, he would indeed retaliate against him. As for everything else, it was inconsequential. Chapter 17. The gentle spouse of the rebellious young wolf. On the way home, Qin Lu glanced at Gu Huai, who was surreptitiously messaging someone, noticing the spark of excitement in his eyes. He realized that Chen Changshu was in for a rough time. Upon hearing Qin Lu call him, Gu Huai set down his phone and turned to embrace his freshly minted spouse. What is it? Are you bored? No. Qin Lu gently nudged the eager head away. I merely wish to know what you were doing on your phone just now. Gu Huai hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat troubled. Qin Li's desire to check his phone brought him joy, yet he feared that Qin Lu might perceive him as lacking in decorum upon discovering it. If it is not permissible, then so be it. Without receiving a response from Gu Huai, Qin Lu felt a twinge of disappointment and began to sulk, turning to gaze out of the car window. Gu Huai could not bear to see Qin Lu unhappy, so he quickly thrust his phone into Qin Li's hands. Did I not tell you not to look? Qin Lu teased. My dear, I was wrong to hesitate. Please grant me the favor of allowing you to see my phone. Qin Lu chuckled at Gu Huai's comical expression, easily unlocking the device and entering WeChat, where he stumbled upon a group chat titled One Person with 3 Dogs. With a bemused expression, he entered the chat only to find a lively argument unfolding. As he scrolled through the messages, he came across a photo of their marriage certificate at the top. Oh my, you've managed to win over the little sister-in-law. Et Golim Ju. Wow, you really pulled it off, huh? Chimed in Shun. Gee, you're quite the swift one. Gu Huai retorted, what do you mean by win over? Speak properly. We are mutually smitten. Your little sister-in-law adores me. Naturally, we had to obtain our certificate early. Gu Huai changed the group chat name to One Person with 3 Dogs. What do you mean by that, G? He shot back. Is that a personal attack? Shin added, do you really think I wouldn't bite? Gu Huai confidently declared, I am now certified. I am no longer on your level, a pack of single dogs. Spare me your barking. Gee, Shun, chew. 6 Gu Huai continued, all right. Since you all have so much free time, go take care of Chen Changshu, so he doesn't interrupt my intimate moments with my wife. The other 3, unable to voice their frustration, begrudgingly resumed their quest to incapacitate Chen Changshu, arguing in the group about which leg to target. Qin Lu was nearly bursting with laughter internally, though he maintained a gentle smile on his face. Gu Huai, having felt a touch of anxiety, exhaled in relief upon seeing Qin Lu lift his head, a smile gracing his features. Huai, why do you act so differently in front of them compared to me? What is the matter? Do you not like it? Gu Huai inquired. It's not that. It's just Qin Lu pondered his words, in front of them, You seem like a little tyrant while in my presence. You resemble a child, which I find rather endearing. My dear, are you implying that I am immature? Gu Huai teased, a satisfied smile spreading across his face after being playfully chastised. In truth, I am quite indifferent. Aside from my family and Chu Linxian, I have little interest in others. I can also be rather irritable, lacking patience for people or matters, but that was before I met you. When you wanted to see my phone, I hesitated not out of unwillingness, but rather from the fear that you might not like another facet of me. Much like my earlier comment about teaching Chun Changshu a lesson. Before he could finish, a finger pressed gently against his lips. Have I ever told you that I love you? The three words resonated like thunder in Gu Huai's ears, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. I am profoundly grateful for the fortuity of encountering you, and I am equally appreciative of your affection towards me. You need not fret about my disapproval of your differing facets, for I am acutely aware that regardless of whether you exhibit indifference or volatility, it will never be directed at me, correct? Indeed, as Qin Lu gazed at Gu Huai, who was so eager to reassure him that even his fingers remained untouched, his heart melted into a puddle of tenderness. He cradled Gu Huai's face, his eyes soft as flowing water. Then why should I harbor any fear? I have always known that you love me even more than I love myself. Gu Huai was rendered speechless by his overwhelming emotions. He had previously struggled to comprehend the happiness others spoke of, but at this moment, it crystallized into tangible form. For Qin Lu was his happiness. His eyes grew moist, and he averted his gaze, wishing to conceal his vulnerability from Qin Lu. How could there exist such a remarkable person in this world? Surely, in a past life, he must have saved the galaxy to be graced with Qin Lu in this one. Witnessing his partner's rare fragility, Qin Lu remained silent, merely leaning closer to offer comfort by gently patting Gu Huai's broad back. It was unclear when, but the vehicle had come to a steady halt at their doorstep. Yet, both the driver and secretary tacitly refrained from interrupting, allowing the newlyweds in the back seat to express their emotions freely. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that Gu Huai finally lifted his head, his eyes still slightly reddened. He swiftly exited the car, circling around to scoop up the now steady Qin Lu in his arms, hastening towards their home. Upon entering the house, Gu Huai placed Qin Lu on the entrance table, eager to kiss him. Huai, you seem more intense today than usual, Qin Li's muddled mind mused. Struggling to open his eyes, which had been clouded by the kiss, he pitifully implored for some respite. However, once the arrow is loosed, no man can resist, especially when the treasure Gu Huai desired most rested within his embrace. He was no paragon of restraint, and thus could not halt. Gu Huai teasingly nibbled on Qin Li's earlobe, grinning wickedly as he proclaimed, "Darling, tonight marks our wedding night. You cannot refuse me." The words Qin Lu wished to articulate became lodged in his throat, leaving him only capable of uttering incoherent whimpers. "You rascal, it is still morning." As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight illuminated the bed, revealing the two entwined in slumber. The smaller man nestled securely within the protective embrace of the taller one. Qin Li's delicate visage rested against the warm, honey-hued chest, his skin adorned with a myriad of marks left unshielded by the sheets. His breathing was steady, quietly nestled in that warm embrace, clearly exhausted. Yet, this tender tableau was abruptly disrupted by a jarring ringtone. Qin Lu steal da wak, groggily reaching for the phone on the bedside table, straining to open his eyes and discern the text. However, upon clarity, he jolted awake. Chapter 18. The gentle spouse of the wayward little wolf dog Qin Lu, disregarding the discomfort in his body, abruptly sat up, gazing at his phone in bewilderment. Beside him, a powerful arm encircled his waist, gently pulling him back into a comforting hold. A languid and contented voice broke the silence. "Darling, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Qin Lu, on the verge of tears, strained to pry the man's arm away, but to no avail. Feeling utterly aggrieved, he pleaded, Huai, please stop, it's Mom." "Mom?" Gu Huai instantly awoke, sitting up and enveloping Qin Lu in his embrace, protectively cradling his lower back while anxiously fixating on the incessantly vibrating phone in Qin Lu's hand, as if facing a formidable adversary. Qin Lu felt a surge of panic. He was uncertain why his mother had suddenly called, and considering the myriad of events that had transpired recently without informing his parents. He felt a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, he knew he could not ignore the call. Gritting his teeth, he answered, placing the phone to his ear. Mom. The receiver emitted a voice from Qin's mother, starkly contrasting her usual warmth, delivering an icy tone that sent a chill down Qin Li's spine. As he had feared, the next moment brought her directive. Come home at noon. I have something to discuss with you. Also bring that Gu Huai along. Without allowing Qin Lu a moment to respond, she abruptly ended the call. With a woeful expression, Qin Lu turned to glance at Gu Huai, who was watching him with keen interest and managed to force a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Ah Huai, we are doomed. The two hastily prepared themselves and made their way to the Qin household. Standing at the familiar door, Qin Lu felt a pang of trepidation and instinctively sought assistance from Gu Huai. Upon meeting Qin Li's pleading gaze, Gu Huai cast aside his own concerns, squared his shoulders, and pulled Qin Lu protectively behind him before knocking on the door. Soon, footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal a refined and elegant face. The moment the other party recognized Gu Huai, surprise flickered before a knowing expression crossed their features. You must be Gu Huai? Where's Lele? A small hand timidly raised. Dad? I'm here. Qin Yue observed Qin Li's timid demeanor and sighed. Lele, your mother is very upset. You must go in and speak with her properly, understood? After receiving a confirming nod from Qin Lu, Qin Yue allowed him to enter. Upon stepping inside, they were met by a striking woman clad in leather, her long boots accentuating her cool demeanor. Standing in the center of the living room with a ruler in hand, her expression decidedly uninviting. Mother, kneel. Qin Lu pressed his lips together, obediently kneeling before his mother, too intimidated to speak. Gu Huai, witnessing his beloved drop to the floor, was filled with concern, unsure if his knees had met the ground harshly. He yearned to lift him up, but, with his formidable mother-in-law present, could only kneel alongside Qin Lu. You are Gu Huai? Gu Huai lifted his gaze to meet the woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Lu. Yes, I am Gu Huai, and I am Qin Li's partner. Ah, partner indeed. However, I seem to recall that Qin Li's partner was Chun Changshu. Perhaps you are mistaken. Qin Li's partner is now Gu Huai. You. Seeing the tension escalate between them, Qin Lu could not help but interject. Mom, I have divorced Chun Changshu. Huai is now silence. Lu Yi glared at her son, her frustration palpable. You are defending him now? I haven't said anything to you, have I? Qin Lu, when did you become so capable? The matters of divorce and marriage are of such magnitude that I remain oblivious to them. Have you grown capable? Or has your mischief returned? As she spoke, she raised the ruler in her hand, poised to strike. Qin Yu, who had been playing the role of an invisible bystander, felt a jolt of urgency to intervene, yet someone was evidently swifter than he. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, Qin Lu had already been securely enveloped in Gu Huai's protective embrace. A flicker of complexity flashed in Lu Yi's eyes as she cast the ruler aside to Qin's father, turned, and settled onto the sofa with a dismissive huff. Enough. I am not a villain. There is no need to feign the appearance of tragic lovers. Please, take a seat. Qin's father exhaled in relief, hastily reaching out, but before he could even graze the hem of a garment, Qin Lu had already been placed upon the sofa, where Gu Huai was meticulously rolling up his pant legs to examine his shins. Observing the ambiguous expressions of his parents, Qin Lu felt a tinge of embarrassment and gently nudged the man kneeling before him. Ah Huai, I'm fine. Please rise. Not a chance. The man, furrowing his brow, rejected the notion without a moment's thought. I cannot rest easy without a proper inspection. After having knelt for such an extended period, there was no way he could have emerged unscathed. He must be in pain, yet concealing it. Indeed, when Gu Huai rolled up the fabric to reveal his knees, the previously smooth and fair skin bore a large, angry red mark. Is this what you call being fine? Qin Lu expressed a sense of helplessness. He truly felt no pain, merely that his skin was prone to leaving imprints. Ahem. Lu Yi, observing the two across from her enveloped in a bubble of pink affection, spoke with irritation. What? Are we two dead? Do we not exist? Mom, what do you mean dead? Why speak so nonsensically? Why shout? It's a contest of who can be louder, is it? She gestured for him to explain the situation. Qin Lu, feeling somewhat honced, bit his lip and recounted the events in order, from his realization of Chen Changshu's treachery to his encounter with Gu Huai. From Gu Huai's concern and care for him to their mutual understanding. By the time Qin Lu uttered his final word, he lifted his gaze to the individuals opposite him. Pleading, "Mother, I acknowledge my mistake, but can we please not separate me from Huai?" Qin's mother raised an eyebrow. "Did I ever say I would keep you apart?" Huh. Chapter 19. The gentle wife of a defiant young wolf. Qin Lu was taken aback. "Then why were you so angry?" Qin's mother rolled her eyes. "Isn't it obvious? You go through such significant events without informing your family. Do you not have parents? Why bear everything alone? I was merely trying to spare you the worry." Still daring to speak, Qin Lu instantly fell silent, lowering his head in a pitiful manner, fiddling with his fingers. Seeing that the situation had not spiraled into chaos, Gu Huai too breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Mother, may I ask how you came to know about the situation with the treasure? Who is your mother?" Qin's mother replied curtly, "This morning, while I was out for a jog with your father, an unknown woman appeared out of nowhere, handed us a file, and vanished." Qin Lu and Gu Huai exchanged glances, a realization dawning upon them. "Ba-yi, and what was contained within the file? What else could it be? Just your intimate photographs and details about the two of you." Qin Mama scoffed dismissively, absently toying with her curls. "I wonder if that woman is foolish enough to think that I would believe you would stray with something like this? Not to mention that I could investigate it. Even without doing so, I am well aware of the character of my son, Lu." Qin Lu, moved by his mother's words, urged Gu Huai to release him so he could sit beside Lu Yi, but was met with disdain. "Oh, don't come over here. With that pitiful demeanor of yours, you've clearly taken after your father. If you had even half of my spirit, you wouldn't have been bullied for 3 years. I always found Chen Changshu to be rather odd, yet you were determined to be with him. Your father and I thought that by enabling him to pursue his ambitions, he might treat you better, and we went to great lengths to support him. And what do we end up with? A thankless wretch. How dare he toy with me? Treating me like a soft persimmon?" The more Qin Mama spoke, the angrier she became, almost ready to dismember Chen Changshu. But Qin Papa was quick to restrain her. "Dear, calm down. Yes, Mother, you need not worry. Ahuai's already dealt with that situation for me." Qin Lu interjected at the right moment, causing Gu Huai to sit up a little straighter under the watchful eyes of his in-laws. "I am aware of this. Although our family may not be what it once was, I can still manage to uncover such trivial matters. This fellow appears quite the rogue, but at least he is marginally better than the last one." Upon hearing her approval of Gu Huai, Qin Li's heart soared with joy. He linked his arm with Gu Huai's and cheerfully addressed the two across from them. "Yes, indeed. Huai treats me exceptionally well." Gu Huai gazed at Qin Li's beaming face, his own expression softening, a smile playing at his lips as he tenderly regarded the little one who sang his praises. Observing the sweet exchange between them, Qin Mama feigned disdain, yet felt a sense of reassurance within. Ever since Qin Lu married that Chen, he had grown increasingly reticent, returning home less frequently, and even when he did call, it was always with good news, never sharing his troubles. Both she and Qin Papa had witnessed this change with concern but felt powerless to intervene, resorting instead to sending money to Chen Changshu in hopes that he might show some semblance of decency and treat their Lele with kindness. Yet some individuals are simply devoid of conscience. She had long since lost track of how long it had been since Qin Lu had smiled with such genuine happiness. In truth, upon entering today, she had immediately sensed a transformation in him. He no longer emanated that hollow, lonely aura, but was instead enveloped in the warmth of love. As if the cheerful and spirited Qin Lu of his youth had returned. She recognized that this change was due to the man by his side. Having lived a good portion of her life, she had encountered all sorts of people. Yet she was still taken aback by the depth of affection in Gu Huai's gaze when he looked at Qin Lu. That devotion was even more intense than what she had witnessed in Qin Papa during their courtship, which is why she had relented so quickly. "Gu Huai, is it? You just seem quite capable." "Thank you, Mom. I truly appreciate it. You're quite the family now. Since you two are already married, have your parents been informed?" "Oh, right. Qin Lu suddenly realized he hadn't inquired about how Gu Huai had approached his parents. Mother, there is no need for concern. The moment I realized my affection for my beloved, I promptly informed my parents. If my darling is ready, I can bring him home at any time. Qin Li's eyes widened in surprise. He was utterly unaware of these developments. Well, that's commendable. It is only right, he mused. Meanwhile, Qin's father, who had been silently waiting for Qin's mother to finish her thoughts, finally interjected with a slow drawl. Qin Changshu has been dealt with, but what about that woman? She is not to be underestimated. If she, in a desperate act, were to release those materials online, it could be clarified, yet it would still affect Lele. After all, some individuals delight in chaos, regardless of the truth. Gu Huai nodded in understanding. Bai Yi, having been blacklisted by him, was now unemployed and reliant on Qin Changshu, who was himself on the brink of imprisonment. He could barely protect himself, let alone Bai Yi, a burden in this predicament. It was likely that Bai Yi had fallen into dire straits, having been pampered by Qin Changshu and now faced with the reality of a collapsed free ATM. Desperation had likely driven him to ensure Qin Li's discomfort as well. Father, you need not worry, since she is so devoted to him. Perhaps she should find work in prison to attend to her needs. Before that, I assure you that I will prevent her from doing anything that might harm my beloved. Well, as long as you are aware, he replied. Gradually, Qin's parents had fully embraced Gu Huai, no longer resisting his presence. Enough of these trivial matters. Go, prepare the meal. I am hungry. The two men instinctively made their way to the kitchen, leaving their wives to converse on the sofa. Come here. Qin Lu slowly moved closer to his mother. Mother, he said. Qin's mother sighed, gently stroking Qin Li's head. Have you suffered? Those 5 simple words shattered the facade of strength that Qin Lu had been maintaining, and he collapsed into tears upon his mother's lap. Such a foolish child. Even little ones know to seek comfort from their parents when they feel wronged. Why must you be so stubborn? Your father and I will always be your support. Do you understand? Yes. When Gu Huai emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, he noticed Qin Li's red eyes and nose. Why are you crying? He asked, frowning as he approached to assess Qin Li's condition. Are your eyes uncomfortable? It's nothing, Huai. I'm crying out of happiness. Please don't think of me as fragile. I'm not so weak. Qin Lu felt that Gu Huai was overly concerned for him. Yet he couldn't help but feel joy at the man's attention. Gu Huai remained non-committal, turning to fetch a towel from the bathroom. After moistening it with warm water, he gently placed it over Qin Li's eyes. He thought it wise to be attentive to Qin Li's needs. Qin's parents exchanged glances, sharing a mutual sense of satisfaction and comfort. Their son had encountered Gu Huai. Perhaps this misfortune had turned into a blessing. Chapter 20. The tenderness of a stubborn young wolf dog and his wife after finally returning home. Qin Li yearned to remain close to his mother and engage in heartfelt conversation. The warm ambience evidently failed to influence the two gentlemen seated upon the opposite sofa. They gazed at their respective wives, and while they could rationally comprehend their sentiments, it did not imply they could endure an entire day without the affection of their beloved spouses. Consequently, exchanging a knowing glance, the two men swiftly rose, each seizing one of the women and separating the two who were engrossed in each other. Oh, why, what are you doing? I haven't finished speaking with Mom yet. Qin Lu protested, struggling in Gu Huai's embrace, who firmly held him while respectfully bidding farewell to his in-laws. He raised an eyebrow at Qin's father, and taking advantage of the moment when the other party's companion was still oblivious, he swiftly carried Qin Lu out the door. Oh dear, this little rascal. All right, my dear. I've spent the entire day with Lele. Shouldn't you also devote some time to me? Qin's mother blushed under the unmistakable gaze of Qin's father. It was truly perplexing. This man, who appeared gentle in all matters, turned out to be overwhelmingly assertive in bed, leaving her utterly exhausted each time. Oh, why, I'm getting angry. Qin Lu, hoisted by Gu Huai, found his soft abdomen pressed against the hard muscles, and despite his best attempts to plead, Gu Huai stubbornly refused to set him down, even shamelessly pinching his backside to silence him. It was only when he was placed in the passenger seat and securely buckled in that he pouted, casting a disgruntled look at the overly audacious man beside him. How can you just take me away like this? I haven't said goodbye to Mom. Upon hearing this accusatory remark, Gu Huai hesitated in fastening the seatbelt, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. In the next instant, the incessant chatter from Qin Lu was silenced as a large hand pinched his cheek, followed by the rapid approach of a distinctly masculine presence, precisely enveloping his tender lips. 10 minutes later, breathless and languid, Qin Lu slumped in the passenger seat, his gaze clouded as he looked at the man who continually peppered kisses upon his cheek. At this moment, even the most oblivious of individuals would have recognized Gu Huai's unusual demeanor. "Ah Huai, are you upset?" The hoarse, sweet voice broke through, halting the man's affectionate gestures. With a shift in his gaze, he prepared to seek recompense for the neglect he had endured throughout the day. "My dear, do you no longer like me?" The man's despondent tone reached Qin Li's ears, leaving him momentarily bewildered, yet he instinctively sought to comfort him. "Of course not. You are my favorite, Ah Huai." "Really?" I would never lie to you." Qin Lu nodded vigorously, affirming the sincerity of his words. "Then why, darling? Did you hardly speak to me today? At dinner, you ignored me while serving yourself, and when I wished for you to sit closer, you distanced yourself, leaving me feeling abandoned. Just moments ago, you mentioned wanting to be angry with me." Qin Lu had never witnessed Gu Huai in such a state of grievance, prompting him to lean closer and soothe him, all the while reflecting on his own actions throughout the day. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more guilt washed over him. For Gu Huai's words rang true. He had indeed overlooked him far too much today. Thus, with a heart full of remorse, Qin Li's tone grew increasingly tender, even daring to utter the affectionate terms he typically shied away from. "Ah Huai, I sincerely apologize. Today, upon seeing my mother, I was overwhelmed with joy and did not intend to disregard you. Please do not be upset. If you refrain from anger, I shall bestow a kiss upon you. What do you say, my dear?" Gu Huai, charmed by Qin Li's coaxing, felt himself nearly relent, yet he steadfastly maintained his resolve. "No kisses," he declared. "Ah?" Qin Lu, somewhat at a loss, noted that usually a mere kiss from him would elate Gu Huai for an extended period. Why was he so irked this time? As Qin Lu pondered alternative means to appease Gu Huai, he heard the latter's next utterance. "Darling, are we—" Qin Lu, initially puzzled, suddenly grasped the meaning behind Gu Huai's profound gaze. It was clear that the man was attempting to entice him into granting favors. Did he think he would easily yield to such whims? "What do you desire?" Qin Lu inquired. Indeed, Gu Huai's intentions were transparent. Observing Qin Lu's flushed cheek, he felt a surge of hope. "I wish to cuddle with you right here. May I?" With a barely perceptible nod. Qin Li's acquiescence caused Gu Huai's eyes to glimmer with delight. With a firm embrace, he lifted Qin Lu onto his lap, securing him comfortably. Qin Lu, nestled against Gu Huai, appeared utterly docile, evoking a desire to savor him entirely. "Darling," Gu Huai murmured softly into Qin Li's ear, eliciting a swift blush. "No, il refusa." "Do not tease me," Qin Lu protested. "Be good just this once. I have endured a day of neglect from you, and it pained me greatly. Perhaps if you take the initiative, I might overlook it. I believe you wouldn't want to see me distressed, would you?" He lingered patiently, awaiting Qin Li's response. After a moment of biting his lip in contemplation, Qin Lu, unable to bear witnessing Gu Huai's sorrowful demeanor, ultimately conceded to fulfill his wish. "Host, has your man turned into a green tea bitch?" The long-missed voice of the system pierced through Qin Li's thoughts, momentarily snapping him back to reality. He wished to respond, but was swiftly engulfed by the depths of desire once more. By the time Gu Huai returned home, cradling the exhausted Qin Lu, it was already deep into the night. He hastily attended to Qin Li's cleanliness before wrapping his arms around him, drifting into a contented slumber. When Qin Lu awoke the following evening, he opened his dry eyes in a state of confusion. "Host, have you lost your wits?" The mechanical voice echoed in his ears. 087, he queried, surprised. "Is it you? Have you missed me?" "Indeed, I have been away for an extended period." The system responded with unmistakable pride. "What have you been up to?" Qin Lu inquired. "I enrolled in a course with another system and have been diligently studying." "How admirable! What subjects have you covered?" "We conducted an in-depth analysis of over 500 melodramatic romantic dramas, including The Temptation of Going Home." I now possess a comprehensive understanding of the myriad relationships that may transpire among humans. What do you think, host? Am I impressive? You truly are a genius. 087 is quite pleased with the commendation for genius. Yet it expresses a hint of disdain towards the embellishment preceding Qin Li's title. Host, you are rather coarse, it remarks. Qin Lu is on the verge of delivering a couple of sharp retorts to this foolish system, surprised to find it capable of deceit. Observing 087's smug grin, he wisely refrains from revealing the truth, as he fears that a commotion from 087 might provoke a heart attack. Adhering to the adage that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it, Qin Lu decisively shifts the topic. What about Gu Huai? Chapter 21. The gentle wife of the defiant little wolf dog, he has gone to the company, likely in relation to Bai Yi. Qin Lu nods in understanding, then casually turns over, his gaze meeting that of a small creature beside him. Is this little black? The pitch-black puppy blends seamlessly with the ebony sheets, and due to its tender age and its quiet demeanor, Qin Lu had initially failed to notice it. He extended a finger to tap the puppy's damp nose, chuckling softly. This person, it seems, has been competing with Little Black in jealousy since their previous life. Yet in this life, he still chooses to bring the puppy to his side. A blend of awkwardness and tenderness. 087 observes as Qin Lu smiles and playfully engages with the puppy, growing somewhat anxious. Host, are you not concerned about your man? The bond between the male and female leads is quite profound. Qin Lu removes a note affixed to the puppy's back, reading the elegant script. Baby, I have matters to attend to at the company. Remember to call me once you wake up. He scoffs at the system's words. If Gu Huai were so easily swayed by the plot, he would not deserve to be my man. Indeed. Qin Lu carefully folds the note and places it in the drawer before dialing Gu Huai's number. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at Gu Group, Gu Huai gazes irritably at the woman sobbing pitifully on the floor, wishing he could simply toss her out. He cannot comprehend how someone could be so verbose and cry so unattractively, lacking even a fraction of his beloved's grace. He wonders if his precious one has awakened, whether she feels unwell, and if she would be saddened by his absence. The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes. Had it not been for her, he would have long since returned to embrace his wife in sweet bliss. His eyes, filled with a fierce intensity, indiscriminately pierce through Bai Yi, causing the woman, who is desperately putting on a performance, to shudder involuntarily. Why does it feel as if there is a murderous aura? Yet at this moment, Bai Yi cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts. Chen Changshu, that useless fool, has already gone inside, leaving her with only Gu Huai as her sole opportunity. She must seize this chance today. Bai Yi stifles a few sobs, lifting her head to present her delicate and vulnerable visage to Gu Huai, allowing a tear to fall, which would surely evoke sympathy from Chen Changshu if he were present. However, Gu Huai is not Chen Changshu. He merely watches the spectacle with keen interest, remaining unmoved. Internally, Bai Yi curses Gu Huai for his lack of romantic sensibility, though her exterior maintains an air of fragility. Mr. Gu, I acknowledge my mistakes. I did not intend to intrude upon Qin Li's parents. My bond with Su Gu was profound during our youth, yet, due to the unforeseen variable of Qin Lu, Su Gu departed from my life for 3 long years. Now that I have finally welcomed him back, he finds himself imprisoned for a grave error. As a young woman without employment, how am I to navigate this unforgiving society? Her words incited Gu Huai's ire. Yet he could not help but laugh bitterly at her implication that his beloved had become an unwelcome third party in their relationship. Such notions were utterly absurd. The malicious grin on Gu Huai's face sent a chill through his secretary. Yet to Bai Yi, it appeared as an affirmation of her claims. Her heart leaped with delight as she continued her charade. Mr. Gu, please believe me, I am simply seeking a little compensation out of desperation, not intending to expose Qin Li's frivolity. If you could show me compassion and assist me through this trying time, I would be willing to do anything you require. Her insinuations reached Gu Huai's ears, stirring a wave of revulsion within him, just as he prepared to deliver a crushing blow to this deluded woman. His phone on the table began to ring. He gestured toward the secretary, who promptly stuffed a cloth into Bai Yi's mouth to stifle her voice before he answered the call. Ahuai, a languid and sweet voice drifted into his ear, instantly softening his demeanor. Darling, are you awake? I saw the little dog you sent me. I adore it. Thank you, Ahuai. Ah, I'm glad you like it, my dear. The man's joyous tone echoed in the ears of everyone present, his passionate gaze causing Bai Yi to feel both enraptured and consumed by envy. Qin Lu once again had captured his heart. How was it that he, such an admirable man, harbored such deep affection for her, while her own efforts went unrecognized? Bai Yi glared fiercely at the phone in Gu Huai's hand, her expression twisted with malice, as if she wished to dismantle the person on the other end. Ahuai, when will you finish your work? I miss you. Her tone dripped with an unmistakable allure, soothing Gu Huai's heart. He lowered his voice to comfort her. My dear, will you wait for me a moment? I'll return shortly with your favorite little cakes, all right? Yes. I want matcha and chocolate. All right, whatever you desire, my little glutton. Content. Gu Huai set down the phone, only to find Bai Ye's contorted face glaring back at him, eliciting a wave of disgust. He stood, adjusted his attire, and approached her, towering over her with an imposing gaze. Is that so? Willing to do anything? Bai Ye's heart raced with excitement, and she nodded vigorously, even neglecting to remove the cloth from her mouth. Splendid. Then how about you accompany Chen Changshu in prison? What? This is not what I envisioned. Bai Yi stumbled forward, attempting to grasp Gu Huai's sleeve, only to be forcefully kicked away. Do not feign victimhood. You have brought this upon yourself. As far as I know, your creditors are quite numerous at present, are they not? Bai Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly know? You are indeed a talented individual. Chen Changshu is willing to support you, yet you remain unsatisfied and have resorted to gambling. How does it feel to be pursued by those ruthless debt collectors? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice that will secure you a job while sparing you from constant anxiety. You will not be an eyesore in front of me and my dear, nor will you have the opportunity to provoke her again. Bai Yi shook her head frantically, desperate to halt Gu Huai's impending words, but she still heard them. There's no need to be so tense. You have committed no crime, and I lack the means to imprison you. I merely secured you a position as a cleaner within the prison, allowing you to remain closer to your brother Su. How considerate of me, wouldn't you agree? Oh, and do not entertain thoughts of resistance. After all, you stand before only two paths, and you know which one to choose. Don't you? With that, Gu Huai strode away, leaving Bai Yi trembling and utterly defeated. She understood that with Gu Huai's influence, her entry into prison would be a one-way ticket. Even if not imprisoned, her experience would be far from pleasant. Yet the alternative, facing the debt collectors, sent shivers down her spine. She had no other choice. Chapter 22. The gentle wife of the arrogant little wolf dog, Mr. Gu. Bai Yi has made the decision to enter prison. Understood. Inform Chen Changshu of her misdeeds, and ensure she is taken in first thing tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Huai ended the call and entered his home, carrying a small cake. Upon entering, he found his beloved sitting on the carpet at the door, cradling a small dog, gazing at him with eager eyes. The sight of them, both with those watery eyes, softened his heart immeasurably. Without even changing his shoes, Gu Huai approached, gently lifting the small dog from Qin Li's arms and placing on the ground, before pulling Qin Lu into his embrace. He lowered his head, affectionately nuzzling Qin Li's small nose with his prominent one, and asked with a smile, "Why are you sitting by the door?" Qin Lu stole glances at the exquisitely wrapped cake in Gu Huai's hand, responding sweetly, "Because I missed you, Huai, and wanted to see you soon." "Is it me you miss, or the cake?" Gu Huai observed as Qin Li's gaze was nearly glued to his hands, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Lu's nos plefuli. Not all. Qin Lu, feeling slightly guilty, wrapped his arms around Gu Huai's neck and planted a kiss on his handsome face. "Though I was thinking about the cake, I truly missed you the most. All right, take your cake and enjoy it while I prepare dinner." Hum. Qin Lu tied an apron around Gu Huai and, after ushering him into the kitchen, bounced back to the coffee table to indulge in his treat. He took a bite of the matcha-flavored cake, closing his eyes in bliss. Indeed, there was nothing more delectable in this world than a small cake. Woof! As Qin Lu reveled in his culinary delight, he suddenly heard barking and turned to see the little black dog, forgotten by the two, now eagerly waddling towards him. Xiao, hey, you can talk now? Woof, woof, woof. Noticing the little black dog staring intently at the cake in his hand, Qin Lu quickly hid it in his arms, his expression turning serious. No way. This delightful indulgence was procured for me by Ahuai, and it is not meant for you. Alas, little black was tantalized by the sweet aroma, nearly drooling with desire. However, Qin Lu's resolute demeanor made it clear that he was not inclined to share. Little black, feeling quite disgruntled, spotted the dangling string of the cake bag on the coffee table. With a yelp, it pounced, sinking its teeth into it. Before Qin Lu could intervene, the cake and its bag were sent crashing to the floor. Qin Lu stared blankly at the ruined chocolate cake, momentarily at a loss for words, before unleashing a piercing shriek. The tremendous sound startled Gu Huai, who was busy in the kitchen, prompting him to rush out wielding a spatula. What's wrong? What happened? My dear. Qin Lu was in the midst of chastising little black when he caught sight of Gu Huai and instantly felt a wave of injustice wash over him. He dashed over to Gu Huai, ready to lodge a complaint. Oh, why look? He thrust the ruined chocolate cake towards Gu Huai's gaze. It was all little black's doing. This was my favorite chocolate cake, meant for tonight, and now it's gone. As he spoke, Qin Lu's annoyance intensified, and he was determined to teach little black a lesson. Gu Huai, amused by Qin Lu's fuming demeanor, pulled him closer and offered him a piece of beef. Upon tasting it, Qin Lu's eyes sparkled, revealing just how easily he could be appeased. Still angry? Gu Huai inquired. Of course I am. Qin Lu replied vehemently. Then how about I buy you 3 chocolate cupcakes tomorrow? Will that ease your anger? Qin Lu pondered for a moment, feeling tempted. Well, I'm still a tad upset. Then how about we deny little black any jerky for 3 days as punishment? Gu Huai suggested. That sounds more acceptable. Qin Lu haughtily lifted his chin, clearly satisfied with this resolution. Seeing how effortlessly Qin Lu could be pleased filled Gu Huai with both joy and a twinge of concern. How could he be so easily satisfied? It seemed he would need to pamper him even more in the future. Regrettably, the following day, Qin Lu did not get to savor his cupcakes, for he was to meet Gu Huai's parents. Ever since Gu Huai had obtained their marriage certificate, he had longed to host a grand wedding, yet various obstacles had prevented this from coming to fruition. With all uncertainties now resolved, Gu Huai promptly communicated his intentions to both sets of parents, receiving unanimous approval, and decisively scheduled the meeting for the very next day. Thus, early in the morning, still in a daze, Qin Lu was extracted from his blankets by Gu Huai, who hurried him through washing up, dressing, and gathering his belongings. It was not until he stepped outside, greeted by the brisk morning air, that he truly awakened. Oh, why, where are we going? Gu Huai settled him into the passenger seat, quickly starting the car and turning on the heat. We're going to meet my parents. They wish to discuss our wedding plans. Oh, what? Qin Lu exclaimed, shocked. When did this come about? Why wasn't T.I. informed? I'm the one involved. Relax. My dear, there is no need to be nervous. My parents adore you and have been urging me to bring you home. Besides, I am eager to celebrate our wedding and declare to the world that we are a couple. Don't you want that? Listening to Gu Huai's increasingly teasing tone, Qin Lu quickly interjected, Yes, I want that. Upon hearing the man's response, his demeanor changed instantly. Well then, you must return home with me today. That big oaf. Qin Lu ground his teeth in irritation. In the previous life, Qi Huai's parents had passed away early. This was, after all, his first encounter with the parents of his counterpart. How could he not feel nervous in various respects? Fortunately, this anxious sentiment was shattered the moment he knocked on the door and came face to face with Mr. and Mrs. Gu. As soon as he entered, he was enveloped in a warm embrace from Mrs. Gu, who held his face in her hands, adoringly inspecting him from every angle. Ultimately, it was Gu Huai who could no longer bear to watch and rescued him from her affectionate grasp. To Qin Lu's surprise, the seemingly stern chairman of the Gu group turned out to be quite the jester in private, effortlessly amusing his parents with mere words. Thus, as the two families grew increasingly satisfied with one another, they never afforded the couple a chance to speak, hastily finalizing the myriad details of their forthcoming wedding. It was not until a group of them finished dinner and Gu Huai led Qin Lu back to their room that he found himself slightly dazed. Is this really settled? Yes. Gu Huai had not anticipated such efficiency from their parents, Yet he was adaptable and found nothing amiss. "Darling, we are about to host our wedding. Are you happy?" Qin came to his senses. "Of course, I'm delighted. Although, I believe I might be even happier if your hand weren't nestled beneath my clothing. Is that so?" Gu Huai licked his lips. "Then let us engage in some joyous activities to celebrate." "No. Before Qin Lu could finish his protest, his lips were silenced by Gu Huai's fervent kiss. He struggled desperately, yet was ruthlessly subdued. Indeed, his partner was a rogue of sorts. Chapter 23. The gentle spouse of the headstrong young wolf, and the wedding of Qin Lu and Gu Huai was nothing short of magnificent. Its grandeur even gracing the front pages of international news outlets, evoking envy and joy for their love from countless admirers. They were indeed very happy. Qin Lu continued his work as a piano teacher, while Gu Huai remained steadfast in waiting at the school gate to pick up his beloved after classes. Even after assuming control of the Gu group, amidst the relentless demands of corporate affairs, he maintained this routine without fail for decades, having lived together for several decades. Qin Lu and Gu Huai had never quarreled. Gu Huai truly honored his promise to prioritize Qin Lu, ensuring he never faced hardship. Over the years, apart from their shared moments in bed, Qin Lu had not shed a tear. Together, they led a tranquil and fulfilling existence. As time passed, their parents departed this world, and their beloved dog, Xiaohei, quietly passed away one winter night, leaving them to bid farewell to their loved ones time and again. In such moments, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread, uncertain of when they might lose one another, and unable to fathom how the surviving partner would continue without the other. However, reality often diverges from expectation. In the year Qin Lu turned 78, Gu Huai had donated all his assets to charitable organizations and devoted himself entirely to Qin Li's side. He thought to himself that they had grown old, and if they did not seize every moment, they might never have another opportunity. Yet, none could predict which would arrive first, an unexpected turn of fate or the dawn of tomorrow. On an afternoon, much like any other, Gu Huai and Qin Lu strolled leisurely by the lakeside, hand in hand, admiring the evening glow painting the sky. A gentle breeze caressed them, and Gu Huai, in a moment of spontaneity, uttered something that elicited a smile from Qin Lu. Yet, in an instant, Qin Lu collapsed without warning. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, struggling to turn his gaze. He beheld an elderly gentleman with graying hair at his side and managed to muster a faint smile. "Ayuri, my dear, I am here." Gu Huai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion, clearly having wept prior. "I am here, my love. System, will I survive?" "Host, the physiological functions of this body have reached their limits. You have at most 1 week remaining." "Is that so?" "Qin de fed silent." "My dear, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "Fear not. I shall fetch the doctor." In a flurry of anxiety, Gu Huai attempted to rise, only to be halted by Qin Li's gentle grasp. "Ah Huai, I wish to go home." His tone remained tender, yet it bore the weight of a farewell, infused with an unquenchable sorrow. The once erect figure trembled momentarily, but no one spoke. The desolate hospital room felt even more forlorn in the oppressive silence, until Qin Lu could no longer contain himself and rasped a reply. "Very well, I shall take you home." Thus, they returned home together. Gu Huai procured enough provisions for a month's sustenance, reasoning that if they could not prolong their time together, it would be prudent to minimize unnecessary moments. Consequently, aside from meals and restroom breaks, Gu Huai held Qin Lu close, as they sat in the reclining chairs on the balcony, reminiscing about their shared life. "Ah Huai, thank you for encountering me on that winter night." Qin Lu felt a profound sense of contentment. To have known and loved Gu Huai was his greatest fortune. As Gu Huai felt the warmth of Qin Lu gradually fading, a dull ache took residence in his heart. Concealing his tears from Qin Li's gaze, silent weeping coursed down his face. "Ah Huai, after I depart, come find me. Do not keep me waiting too long, or I shall be angry with you and refuse to acknowledge you." Qin répondit, knowing that the one left behind would always feel solitude. He understood that Gu Huai could not bear to live without him. To demand that he carry on after his death would be cruel. Better for them to leave together, just as they had in a previous life. sharing both life and death. Very well. Wait for me. I will come to you soon. Do not be angry with me. A salty kiss fell upon Qin Li's forehead, and he offered a gentle smile, closing his eyes in serene acceptance. Gu Huai sat with Qin Lu for the entire afternoon, watching the sun dip lower in the sky, mirroring the slow death of his own heart. He carried Qin Lu to the bedroom, dressing him in beautiful attire and styling his hair in his favorite way. Then, he retrieved the sleeping pills hidden in the shopping bag. He had always intended to depart alongside his beloved, and fortuitously, his beloved wished for him to accompany him on this journey. With a deep breath, he swallowed half a bottle of pills and lay beside Qin Lu, intertwining their fingers. He cast one final, lingering gaze upon Qin Lu before reluctantly closing his eyes. Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall be with you shortly. Host, are you well? Qin Lu remained speechless, his soul hovering above the room, observing the two individuals nestled in each other's embrace on the bed. He watched silently until the following day, when Chu Linxian, stumbling through the door upon receiving news from Gu Huai, wept as he dealt with their affairs. Only then did Qin Lu blink his tear-filled eyes. 087. Let's move to the next world. It is only through reunion that the anguish within my heart may be alleviated. Understood, host. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, Qin Lu opened his eyes to find himself in a vast lecture hall. Is this a university campus? Listening to the brilliant professor eloquently expounding on the Cauchy principle and observing the drowsy students around him, Qin Lu felt a sense of disconnection. In the real world, he had been juggling part-time work alongside his studies, utterly overwhelmed. Now, he intended to relish his university life fully. In addition, he hoped to embark on a sweet campus romance with his partner. Chapter 1. The Cool, Flirtatious Childhood Friend. As Qin Lu was about to request the plot from the system, he was suddenly startled by a figure darting past him. Adjusting the half-rimmed glasses on his face, he looked at the breathless individual beside him, intending to inquire about the commotion, but was instead seized by the wrist and pulled outside. What's going on, buddy? Had it not been for the person's handsome features and apparent lack of malice, he would have retaliated. Qin Lu, why are you still in class? This is serious. What is the matter? What is the matter? Your partner is about to be stolen away. Lin Siyuan, witnessing Qin Lu's bewildered expression, felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he dashed toward the playground, exasperately explaining, My partner? Are you referring to Huai? He is going to be taken away? That can't be. Qin Lu quickly reflected on his partner's usual demeanor and found it amusing. Given his partner's personality, even if he were offered away, he'd find his own way back home. How could he possibly be stolen? System, has this person mistaken me for someone else? 087 felt a twinge of guilt. The host had yet to grasp the plot, so any issues arising could not be attributed to it. Right? Of course. If not Shuai Huai, then who? Did you not previously express your affection for him? Why? The smile faded from Qin Lu's face, his expression turning frigid as he tightened his grip on the wrist of the person in front of him and propelled himself forward. Lin Siyuan had not yet comprehended the shift in their positions when he noticed Qin Li's urgent pace and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He knows to hurry. There's progress. Unlike that pretentious demeanor before. But when did he start running so swiftly? Could it be the power of love? Here we are, stop. Upon reaching their destination, they found a crowd gathered around the playground, where the two protagonists were engaged in a public confession. Qin Lu released Lin Siyuan, who was gasping for breath, and deftly maneuvered through the throng to secure a spot in the front row. He adjusted his glasses, casting a cold smile at the pair before him, one tall and the other short. System, care to enlighten me? On his first day in this new world, witnessing his man gazing affectionately at someone confessing their love was quite the surprise. Host, it's a long story. Please don't be upset. Let us find a secluded spot later so I can explain properly. All right, I await your explanation. After reprimanding the system, Qin Lu resumed his impassive demeanor, fixating his gaze on the boy named Yen Huai, silently vowing, You little rascal, should you dare accept, I'll first castrate you, and then let you experience what it means to be without a wife. Just as Yen Huai was pondering how to reject the person in front of him, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively stepped back, distancing himself further from the boy. The boy noticed his retreat and felt a pang of sadness, but bravely spoke up. Yin, I really like you. Can you give me a chance? Yin Huai was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of the confession, his mind racing to devise a response that would yield the best outcome for both parties. As he pondered, his eyes darted around until they landed on Qin Lu, who was watching him intently. Panic surged within him, and he blurted out his truth. I'm sorry, I don't like men. The boy appeared surprised. Yin Huai didn't strike him as a stereotypical straight man. Could it be that he was misjudging him? Noting the disbelief in the boy's eyes, Yin Huai felt a headache coming on. Really, I haven't liked men in the past, I don't like them now, and I won't like them in the future. Don't waste your time on me. He wished to extricate himself from the situation quickly and seek out Qin Lu, his voice resolute and loud. Lin Siyuan, having finally squeezed his way to Qin Li's side, heard Yin Huai's emphatic declaration. His heart sank. Each word seemed to stab at Qin Li's heart. He turned to see Qin Lu with his head lowered, lips pressed tightly together, an aura of sorrow enveloping him. Are you okay? Lin Siyuan gently tugged at Qin Li's sleeve, inquiring cautiously. Qin Lu took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, and replied with a light chuckle, I'm fine. However, to Lin Siyuan, it was evident that this was merely a facade. His concern mounted, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. I'm heading back to the dorm. I want to be alone for a while. Oh, all right. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. Qin Lu turned abruptly and walked towards the dormitory, remaining silent the entire way, while 087 hesitated to speak, only timidly guiding him in his mind. Upon reaching his dorm, Qin Lu plopped down onto his bed. All right, now that I'm alone, you can talk. 087's non-existent hands slowly materialized, nervously beginning, Host, in this world, your man's persona is that of a flirtatious straight man. Flirtatious? Straight man? Qin Lu nearly laughed in frustration. Is he not clean? What use do I have for him then? I should just castrate him and feed him to the dogs. No, host. Please, don't be so agitated. The situation is not as dire as it appears. Yin Huai is pure, exceptionally so, although he presents himself as flirtatious. He has never even held another's hand. He remains a virtual innocent. 087 is already on the verge of bowing down to Qin Lu. Host, think carefully. Are you truly serious? Is indeed true, host. Qin Lu exhaled deeply, relieved. This man has a principle. If his beloved were to become tainted, he would surely cast him aside. Thankfully, Yin Huai has not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine how to proceed. All right, for now, I shall trust you. Now, please divulge the plot to me. Certainly. Once 087 saw that the situation had stabilized, he wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly began to narrate the storyline of this world. This realm unfolds a tale of a game man turning a straight boy. The protagonist, the pursuer, is Yin Huai, while the pursued is Lin Jin, who confessed to Yin Huai on the playground today. Upon entering university, Lin Jin fell head over heels for Yin Huai after a basketball match. Encouraged by his friends, he summoned the courage to confess his feelings, an event that transpired today. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Yin Huai did not share his affections for males, which left him profoundly disheartened. Nevertheless, life must go on. Lin Jin comes from a modest background, balancing his studies with part-time work, and fortuitously, he often encounters Yin Huai during these jobs. Initially, Yin Huai suspected Lin Jin of harboring ulterior motives and warned him multiple times, which deeply affected Lin Jin, leading him to bury his feelings. After that, Lin Jin ceased to appear before Yin Huai. Contrary to what he anticipated, Yin Huai felt an inexplicable void within himself. He began to subconsciously pay attention to Lin Jin's whereabouts. The more he focused, the more he found himself enamored. Thus, he realized he had developed feelings for Lin Jin. Subsequently, Yin Huai pursued Lin Jin, and the two ended up together, a happy ending. Wow, what a sweet love story. What do you think, 087? Haha, I find it rather average. So what role do I play in this romance? Host, you are cast as Yin Huai's childhood friend. The bond between your families is exceptionally close. Yet tragedy struck when the original host's parents perished in an unfortunate incident during a research project when he was merely 5 years old. The Yin family. seeing the sorrowful plight of the original host, took him in and raised him. From a young age, the original host was acutely aware of his status as a dependent. Thus he approached every situation with caution, fearing that any misstep might lead to his expulsion. However, Yan Huai assuaged his worries, treating the original host as his own brother. Anyone familiar with him recognizes that the original host is Yan Huai's exception. Consequently, under Yan Huai's indulgent care, the original host began to develop unique feelings for him. Indeed. Chapter 2. The cool childhood friend of the flirtatious straight man. Initially, the original host harbored hopes for this relationship due to Yan Huai's special treatment. Just as he prepared to express his feelings, he witnessed Yan Huai reject Lin Jin, leaving him heartbroken. He resolved to bury his emotions deep within and henceforth play the role of a brother. Little did he know that Yan Huai would later fall for Lin Jin, an acceptance he found difficult to bear. After Yan Huai and Lin Jin became a couple, the original host, witnessing their happiness, chose not to reveal his feelings. Instead, he embarked on a study abroad journey, never to return. The plot unfolds rather conventionally. However, Qin Lu twisted his wrist, curious about the nature of flirtation. 087 felt a sense of despair, wondering why the topic had returned. In truth, there was little to it. Yan Huai simply enjoyed visiting bars to engage in conversations with others. And that was all. Yet, dear host, rest assured, he has not yet experienced love, remaining entirely untainted. Is that so? He also enjoys charming, beautiful women. What audacity! Let this world become a battlefield for him in pursuit of his beloved. What do you think, system? It is all at the host's discretion. Content. Qin Lu turned over to rest, intending to gather his thoughts before confronting that big oaf. To his surprise, he fell into a deep slumber that lasted until afternoon. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld an indistinct mass crouched at his bedside. Startled, he hastily donned his glasses, only to discover that the mass was none other than Yan Huai. The young man possessed an elegant facial structure, with deep-set eyes and a tousled mane of black hair that lent him an air of casual charm. His athletic physique, tanned from frequent exercise, exuded a potent masculinity that momentarily left Qin Lu in a daze. Upon noticing Qin Lu had awoken, Yan Huai's face lit up with a radiant smile. Lei, you're awake. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Qin Lu, momentarily dazzled by Yan Huai's bright smile, observed the large figure squatting before him, claws gripping the edge of his bed, and couldn't he help but think how dog-like he appeared. Is there something you need? He asked as he swung his legs off the bed, preparing to wash his face in the bathroom. His indifferent tone struck Yan Huai rather unpleasantly. Oddly enough, Qin Lu usually spoke in such a manner, yet today it felt particularly disheartening. Before Yan Huai could decipher this change, he noticed Qin Lu preparing to leave and immediately moved closer. With a solicitous demeanor, he fetched a towel, dampened it, wrung it out, and naturally began to dry the droplets from Qin Lu's face, his attentiveness akin to that of a caregiver tending to an infant. System. Is this what you refer to as a straightforward man? His embarrassment does not concern me. There was little else to discuss. A boy had confessed to him on the playground today, and he believed he had seen Qin Lu approaching. Qin Lu froze, glancing at the attentive boy beside him, a flicker of despondence in his eyes. He lowered his head to mask his troubling emotions. Yes, I know. Yan Huai, perceptive to Qin Li's discontent, yet unaware of its cause, continued. It was Haozi and the others. They insisted on witnessing the spectacle, claiming it was to celebrate my charm with both genders, and they want me to treat them to dinner. This evening, at Chu Huan, you must accompany me. Qin le eslandé fingeait inconsciously cœur de slightly. Chu Huan, Yan Huai's favorite bar, was a venue where someone like him seemed naturally at ease. Observing Yan Huai effortlessly navigate through throngs of people always pierced Qin Lu's heart, starkly reminding him that they belonged to different worlds. You know, I dislike such environments. Qin Lu. Yan Huai had anticipated this response. He wrapped his arms around Qin Lu's neck and nuzzled him playfully. Come on, Lei. It's been ages since you've joined me for fun. Just this once, please. Qin Lu found it impossible to resist Yan Huai's endearing antics. Forget it, after all. He has seen various appearances and should be accustomed to it. All right. Really? Indeed, Lele is the best. As Yin Huai revealed a bright smile. Qin Lu couldn't help but curve his lips in response. There is always someone who makes you willing to be by their side, to witness their laughter. Yi, why did you arrive so late? As Yin Huai entered the bar, he was immediately spotted by the sharp-eyed Wang Hao, who rushed toward them with open arms, eager to offer a warm embrace. Get away, don't touch me. Yin Huai pushed him away with disdain, his actions akin to swatting a fly, which wounded Wang Hao's heart. Wang Hao clasped his chest dramatically, feigning a heartbroken expression. Huaigu, how can you treat me this way? Am I not your beloved treasure? Ah, Qin Lu, you are here too. Mid-sentence, Wang Hao suddenly noticed the person hidden behind Yin Huai, his eyes lighting up. He abandoned his theatrical act and lunged toward Qin Lu. Huaigu dislikes me, but you can't. Come on, Lele, let us have a hug. Qin Lu did not dodge, merely observing Wang Hao's antics quietly. In the next moment, the person who clamored for a hug was yanked back by the collar. Hug, what nonsense. Enough is enough. And you, how dare you call him Lele? Huaigu, let go, I'm not hugging anymore, I promise. And you, couldn't you just step aside when he approached you? Do you really want him to hug you? Qin Lu widened his eyes, wondering why this was any of his concern. Yin Huai himself was perplexed. The moment Wang Hao was about to touch Qin Lu, a wave of irritation surged within him. Why was this happening? Had he developed a physiological aversion to Wang Hao? As he watched Wang Hao grinning at him while being held, Yin Huai felt speechless. Indeed, his earlier thoughts were accurate. All right, Huaigu, don't be angry anymore. I've invited many beautiful ladies to join us tonight, each tall and stunning. You can enjoy yourself thoroughly. Oh really? That sounds quite good. Suddenly, he felt an ominous energy creeping up his back. Yin Huai swiftly turned around, only to find Qin Lu gazing at him innocently. Could it be that he was mistaken? In a place where Yin Huai could not see, Qin Lu wore a sinister smile, eager to see how he would entertain himself later. Chapter 3. The indifferent bamboo horse of a flirtatious straight man come. Lele, sit here. Yin Huai observed a girl dressed in revealing attire lounging on a sofa, unable to suppress a frown as his expression darkened, prompting Wang Hao to exclaim dramatically. No way, Huaigu, you're not satisfied with such a beautiful lady? I've never seen you this picky before. The cacophony of voices mingled with the blaring music was enough to drive Yin Huai to the brink of madness. He truly wished to turn around and give Wang Hao a piece of his mind. With a sharp glare, he signaled Wang Hao be quiet, then turned to pull Qin Lu to a corner of the sofa. After a moment's thought, he dashed to the bar, ordered a glass of watermelon juice, and placed it in Qin Li's hands before retrieving a cushion for him to embrace. Once everything was in order, he straightened up, satisfied. Lele, you stay here and don't wander off. I'll be right beside you. If you need anything or wish to go home, just let me know, all right? Qin Lu took a sip of the juice in his hand and obediently responded. Yin Huai, satisfied, reached out to gently caress Qin Li's soft hair before making his way to his designated seat. However, upon turning back, he was met with the astonished gazes of those who had been drinking and reveling, their eyes wide in disbelief. What are you staring at? Do I have money on my face? Wang Hao was the first to react, swallowing hard. No money, Huaigu. I just think it's amusing how you care for Qin Lu as if he were your own wife. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Lu is my brother. You've known that for ages. Ah, true. Then it only shows how considerate you are, Huaigu. Indeed, this topic was swiftly brushed aside, and the crowd resumed their earlier clamor. While in the corner, Qin Lu tightened his grip on the glass in his hand. Was his kindness merely a result of their brotherly bond? That was truly disheartening. Huaigu, don't sit so far away. Your seat is here. Seeing Yin Huai drift too far from the center of the gathering, Wang Hao hurriedly pulled him back, compressing him into a cluster of beautiful women. Naturally, these girls had come for the sake of Huai Ji's reputation, and he had to keep them close, as he was hoping to catch a girlfriend tonight. Basking in Huai Ji's glow, Yin Huai was yanked down onto the sofa, instinctively wanting to rise, but 2 glasses of alcohol were promptly placed before him. Why are you running away, handsome? We're not monsters. Yes, Yingu, monsters aren't this stunning. The other boys chimed in. Yin Huai smiled awkwardly and reluctantly settled down. He lifted the glass before him, yet his gaze kept drifting toward Qin Lu. Observing Qin Lu sipping his juice obediently, Completely oblivious to his presence, Yin Huai felt a mix of affection and a tinge of disappointment. He didn't mind being amidst these people. Wait, they were brothers, after all. Why should he care? Yin Huai suspected that he had been somewhat affected by Lin Jin's confession at noon, leading him to indulge in such errant thoughts. After all, he was straight, wasn't he? Embarrassed and frustrated, he downed the drink offered to him and joined the game at the table. Yin Huai had frequented bars many times, and he was thoroughly familiar with the games played there, often manipulating the outcome. Today was no different, with cards flying deftly in his hands. He escalated the game to a fervent climax, exciting everyone, except for him and Qin Lu. Qin Lu was simply uninterested in such frivolities, while Yin Huai was preoccupied for reasons he couldn't quite fathom. This evening, his mind was elsewhere, and every minute or two, he found himself glancing toward Qin Lu to ensure everything was fine before returning to the game. It wasn't that Yin Huai was overly concerned. Although Qin Lu typically exuded an air of aloofness, he was still beset by admirers due to his striking features. Moreover, only Yin Huai understood the pure and endearing heart that lay beneath Qin Li's cool exterior. Why go? Why do you keep looking over at Qin Lu? Wang Hao had consumed several cups of alcohol and was now somewhat intoxicated. With a slurred tongue, he exclaimed, "Do you not think that Qin Lu appears rather lonely sitting there by himself? No worries, just bring him over to join us for some fun." Before Yin Huai could finish his words, Wang had already pulled Qin Lu into the crowd. "Qin Lu, being alone is rather dull. Come and join us for some merriment. It's lively here, and who knows, there might even be someone here who fancies you." This assertion was not unfounded, as Qin Lu was quite popular in general, especially today, adorned in a white shirt and black trousers that accentuated his perfectly proportioned physique. The shirt was buttoned all the way to the top, adding an air of restrained allure to his already elegant demeanor. Indeed, it wasn't long before someone approached Qin Lu upon his arrival in the throng. "Hello there," a sweet voice chimed. He turned to see a charming girl dressed in a Lolita outfit. "Hello," he replied. The girl beamed with joy at his response. "I just heard them call you Qin Lu. My name is Xia Tingting. You can call me Tingting." "All right, Xia Tingting." Tingting paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Qin Lu found himself puzzled by her amusement, but chose to remain respectful and patiently awaited the conclusion of her laughter. "Why are you so unique?" she asked, wiping away tears of mirth. Was this a compliment? Qin Lu pondered and then replied, "You are quite special as well." "Me?" Tingting tugged at her skirt. You mean this outfit? It's rather extravagant. Isn't it? No one else dresses like this." "It's not extravagant. It's beautiful. The dress is lovely. And so are you." His unwavering words struck a chord within Tingting. "Really? Many people disapprove of this style, but I simply adore it. Just be yourself. As long as you like it, that's what matters." This succinct statement bestowed upon Tingting an abundance of courage. She recognized that Lolita fashion was often impractical for everyday life, with many deeming it excessive and costly, and even her parents did not support her passion. Yet, she could not help but love it. For the first time, she had heard someone express such sincerity without a hint of condescension or false consolation, merely affirming her preferences. Why did she suddenly feel like crying? Taking a deep breath, Tingting stifled the tears that threatened to spill and half playfully reproached him. "How can you make someone laugh and cry on the first encounter?" "My apologies," Qin Lu responded, puzzled by where he might have gone awry. Yet, sensing that her impending tears were a result of his words, he instinctively offered an apology. All right, I was just teasing you. You're quite a nice person. How about becoming my boyfriend?" Qin Lu was taken aback, though his expression remained unchanged. Tingting noticed a slight dilation in his pupils. "If not, then it's fine. No need to be that surprised," she said, pouting in disappointment. "Then can we at least be friends?" "Of course." "Great. You promised, so no backing out. Quickly, let us exchange contact information." Qin Lu obediently took out his phone to share with Xia Tingting. As the two individuals exchanged their WeChat IDs and noted each other's names, a terrified shout pierced through the crowd. "Hua, remain calm. How could you tear up all the cards?" Chapter 4. The cool bamboo horse of a charismatic straight man, sensing the probing gazes directed at him. Yin Huai felt a twinge of embarrassment as he released the shredded remnants of the card he had torn apart. He was at a loss for his own emotions. The sight of Qin Lu animatedly conversing with a girl ignited a surge of anger within him. How peculiar. Had he ever cared about Qin Lu to such an extent? Despite witnessing countless declarations of affection directed toward Qin Lu from both boys and girls, he had never reacted this way. Could it be that he harbored feelings for that girl? No, that couldn't be. He felt nothing for her. It seemed he had truly lost his mind. What's wrong? Qin Lu inquired, observing the flickering emotions on Yin Huai's face with concern. Huh? Oh, I'm fine. I merely exerted a bit too much force unintentionally. Yin Huai chuckled awkwardly to mask his discomfort. Well, Qin Lu replied, casting him a puzzled glance, albeit reluctantly accepting his explanation. If you're fine, you can continue. Xia Tingting and I will head over there. He gestured toward the bar. Look. They've only known each other for a short while. And already she is calling him by name. Xia Tingting, how intimate. Yin Huai felt a surge of jealousy. Lele, why don't you stay with me? Lele, come quickly. I ordered your favorite watermelon juice. His plea was interrupted by a bright voice as Qin Lu turned to see the girl at the bar waving at him. He nodded at Yin Huai as he turned to leave. Watching Qin Li's retreating figure, Yin Huai's expression darkened, his demeanor icy enough to chill the air around him, causing Wang Hao, who lay languidly on the sofa, to shiver involuntarily. His eyes blazed with fury as he regarded the car before him, as if it were his nemesis. Each play akin to an attempt to smash the table. Those around him sensed the intensity of his rage and felt a tremor of trepidation. Yet none could escape his wrath. With his fury unleashed, he swiftly dispatched a circle of opponents. While the battle raged on one side, tranquility reigned on the other. Qin Lu gazed at the untouched watermelon juice in his hand, his mind clearly elsewhere as he listened to Xia Tingting's vibrant chatter. After his 11th lackluster response of MM, Xia Tingting could no longer contain herself. Seriously, can you talk about something else? Is my topic truly that dull? Huh? Oh, my apologies. Qin Lu adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No worries at all, Xia Tingting remarked, crossing her arms with a hint of annoyance. You're so distracted, you must be worried about Yin Huai. Qin Li's head snapped up in surprise. Wondering how I knew? Xia Tingting arched an eyebrow. You, with your temperament, shouldn't be here, yet here you are. You rarely show concern for others, but still worry about whether Yin Huai is all right. You care for him. Qin Lu was rendered speechless, taken aback by Xia Tingting's perceptiveness and chagrined by his own carelessness. All right, don't frown. It's just a matter of liking men. It's the 21st century. What's there to hide? I like him, but he doesn't feel the same. He only sees me as a brother. Qin Lu reflected, adding he said it himself. So, does that mean he is straight? I find that hard to believe. Now, the frown belongs to Xia Tingting. How could he be so considerate towards you and not have feelings? He has always treated me this way since childhood. I've grown accustomed to it. All right then, when do you plan to confess your feelings to him? Qin Lu felt silent. Xia Tingting recalled the events on the playground at noon and felt a twinge of regret, observing the somewhat despondent young man before her. She reached out to pat his knee in an attempt to comfort him. However, as she did so, the person on the stool was suddenly pulled away, causing her to lose her balance and nearly fall. Once she regained her composure and looked up, she discovered Yin Huai was glaring ominously at her, with a still-dazed Qin Lu behind him. Xia Tingting's eyes darted around, and it dawned on her what was happening. Yin Huai shot a glare at the girl in front of him, let out a heavy huff, and dragged the still oblivious Qin Lu outside. Xia Tingting rested her chin on her hand, watching Qin Lu glance back at her, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Lele, don't forget to text me when you get back. Indeed, the person being led suddenly stiffened, then quickened his pace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Oh, he is so unaware of his own feelings, yet he is still straight. If he were any straighter, I'd have him live stream eating dung. Qin Lu was perplexed by the turn of events, but complied as he was led away. It wasn't until they were far from the bar that Yin Huai finally released him. Qin Lu rubbed his reddened hand, perplexed. What is wrong? Aren't you happy? Yin Huai was not merely unhappy. He was seething with frustration. How could it be that, in such a short span of time, Qin Lu not only exchanged contact information with that woman, allowed her to call him Lele, but also permitted her to have physical contact? He had always despised others touching him, except for Yin Huai. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Huai felt a hint of grievance. He deemed himself overly sensitive, yet his anger was palpable. After suppressing his feelings for a while, he turned to properly admonish Qin Lu. Just as Yin Huai was about to speak, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve and looked down to see a slender, jade-like hand. Qin Lu, mimicking the way the girls at school would flirt with their boyfriends, lightly tugged at Yin Huai's sleeve, awkwardly swaying it. His eyes, serious behind his glasses, were fixed on Yin Huai. Yin Huai, please don't be angry. At that moment, Yin Huai felt as though his heart had been softly patted by a kitten, his mind swirling in a daze. This seemed to be the first time Qin Lu had ever acted so endearingly towards him, and he found himself utterly defenseless against it. Like the king deceived by Daji, Yin Huai could only acquiesce to Qin Lu's words. You want to be angry, will you? All right. Shall we go back to school? Yes. I've called for a car. Hum. It wasn't until they returned to school that Yin Huai snapped out of that dreamy state. He discreetly glanced at the person walking beside him, feeling his face flush. How had he never noticed how handsome Qin Lu was before? Ding. Current affection level, 55. So high. Qin Lu was taken aback. Host, don't misunderstand. Yin Huai's initial affection for the original owner was 40. This is merely an addition of 15 points. Oh, I see. Qin Lu cast a sidelong glance at Yin Huai, feeling that this fellow truly lacked appreciation for kindness. Thus, he need not hold any further grudges. Ding. Current affinity level, 60. My dear host, you have certainly pleased him. One remained speechless while the other was awkward, and both shared a tacit understanding of silence on their way back to the dormitory. It was not until Qin Lu changed his clothes and prepared to wash up that Yin Huai finally stopped him. What's wrong? Yin Huai hesitated, unsure of how to voice his concerns. He scratched the back of his head and mustered the courage to blurt out, Lei. Could you refrain from getting too close to others? I mean, no offense. It's just that you've only just met her and don't really know her yet. I worry she might not be a good person. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and he glanced at Qin Li's impassive expression, feeling a twinge of fear that perhaps he was overstepping. Lei, I truly mean no harm. Yin Huai, Ting is quite a nice person, Qin Lu interjected, dropping a bombshell before turning to enter the bathroom. Chapter 5. The cool bamboo horse of the flirtatious straight man, Yin Huai, was momentarily taken aback before he could not help but exclaim a traditional expletive. Fine. He is referred to as Yin Huai, while she is simply Ting. Am I to believe that his years of companionship pale in comparison to her single night? Are we no longer brothers? What a scoundrel, a heartless wretch, a little deceiver. The more Yin Huai pondered, the angrier he grew. He instinctively struck the bed frame beside him with a fist, producing a loud clatter that startled his two roommates, who were engrossed in their video game. Lu Jiang and Li Sifan exchanged glances, silently lowering the game's volume. Recognizing that their brother Huai was truly irate, it was prudent to tread carefully. Outside the bathroom, one was seething with frustration, while within, the other was in remarkably high spirits. Qin Lu hummed a cheerful tune, chuckling to himself in a haughty manner. Isnt he a straight man? Isnt he supposed to dislike men? Let him stew in his own discomfort. Upon finishing his ablutions, he emerged to find Yin Huai sulking on his bed, awkwardly attempting to draw attention to his displeasure for some comfort. Qin Lu, however, feigned ignorance and proceeded to ignore him. Yin Huai felt as though his heart might leap from his chest in indignation. He abruptly stood up and muttered as he retreated into the bathroom. When he re-emerged, Qin Lu was already asleep. All of Yin Huai's anger dissipated. He turned off the lights on their side of the room and glanced at his two roommates, who were soundly asleep, then quietly approached Qin Li's bed and crouched down. Supporting his head with his hand, he gazed at Qin Li's serene sleeping face, a smile spreading across his own as the last vestiges of his frustration melted away. Qin Li's sleeping posture was quite proper. He lay flat, hands neatly resting on his chest, his delicate eyelashes fluttering gently with each breath, appearing irresistibly adorable. The more Yin Huai looked, the happier he became, his excitement nearly manifesting as a wagging tail. Had the other two roommates been awake to witness the scene, They would surely have deemed Yin Huai a lovesick fool, yet in the absence of an audience, and with one party oblivious and the other lost in slumber. The moment felt harmonious. Time passed, and when Yin Huai's legs began to feel numb from squatting, he finally returned to his own bed, blissful. What he did not realize was that at the very moment he closed his eyes, the person he had been watching for nearly half an hour suddenly opened his eyes. "Oh, what a foolish situation I find myself in, dear host. Who can distinguish between you and him when it comes to matters of straightness? If I were to switch your identities, it would seem that he harbors a secret affection for you. I knew it all along. How could he love me so deeply and yet remain indifferent? It merely requires dismantling his ingrained beliefs from over 2 decades, a task that demands a gradual infiltration." As Qin Lu squinted his eyes, a wicked idea took root in his mind. The following day, as Yin Huai opened his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming display of beauty. The beds of Yin Huai and Qin Lu were positioned side by side, typically with their heads facing each other. However, at this moment, Qin Lu stood at the head of Yin Huai's bed, changing his attire. Yin Huai had always been aware of Qin Li's fair complexion, yet he was taken aback by its brilliance. In comparison, he felt akin to a piece of charcoal. Yin Huai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Qin Li's delicate atoms, apple, and flawless collarbone, a wave of dryness washing over his throat. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nose, and in the next moment, 2 streams of blood cascaded forth. "Oh no!" Yin Huai hastily attempted to stem the flow. Qin Lu's attention. Observing Yin Huai's predicament, Qin Lu furrowed his brow, picked up a tissue from the table, and approached him. "Stay still," Qin Lu instructed, cradling the back of Yin Huai's head and gently wiping away the blood staining his lower face. It was far too close, so close that he could discern the fine fuzz on Qin Li's face. The sound of a heartbeat, whose he couldn't tell, added an air of intimacy to the moment. Ding. Current affection level, 65. Yin Huai quickly diverted his gaze, only to discover the pink chocolate peeking out due to Qin Li's incomplete buttoning. In an instant, Yin Huai felt as though his mind was about to explode, most evidently manifested in the uncontrollable flow of blood from his nose. Glancing at the blood-soaked tissues beside him and the continuous trickle of blood, Qin Li's expression grew serious. I'm fine. Just keep your distance," Yin Huai urged. As Qin Lu leaned in again to assess his condition, Yin Huai swiftly covered his nose and retreated to the side of the table, leaving one arm awkwardly suspended in midair. "Do you find me repulsive?" Qin Lu asked, a hint of sorrow in his voice. He lowered his head, questioning. "You don't want me to touch you? What?" Yin Huai, momentarily taken aback by his own errant thoughts, quickly grasped that his previous actions might have led to a misunderstanding. He scrambled to explain. No, Qin Lu, I didn't mean. No need to explain. If you don't like me, you won't ever touch me again. You should go see the school doctor about your nosebleed. I have plans with someone today. I must leave." Initially mired in regret, Yin Huai felt a chill seep into his heart upon hearing that Qin Lu was going out on a date. The flow of blood ceased, and he rose, intent on stopping him, but Qin Lu was evidently quicker. Before he could reach him, Qin Lu had already exited the dormitory. Damn! Yin Huai grabbed his phone to message Qin Lu, but there was no response. He considered stealthily following them, but had no idea where to go, which only added to his frustration. Just as he sat at his desk, feeling utterly defeated, his phone rang. He snatched it up and answered. Qin Lu. His bright eyes dimmed at the realization that it was not Qin Lu. "Speak your mind, or spare me your nonsense." "Hey, Huai, have you had a rough morning? There are no classes today, so why not join us for a game of basketball? The rest of the guys are already here, and your absence is the only thing missing. Instead of idly sitting around, you could release some pin-up energy on the court. Outside the cake shop." Qin Lu gazed at the chocolate cake before him with sparkling eyes. Who would have thought that someone as aloof as you would have a fondness for such sweet treats? "Can I enjoy it?" Xia Tingting responded, crossing her legs. After swiftly finishing a small cake, Qin Lu finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. "What is it you want to tell me? Why are you so cold in your tone?" Xia Tingting expressed her discontent. "If you sweeten your words, I might share some delightful news regarding Yin Huai." Qin Lu bit his lip, torn between curiosity and reluctance. The two remained in a stalemate. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. You're really such a blockhead. She rolled her eyes. I've realized that Yin Huai actually likes you. Qin Li's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. No way. His light-colored irises flickered with a momentary glimmer before dimming once more. Those two words shattered his naive hopes and forced him to confront his own fantasies. How can you say there's no way? Xia Tingting exclaimed, exasperated at his despondent demeanor. She stood abruptly, grasping Qin Li's collar tightly, and declared fiercely, if you don't even believe he could like you, who else would? Stop wallowing in self-pity. Your demeanor frustrates me. Right now, go confess your feelings to Yin Huai. Even if he rejects you, at least he LL know your true feelings. Her rapid-fire words caused the calm facade of Qin Lu to crack slightly. Are girls always this fierce? Huh, look at you, today is your day. Qin Lu adjusted his crooked glasses, wiping his face with a cold expression. Let go. I want tea. Xia Tingting was undeterred. Today she was determined to make Qin Lu confess. The tension between them was palpable, causing even the waitstaff to hesitate approaching. Just as they were locked in their standoff, a hand reached over and slapped Xia Tingting's hand away with force. Ow! Xia Tingting recoiled in pain, inspecting the back of her hand, which had reddened. Who dares to hit me? Do they wish for trouble? She lifted her foot to retaliate, only to have it seized by the person. Thankfully, she was wearing her usual attire and not a skirt, or it would have been quite embarrassing. How can a young lady like you be so rude? Pulling on someone else's collar is quite uncivilized. Having been reprimanded unexpectedly, Xia Tingting's face flushed with indignation, reminiscent of Tom from Tom and Jerry. In retaliation, she tugged at the person's hair, causing them to yelp in pain. Both were now riled up, refusing to relinquish their grips, entangled in a rather bizarre manner. Qin Lu, observing the growing crowd around them, felt the urgency to avoid becoming a spectacle the next day. Reluctantly, he spoke up. Siyuan let go. Lin Siyuan felt somewhat reluctant, but obediently released his grip. Xia Tingting, without hesitation, delivered a swift and fierce blow, causing Lin Siyuan to shed tears. Ouch! You wicked woman. It's merely a matter of reciprocity. If you cannot play, then do not engage. Lin Siyuan was at a loss for words, stammering for a while before finally uttering, I shan't stoop to your level. Qin Lu, how could you associate with such a person? She even grabbed your collar. Clearly not of good character. What? You dare to criticize me? No matter what, I'm still better than some fools who resort to violence at the outset. You are truly unreasonable, and you are petty-minded. The two glared at each other, nearly ready to pounce and take a bite out of one another. Sparks nearly flying towards Qin Lu. Qin Lu, tell me, if you had to choose between her and me, who would it be? Has it suddenly escalated to this level? Qin Lu, feeling helpless, interjected, enough, stop arguing. Xia Tingting did not mean it. Then why is she bullying you? It's not bullying. She thinks I am useless and urged me to confess to Yin Huai. What? Xia Tingting flexed her wrist, ready to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of society if he dared to point fingers at her again. They are right. I've told you countless times to confess, yet you refuse. Look, even the young lady can't stand it anymore. Xia Tingting paused for a moment and then began to persuade him. Yes, I can see that Yin Huai treats you differently than others. Although he claims he does not like men, what if he uniquely favors you? You should give a try. Only the brave can savor love. The two, who had been at odds, now united in their mission to persuade Qin Lu, bombarding him with an endless stream of encouragement. Overwhelmed by their relentless chatter, Qin Lu felt trapped, unable to escape their fervent support. Ultimately, he conceded fine. If you don't confess, you'll never know. You agreed. The two maternal figures instantly fell silent, excitedly exchanging high fives. Today is the day. Let us go cheer you on this afternoon. Xia Tingting and Lin Siyuan decided that, with this one affirmative word, they would present a pleasant demeanor to everyone. Yin Huai, hold on, I can't take it anymore. Wang Hao lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, refusing to rise. Who knew what was wrong with Yin Huai today, as he mercilessly tormented all six of them? Yin Huai casually tossed aside the basketball, wiping the sweat trickling down his cheek with his jersey. His well-defined abs subtly revealed themselves with his movements, sure to attract attention if he were outdoors. Yin Huai walked over to the resting area, gulping down a couple of swigs from a bottle of mineral water, his wild actions betraying his restless agitation. Wang Hao shooed the others away and slyly sidled up to Yin Huai. Yin Huai, you seem troubled. What's on your mind? Perhaps I can help. In the past few days, Yin Huai had been in a tumultuous state, especially when he saw Qin Lu, as if everything he did stirred feelings of longing within him. He is not a child devoid of understanding. He recognizes that these unfamiliar emotions are somewhat peculiar. Besides, are they not brothers? I have a friend, Wang Hao, who is quite perceptive. What is the matter with your friend? My friend has a very close companion, and they have been together for over a decade. His friend is remarkably handsome and exceptionally talented, and the two of them have always maintained a good relationship. However, recently my friend has discerned that he seems to have developed different feelings for his companion. He finds joy in teasing him when he is angry yet does not reconcile. He feels sorrow when he changes clothes in the morning and catches a glimpse of him. He ends up with a nosebleed. Knowing that his friend is out with others makes him furious. What do you think is happening with my friend? Wang Hao, unable to feign ignorance, replied, Your friend has clearly fallen for Qin Lu. He simply does not realize it yet. With a sly squint, he leaned closer to Yin Huai's ear and added, I assure you, your friend has developed a fondness for his good companion, and he is quite taken by his physique. But they are both male, Yin Huai said, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips, his expression a mix of confusion. So what? Wang Hao shrugged. True love knows no gender. The important thing is that he likes him. That seems to hold some truth, but Yin Huai, who has prided himself on his heterosexuality for over 20 years, suddenly finds himself bending towards a direction he never anticipated. Especially towards a boy he has cherished like a younger brother since childhood. He is momentarily unable to come to terms with this revelation. Oh, by the way, Huai Ge, tell your friend to confess his feelings sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he might regret it once the person is no longer around. Suddenly reminded of the cheerful interactions between Qin Lu and Xia Tingting, Yin Huai felt a pang in his heart and weakly pressed his forehead. Let me think about it. His mind was a whirlpool of confusion, so much so that he was oblivious to his own self-revelation. Fortunately, Wang Hao, being considerate, pretended not to hear anything and took his leave, leaving Yin Huai alone to ponder. The mottled light by the window tilted as it danced, and the empty basketball court held only a solitary figure, sitting despondently without movement. With his elbows resting on his thighs, Yin Huai stared blankly at the ground when suddenly, the tips of a pair of shoes entered his line of sight. He looked up along the pant leg, and the face that had been troubling him for days appeared before him. The other person gazed at him quietly, and a few beams of sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Qin Lu from behind, casting an angelic glow in Yin Huai's eyes. Ding! Current affection level, 68. Yin Huai stood up instinctively, wanting to approach Qin Lu, but then abruptly realized that he should not be so close. He found himself frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. Qin Lu shifted slightly, observing the two heads peeking curiously from the doorway. When those two noticed his gaze, they even gave him a thumbs up. How to describe them? Both silly and endearing. Yin Huai, captivated by the faint smile on the face before him, felt his heart race once more. He stammered to Qin Lu, Lulu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, he attempted to slip away stealthily, only to be caught by Qin Lu, who firmly grasped his hand. Yin Huai felt the area captured by Qin Lu burning intensely, the heat seeping through his skin and into his heart. Please don't leave. I have something to discuss with you. Yin Huai subconsciously sensed the gravity of the situation. He yearned to escape, yet found it difficult to relinquish Qin Li's grasp. Standing rigidly in place, his arm extended, allowing Qin Lu to hold him. What is it? Is it important? Perhaps we should find a more suitable time to talk? No, it must be today. In fact, I've long intended to tell you. Yin Huai, I like you, it's been a while. Huh? Just moments ago. He had been grappling with his own feelings for Qin Lu, and now the very person had confessed, claiming to have harbored feelings for quite some time. It felt surreal. Startled, Yin Huai instinctively pulled his hand away from Qin Lu. The suddenness of his action left Qin Lu in shock, his hand frozen in the air. Lily, no, I didn't mean to. The silence that enveloped Qin Lu made Yin Huai acutely aware of his misstep. He floundered in his attempts to explain, repeating that he hadn't intended to hurt him. Lei, please don't be angry. Let me explain, will you? Frantic, Yin Huai noticed that Qin Lu had kept his head down, the reflection from his glasses obscuring his expression. He reached out to touch Qin Li's cheek, only to have it evade his touch. Lei, I don't want to explain. You speak, and I will listen. Yin Huai fell silent. How could he articulate his feelings? Should he admit that he was startled by the confession or confess that he harbored impure thoughts about him? The prolonged silence thickened the atmosphere until it was shattered by a self-deprecating chuckle. I suppose I've overthought it. Let's pretend today never happened, and I shall remain silent. Though his voice was as familiar as ever, Yin Huai detected a tremor within it. Lei, please let me see you. I beg you. No response came. Taking matters into his own hands, he cupped Qin Li's face. The moment his palms met skin, he felt a dampness, causing his pupils to constrict. Leaning down, he discovered a tear-streaked visage staring back at him. In an instant, his heart wrenched painfully. He dreaded seeing Qin Lu cry, and now it was because of him. It felt as if every breath was laced with agony. Ding. Current affection level, 70. Lei, please don't cry. I swear, I like you too. Truly. Will you believe me? Yin Huai gently wiped away the tears from Qin Li's face, speaking earnestly. The intensity of the earlier pain had jolted him into clarity, revealing his true feelings. The notions of brotherhood paled in comparison to his affection for Qin Lu. He was undeniably drawn to him. Wang Hao was right. As long as he recognized his feelings, nothing else mattered. The heart does not deceive. Driven by this newfound understanding, Yin Huai sought to convey his feelings, desperate to elicit a smile from Qin Lu. Yet, it was evident that Qin Li's heart had been irreparably wounded, leaving him disbelieving of Yin Huai's words. I do not wish to believe you. Your earlier actions have already provided me with an answer. No, that's not it. Just now it was merely me. Please refrain from saying more. I am no longer the child I was a decade ago and do not require your coaxing. I lost my composure, forgetting how consistently kind you have been to me, merely because we are brothers. Furthermore, do not fabricate these lies under the guise of brotherhood to amuse me. It disrespects both my feelings and those I hold dear. Lei, I apologize. Yin Huai is regretting immensely. Could he not have realized things a few minutes sooner? Must he inflict pain upon both of us before feeling satisfied? Yet, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. What has transpired cannot be undone. He is left with no recourse but to hope that a show of affection will lead Qin Lu to forgive him. After all, every time he displays such affection, Qin Lu has always indulged him, regardless of the issue at hand. Reflecting on this, Yin Huai felt a tinge of bitterness. Indeed, why had he not noticed that Qin Lu would accompany him in whatever he wished to pursue, having navigated through the complexities of human emotions for so long? He could discern the loves and grudges of others, yet he remained utterly oblivious to his own situation. Lei, you need not say anything further. From this point onward, we shall only maintain a brotherly bond. I shall no longer overstep. No, I refuse. Lei, I do not wish to be merely your brother. I do not want to be just brothers. It is I who have awoken too slowly. Please grant me another chance, just once. The resolute words caused Yin Huai's eyes to redden. He clung tightly to Qin Lu, wishing to retract that statement. Qin Lu permitted the embrace, displaying utmost patience. Just as Yin Huai believed there might be a glimmer of hope, the subsequent words plunged him into despair. Yin Huai, for 13 years, I have harbored feelings for you, yet you have never known. I am weary. I no longer wish to love you. Chapter 8. The cool and detached bamboo horse of a Casanova. Yin Huai felt darkness envelop him, his legs weakening as he nearly knelt before Qin Lu. His face turned pale, and the pain radiating from his heart coursed through his entire being, leaving him breathless. Qin Lu effortlessly extricated himself from Yin Huai's embrace, stepping back to create a safe distance between them. That short span felt like an insurmountable divide, igniting panic within Yin Huai. He reached out to grasp Qin Lu, yet the boy who had always complied with his wishes now resembled a moon reflected on water, forever elusive. Lei, do not abandon me. The palpable fragility was evident, tugging at Qin Li's heartstrings, yet he remained silent, and turned to leave this heart-wrenching place. Two individuals waiting at the entrance noticed Qin Lu approaching with reddened eyes. The previously vibrant excitement had vanished, and neither dared to break the silence. Qin Lu, are you all right? Qin Lu raised his gaze to meet Lin Siyuan's worried expression, offering a soft acknowledgement before hastily departing without a moment's pause. What happened? Did things not go well? Yan Huai did not acquiesce. The two could not fathom it. Based on their observations, it should not have been the case. As they pondered, a sudden commotion from the basketball court drew their attention. They hurriedly peered through the doorframe, witnessing a tall youth slumped on the ground, his body trembling slightly. "Host, are you leaving just like this?" In a secluded corner, Qin Lu leisurely leaned against the wall, meticulously polishing his glasses. He shrugged off 087's remarks, perceiving them as a mere trifling lesson, a reminder to uphold his dignity for a day, a way to instill some wisdom in him. Yet, the thought of another's tears tugged at his heart. Upon hearing that, after his departure, the other had sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, Qin Li's expression softened momentarily, only to harden again minutes later. He could not afford to be tender-hearted. Perhaps the system failed to comprehend his emotional resolve, yet Qin Lu was acutely aware of his own motivations. It was not cruelty that defined him, but rather a profound fear. The irreversible wounds inflicted by his family of origin had left him devoid of the warmth of love throughout his 20-plus years. Ironically, the very affection he yearned for had materialized in these fabricated realms, where a man had offered his whole heart in love. However, plagued by cowardice, Qin Lu grappled with uncertainty about the durability of such love, fearing what might transpire if the other were to grow weary of him. He could only seek solace in the intensity of the other's affection. In the previous two worlds, the men had pursued him fervently, but in this one, he found himself a humble admirer, overwhelmed by anxiety at relinquishing the initiative. He understood that the man's feelings for him would not lead to sorrowful actions. Yet he stubbornly chose to inflict pain upon himself, believing that if discomfort could provide him with a sense of security, he would willingly embrace it. Enough, he thought. I know my limits. All right, 087 mused, as long as it doesn't T-spiral out of control. So what shall you do now, host? What else? I shall embody the role of a heartbroken soul, a brother who accommodates his wishes. Wow, host, you truly hold a grudge. What of it? ISNT, holding a grudge, a fundamental quality one should possess? Otherwise, how can one avoid being trampled upon? Though he spoke with a righteous fervor, 087 wished to resist, whispering to its adversary, actually, Yan Huai didn't he mean it? Stop. Do not utter words I do not wish to hear. Qin Lu narrowed his eyes. Then why are you defending him? Host, pretend I've said nothing and that you've heard nothing. Before Qin Lu could respond, 087 hastily interrupted him, retreating into the system space. Qin Lu stroked his chin, pondering the peculiar behavior of the little system. Yan Huai lingered until the basketball court closed, then stiffly gathered his belongings and ambled back to the dormitory. He mechanically twisted the doorknob, and darkness enveloped him instantly, casting a heavy shroud around him. With his roommate absent, Qin Lu, too, was nowhere to be found. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, how could Qin Lu still be there? His Lu had always been so proud. How could he possibly remain waiting like before for the one who had caused him heartache to return? In the past, Yan Huai had not felt this way, but now, in the absence of the other, every task felt devoid of energy. He carelessly tossed his bag aside and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. How frustrating it was. Why was the ceiling still so dingy? He lifted an arm to shield his eyes, as if that could dam the uncontrollable tears. He truly found himself at a loss, utterly unsure of how to salvage his relationship with Qin Lu. Yan Huai, with a deft motion, retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he could no longer hold back his emotions. Mom, I've lost him. Meanwhile, Qin Lu remained oblivious to Yan Huai's distress, grappling instead with the flamboyant man before him. He had not returned to the dormitory that afternoon, seeking solitude to clear his mind. Initially, everything seemed fine until Lin Siyuan and Xia Tingting appeared out of nowhere, each taking hold of him and forcibly escorting him to a cafe. Once seated, He raised his eyes to find a stern-faced man in black across from him. What is this? Qin Lu silently questioned the smirking Xia Tingting, hoping it wasn't what he feared. Ahem, Lulu. Although your confession didn't go as planned, try not to be too disheartened. We must look forward. There are many quality men out there. Losing one Yan Huai means there are others. The man I'm introducing is absolutely wonderful. Look at his face, his physique. He has no vices, and most importantly, he is attracted to men. What do you think? A perfect match, right? Qin Lu, overwhelmed by Xia Tingting's fervent promotion, turned to Lin Siyuan, who stood behind her. Are you not going to intervene? Lin Siyuan reluctantly diverted his gaze from the girl in front of him and replied nonchalantly, I think Tingting has a point, and the person she introduced seems quite decent. You should listen to her and not hang your hopes on just one tree. Ah, Tingting. Tingting, Tingting, Qin Lu silently grumbled. Here I am, heartbroken, and you seem to be falling in love. Just as he pondered this, the man rose and approached him. Hello, my name is He Qingyuan. Wow, what a domineering name, Qin Lu thought to himself. Yet he had to admit that He Qingyuan was indeed handsome, tall, and dressed impeccably in a suit, resembling a character straight out of a novel. Hello, Qin Lu. Qin Lu extended his hand, offering a polite handshake before swiftly retracting it. This man was no ordinary individual. What is the matter? He seems rather amiable and even initiated conversation, remarked Xia Tingting. However, He Qingyuan was undoubtedly more complex than he appeared. Qin Lu could discern the underlying aggression in his gaze. Regrettably, a schemer like him was ill-suited for someone like He Qingyuan. Rather, a resilient and innocent flower like Lin Jin would be a much better match. Do you genuinely believe they are compatible, or are you merely attempting to eliminate a rival? Oh, have you grown bolder? Now you dare to jest at my expense? Come now, don't just stand there, take a seat, Xia Tingting urged, sensing the awkwardness lingering in the air after their handshake. The finest man in her circle was none other than He Qingyuan, and she had gone to great lengths to persuade him to come. Hoping to bring a smile to Qin Li's face, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Let us sit down. By the way, since Tingting calls you Lulu, might I also be fortunate enough to use that name? Apologies. Qin Lu cast a glance at the seemingly refined gentleman, feeling that they had not yet reached such familiarity. He then nodded apologetically to the petrified Xia Tingting and Lin Siyuan, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he departed the cafe without looking back, yet a piercing gaze remained fixed upon him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Host, are you leaving just like that? What should I do? Stay to indulge in drinks and engage in idle chatter? Forget it. I lack the inclination to pretend with a stranger. Just as he was concerned about Yan Huai's previous flirtations, Yan Huai too did not appreciate his closeness to other men. Thus, he could never be with anyone else, even in pretense to deceive the other party. Moreover, given He Qingyuan's circumstances, he was not lacking in admirers. Yet today, the man had chosen to speak with him. Aside from Xia Tingting's influence, a significant part of this was due to his own indifference piquing the man's interest, and that was all. All right then, where are you headed now? Back to the dormitory to find Yan Huai. He could not truly abandon his partner. After all, if that foolish boy were to become heartbroken and fall ill, where would he go to mourn? Host, you won't find him in the dormitory. He has been taken away by his mother. Qin Lu was somewhat surprised. This matter had even reached Yan's mother's ears. His phone vibrated in his hand, and upon checking, he was astonished to see Yan's mother's name. Indeed, thoughts manifest into reality. Hello, Yan's mother. Lele, are you free now? I have prepared a lot of delicious food. How about coming home to eat? Sure. Qin Lu understood that Yan's mother would not call him without reason. She must have learned of the events from today. Though he was reluctant to return, he could not refuse her request, for she had cared for him for many years, a debt of gratitude he could not ignore. All right, no ruse. Yan's mother will be waiting for you at home. Fang Qin cheerfully ended the call and turned to her eagerly anticipating son, letting out a helpless sigh. We have already agreed that Lele will return shortly. Really? That's wonderful, Mom. Thank you. Yan Huai beamed, having not seen Qin Lu all afternoon. The phone went unanswered, the messages unread, as if he had vanished from his world entirely. He did not wish to dwell on anything further. He simply needed to see him now. Do not rejoice too soon. Have you thought about how to speak with Lele? I must warn you, if you dare to hurt his feelings again, I shall have your skin. Yin Huai drooped. He did not require your assistance. He would not forgive himself either. Stop mumbling. Can you not speak up, you man? I said, I have not thought it through. What should I do, Mom? Fang Qing, upon receiving Yin Huai's call today, initially feared something terrible had transpired. The quivering tone filled with uncertainty and helplessness was one she had not heard since he was 6 years old. It startled her so much that she grabbed the car keys and rushed to his school to bring him home. After a painstaking effort to extract the details from her half-lifeless son, she truly wished his father would return to give him a good thrashing. How could one be so foolish? However, upon witnessing Yin Huai's heart-wrenching demeanor, she could not bear to leave him in despair. She poured him a cup of warm water and sat silently beside him. Qin Lu was a child she had watched grow up. Though his life had been fraught with hardship, he was undeniably remarkable. Perhaps due to his childhood experiences, he presented a cold and indifferent facade to the world. But it was her unwavering care that had bestowed upon him a hint of warmth. Yet, his demeanor was markedly different in the presence of Yin Huai. Despite Qin Li's icy exterior, there was a softness and joy in her aura around him, leading her to suspect that Qin Lu might harbor feelings for Yin Huai. She was not a rigid parent. Her foremost concern was her child's happiness. The dynamics between the two were evident to outsiders, and she had never witnessed her foolish son tending to another, fretting over their meals or hygiene. Understanding the situation clearly, she refrained from intervening, wishing for their relationship to blossom naturally. Little did she anticipate that her son would increasingly indulge in frivolity, failing to maintain appropriate boundaries, which ultimately left Qin Lu heartbroken. Truly, he had brought this upon himself. Enough of this self-pity, she thought. When you see Lele, apologize sincerely. Whether Lele chooses to forgive you is entirely up to him. If the outcome is disheartening, respect his decision. Coercion is not an option. Yin Huai remained silent, unable to accept the unexpected outcome. If Qin Lu truly rejected him, wishing to distance herself, he would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures to keep her close. Fang Qing was well aware of his inner turmoil. Yet, both children were stubborn, impervious to persuasion. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Yin Huai dashed to the door, flinging it open. Standing there was the person he had longed for. Yin Huai beamed with the radiant smile that Qin Lu cherished. Lele, you're here. However, Qin Lu barely acknowledged him, squeezing past him to seek out Fang Qing. Hello, Auntie. Oh, Lele, you've come. Please have a seat. The soup will be ready shortly. I'll check on in the kitchen. Yin Huai, why are you just standing there? Hurry and keep Lele company. Fang Qing urged, gesturing for him to join her. She then slipped into the kitchen before Qin Lu could voice her rejection. Yin Huai sat beside Qin Lu, careful not to encroach on her space. After much internal conflict, he mustered the courage to speak. Lele Chapter 10. The cool and charming childhood friend Qin Lu glanced up at the sound. Her gaze fleeting yet sufficient to prompt Yin Huai to instinctively straighten his posture. Lele, I wish to talk with you. I'm going to check on the kitchen. Qin Lu replied, ignoring Yin Huai's request and rising to leave, as if merely sharing the same space was uncomfortable, and she was eager to escape. Lele, don't go. Yin Huai felt a pang in his heart. When had Qin Lu ever been so averse to him? Yet, the priority now was to keep Qin Lu from leaving. Yin Huai no longer hesitated. With his long limbs, he swiftly pulled Qin Lu back from the other side of the sofa. Due to his excessive force, Qin Lu found himself seated abruptly on Yin Huai's lap. Qin Lu gasped in surprise at his sudden movement, and upon realizing his position, he immediately frowned and struggled to get down. The softness of their bodies pressed together sent Yin Huai into a daze. Before he could fully savor the moment, his beloved began to writhe in his embrace. The strength of his struggles was minimal, easily subdued by Yin Huai. Yet it left his heart racing with a sense of vulnerability. Lele, please don't move. I beg you, just for a moment, just a little while longer. Yin Huai pressed one hand against Qin Li's neck, guiding his head into the crook of his shoulder, while the other firmly encircled Qin Li's slender waist. His voice husky with plea. Perhaps his tone was too pitiful. Qin Lu actually ceased his movements, though his hands clutched tightly to Yin Huai's shirt. Since arriving in this world, It was the first time Qin Lu had the chance for such intimate contact with his man. Seizing the moment while Yin Huai was distracted, he leaned in closer, inhaling the scent that was uniquely his, and contentedly squinted his eyes. While Qin Lu reveled in secret joy, Yin Huai remained unaware of his subtle thoughts, still grateful for Qin Li's soft-heartedness towards him. He tenderly caressed Qin Li's hair, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. "Lele, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was so foolish. Everything had its signs, yet I remained blind and oblivious." "Yin Huai, stop talking. No, I must speak. I fear that if I remain silent, you will drift further away from me." Yin Huai loosened his grip on Qin Lu slightly, then cupped his face. "Lele, it is my fault. It is because of me that we are both in such pain. I'll lament not having noticed sooner. I'll lament my own entanglements. You can hit me or scold me. Do as you wish, just please do not ignore me. I will not ignore you. I have already said from now on, we will only be brothers. No, Lele, do not be brothers. All the mistakes are mine, yet I truly like you. You like me too, don't you? Can you grant me one more chance?" Qin Lu fell silent, and Yin Huai, fixated on him, stubbornly sought an answer. Finally, Qin Li's lips moved, but the words that emerged were ones Yin Huai wished he had never heard. "But I have already decided to give you up." In that instant, Yin Huai felt a ringing in his ears. The entire world muted at that moment, with those few words echoing relentlessly in his heart, making escape impossible. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a hoarse sound emerged from his throat. Was it truly too late for him? Could he never return to the past? What must he do to reclaim the love that once felt so within reach? Yin Huai lowered his head in despair, leaning against Qin Lu as if utterly drained. Gasping for breath like a fish out of water, tried to alleviate the profound ache within. "Woo-woo, host, why are you like this? Why did you suddenly appear?" Qin Lu glanced at the small handkerchief held by 087, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "It is not solely because of you. Must it be so tormenting? Are you not afraid that your man may be driven to despair?" Qin Lu gazed at the man clinging to him like a lifeline, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He was not devoid of feelings. The fabric near his chest had already been moistened by warm liquid, causing him to shudder from the heat. Perhaps this level of intimacy was sufficient. He raised his hand, intending to pat the man's back, but just as he was about to make contact, the voice of Mother Yin echoed from behind. "Xiao Huai, Lulu, it's time for dinner." Qin Lu swiftly withdrew his hand, disentangling himself from Yin Huai, and hurried into the kitchen. When he re-emerged, Yin Huai had composed himself and was seated at the dining table, patiently awaiting, though his beautiful eyes were now tinged with red veins. Fang Qing, observing the considerable distance between the two, surmised that her foolish son had failed to soothe the other. "Xiao Huai, I just recalled that the chair you made has unstable legs. Go, sit busy lulu." Yin Huai remained silent, yet quickly scooted his bowl next to Qin Li's, silently offering him his favorite dishes. "Oh dear, Lulu, look how long it has been since you last returned. Have you almost forgotten Mother Yin?" Fang Qing feigned reproach, but Qin Lu saw through it and answered earnestly. "I haven't forgotten Mother Yin. I've just been a bit busy. It's not that I didn't want to come back." "Haha, that's good to hear. Since it's been so long, why not stay the night?" "All right," he replied. Fang Qing, relieved at his acquiescence, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot. Your room hasn't been cleaned in ages and is uninhabitable. Why not squeeze in with Xiao Huai? After all, you two often slept together as children. It should be no problem. Could you please not make your intentions so transparent?" Qin Lu cast a glance at the man, silently peeling shrimp for him, who appeared somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately succumbed to Mother and S. eager gaze, and nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment while Qin Lu was focused on his meal, Mother Yin exchanged a knowing look with Yin Huai. "You little rascal. You can't even charm your wife without your mother's intervention." "Thank you, Mom." Qin Lu continued to eat the shrimp in his bowl, seemingly oblivious to their exchange, although the tips of his toes subtly swayed beneath the table, betraying a hint of his delight. Yin Huai, contemplating the prospect of sharing a room with Qin Lu that evening, momentarily forgot his earlier anguish, peeling shrimp with renewed vigor. He had come to the realization that even if Qin Lu were truly prepared to abandon him, truly no longer held affection for him, he would pursue him actively. It was utterly impossible for him to lose Qin Lu. For every day Qin Lu remained unresponsive, he would endeavor for one more day, for a year. He would pursue for an entire year. In this lifetime, he had resolved to commit to this one person. Yan Huai tightened his grip on his chopsticks, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He was confident that if Qin Lu could love him once, he could inspire that love anew. Chapter 11. The cool bamboo horse of the straight man. After dinner, Mother Yin declined Qin Li's offer to assist with the dishes, urging the two children to return to their rooms to rest, surrounded by the unwavering presence of Yan's mother. Qin Lu found himself devoid of any retort, and thus ascended the stairs, with Yan Huai trailing closely behind like a devoted shadow. Familiar with the surroundings, Qin Lu effortlessly located Yan Huai's room, twisting the doorknob before stepping inside, casually rummaging through his wardrobe for his sleepwear. Meanwhile, Yan Huai stood at the entrance, frozen in place, seemingly unsure of his own dominion over the space. Observing Qin Lu, who was bent over and struggling to locate his pajamas, an unexpected wave of irritation washed over Yan Huai. He rubbed his nose and hastily declared, "Lele, you continue searching. I shall prepare your bath," before slipping hurriedly into the bathroom. Adjusting the water temperature to Qin Li's preferred warmth, Yan Huai watched as the tub gradually filled, internally chastising his wayward thoughts. Splashing water onto his face in a futile attempt to quell the heat rising within him. He was startled by the sound of Qin Li's playful knock on the bathroom door. Yan Huai quickly switched off the tap, ensuring that the shower gel and shampoo that Qin Lu adored were within easy reach, then took a deep breath before stepping back outside. "Lele, I'm right here. Call me if you need anything," he announced. Qin Lu nodded, clutching his clothes as he entered the bathroom, oblivious to the fact that what he held was not his sleepwear, but rather Yan Huai's shirt. "Are you planning something, host?" Qin Lu teased, gently swirling his hand through the water in the tub. Upon hearing 087's inquiry, he raised an eyebrow. "What? Is there a problem?" After delivering such a significant blow today, I believe it's time to offer him a little sweetness. What do you think of a boyfriend's shirt? 087 pondered, images of an inappropriate nature flashing through its mind, leading it to hastily cover its twitching nose and reply, Sure, I suspect Yan Huai will be utterly enchanted. Not just suspect, but absolutely certain. He knows quite well what his character entails." With a dismissive wave to shoo away 087, Qin Lu stepped into the bathroom, the perfectly tempered water enveloping him, eliciting a contented sigh. Meanwhile, Yan Huai sat secretly at the bathroom door, straining to catch any sounds from within. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of his home was far too effective, leaving him in utter silence. Frustrated, Yan Huai mentally cursed his father for choosing such sturdy materials during renovations, lamenting his inability to indulge in even a moment of voyeurism. Just then, while returning from a late shift, his father sneezed, rubbing his nose, wondering if perhaps his wife was missing him. After what felt like an eternity, Yan Huai, nearly dozing off against the door, finally heard movement from the bathroom. Straightening his posture, he sat up attentively, akin to a faithful dog awaiting its master. As the door swung open, a radiant smile spread across Yan Huai's face. "Lele, you..." His words faltered as a pair of long, fair legs appeared before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Lele, you're not wearing any pants." The realization sent Yan Huai's mind into a frenzy. Unable to believe his eyes, he shifted his gaze upward, only to confirm that Qin Lu was indeed clad in nothing but a loose-fitting white shirt, unmistakably his own. Yan Huai felt an itch in his nose, signaling the imminent onset of a nosebleed. Qin Lu appeared taken aback to find Yan Huai waiting for him at the door. Upon opening it, he instinctively stepped back, only to lose his balance on the slick bathroom tiles. The sensation of weightlessness instilled a flicker of fear within him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of "Ahuai." This call snapped the entranced Yan Huai back to reality. He swiftly embraced Qin Li's waist, drawing him closer. Qin Lu felt the ceiling spin momentarily, and before he knew it, he found himself seated face to face in Yan Huai's embrace. "Lulu, are you all right? Did you fall?" Yan Huai's concern was palpable as his hands roamed over Qin Li's body, searching for any injuries. When those hands inadvertently landed on his rear through the fabric of his shirt, Qin Lu could no longer suppress the urge to press down on those overly adventurous hands. "Stop, don't please." Yin Huai, puzzled, lifted his gaze, intending to ask what was amiss, but was met with Qin Li's misty eyes and flushed cheeks. Was he blushing? It was then that Yin Huai realized where his hands were lingering. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched the tender flesh beneath his palm, unexpectedly eliciting a soft whimper from Qin Lu. "So sensitive? Yin Huai, let go, let go." The warning, delivered amidst the charged atmosphere, sounded almost like a playful plea. Yin Huai gazed at the enchanting figure before him, swallowing hard. With determination, he shifted his posture, lifting Qin Lu in his arms and making his way toward the bedroom's grand bed. Kneeling on one knee, he gently placed Qin Lu down before slowly leaning in. Just as Qin Lu anticipated in advance, Yin Huai stretched out his long arm, pulling the nearby blanket to envelop him snugly. Qin Lu, taken aback, wondered if Yin Huai intended to be chaste. In truth, Yin Huai longed to embrace and kiss him. Ever since he beheld Qin Lu emerging from the bathroom, he felt an overwhelming desire. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing that Qin Lu was already disillusioned with him. He couldn't afford to further tarnish their relationship. Kneeling by the bed, he looked at Qin Lu, who was also gazing back. With a fond smile, he said, "Sleep well, Lulu. I want to join you in bed. I'll stay by your side. Good night, my dear." Qin Lu turned away, seemingly rejecting him. Yet Yin Huai noticed the telltale flush of his ears. A soft chuckle escaped Yin Huai as the clouds of worry that had lingered over him for days seemed to dissipate in that moment. He propped his head up, watching Qin Lu's silhouette, reminiscing about the way he had blushed in embarrassment. Life felt ever so promising. Time passed, and as the moon ascended high into the night sky, the rhythmic sound of Qin Lu's breathing filled the room. Yin Huai finally stirred. He stood up and gently leaned down, stealing a kiss from Qin Li's lips. The delicate sensation lingered, but he ultimately restrained himself, departing from that cherished spot. Yin Huai licked his lips, feeling sweetness spread through him. "Good night, my Lulu." The following morning, as Qin Lu slept soundly, he suddenly felt himself ensnared by a powerful embrace. He opened his eyes and discovered Yin Huai tightly gripping his wrist, his eyes ablaze with fury. Upon noticing that he had awakened, the other man suppressed his anger and inquired, "Lele, who is he Qing Yuan?" Chapter 12. The cool bamboo horse of the straight man Qin Lu widened his eyes slightly in surprise. How could he possibly know about He Qing Yuan? Yin Huai. This expression of astonishment appeared as guilt. Yin Huai agonizingly closed his eyes. Was fate truly so cruel? He had merely awakened a little late. Why had Qin Lu turned to someone else? He could not accept it. The thought of Qin Lu eventually becoming shy and affectionate in that man's embrace, of his gaze carrying the love that once belonged to him, was unbearable. No matter what, Qin Lu was meant to be his. If he could not grasp the heart, then he would seize the person instead. A terrifying thought flickered through Yin Huai's mind. But when he opened his eyes again, he had regained his composure, though his eyes were dim, devoid of any light. He raised Qin Lu's hands high above his head, restraining one with a single hand while the other hovered near Qin Lu's neck, hesitating, fearful of causing pain. "Lele, why can't you wait for me? Why seek someone else? I am truly angry." Qin Lu gazed at the man above him, whose smile was oddly unsettling, and his intuition warned him that this man was now dangerous. "Oh, dear host, your man is about to darken." The tone was laced with an excitement that could not be concealed. Qin Lu dismissed the notion of 087's desire to see him falter. Darken? With him around? It would be quite the anomaly for Yin Huai to succumb to such a fate. "Lele, I am right in front of you. Why you seem distracted? Who are you thinking of? That man named He Qing Yuan?" Yin Huai lowered his head, nudging Qin Lu's cheek with his nose, and upon sensing Qin Li's inattention, he shifted his focus, gently taking the pearl-like earlobe into his mouth. The sudden advance caused Qin Lu to shiver involuntarily, prompting a soft chuckle from Yin Huai. "What should I do with you? Is it only when you wholly belong to me that you can remain by my side forever? Tell me, where has he touched you?" Beneath the facade of calmness lay a tumultuous madness, as Yin Huai tenderly caressed Qin Lu's cheek, awaiting his response. If Qin Yuan dared to lay a finger on his precious one, he would ensure that the man vanished from this world forever. Yet, Qin Lu remained silent, his body trembling lightly. It was then that Yan Huai noticed the unsettling stillness of the person beneath him. Startled, he lifted his gaze and was met with tear-soaked eyes. Qin Lu was crying. Tears, like pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, soaking into the pillow, and his once beautiful and tranquil eyes were now filled with unease and fear. His exquisitely shaped lips were marred by the marks of his own biting, oozing crimson. Yan Huai reached out to wipe away the blood, but Qin Lu turned his head to evade him. A single tear fell onto the back of Yan Huai's hand, seeping into his heart. The once fearsome figure now resembled a startled bird, lost and bewildered. Yan Huaisong swiftly released the hands of Qin Lu, who had been grasped tightly, and rolled off the bed. Standing at the edge, he watched with deep regret as Qin Lu cried in sobs. Qin Lu had always been remarkably resilient. In all the years, he had never witnessed him in tears, and the rare occasions when he had were both due to him. Lele, I am so sorry. I was overwhelmed in a moment of anger. I saw the photograph of you and Qin Yuan, and I fear that you would leave me for him. Qin le remède irresponsive, merely shedding silent tears. Yan Huaisong, in a state of panic, stumbled over his words, trying to explain himself. He yearned to embrace him for comfort, yet dreaded the possibility of encountering Qin Li's rejection. His outstretched hand retreated, ultimately resting against his own face. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound echoed through the room. And Qin Lu turned to see the once formidable man, now kneeling on a makeshift washboard, his face red and swollen. You need not do this. The hoarse voice, tinged with sorrow, reached Yan Huaisong's ears like a heavenly melody, illuminating his eyes. He shuffled his knees forward, leaning against the edge of Qin Li's bed, gazing longingly at the figure lying there. Lele, you are finally willing to speak to me. Although Qin Li's gaze fell upon Yan Huaisong's face, he did not respond verbally. However, the tightness of his lips revealed the concern that lay beneath. Upon noticing the flicker of compassion in Qin Li's eyes, Yan Huaisong's spirits soared. He grasped Qin Li's hand, pressing it against his face. Lele, I am truly fine. It does not hurt at all. If you do not believe me, feel for yourself. The skin beneath Qin Li's fingertips felt warm, and he instinctively curled his hand back. Yet, unable to resist his worry for Yan Huaisong, he hesitated before allowing himself to caress the other's cheek. As Yan Huaisong felt Qin Li's fingers tenderly pressing against his face, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He placed his hand over Qin Li's, preventing any further movement, and gazed intently into his eyes. Lele, I genuinely adore you. Please trust me. Do not turn your affections toward others, nor fear me. I would never harm you. Qin Lu acquiesced to Yan Huaisong's actions, drawn in by the sincerity of his gaze and the earnestness of his plea. Beneath his closed eyelids, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Please, do not be that way anymore. It frightens me. Hearing Qin Lu articulate such a lengthy statement stirred excitement within Yan Huaisong. After a moment, he realized that her words hinted at forgiveness, igniting a newfound exuberance as he embraced Qin Li's waist. My darling, you are simply wonderful. How can you be so kind? Qin Lu observed the man, who resembled a large, affectionate dog nuzzling against his abdomen, and could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. Though fleeting, the moment was captured by Yan Huaisong. It had been ages since he had witnessed Qin Lu's genuine smile. He found himself momentarily entranced. Once he regained his composure, he stood, lifted Qin Li's chin, and in the midst of his bewildered gaze, leaned down to place a tender kiss upon his smooth forehead. Qin Lu, I love you. Chapter 13. The cool and charming childhood friending. Current affection level, 80. 087. Watching Yan Huaisong, subdued by a few tears, cling to him like a devoted companion. Qin Lu felt as though his heart might burst from his chest. Qin Lu raised an eyebrow at the bewildered 087, a country bumpkin unaccustomed to the world, clearly anticipating a spectacle. Yan Huai stepped back slightly and took Qin Li's hand, placing it near his lips. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Li's eyes as he tenderly peppered kisses along the fingertips. How could this man, awaken to his feelings, be so adept. The fervent look in his eyes rendered Qin Lu utterly defenseless. Flustered, Qin Lu averted his gaze, attempting to feign indifference, yet his tear-stained eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Observing Qin Li's forced composure, Yin Huai felt a softness in his heart. How could his darling be so endearing? He wrapped a blanket around Qin Lu and turned to the bathroom. When he emerged again, he held a damp towel in his hand. With curious eyes, Qin Lu watched the man approach, his puzzled expression stirring a flutter in Yin Huai's heart. "Get close your eyes," he said, gently lifting Qin Li's bangs and coaxing him to comply. Once Qin Lu obediently shut his eyes, Yin Huai delicately wiped away the tears staining his face. Upon noticing the dried blood lingering on Qin Li's lips, his heart ached profoundly. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss at the corner of Qin Li's mouth, before gently licking the wound on his lips. "What are you doing?" Qin Lu exclaimed, retreating 2 steps, only to be pulled back by the man. "Lele, I know you still care for me, don't you? You still like me, right?" The questioning tone was laced with unwavering certainty. Yin Huai understood Qin Lu well. If he truly despised him, he would not allow even the slightest touch. He was merely a wounded little rabbit showing his claws. I don't." Qin Lu stammered, unconsciously clenching his fists, attempting to bolster the credibility of his words. Yet just as tightly clenched fists could be easily pried open, his conflicted feelings were effortlessly discerned by Yin Huai. "Baby, I know you love me. Can you grant me a chance to pursue you? To make up for the love you've lacked all these years? Please?" Qin Lu blushed at the endearment, gazing at the tender Yin Huai, contemplating whether to afford them a chance. "Are you certain? But you don't like girls?" No, my dear, I've never liked anyone. Back then, I was simply young and drawn to excitement. I have never been with anyone. You are the first person who has captured my heart. You enjoy the hustle and bustle. Love going to bars, which is nothing like me. I won't go anymore, never again. Wherever you want to go, I will follow. If you don't want me to go somewhere, I want tea. I will do as you wish. But that day on the playground, you said something to that boy. Baby, I only said those things to dissuade him, and it was indeed the truth. I don't like men, but I like you, and you just happen to be a man, nothing more. However, my dear Lele, please grant me the opportunity to care for you. I assure you, I shall treat you exceptionally well. If I ever offend you, you may simply cast me aside. How does that sound? Qin Lu waveiled slightly, and ultimately acquiesced under Yin Huai's persuasive charm. Yin Huai was elated, yet secretly harbored a sense of disdain, knowing that casting him away was an impossibility. He would never allow such a thing to transpire in his lifetime. A light-hearted atmosphere enveloped the two, and noticing Qin Li's improved mood, Yin Huai cautiously broached a subject that had long occupied his thoughts. "My dear, may I inquire about that Qin Yuan? Who is he?" Upon hearing the name, Qin Li's brow furrowed, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon the cautiously observing Yin Huai. Yin Huai felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze and hastily explained, "Darling, I mean no harm. This morning, upon waking, I received a picture from that rascal Wang Hao, featuring you with that man. I was merely a tad curious. If you prefer not to discuss it, I shan't press further." It was far more than mere curiosity. Yin Huai was utterly consumed with a desire to uncover the identity of that man. When he had seen the photograph earlier, he felt as though he might explode. That scoundrel appeared quite dapper, holding his beloved Lele's hand possessively, and the interest in his eyes was palpable even through the screen. Although he firmly believed that his dear treasure was not involved with the man, he yearned to hear it from Qin Lu himself. Observing Yin Huai's sheepish demeanor, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not well acquainted with him. He was introduced by Xia Tingting, who mentioned she wanted to introduce him to me. I do not take a liking to this individual." Yin Huai's heart settled, only to be replaced by resentment towards Xia Tingting. Humph, that woman certainly enjoyed meddling in others' affairs, all while remaining a single dog herself, daring to play matchmaker for Qin Lu. Did she think he was a fool? No, he must hold a grudge and seek revenge in the future, unbeknownst to Qin Lu. Yin Huai's mind was swirling with thoughts. He glanced at the time and realized it was quite late. As he pulled back the covers to rise, his slender, attractive foot barely touched the ground before it was grasped. "Where are you off to, my dear? Allow me to assist you." For a brief moment, Qin Lu found himself at a loss for words. He withdrew his foot and replied, somewhat irately, I'm going to wash up. Please do not be a nuisance. Yan Huai felt a pang of discontent. How can this be considered a nuisance? My dear, you have wronged me. I am merely concerned that your precious feet may grow cold upon touching the floor. I only wish to carry you. Please do not think so ill of me. Realizing he had perhaps overdone the act, he quickly reined in his innocent expression and, with a swift motion, scooped Qin Lu into his arms, striding towards the bathroom. Seated in the embrace of his strong arms, Qin Lu lacked any point of support and instinctively wrapped his arms around Yan Huai's neck. To an outsider, it appeared as though Qin Lu was willingly cuddling with Yan Huai, holding on tight. Yan Huai continued to hold Qin Lu, assisting him in his morning routine and even helping him dress. When Qin Lu was laid bare upon the bed, he was overwhelmed with shyness, turning a vivid shade of pink, which left Yan Huai parched with desire. He initially intended to let Yan Huai dress himself, but was thwarted by Yan Huai's pitiful words. Darling, didn't you promise to give me the chance to take care of you? Are you going back on your word and rejecting me? I don't want that, please. Qin Li's heart softened at the sight of Yan Huai's aggrieved expression, and he tacitly acquiesced to the other's actions by closing his mouth. As Yan Huai dressed his beloved, he seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Gazing at the charming figure he had adorned, a swell of pride surged within him. He even contemplated surreptitiously capturing a photograph to share on social media. Yet Qin Lu swiftly extinguished that thought. After all, he hadn't yet given his consent. He must not allow others to misinterpret the situation. Upon exiting the room, Yan Huai intended to embrace Qin Lu, only to be firmly rebuffed. With a pout of disappointment, he resigned himself to descend the stairs. Discovering that both Yan father and Yan mother were absent, Qin Lu sent a message and prepared to return to school. Naturally, Yan Huai was willing to comply with Qin Li's every wish, scampering eagerly to open the door. With his head down, Qin Lu was engrossed in responding to Yan mother's message and, without paying attention, collided with the man leaning against the doorframe. Rubbing his forehead, he was about to inquire what had happened when he caught sight of the figure standing outside the courtyard. Yiqing Yuan. Chapter 14. The cool bamboo horse of the charming straight man Qin Li's expression turned cold. He anticipated that this person would investigate him and follow him here. Outside the courtyard, Yiqing Yuan, clad in a black trench coat, casually leaned against a Maybach. Upon the door's opening, he even waved at them. Was that a provocation? Surely it was. Yan Huai's grip on the doorframe tightened, his fingers pressing so hard that they nearly embedded into the wall. Controlling his anger, he turned to Qin Lu. Why has this person suddenly appeared at our home? Have they divulged our address after only a single outing? I don't know, Qin Lu replied, furrowing his brows, irritation nearly spilling over. Yes, investigating me. Sighing with relief, Yan Huai noted the displeasure on Qin Li's face, indicating that Yiqing Yuan was indeed unlikable, which made matters easier. He rolled up his sleeves, intending to confront the man who clung to his beloved. However, as he stepped out the door, Qin Lu grasped his wrist. The coolness of his fingertips against Yan Huai's sturdy arm sent a jolt through him. He instinctively clasped Qin Li's small hand, gently covering it with his own. Darling, what's wrong? Don't act rashly. I'll accompany you. Yan Huai felt reluctant. He didn't want Qin Lu to be so close to a man who bore ill intentions. Not listening. You will listen, Qin Li's voice dropped, momentarily intimidating Yan Huai into submission. Seeing Yan Huai, tall and with his head hung low, looking pitiful, tugged at Qin Li's heart. He moved the fingers held in Yan Huai's grasp, lightly scratching his palm. It's all right. You're here with me, right? A simple gesture made Yan Huai feel elated, the words of trust causing a smile to bloom on his face. He struggled to suppress his grin, but ultimately failed, a broad smile breaking through. Qin Lu stole a glance at him, then turned away. You look utterly foolish when you smile. But it was rather endearing. Indeed, my dear, let's go together. Yan Huai clasped Qin Li's hand, joyfully making their way outside. Upon standing opposite Yiqing Yuan, he finally tempered his demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Yiqing Yuan gracefully emerged from his vehicle, dusting off non-existent specks from his attire before extending his hand. Once again we meet, Lei. The latter two syllables were pronounced with particular emphasis, instantly igniting the fierce glint in Yan Huai's eyes. He positioned Qin Lu behind him, taking hold of the hand that was originally reaching for her. "Greetings. May I inquire who this gentleman is?" "Oh, my apologies. I have not heard my dear Lele mention you." A silent tension brewed between the two men, both of similar stature and bearing an air of authority. One's eyes ablaze with anger, while the other's sparkled with mockery. Meanwhile, the cause of this confrontation, Qin Lu, remained composed behind Yan Huai, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. "No worries. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Qingyuan, a suitor of Lele." With that, He Qingyuan withdrew his hand from Yan Huai's grasp, discreetly shaking it behind his back. "You little rascal, your grip is surprisingly strong. How dare you?" The term suitor struck a nerve in Yan Huai, who nearly lost his composure. Were it not for Qin Li's watchful presence, he would have lunged forward to silence the man. Pursuing someone without their consent is harassment. Do you understand, old man? He Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. "How do you know that Lele has not consented to my advances? You little brat?" Yan Huai, once poised to lash out, suddenly froze, his mind racing. Could it be that Lele did not despise him as he believed? Surely, she would not entertain the advances of such a man. Yet, despite his age, He Qingyuan possessed wealth and charm. What if he had beguiled Lele with his appearance? The more Yan Huai pondered, the more uncertain he felt. He was not yet Lele's official boyfriend, merely another suitor like that older man. No, this situation must not come to pass. As Qin Lu was engrossed in the spectacle, an abrupt silence fell between the two men. Her heart tightened. Indeed, Yan Huai was still too youthful to contend with the cunning He Qingyuan. Overwhelmed by his own spiraling thoughts, Yan Huai's eyes reddened with distress. He turned to Qin Lu, seeking solace. "Lele, surely what he said isn't true. You only promised me, right? Please don't entertain him." Ignoring the presence of others, he stepped closer, burying his head against her shoulder, nuzzling against her neck as he whimpered. Qin Lu, tickled by his antics, gently supported his face to push him away slightly. "Oh, Lele, you push me." Yan Huai, feeling more aggrieved, struggled to return to her side, but a sharp glare from Qin Lu rendered him compliant, and he resigned to sulking nearby. Amused by his pouting demeanor, Qin Lu cleared her throat and addressed the nearly stifled laughter of He Qingyuan. "Mr. He, the events of that evening were merely a misunderstanding. I did not seek to meet anyone else." "I see," He Qingyuan mused, stroking his chin. "But what if I've fallen for you at first sight?" Silence. "You shameless old man, do not dare to covet my dear Lele." Yan Huai instantly erupted in fury, astounded that this individual would dare to tease Qin Lu, as if he were invisible. "Do not speak." Qin Lu, startled by Yan Huai's sudden escalation, turned around and admonished him with irritation. "Ugh!" The chastised Yan Huai retreated, looking pitiable and refraining from further protest. "Mr. He, please cease your jesting. It is evident to me that you harbor no such intentions. You merely find amusement in this." He Qingyuan was somewhat taken aback, surprised that his ruse had been uncovered. His gaze shifted upward, observing the tall young man who, despite his anger and desire to confront him, was sulking behind Qin Lu. An idea immediately sprang to mind. "Are you truly not considering me any further? Although I am a few years your senior, I am still your senior in school. If you were to be with me, I would guide you through any uncertainties you might encounter. I consider myself rather handsome, and I possess a publicly traded company that is currently thriving, affording me the means to provide you with anything your heart desires, unlike some who still rely on their parents for pocket money." You know why? Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, snapped back. "I never asked my parents for pocket money. Do not slander me." Chapter 15. The cold bamboo horse of the flirtatious straight man, Yan Huai, felt utterly wronged. He had been investing in finance and had accumulated a fair amount of wealth over the years. While it could not compare to his father's enterprise, he was certainly capable of supporting Qin Lu. How could this person tarnish his reputation so? Not only was Yan Huai enraged, but Qin Lu was equally incensed. Even if He Qingyuan was remarkable, he had no right to belittle the man she cherished, especially when her man was undeniably the best. "Mr. He, choose your words wisely. I am well aware of my own feelings, and there is no need for you to derive amusement from our predicament. Those present are astute individuals. There is no need for further theatrics. Seeing that he had managed to incite anger in both, Qin absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. All right, I shall cease my teasing. I do have a slight interest in you, but I would never impose upon someone whose heart belongs elsewhere. A love that has endured for over a decade is indeed enviable, leaving that insufferable brat with the spoils. Yan Huai could no longer contain himself. He pulled Qin Lu into his embrace and proudly lifted his chin towards Qin. You can forget it. Leilei's heart belongs solely to me, and there is no room for anyone else. Is that so? Have you come to this realization now? What were you doing for the past decade? Experiencing intermittent blindness. That night, upon returning home, Qin had someone investigate Qin Li's background. It revealed a tragic childhood. After losing his parents, he had lived with the Yan family. Throughout his formative years, Yan Huai had been a constant presence in his life. Since the onset of his feelings, he had secretly harbored affection for Yan Huai, but alas, the latter had remained oblivious to his sentiments, which had now spanned over a decade. Initially, upon discovering this, Qin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the outwardly aloof and detached Qin Lu harbored such genuine and unwavering affection within. This earnest love stirred something within him, igniting a sense of longing. Though he was only slightly older than them, having toiled for several years, he still held onto a romantic idealism regarding love. Due to his location, he had witnessed many events and encountered numerous insincere emotions. The first time he experienced such a unique affection, he could not help but imagine how wonderful it would be if someone could feel the same for him. However, the love he envied was postponed for so long due to Yan Huai's obliviousness. Life is fleeting. How many decades are truly worth squandering? Yan Huai languished, extending his finger to gently hook Qin Li's pinky. Sorry, Leilei. It's all in the past. I'm fine now. So, Mr. He, what brings you here today? Qin Lu diverted the conversation, feeling that apologies were a private matter between them, one he preferred to keep away from prying eyes. Me? Qin tilted his head, pondering without arriving at any substantial conclusion. I suddenly thought of you and came over. Mr. He, you never cease with the jokes. All right, I have some dealings with his parents' company, and, out of boredom, I looked into your affairs. Thought I might find some amusement and give that young fellow a wake-up call. How's that for an effect? His rogue demeanor made Qin Lu furrow his brows. I think we're not on such familiar terms. Oh, come on. The Yin family's business is vast. It's inevitable we will have to interact in the future. Now that I have facilitated your fateful encounter. When that brat takes over, he would owe me a favor, and I could maximize my benefits. Indeed, a businessman, a smooth-talking, shameless one at that. Let us discuss the future later. If Mr. He has no further business, I kindly ask you to leave. Yan Huai, and I must return to school, so I cannot accompany you. For the first time, he felt so unwelcome. Qin shrugged and turned to drive away. On the way back to school, Qin Lu remained silent, while Yan Huai, anxious yet hesitant to speak, could only mentally berate Qin. Damn it, just when he finally had a chance with Qin Lu, this guy suddenly barged in and stirred up painful memories. What if Leilei thought it wasn't worth it and decided he didn't want him anymore? Yan Huai followed Qin Lu closely until they entered the dormitory and shut the door. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he pushed Qin Lu against the wall. Leilei, what's wrong? Are you feeling this way because of his words? I can change. Please don't abandon me. When did I say I wanted to abandon you? Qin Lu looked at the anxious Yan Huai with a hint of helplessness. He and T said anything of the sort. He was merely discussing Qin with 087. He simply felt that, at their core, Qin was quite similar to Yan Huai, albeit a tad more scheming and with a wicked sense of humor. Yet, his demeanor did not match his name. Aside from resembling a domineering figure, he was more akin to a petty hoodlum inside. If Yan Huai could befriend such a person, it would ultimately benefit his future more than harm it. But you ignore me just now. Yan Huai, feigning grievance, made a small request. Leilei, promise you'll share your thoughts with me in the future, all right? If something like today happens again, I might just be scared to death. Qin Lu thought that if he were to reveal what he was contemplating about Qin, the likelihood of Yan Huai actually being scared to death would be even greater. Yan Huai, I'm here. What is it, darling? Qin gazed hesitantly at the person who stood so close. Do you think we can truly be together? What is this? Yin Huai's mind raced as confusion enveloped him. Wasn't everything fine just this morning? What had suddenly gone awry? Had he made another mistake? We are surely meant to be together. Anyone with eyes can see how well-suited we are. Is that so? Why can't you see it? Yin Huai fell silent, perplexed, unable to fathom his previous thoughts. He had a treasure right before him, yet chose not to cherish it, instead pursuing fleeting thrills. From the moment I began to grasp the essence of love, I knew it was you I adored. I have lingered by your side, yearning for you to glance back at me, yet for a decade, you never have. Each time I witnessed you laughing and conversing joyfully with others at the bar, I felt a suffocating heartache. I pondered what I should do if you fell for someone else. Should I remain by your side, or depart to seek my own life? No, don't leave, my dear Lele. I have repented. You cannot forsake me. Yin Huai was acutely aware of his past misdeeds and could easily imagine the pain Qin Lu felt watching him grow close to others. Yet, hearing Qin Lu voice the struggles and bitterness of those years caused his eyes to well with tears. I have long been torn about confessing my feelings to you, but I feared that knowing my heart might make you unwilling to even remain friends. I considered giving up, but your kindness has made it impossible for me to let go. What would my 10 years of unrequited love amount to if I did? Eventually, encouraged by friends, I decided to make an effort, but the outcome was still less than I had hoped. Lele. Yin Huai gently brushed away the tears that had unknowingly fallen from Qin Li's eyes. Please, let me speak. After that moment, I truly contemplated whether to end things, believing it would be better for both of us. Yet, you insisted that you loved me. Can I trust you? You can. Yin Huai replied without hesitation, taking Qin Li's hand and placing it upon his chest. Can you feel it? Only you can make it beat so fervently, and only you can inspire me to treat you with such devotion. I cannot defend my past actions, but every word I speak now is sincere. I love you, Lele. We have already lost 10 years. We cannot afford to lose any more. Trust me. From this day forth, I shall ensure your happiness. Qin Lu lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a while, before finally speaking amidst Yin Huai's anxious eyes. Let us be together. Chapter 16. The cool bamboo horse of the straightforward gentleman. What? Yin Huai could hardly believe his ears. My dear, what did you just say? I must have misheard. You did not. Qin Lu chuckled at the sight of Yin Huai excitedly spinning in circles. You heard correctly. Yin Huai, unable to contain his excitement, raked his fingers through his hair, turning his once stylish locks into a disheveled mess. Without that handsome face, he would resemble a homeless person. As Qin Lu observed his tousled hair, he was about to reach out to smooth it down, only to be pushed against the wall the next moment. My dear, what prompted your sudden agreement? Just this morning, you merely mentioned granting me an opportunity. Qin Lu could hardly contain his amusement at the absurdity. Had he consented earlier, it would have aligned more with his desires. Wouldn't he it? With a cold demeanor, he shrugged off Yin Huai's hand from his shoulder and turned towards his bed. If he was unwilling, so be it. Seeing Qin Li's irritation, Yin Huai was quick to abandon all other thoughts and rushed forward, grasping Qin Li's arm and throwing himself into his embrace. My love, please don't be upset. How could I possibly be unwilling? This surprise came so unexpectedly that I find it hard to believe. I sincerely apologize. Please don't be angry with me. Qin Lu struggled to hold the hefty figure in his arms, rolling his eyes almost heavenward. Get up and sit over there. Yin Huai obediently released his embrace, but with a swift motion, he leapt onto Qin Li's bed, sitting eagerly and patting the space beside him. Come here, my dear. Sit with me. I wish to hold you. Qin Lu regarded Yin Huai's practiced display of affection with a hint of disdain, yet his body betrayed him. Moving closer to Yin Huai, just as he was about to take a seat, a strong arm encircled him, and he found himself positioned atop a sturdy thigh. Put me down. Not a chance. Yin Huai affectionately wrapped his arms around Qin Li's slender waist, lowering his head like a puppy, nuzzling into the crook of Qin Li's neck. So, we are officially in a boyfriend-boyfriend relationship now, yes? Qin Lu felt a ticklish sensation from Yin Huai's hair, attempting to turn away only to have his chin grasped and redirected. Come now, speak up. I want to hear you say it. Goodness. When had this person learned to be so beguiling? It was almost too much to bear. Qin Lu adjusted a loose strand of hair beside his ear, hoping to hide the blush creeping to his cheeks. From now on, you are my boyfriend. Ding. Current affection level, 90. Yan Huai's heart blossomed with joy, and he felt an urgent desire to engage in more intimate contact to balance the exuberance swelling within him. Then, I shall exercise my rights as your boyfriend. Before Qin Lu could contemplate what rights were being referenced, his chin was lifted, and he found himself gazing up at Yan Huai, who was leaning in. Just as he was about to inquire about Yan Huai's intentions, his lips were suddenly sealed. Yan Huai, like an eager puppy, pressed and nibbled at Qin Lu's lips, leaving a trail of saliva upon his chin. Noticing the clumsiness of Yan Huai's movements, Qin Li's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. It seemed 087 had spoken the truth. Yan Huai had indeed never engaged in such acts before. In a pleasurable mood, Qin Lu instinctively parted his lips, giving a fleeting brush against Yan Huai's mouth before retreating swiftly. Yan Huai stood frozen, surprised by the sudden action, and he licked his lips, still savoring the soft sensation. He yearned to experience it again. Seeing Yan Huai stunned, Qin Lu couldn't help but smile with pride. However, as he raised his gaze to tease, he was met with Yan Huai's eyes, gleaming like a hungry wolf spotting its prey, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Was he truly so easy to provoke? He squirmed to escape, but his feeble resistance was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, only serving to heighten Yan Huai's excitement. Yan Yu pinched Qin Lu's lips, causing them to protrude, and as he gazed at the rosy hue, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Suddenly, he launched an aggressive kiss that left Qin Lu gasping for breath. He turned his head in an attempt to escape, but just as he managed to move away slightly, the insatiable man pursued him, compelling him to continue surrendering to the kiss. Qin Lu was infuriated. With a sharp intake of breath, Yan Huai felt a sting and touched his lips, raising his eyes to look at Qin Lu with a pitiful expression. Darling, are you trying to murder your husband? Qin Lu was currently preoccupied with taking deep breaths and could hardly spare a thought for him. Noticing that he had bullied Qin Lu enough, Yan Huai ceased his antics, gently patting his back while blowing on the swollen lips he had kissed, not forgetting to offer comfort. It's all right, my dear. After a few more kisses, you'll get used to it, and it won't be so uncomfortable next time. How dare you say that? Qin Lu was baffled, having traversed 2 worlds already. He had lost count of how many times he had kissed his man. Yet, despite Yan Huai being a novice, why did he still feel overshadowed? Yan Huai was oblivious to the inner turmoil of Qin Lu, and seeing his irritated but adorable expression made him feel immensely fond. Indeed, in his heart, he was the most special to Qin Lu, who displayed a myriad of expressions only in his presence. Every expression he wore was irresistibly cute. The more Yan Huai looked, the more he cherished him, and he playfully bit Qin Li's cheek. Qin Lu was on the verge of exploding with anger. After being treated this way, the audacious man dared to bite him. He withdrew his hand and left a slap mark on Yan Huai's face, thinking this would teach him the consequences of bullying him. However, upon turning his head, he found Yan Huai grinning and touching the spot where he had been struck. As Qin Lu glanced back, Yan Huai playfully bit his other cheek. Darling, your little hand is quite strong. Qin Lu shuddered, taken aback by this foolish man. Chapter 17. The cool and unyielding childhood friend Qin Lu was speechless. The foolish man's antics drained him of any lingering anger. He shifted his small legs to nudge Yan Huai's. I'm hungry. Upon hearing his beloved express hunger, Yan Huai instantly became serious, pulling out his phone to order takeout. What would you like to eat? How about wontons? And perhaps 2 small cakes? Chocolate flavor, of course. Qin Lu raised his small hand to make his request. Yan Huai chuckled and planted a kiss on Qin Li's face. Of course, whatever you desire, my dear. The two embraced warmly for a while until the delivery arrived. Reluctantly, Yan Huai released Qin Lu and dashed downstairs with long strides to fetch the food. Upon returning to the dormitory with the takeout, he cradled Qin Lu in his arms again, wiping his hands and attending to his meal. Being pampered, Qin Lu felt utterly content as he leaned back against Yan Huai's firm chest, allowing him to feed him. One was satisfied in feeding while the other obediently ate, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the room, as if time had come to a standstill. Yin Huai wished to hold Qin Lu like this for a lifetime, but he had forgotten about his two bothersome roommates. Lu Jiayong and Li Sifan, laughing heartily, opened the door only to behold two individuals intimately entwined, seated on a single stool, indulging in food. They were momentarily stunned, gazing at the two lovebirds surrounded by a rosy aura, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Fei, Li Sifan, did you see that? Itingyust spotted Hurai embracing Qin Li, Liu Yiyang exclaimed. Li Sifan adjusted his fallen glasses, maintaining his composure. I saw it too. Close the door. Yin Huai, initially lost in the delightful charm of his beloved, was abruptly interrupted, his irritation mounting as those two fools continued their chatter at the threshold, disturbing his peaceful moment. Quietly, Lu Jiayong reached to close the door, exchanging a glance with his companion before swiftly sidling up to Yin Huai. Feeling someone encroach upon his space, Qin Lu, sensing the proximity, awkwardly attempted to rise from Yin Huai's lap. As the soft presence in his arms vanished, Yin Huai's gaze shifted to his nosy roommates, and his expression darkened instantly. Are you two wearing eggs under your brows? Can't you gauge the situation? Are you both simpletons? Those two rascals had returned at the most opportune moment, intruding upon his blissful encounter. Qin Lu, standing nearby, blinked in surprise at Yin Huai's unexpectedly sharp tongue, taken aback by his biting remarks. Stop scolding us. What have we done wrong? We are merely male students eager to witness the drama. Why are you so harsh? Yin Huai glanced at Lu Jiayong, who was feigning a pout, and felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. Speak properly. Ouch. Lu Jiayong cradled his poor head, retreating slightly. Huai Gu, you and Qin Lu. You two. Lu Sifan regarded Lu Jiayong with genuine sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. Is it the relationship I envisioned? Indeed. Yin Huai raised an eyebrow, standing up to wrap his arm possessively around Qin Li's waist, declaring, I am now with Lei. He shall be my husband from this day forth. Wow, that is fantastic. I knew from the start that you and Qin Lu were a perfect match. Li Sifan enthusiastically cheered, easing Yin Huai's earlier irritation a notch. However, Huai Gu, aren't you straight? As Li Sifan prepared to utter another ill-timed comment, he swiftly kicked Lu Jiayong's stool, sending him tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Yin Huai observed the antics of these two mischief-makers, secretly planning to expedite his intention of purchasing a residence off campus. Otherwise, he would be unable to enjoy any intimacy with Qin Lu. Unaware of Yin Huai's thoughts, Qin Lu was focused on Lu Jiayong, who was now on the floor lamenting his plight. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Xia Tingting and Lin Siyuan inviting him out for a meal. Glancing at Yin Huai beside him, he prepared to decline, only to have his phone snatched away. You, darling, how can you refuse an invitation to dine, especially when it comes from your friends? It's only fitting that I accompany you as your official boyfriend to meet them. Fine. Qin Lu sighed internally, watching the man reply hastily. It was clear that Yin Huai's jealousy remained as fierce as ever. Yin Huai, fingers dancing over the keyboard, seethed quietly, oh, you summer ting-ting, not only coveting him, but also introducing men to his precious when he's unguarded. This time, I shall give her a piece of my mind. Lei, over here, hurry. As Yin Huai entered the private room with Qin Lu, he immediately heard Summer Ting-Ting, with a high-pitched voice, calling out his beloved's nickname, and he shot a glare her way. Lei, is she really someone you can call out to? Summer Ting-Ting flinched under his gaze, contemplating whether to report to Qin Lu, but upon glancing back, she found him donning a perfectly timed smile, leaving her grasping for leverage. Once everyone was seated, taking advantage of Yin Huai's moment of distraction while he perused the menu, Summer Ting-Ting leaned in under Lin Siyuan's cover and whispered to Qin Lu. Why did you bring him along? Didn't you two have a falling out? When did you reconcile? Just as Qin Lu opened her mouth to respond, she was suddenly pulled back into Yin Huai's embrace. While one hand held the menu, his other rested casually at her waist, challenging the astonished expressions of the two across the table. Excuse me, feel free to speak, but please do not get too close to my boyfriend. What? Boyfriend? They both exclaimed in unison, the volume startling Yin Huai, who set down the menu and gently covered Qin Li's ear, admonishing the two in disbelief. Shush. Your noise is disturbing my precious. Summer Tingting and Lin Siyuan instinctively quieted, only to realize why they should heed his words. Summer Tingting rolled her eyes first, shooting a glare at Yin Huai before turning to Qin Lu with a worried expression. Lele, didn't you say your confession failed and you weren't getting back together? How did he suddenly become your boyfriend? Did he deceive you? Is there no sense of boundaries with you? You think you can call my beloved's nickname? Moreover, my darling has never stated she wouldn't be with me. Our relationship is flourishing, and we certainly do not need your meddling. Yin Huai, who had already held a disdain for Summer Tingting, was now enraged by her malicious assumptions about him. What can I not speak? Who was it that made Lele shed tears in the first place, only to raise their voice now? Summer Tingting crossed her arms defiantly. Unafraid, what are you shouting about? As if you have no voice. Yin Huai, fuming, felt the urge to retaliate. He held back his temper, but ultimately could not resist. He turned to Qin Lu with a pitiful expression. Darling, look at her. I already admitted my mistake, yet she still won't let go. We are clearly happy together, and she is spreading ill words about me. It's evident she is jealous of us. Qin Lu scratched Yin Huai's chin in a gesture of comfort, knowing he was only pretending. Yet she found herself unable to resist his pitiful demeanor. Besides, due to him, her heart had already tilted in his favor. My darling, you tell her. Inform her that we are indeed very happy together. If she wishes to find a partner, I could even assist in introducing someone. Summer Tingting was infuriated. Who is jealous of you? Who would want your introduction? Lele, look, Summer Tingting was momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean? Shouldn't you listen to whether that person is speaking sense? Firstly, Hua is my boyfriend, and our relationship is quite harmonious. Secondly, Qin Lu paused for a moment. If you truly wish to pursue a romantic relationship, you can speak frankly. We are all willing to assist. Xia Tingting clutched her heart, pointing at this infatuated monarch who disregards friendship, and cried out, Qin Lu, I thank your entire family. Chapter 18. The Cool Bamboo Horse of the Straight Man. Observing the nearly explosive Xia Tingting, Qin Lu innocently blinked and, in the meantime, opened his mouth to consume the grapes that Yin Huai had offered him. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Before Xia Tingting could respond, Yin Huai interjected, extending his hand to take the grape seeds that Qin Lu spat out, while simultaneously selecting the largest, sweetest strawberry to feed him. There's nothing wrong. What my darling says is entirely correct. It's merely that she cannot comprehend it. Come, have a strawberry, and ignore her. Qui ne soudainly understood. Devouring the strawberry obediently and turning away, no longer engaging with her. Xia Tingting watched the pair of them conspiring together, clutching her heart in silence for a long while until Lin Siyuan pulled her down, urging her to drink some tea to calm her nerves. Compared to those two, you're still somewhat of a person, aren't you? Lin Siyuan observed Xia Tingting, who was indignantly holding her teacup, and found her somewhat endearing. He fanned her gently and impulsively remarked, actually, if it comes to dating, I could also cough. Xia Tingting nearly choked on her water, utterly exasperated. She had thought he was an ally, only to discover he was just as infuriating as those two. With a forceful slam of her teacup on the table, she directed a universally recognized gesture of discontent towards Lin Siyuan before storming out with her bag. Hey, what did I say wrong? Lin Siyuan, bewildered, looked to the two entwined individuals for help, inquiring in confusion. Unfortunately, Yin Huai was entirely focused on Qin Lu and paid him no heed, while Qin Lu, purely seeking amusement, casually replied, perhaps she dislikes you. What? Lin Siyuan felt as if the sky had collapsed. She dislikes me? He was on the verge of tears, gathering his belongings and informing Qin Lu before hastily pursuing her. In an instant, the private room was left with only the two of them. Darling, the troublesome ones have finally departed. We can return to our intimate world. As soon as the door closed, Yin Huai eagerly pulled Qin Lu onto his lap. Ever since Qin Lu had consented to him, he yearned for constant closeness, particularly relishing the sensation of holding him as one would a child, enveloping him from behind. This position filled him with a sense of being cherished and depended upon by Qin Lu, An overwhelming satisfaction indeed. Darling, in the future, you should refrain from dining with those two. Just look at how they invite others to dine, only to flee the moment the dishes arrive. We must keep our distance from such miserly individuals, understand? Yan Huai squeezed Qin Li's small hand, not forgetting to disparage Xia Tingting and Lin Siyuan. Qin Lu was amused by his vengeful demeanor and willingly agreed. Shall we begin our meal? Qin Lu gently caressed his belly, having recently indulged in wontons and small cakes. And after being fed some fruit by Yan Huai, he found himself not particularly hungry. He looked up and nuzzled Yan Huai's chin, saying, I'm not hungry. But you haven't eaten yet. You should eat. Will my darling feed me? Qin Lu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yan Huai's face lit up with joy as he pulled Qin Lu closer into his embrace, shifting slightly forward to make it easier for Qin Lu to serve him. With one hand holding a small bowl and the other wielding chopsticks, Qin Lu diligently selected the man's favorite morsels. He carefully delivered each bite to Yan Huai's mouth, only allowing the next piece after watching him chew and swallow the previous one. The earnestness of the person in his arms warmed Yan Huai's heart, and he smiled as he observed Qin Li's meticulous actions, paying no mind to the contents being fed to him. Anything from Qin Lu was gladly accepted. Before long, Yan Huai felt comfortably satiated. As warmth and desire mingled in his heart, his eyes narrowed, and the hand that had been resting at Qin Li's waist began to wander unbidden. Startled, Qin Lu nearly dropped the bowl as he felt a tremor in his grasp. Embarrassed, he lightly smacked the man's hand. Don't move, it tickles. Yan Huai chuckled softly. Don't worry, darling. You'll get used to it. Once you're accustomed, it won't tickle anymore. What nonsense! Though Qin Lu was skeptical of Yan Huai's words, he obediently remained still. So good. Yan Huai's gaze deepened, and he leaned down to gently nip at the corner of Qin Li's mouth, preparing to kiss him under the warmth of his partner's moist gaze. However, just as he was about to touch those coveted lips, a knock echoed at the door of the private booth. Damn, no man could tolerate such an interruption, especially not Yan Huai. Cursing silently, he quickly adjusted Qin Li's clothing to ensure nothing inappropriate was exposed before holding him close, waiting for the visitor to enter. Good day, sir. Your order for Yan Huai? Irritated, Yan Huai lifted his gaze, only to find a waiter standing at the door, staring at him in shock. What was wrong with this person? Did he have no sense of professionalism? How had someone like this been hired? If you have something to say, come in. If not, leave. Lin Jin, taken aback by Yan Huai's impatience, stepped forward to close the door, then hurriedly approached Yan Huai, his face lit with anticipation. Hello, do you remember me? Yan Huai was lowering his head to turn Qin Li's somewhat bewildered face into his embrace when he heard the question. He glanced up quickly. The person looked somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't place him. Should I know you? The presumptive question caused Lin Jin's smile to falter, and he eagerly replied, I'm Lin Jin, the guy who confessed to you that day. Don't you remember? Yan Huai was too flustered to respond immediately, the moment those words were uttered. He felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly explained, Darling, I truly don't remember him. Please don't be upset. Chapter 19. The cool and composed childhood friend of the Casanova. Qin Lu still recalled the sour feeling he experienced upon witnessing his man being confessed to when he first arrived in this world. He huffed heavily, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yan Huai, feeling a twinge of panic as he noticed the indifference of others, gently cupped Qin Li's delicate face, hurriedly providing explanations while secretly reveling in a hidden joy. This was the first time his beloved had so overtly displayed jealousy before him. Did this signify that Qin Lu cherished him a fraction more? It was at that moment that Lin Jin, left to the sidelines, finally noticed the presence of another person in Yan Huai's embrace. His pupils dilated slightly. Although the figure was tightly shielded by Yan Huai, the exposed top of his head revealed that he was indeed male. Why are you still here? The words, laced with an unmistakable tone of dismissal, left Lin Jin feeling somewhat embarrassed. He contemplated leaving, but was unwilling to yield. Hadn't he always claimed to be disinterested in men? How then could he explain the person nestled in his arms? If he could harbor feelings for a man, why should he be denied? Enduring a pang of bitterness and sorrow, Lin Jin stubbornly stood his ground. eager to discern what manner of man could evoke such unwavering devotion from Yan Huai, causing him to forsake his prior declarations. Noticing Lin Jin's persistent presence, Yan Huai feared he might utter something to incite Qin Lu's ire. He promptly reached for his phone to register a complaint, only to have a hand pressed down on it. "Darling?" Qin Lu released the phone from Yan Huai's grasp and turned to fully reveal his visage to Lin Jin. "You are Qin Lu? Aren't you supposed to be good friends?" Fortunately, Lin Jin recognized him instantly. Thanks to his striking appearance and commendable achievements that had made him a prominent figure in their university, his face frequently gracing the honor roll. Qin Lu offered a slight nod. "Hello. We're not good friends. I am fond of Yan Huai." The bluntness of his statement momentarily stunned Lin Jin. "But you're a man. And what of it? Il sempre adore Lily." To put it plainly, regardless of whether he is male or female, as long as he is Qin Lu, I shall love him unconditionally. Other suitors, no matter how divine, do not warrant a glance, do you understand? Yan Huai, displeased with Lin Jin's gaze lingering on Qin Lu, forcefully covered Qin Li's face with his hand to shield him from view, his tone growing increasingly harsh. All this chaos stemmed from Lin Jin's sudden intrusion. If it weren't for him, he could have been close to Qin Lu. Not only had he interrupted, but he was also wasting precious time. Once they were outside, Lin Jin would certainly receive a scathing review. Qin Lu tugged at the man's hand, his eyes reflecting disapproval of his harsh demeanor. Yan Huai, momentarily taken aback by Qin Li's look, softened his temper, though he chose not to acknowledge the heartbroken figure beside them, focusing instead on gently pinching the soft flesh of Qin Li's face. Witnessing the disparity in Yan Huai's treatment of him versus Qin Lu, Lin Jin felt his heart plummet into despair. What more was there to comprehend? Regardless of gender, anyone who was not named Qin Lu stood no chance of receiving Yan Huai's affection. His aspirations were futile. It was truly disheartening. He had mustered the courage to harbor feelings for someone, only to face such a dismal conclusion, resulting in this uncomfortable scene. Taking a deep breath to conceal his distress, Lin Jin donned a smile that would satisfy the guests. "I apologize for the interruption. Here is your watermelon juice. I wish you a pleasant dining experience." "Thank you." Qin Lu watched Lin Jin's departing figure, his eyelids drooping to conceal the emotions swirling beneath. "Host, is this not rather cruel to Lin Jin? He seems like a decent person. Must we truly allow him to harbor illusions about Yan Huai? However, it is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. It is best for both him and me to let go sooner rather than later. His life is just beginning, and brighter days lie ahead. He will surely encounter someone more suited to him." Qin Lu, aware of the plot, knew that Lin Jin was working part-time at this establishment. Thus, when Xia Tingting messaged him to dine here, he deliberately made sure Yan Huai noticed. The glass of watermelon juice was also ordered stealthily while Yan Huai was distracted, intended to demonstrate to Lin Jin that Yan Huai belonged to him, Qin Lu. Although such tactics seemed rather harsh and were undeniably unkind to someone who genuinely harbored affection, Qin Lu could not permit someone who liked Yan Huai to linger near him, especially since that person was the original protagonist of this world. To be lenient toward a rival would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. He could only employ the swiftest method to sever Lin Jin's affections, making it clear that Yan Huai's heart could not accommodate anyone else and that there was no possibility between them. "My dear, what are you pondering?" Qin Li's prolonged silence caused Yan Huai to feel puzzled. He gazed at Qin Lu, who appeared lost in thought and could not resist inquiring. Drawn back to reality by Yan Huai's question, Qin Lu frowned slightly, revealing an expression of discontent. Flirting around. Yan Huai protested. "How can you accuse me of that? I didn't even know who he was before." "You cannot blame me, my dear. I have been faithful." "That is true," Qin Lu mused, observing Yan Huai for a moment. Just as Yan Huai was about to lose his composure, Qin Lu melted into his embrace, murmuring, "Then you must not entice others in the future, nor be overly intimate with anyone else." His possessive words elicited a smile from Yan Huai, who placed a kiss atop Qin Li's head, his voice brimming with evident delight. "At your command, my beloved." While the two basked in their sweet exchange, Lin Jin outside felt his eyes welling with tears. To conceal his distress from others, he discreetly slipped into the break room. In the solitude of that hidden corner, he allowed his tears to flow. How could he not feel heartbroken? Lin Jin's background was not particularly favorable, although he excelled academically enough to gain admission to this university. The exorbitant tuition placed an even greater burden on his family. Thus, while others enjoyed a carefree college life, he could only strive to carve out time for part-time work. The dual pressures of academics and life left him gasping for breath. After all, he was merely a 20-year-old youth. He first encountered Yin Huai on the basketball court, where the latter radiated vitality and charm, a stark contrast to Lin Jin's own somber demeanor. Perhaps it was human nature to yearn for that which one lacks. Initially, he merely intended to befriend Yin Huai, but as he witnessed the latter's brilliance, he gradually developed deeper feelings. Alas, he was perhaps inherently unlikable, as his first confession was met with rejection, only to later witness the very person who turned him down tenderly embracing a partner. Was there anyone more unfortunate than he? The more Lin Jin thought, the sadder he became, and soon he was overwhelmed with sorrow, nearly succumbing to tears. However, attendance at class was still mandatory, and the salary needed to be collected. He took a piece of paper to wipe away the remnants of tears from his face, composed himself, and left the break room. No sooner had he stepped out than he was caught by the supervisor. Lin Jin, where have you been? It's peak time, and we're short-staffed. Hurry up and deliver that plate of peach blossom pastries to box 303. Lin Jin felt like a mere beast of burden. He replied softly, balancing the plate as he ascended the stairs. Yet perhaps due to his troubled thoughts, he was distracted and collided directly with the person ahead of him. The plate of pastries fell, and he was knocked backward. My peaches! Lin Jin disregarded his own predicament and reached out to catch them. In the next moment, however, a steady hand caught the plate, and he was pulled back by a firm grip around his waist. He landed heavily in the embrace of the person in front of him. The impact caused his nose to sting painfully. As he remained dazed, a melodious voice laced with mockery echoed above him. Your peaches? Chapter 20. The cool bamboo horse of the straight man, the ambiguous remark, made Lin Jin's face flush. Covering his nose, he glanced up timidly, only to meet a pair of light-colored eyes. So close, he was unaware that such an encounter awaited him during his brief excursion. The boy, who was a head shorter, had stumbled into his arms, a soft bundle with eyes still glistening from tears. Peeking at him shyly before retreating in timidity upon meeting his gaze, an utterly endearing sight that warmed his heart. Are you all right? It was only when the voice spoke again that Lin Jin realized he was still lingering in the other's embrace. Embarrassed, he attempted to withdraw, but the other was quicker to release him, handing the plate back. Don't worry, be careful. A warm hand gently ruffled his hair. A tender gesture that left Lin Jin momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, he noticed that the person had vanished from sight, prompting him to hurriedly look around but find no trace of them. What a kind gentleman, Lin Jin thought to himself, scratching his head in frustration. How careless of him, not even having the chance to express his gratitude. Regaining his composure, Lin Jin continued his ascent with the plate in hand, oblivious to the pair of eyes behind him, which observed his every little action with a faint smile. Life stretches ahead. On the other side, Qin Lu remained indifferent to their little encounter, immersing himself back into university life, attending classes and studying as before. The only difference now was the presence of a particularly clingy boyfriend. Ever since Yin Huai expressed a desire to move out, he had tirelessly rented a small apartment off campus, neither too large nor too small, a one-bedroom flat just right for the two of them. He envisioned proposing to Qin Lu upon graduation, planning to obtain their marriage certificate abroad, and eventually purchasing a home to create a cozy abode that belonged solely to them. Qin Lu had always been agreeable to such matters, allowing Yin Huai to take the lead in their shared future. As I watched Li Sifan and Lu Jiayang, who were clinging to each other and weeping profusely as they left the school, I felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to witnessing a scoundrel abandon his wife. However, Yin Huai was unfazed by their display. He cheerfully grasped his beloved with one hand while dragging the luggage with the other. He didn't cast a single glance at the two in the corner, eagerly whisking his partner away to their cozy abode. Darling, how do you find it? Are you satisfied? Qin Lu gazed in astonishment at the room, which was adorned with elements that perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences. Its proximity to the school and convenient transportation were ideal, and it was evident how much effort Yan Huai had invested in its decoration. Indeed, for any matter concerning him, this man always exerted himself to the utmost. With a heart utterly softened, Qin Lu turned to embrace Yan Huai's neck, nestling himself into the warmth of his embrace. In response to the man's expectant gaze, he rose on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his lips. Yan Huai was taken aback. He had already discerned Qin Lu's satisfaction with the choice of residence for his earlier reaction, but he hadn't anticipated that his beloved would be so pleased as to initiate a kiss for the first time. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yan Huai felt an urge to immediately claim Qin Lu as his own, yet he restrained himself, fearing he might frighten him. Exercising immense self-control, he finally nibbled gently on Qin Li's lower lip, bringing their sweet, protracted kiss to a close. Qin Lu, bewildered by the sudden release, looked up at him with confusion. He instinctively moved to close the distance again, but Yan Huai gently restrained him. At that moment, Qin Lu's mind was somewhat foggy. He could not think clearly and only realized that the man was rejecting his closeness. Instantly, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him, pouting and expressing his dissatisfaction in soft murmurs. Having never seen Qin Lu in such a state, usually so aloof and untouchable, with a demeanor that was always calm, Yan Huai recognized that his beloved had been momentarily flustered by the kiss, revealing a charmingly spoiled side. Swallowing hard, Yan Huai felt his reason slip away. He knew he should not look any longer, for it could lead to trouble. Yet he could not help but devour the sight of Qin Lu, his eager gaze tracing every inch of his enchanting form. Yan Huai. Qin Lu furrowed his brow, yearning for an embrace. Yan Huai, his voice thick with restraint, replied, "Don't tempt me, my darling. No, I want you." The declaration shattered what little rationality remained in Yan Huai, who promptly lifted Qin Lu and placed him onto the sofa. The sudden lift jolted Qin Lu back to the realization of his previous escape from home, and he quickly grabbed Yan Huai's hand. "What are you doing? Don't move." The gentle grip allowed Yan Huai to continue his actions effortlessly, and he grinned at Qin Lu's flushed face. "Darling, you initiated this. You beckoned me. And now you must take responsibility." "Pervert." "Indeed, a pervert. One who is solely a pervert for my darling." Taken aback by his audacity, Qin Lu turned away, ignoring him. Noticing that his partner had straightened up and was no longer engaging with him, Yan Huai extended his hand to tickle Qin Lu's sides, instantly causing him to collapse into giggles, drained of energy. Yan Huai opened his arms to embrace the little one who was willingly falling into his embrace, softly whispering into his ear, "Beloved, may I?" As Qin Lu gazed at Yan Huai, his eyes threatened to redden, but he chose to respect Yan Huai's wishes. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. He bit his lip, contemplating that if it were indeed Yan Huai, he would be quite willing. After waiting in vain for a response from Qin Lu, Yan Huai sighed inwardly, preparing to release him, when unexpectedly, the small hand that had clutched his arm shifted to tenderly embrace his neck. Taken aback, Yan Huai swiftly captured Qin Li's lips in a kiss. "Darling, be good. Don't squirm." Upon awakening the next day, Qin Lu felt discomfort coursing through his body. As he moved his legs, a wave of soreness enveloped him, prompting a soft groan to escape his lips. Considering it was Qin Li's first time, Yan Huai had watched over him throughout the night. Now, feigning sleep, he instinctively extended his hand to massage the tender waist of the irritable little one, soothing him with gentle words. "Hush, a little massage will ease the discomfort. I've asked for leave from the instructor. Today, you shall rest well, all right?" Chapter 21. The cool and composed childhood friend. "It hurts. It's your fault." All right. It's all my fault. I admit my mistake. But you mustn't touch me this month." "Impossible." Yan Huai resolutely rejected this notion. It was only the beginning of the month, and the thought of abstaining from Qin Lu was unbearable for a young man newly acquainted with passion. Qin Lu, irked, pushed away the hand resting on his waist. While he found certain pleasures in their interactions, the endless cycle left him feeling quite unwell the following day. "Please, darling, you can punish me in any other way. Just not this. Can you really bear to see me suffer? Yin Huai clung to him, unabashedly attempting to charm Qin Lu, with no way to resist his persistence. Qin Lu relented. Then I want you to cook for me. Ah, Yin Huai faltered, for he was not skilled in the culinary arts. His attempts at home had often ended with his mother banishing him from the kitchen. He feared that if he tried now, he might inadvertently poison Qin Lu. Forget it. Then, absolutely not. How could it be impossible? Yin Huai immediately countered, but his tone softened as he began to negotiate. Darling, I'll enroll in a cooking class tomorrow. Let us postpone it for today, since you're not feeling well. Eating my current cooking might make you sick. Host, Yin Huai truly lacks culinary skills in this world. Think carefully. All right then. Yes, but you must cook for me in the future. Indeed, I shall become your personal chef. The two shared an intimate exchange, whispering softly to one another as the sunlight outside was completely shielded by the curtains, casting a warm, dim glow filled with happiness in the bedroom. Since fully possessing Qin Lu, Yin Huai's spirits soared, and he treated everyone with kindness, even greeting Wang Hao with a smile, leaving Wang Hao somewhat unnerved. Huai Yi, have you been possessed? TSK, Yin Huai simply clicked his tongue in annoyance without raising a hand against him. Wang Hao, astonished, widened his eyes and circled around Yin Huai, scrutinizing him for any peculiar changes. Huai Go, why do I feel you become gentler? Have you changed your nature? Yin Huai delivered a playful slap to the crown of Wang Hao's head, a gesture that seemed to leave him unsatisfied unless he did so. Wang Hao felt the familiar sting radiating from his scalp, a sensation he found oddly comforting. He edged closer to Yin Huai and inquired, Brother Huai, what have you been up to lately? We hardly see you around. Finally hitting the nail on the head. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yin Huai's mouth as he crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. What? How did you know I have a wife? Was that even the question at hand? Wang Hao felt a bit speechless. It was common knowledge that he had managed to win over Qin Lu. If it weren't for his meddling, they wouldn't have gotten together so swiftly. TSK, what S with that expression? Aren't you happy for me? Yin Huai's demeanor shifted, taking on a menacing edge as he inched closer to Wang Hao. Or do you harbor some ulterior motives regarding my marriage? What on earth? No, I don't. Wang Hao quickly retreated, exclaiming, I'm thrilled about you and Qin Lu, wishing you both eternal unity, lasting joy, and a life together until old age. All right, you can stop now, Yin Huai remarked, observing the effort Wang Hao was putting into his words, finding him rather foolish. Your assistance in my relationship with Lei is appreciated. How about this? Let us gather the brothers tonight for a meal, and I'll introduce Lei to them. Sound great, Wang Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, reveling in the prospect of a lively gathering. So, Brother Huai, shall we head to Chuhan? No, Lei doesn't tea like bars. Let us find a cozy, quiet place instead. I'll inform them that once we arrive, they must refrain from loud antics. If they wish to have fun after we leave, they can find another venue. If they disturb Lei and make her unhappy, they will have to answer to me. Rest assured, Brother Huai, I'll handle it. Yin Huai nodded in satisfaction before striding off to pick up his beloved after class. It was no wonder Wang Hao was astonished. Ever since Yin Huai regained what he thought he had lost, he had transformed into something of a stern elder. Apart from being affectionate around Qin Lu, he exuded an air of aloofness towards others, his once sunny disposition now tightly wound, appearing almost intimidating. Yin Huai himself felt indifferent. All that mattered was maintaining a pleasant demeanor around Qin Lu. In front of outsiders, he needed to remain distant. Otherwise, smiling as brightly at his boyfriend as he did with others would only sow discord. Besides, maintaining a serious facade would deter those with ulterior motives, ensuring his safety. He could not shake the memory of Qin Lu hiding away, secretly distressed after witnessing Lin Jin's confession. Such a situation would not repeat itself. With ample time, he even bought a small cake. As he arrived at the door of Qin Lu's classroom, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. He leaned against the wall in a non-obtrusive manner, peering through the throng of students at the earnest little figure within, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Strangely enough, Qin Lu seemed to possess an almost magical ability to bring him joy, even if he were merely observing from a distance. Standing at the entrance, his gaze fixated on Qin Lu, he wore a silly grin that made it hard for Qin Lu to ignore him. turning his head slightly. He acknowledged the man, leaning against the door before starting to gather his belongings. Yin Huai entered the classroom with a bag in hand, intending to have a heartfelt conversation with his beloved, whom he had not seen for an entire class. To his surprise, before he could approach, a girl with curly hair seized the seat beside Qin Lu, clearly attempting to encroach on his territory. Yin Huai, with keen eyes, noticed the girl blushing, her gaze fixed on Qin Lu with an unmistakable interest. A sour taste filled his mouth as he swiftly stepped forward, embracing Qin Lu and casting a wary glance at the startled girl before him. "Who are you? Keep your distance from my darling." Your darling?" The girl stared at them in disbelief, and Yin Huai, harboring mischievous thoughts, seized a moment and kissed Qin Lu before he could react. "Ah!" The sound that erupted nearby filled Yin Huai with a sense of triumph. See, this person belonged to him, and others should not even dare to think otherwise. However, he did not anticipate the girl, trembling as she pointed at them, finally managing to exclaim, "I finally get to see a real one." Yin Huai was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Wasn't she his rival? Please be together forever and be happy." Qin Lu, observing Yin Huai's perplexity, could only shake his head in exasperation. He adjusted his glasses, asked you from the earlier kiss, and sincerely thanked him. "We will. Thank you for your blessing." The girl waved her hand, casting them a few excited glances before departing through the back door. Qin Lu stared at the spot she had vacated, pondering, was this what a fujoshi was? Quite endearing. In fact, suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a possessive voice in his ear. "No more gazing." Qin Lu sighed, "But she isn't interested in me." "That doesn't matter. You can only look at me." How domineering. Yin Huai raised his chin, of course, in both his eyes and heart. "There is room only for me. Others need not even consider it." Chapter 22. The cool bamboo horse of a flirtatious straight man that night. Yin Huai held Qin Li's hand at the entrance of a private room, his voice as gentle as flowing water. "My dear, are you ready? We are about to enter." Qin Lu found it puzzling. It was merely a dinner with his friends, yet Yin Huai appeared so tense. Nevertheless, he nodded and turned the doorknob. Bang! Countless colorful streamers floated in the air, cascading down onto Qin Li's shoulders and head, momentarily blinding him. "Sister-in-law, hello." A group of young men, grinning widely, held sparklers in their hands, chanting boisterously, calling him sister-in-law. Dazed, Qin Lu scanned the crowd, realizing it was not just Yin Huai's friends present, but also Xia Tingting, Lin Siyuan, and Yan's parents, who looked on with smiles. With newfound understanding, Qin Lu turned to face the man whose eyes were filled with anticipation, seeking an answer. Yin Huai merely smiled in silence, pulling Qin Lu to the center of the room and accepting a beautifully crafted album from Wang Hao. Yin Huai flipped through the pages of the album, showcasing it to Qin Lu, revealing their journey from two little bundles of joy to grown individuals with their own partners. As each page turns, two individuals undergo transformations, yet one thing remains unchanged: Qin Li's gentle gaze upon Yin Huai in every photograph. "My dear, I apologize for only now realizing how evident your feelings are, so apparent that I can see them with a mere turn of my head." Tears glisten in Yin Huai's eyes. While sorting through these photographs, he discovers that, regardless of the scene or time, whenever he is present, Qin Lu always turns to look at him. Thus, within this thick album, most of the photographs capture Qin Lu in profile. The torment and anticipation of a decade-long unrequited love are beyond his imagination. He strives to comprehend the anguish and hope that reside within Qin Li's heart, yet the deeper he delves, the more he is pierced by the sincerity of these emotions. What merit does he possess to garner Qin Li's affection? Fortunately, they have not missed their chance. Thankfully, he has a lifetime to respond to those long 10 years, and they are destined to accompany each other in the future. "It is nothing. Loving you is beyond my control, and all that I do is willingly given. Do not weep." Qin Lu gazes at the album in Yin Huai's hands, observing his meticulous collection of their shared past. And the heartfelt declarations beside each photograph cause his nose to tingle and tears to well up. He sniffs, raises his head to look at the teary-eyed Yin Huai, whose face reflects regret, and gently wipes away his tears. "Do not cry. At least we are together now, right? Yes. Yin Huai nods emphatically. Not just now, but in this life, the next, and the one after that. Until eternity, we shall remain together. For others, this declaration may merely be a sweet utterance in moments of deep affection. Yet Qin Lun knows that this man will keep his word. They will always be united. Hand in hand, their eyes glisten with tears as they share a sweet gaze, unable to tire of one another's presence. However, there is no rush. Some are growing impatient. Huai Gu, let us go home and take our time a look at it. Right now, we have urgent matters to attend to. Wang Hao shouts amid the crowd. Yin Huai wipes his tears, retrieves a small box from his pocket, steps back, and kneels on one knee. Qin Lu, will you become my partner and walk hand in hand with me through life's journey? The once carefree man, now humbly placing himself at a lower station, holds a ring that glimmers with silver light, earnestly expressing his desire. Qin Lu covers his mouth to stifle his sobs. Turning to gaze at the faces of those around him filled with blessings, he sees the ecstatic Xia Tingting, the content expressions of Yan's parents, and finally, his eyes settle on the man kneeling before him, clearly trembling with nervousness yet steadfast in his gaze. Qin Lu suddenly feels the urge to laugh. He extends his left hand before Yin Huai. I am willing. What? Yin Huai pauses, momentarily thinking he has misheard. I said, I am willing. I'm willing to love you. I'm willing to stand by you. Now, Yin Huai hears every word distinctly, with none lost in translation. Although he knows Qin Lu would not refuse his proposal, he still exhales in relief upon receiving a clear affirmation. The tension in his body dissipates, and his legs weaken, causing him to kneel before Qin Lu. Huh, Huai Gu, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling before your future wife? Indeed, I have yet to present a ring to my sister-in-law. Come now, where has she placed her hand for so long? Be cautious, lest she have a change of heart. The playful banter of the crowd caused Yin Huai to blush, a rare occurrence for him, yet he remained kneeling. With the gentlest of efforts, he slipped a ring onto the finger of the one for whom he would sacrifice everything. A soft yet weighty kiss graced the fair back of her hand. My darling, thank you for choosing to love me. Ah, but you have yet to wear your ring. Qin Lu bent down, intending to place the ring on Yin Huai's finger, only to be halted by the man. Confusion flickered across his face as Yin Huai rose from the ground, extending his hand and the ring towards him. This man was so reluctant to allow Qin Lu even the motion of bending down. My love, please help me wear it. Their hands, adorned with matching white bands, clasped tightly together. Yin Huai proudly showcased this connection to those around him, asserting that from this moment forth, this person bore his mark entirely. Akish, Akish. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, even more animated than the couple themselves. Their hearts were finally at ease after witnessing Qin Lu accept Yin Huai's proposal. And as everything settled, they began to cheer, whistling for the couple to share a kiss. Even Yan's father and mother joined in the merriment. Yin Huai felt as if his smile might split his face, yet he could not suppress it. One hand held Qin Li's while the other playfully swatted at Wang Hao, the loudest cheerleader among them. It was not that he refrained from kissing. Rather, he feared that Qin Lu's shyness would be exacerbated under the gaze of so many onlookers. However, in the next moment, he felt his collar tugged. As he turned, a kiss imbued with the essence of Qin Lu landed upon his lips. Yin Huai's pupils dilated momentarily before he relaxed, a gentle, affectionate smile gracing his face. He gazed down at his beloved, eyes closed and kissing him softly, enveloping him in an embrace and deepening this kiss that bore no lustful intent. Cheers and blessings surged like waves. They kissed amidst the jubilant uproar of the crowd, feeling the warmth of each other's hands entwined. Chapter 23. The cool and elegant childhood friend of the flirtatious straight man. And the revelry continued for quite some time within the private room, even affecting Qin Lu's typically reserved demeanor, prompting him to indulge in a couple of extra drinks. However, he overestimated his tolerance. The original owner of his body had rarely consumed alcohol, and after just 2 cups, he found himself thoroughly intoxicated. Fortunately, he did not succumb to drunken antics, but sat quietly, gazing vacantly. Upon returning after bidding farewell to Yan's parents, Yin Huai discovered his beloved sitting dazedly on the sofa, staring blankly at the door. Only when he entered did those calm eyes suddenly sparkle with vibrant starlight, softening Yin Huai's heart. He hurried over, gently pulling away Xia Tingting, who was sobbing and attempting to cling to Qin Lu, and tossed her onto Lin Siyuan. He then crouched before Qin Lu, lightly patting his cheek. "My darling, we're home." Qin Lu stared blankly at the figure before him, blinking slowly before softly uttering, "Yin Huai. Ah, my love, I'm here." Qin Lu paused for 2 seconds, and just when Yin Huai thought he hadn't yet processed it, Qin Lu suddenly wrapped his arms around Yin Huai's neck, pulling him closer. "My darling?" As Yin Huai stumbled slightly, he swiftly wrapped one arm around Qin Li's waist while steadying himself with the other hand against the sofa to avoid toppling onto him. Just as he attempted to straighten up, a moist sensation unexpectedly brushed against his chin. Lowering his gaze, he found the inebriated Qin Lu, akin to a playful kitten, gently licking his chin while murmuring his name. "Yin Huai, I like you, I like you." "Ah, my dear, I share your sentiments. I love you too." Yin Huai chuckled joyfully, embracing Qin Lu and soothingly patting his back in response to Qin Li's slurred confession. The rhythmic sound of his breathing tickled Qin Li's ears, prompting him to turn away slightly, pushing Yin Huai away in a fit of discontent, insisting on returning home. "All right, I shall carry you home, my darling." Qin Lu extended his arms, awaiting Yin Huai to lift him, resembling a pampered little emperor in his whimsical demeanor. Yin Huai couldn't help but laugh, obediently squatting down until Qin Lu slowly climbed onto his back, before rising and stepping forward carefully. The gentle evening breeze enveloped them, reviving some of Qin Li's senses. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the man's broad, sturdy shoulders. Feeling the steady rhythm of Yin Huai's footsteps, he lightly swung his dangling legs. "Are you awake, my dear? Just a little longer. We shall be home soon." Yin Huai turned to glance at the little figure on his back, his voice lowered to a tender murmur, carried softly by the wind to Qin Li's ears. "Why not call a car?" Qin Li yawned softly, burying his face closer into Yin Huai's neck. "Aren't you tired?" "How could I be? I want to carry you home." Yin Huai adjusted Qin Li's position to ensure his comfort. "Silly." The soft, almost spoiled tone of Qin Lu warmed Yin Huai's heart, filling him with sweetness akin to honey. Suddenly, he began to jog while carrying Qin Lu, exclaiming, "The silly one is taking his little treasure home." His hearty laughter echoed down the deserted street. Qin Lu paused momentarily, then felt his cheeks flush from Yin Huai's infectious joy, unable to suppress a smile creeping across his lips. The day after Qin Lu accepted Yin Huai's proposal, Yin Huai eagerly announced their engagement across all his social media accounts. Consequently, not only their friends, but everyone at their school became aware of the blossoming romance between the two handsome boys. Many fans fervently supported them, pleading for updates on Yin Huai's account, while others, harboring disdain for homosexuality, dared not voice their opinions in front of them. This was largely due to an incident where a reckless man publicly mocked Qin Lu, labeling him a pervert for his affection towards men. That afternoon, he found himself cornered and soundly beaten by Yin Huai. Since that day, no one dared utter a disparaging word in Qin Li's presence. Thus, Yin Huai and Qin Lu continued their journey together year after year. Some envious onlookers waited for the day they might part ways, hoping for an opportunity. Yet what they ultimately witnessed was the celebration of Yin Huai and Qin Li's wedding. The matter of obtaining a marriage certificate has become an urgent desire for Yin Huai. The engagement ring is firmly placed on Qin Li's finger, and Yin Huai eagerly anticipates their graduation, envisioning whisking her away to Ireland to wed in a chapel where divorce is not permitted, where they will pledge a lifetime of companionship. At that moment, their affection for each other reaches its zenith. "Darling, would you like some little cakes?" All right, I'll go buy some right away. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." While comforting the hoarse voice on the other end of the phone, Yin Huai parks the car and strolls towards the nearby cake shop. "Hello. Welcome." A somewhat familiar voice captures Yin Huai's attention. He looks up and is unexpectedly greeted by Lin Jin. "Ah, Mr. Yin." Lin Jin, also surprised, gazes at the man before him, exuding an aura of maturity and composure, finding it difficult to reconcile him with the sunny young boy he once knew. He recalls their previous unpleasant encounter and awkwardly scratches his ear. Please take a look at what you need. We have a wide variety of cakes here. Yin Huai glances around, selecting several chocolate cakes that are Qin Li's favorites, and then falls silent. Lin Jin swiftly packages the cakes. As Yin Huai receives the beautifully wrapped treats and nods in acknowledgement, he turns to leave, but unexpectedly brushes past a man at the door. Xiao, Jin. It's time to head home. I'll be right there, just tidying up a bit. Yin Huai raises an eyebrow in surprise. Not expecting the two of them to end up together, it truly catches him off guard. However, it is of no concern to him. What matters most is his beloved at home. Last night, he had carelessly caused her to catch a cold in the bathroom, and she might still be sulking at home. He must return to soothe her. Indeed, Qin Lu is quite upset. The moment Yin Huai pushes open the bedroom door, a pillow strikes his face with precision. He catches the falling pillow and embraces it, flashing a charming smile. Darling, please don't be angry. Look, I brought you many little cakes. Qin Lu sits on the bed, arms crossed, glaring at him in indignation. It's all your fault. You knew I had to attend Si Yuan and Ting Ting's wedding tomorrow, and yet you made me like this. Was it intentional? Hearing Qin Li's voice, which is now hoarse and reminiscent of Donald Duck, Yin Huai scratches his head sheepishly, shamelessly leaning closer to her and acting cute. I was wrong, okay? Don't blame me. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Qin Lu gives him a sidelong glance and swats away the face that has intruded upon her space, haughtily making her request. Then I want sweet and sour ribs. No way, you're still sick and can't eat anything too heavy. But you just said you'd make me something delicious. You're lying to me. I'm not lying. I'll really make you something delicious, like kanji. Yin Huai, you're truly insufferable. You can't dislike me. You can only love me. Chapter 1. The Substitute Bride of the Prairie Lord Qin Lu. This time you will substitute for Xiao Chui in the marriage to the fallen king. As Qin Lu arrives in this new world, still struggling to acclimate, she hears the cold voice of a man from the high seat. She discreetly pinches herself, regaining some clarity, and realizes she is kneeling in the center of the hall, facing two men who are smiling amiably. What? Aren't you going to respond? Is this how the dark pavilion teaches you to behave? A man's voice, laced with discontent, echoed. Instinctively, Qin Lu knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully. Yes, enough. There will be no next time. You may leave. I still have matters to discuss with Xiao Cui. Without hesitation, Qin Lu turned and walked away, his swift movements momentarily surprising the man, though soon his attention was diverted back to the person in his arms. Upon exiting the courtyard, Qin Lu surveyed his surroundings before lowering his gaze to his short-sleeved attire, feeling a surge of vital energy coursing through him. Could it be that he possessed martial skills in this world? As he pondered this, he exerted pressure with his toes and effortlessly leaped onto the roof's edge, an exhilarating experience that stirred his excitement. Host, cease this playful behavior. Understood. Leaving the courtyard behind, Qin Lu found a secluded spot and perched himself on the eaves to absorb the unfolding narrative. Host, this world is set in an ancient realm, but distinctively, it recognizes three genders: men, women, and boys, of which you belong to the latter. Your identity is that of a top assassin trained by the Dark Pavilion. Serving the enigmatic leader behind the pavilion, Su Du, the Lord of Qingshu City. Su Du is a man of profound thoughts, ambition, and desire, with the ultimate aspiration of becoming the sovereign of the world, and you are his sharp blade for conquering dominion. How do I fit into this? The original host was abandoned at a young age and encountered Su Du amidst a crowd of beggars. Captivated by the host's striking appearance, Su Du brought him back to Qingshu City for clandestine training, molding him for his own purposes. To ensure the host's loyalty, he showered him with warmth. And in this illusion of affection, the host grew fond of him. The host believed himself to be exceptional until his twin brother, Qin Shui, appeared, at which point Su Du redirected all his affections toward the innocent and charming Qin Shui, even arranging for the host to marry the Lord of the Grasslands, Hu Tinghuai. For Qin Shui's sake, innocent and charming, Qin Lu scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. The original host had endured a fractured family and a life amidst beggars, merely surviving. Naturally, his twin brother, Qin Shui, was not in a better situation, and given their striking resemblance, both being extraordinary in appearance, It was implausible that Qin Shui had gone through life unscathed. Anyone who had faced such worldly suffering could not possibly be devoid of cunning, nor remain so naive. I am eager to witness his supposed innocence and charm. By the way, Hu Tinghuai is the man I am to marry, correct? Indeed. Hu Tinghuai is the lord of the northern grasslands, whose fierce kin pose a threat to Su Du initially. Su Du intended to send someone to negotiate a marriage alliance, with Qin Shui being the ideal candidate, yet he refused. With a touch of charm, he softened Su Du's heart. So, this opportunity has fallen into my lap? It seems these two have inadvertently done a good deed. However, if you proceed, given Su Du's nature, it will not merely be a matter of alliance. He will exploit every means to eliminate Hu Tinghuai. The original host may heed his words, but I shall not. Should he harbor even the slightest intention of harming Hu Tinghuai, I will send him to the underworld to fulfill his desires. Bravo, host. 087 enthusiastically applauded, the exaggerated gestures inducing a tinge of embarrassment in Qin Lu. Suddenly, a chilling whistle echoed through the air. Qin Lu rose, squinting in the direction of the sound, pondering what the two individuals sought from him. Reluctant as he was to engage with them, he felt compelled to uphold his persona and swiftly harnessed his internal energy to dart toward the Lord's manor. Standing 5 paces away from Su Du, Qin Lu maintained a respectful posture, awaiting the man's command. The man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to regard Qin Lu, who stood with his head bowed, and a smile spread across his face as he reached out to touch him. A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Li's eyes, and as that hand neared his hair, he took a step back, evading the man's gesture. Please convey your business, my lord, as I must prepare for my upcoming nuptials. Su Du's hand lingered in the air, momentarily reflecting irritation, which swiftly morphed into helplessness, akin to that of a parent dealing with a petulant child. Lele, do you still hold resentment toward me? It was a decision made out of necessity. My lord, Qin Lu interjected, disrupting Su Du's grandiloquent speech. You seem to be mistaken. My reluctance to marry is not the issue. So, you would be willing to wed Hu Tinghuai? Indeed. Very well, Su Du exclaimed in frustration, sweeping away in a dramatic flourish. Qin Lu observed his furious retreat with a sardonic expression, bemused by his pretense. The matter of marriage had been an imposition by Su Du, yet it was ironic that he seemed angered by the original owner's willingness. Such a man was the epitome of selfishness, exploiting the original owner's sentiments while expecting unwavering loyalty in return. A most unreasonable expectation. Dressed in a riot of colors like a flamboyant peacock, he appeared almost comical, leaving Qin Lu to wonder where he derived such confidence. Brother, a saccharine voice chimed in his ear, causing Qin Lu to shudder in disgust. He turned to see a figure almost identical to himself standing on the steps, eyes glistening with unshed tears, softly sobbing as he caught Qin Li's gaze. Is there something you wish to discuss? Brother, are you angry with me? I did not mean to offend. I had no idea that Brother Du valued me so highly. I merely expressed my reluctance to go to the grasslands, and he sent you in my place. As Qin Shui spoke, he dabbed at his tears, yet Qin Lu could keenly sense the man's furtive glances toward his face. Did he wish to witness his vulnerability? Seeing Qin Li's impassive demeanor, Qin Shui clenched his jaw in frustration, lowering his gaze to hide the jealousy simmering within. He softened his tone. Brother, please do not blame Brother Du. It is my fault. I never anticipated that my absence for just a few days would render me more significant than you, who have been by his side for over a decade. King Kui, I am merely a killer trained by the Lord. I follow his orders without any significance attached. But brother, do you not harbor feelings for him? The Lord is the Lord, and I am but a subordinate. I have never entertained such thoughts. Choose your words with caution. King Kui, unconvinced, searched for any signs of deceit in Qin Li's demeanor, but regrettably, he found none. Impossible. I see it clearly. Is that so? What exactly do you perceive? Qin Lu stepped closer, his years of training manifesting in an aura of hostility and bloodlust that enveloped him, instilling fear in Qin Shui. He instinctively retreated 2 paces, gazing at the still indifferent Qin Lu with trepidation. Do not approach me. If you dare to harm me, The lord of the city will not let you off lightly." Qin Lu scoffed inwardly, bemused by the notion of this individual's supposed prowess, only to discover that he was merely a malicious, envious pillow of embroidery. "I shall not harm you, but let me clarify, I do not harbor any affection for the lord of the city, so you may rest assured." With that, Qin Lu leaped away, disregarding the bewildered Qin Shui and the returning Su Du. It was better to clarify matters early on. Otherwise, given the temperament of her man, one could only wonder how long jealousy would gnaw at him. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the wedding 2 days hence. He needed to prepare thoroughly, ensuring that Hu Tinghui would be utterly captivated by their first encounter. Thus, under Qin Li's eager anticipation, the appointed date soon arrived. Adorned in the wedding attire prepared by Su Du, he suppressed his excitement at the thought of meeting Hu Tinghui and ascended into the marriage carriage with an expression of aloofness. "Exercise utmost caution. Do not forget your mission." "Understood." Su Du watched as Qin Lu entered the carriage without a glance back, gradually disappearing from his view, a sudden emptiness swelling within him. Today, Qin Lu appeared in a manner he had never witnessed before. The vibrant red wedding gown accentuated Qin Lu's porcelain skin, while his unadorned yet exquisite features became irresistibly enchanting. Even his typically lackluster eyes seemed to twinkle with starlight, igniting a restless yearning within Su Du in that fleeting moment. A sense of regret washed over him. Behind him, Qin Shui observed Su Du's unwavering gaze fixed on the departing carriage, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He approached, linking his arm with Su Du's, biting his lip and feigning a sorrowful countenance. "Brother Du, I feel somewhat unwell. Could you take me back to rest?" The plaintive tone snapped Su Du back to reality, and he quickly enveloped the pale Qin Shui in his embrace, ushering him indoors, leaving the thoughts of Qin Lu in the shadows. However, the main character was indifferent to this. Within the carriage, he discarded the wedding gown and slipped into the attire he had secretly prepared, focusing intently on awaiting his beloved. Throughout the lengthy journey, he envisioned Hu Tinghui's reaction upon seeing him. Would he also be adorned in a resplendent red outfit, riding a majestic steed, smiling as he extended his hand to bring him home? Lost in such thoughts, he eventually succumbed to slumber, lulled by the rhythmic motion of the carriage. Unfortunately, the instincts of a former assassin prevented him from sleeping deeply, and with Su Du's domain surrounding him and his beloved absent, he realized he had yet to experience a truly restful night since arriving in this world. After an indeterminate duration, the carriage finally came to a halt. "Jortin Qin awaki no instant." Was it the voice of Qin Shui he heard from outside? Upon hearing the deep, resonant tones of a man, his heart raced with excitement as he eagerly lifted the door curtain, bending slightly to present himself before the gathering. As onlookers beheld his visage, a collective gasp escaped their lips. This individual truly possessed an ethereal beauty, unlike any young man they had ever encountered on their plains. Hu Tinghui's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he felt a tremor in his chest, fixating intently on Qin Lu. The unfamiliar sensation left him somewhat anxious. Reason urged him to swiftly dismiss the stranger and return home, yet his gaze remained fixated on the diminutive figure standing atop the carriage. A chime resonated in his ears, indicating a current favorability score of 10. Yet Qin Lu paid it no heed, his attention solely on the man before him. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Hu Tinghui was not clad in ceremonial attire, but rather in the commonplace garb of the grasslands, and instead of a smile, his expression was grave and scrutinizing. Despite the notification whispering of the man's immediate affection upon their first encounter, disappointment gnawed at Qin Lu. Hu Tinghui, perceptive as ever, sensed Qin Li's discontent and glanced down at himself, momentarily flustered. His intention today was to annul the engagement. The alliance with Qingshu City was but a relic of outdated elders too timid to act. Under Hu Tinghui's leadership, the grasslands had no need for such alliances to bolster their power. It was a humiliation to him. Thus, he had brought his subordinates, dressed in ordinary attire, to intercept the marriage procession, not only to dissolve the engagement, but also to issue a warning to the so-called Lord of Qingshu City. Yet, upon seeing the man's visage. An impulsive desire to whisk him away to the grasslands surged within him when he noticed the flicker of disappointment in Qin Li's eyes as he appraised him. Regret washed over him uncontrollably. He should have adorned himself more splendidly. In his current state, he feared he might be perceived as belittling the young man. As Hu Tinghuai racked his brain for words to alleviate the tension, his deputy spoke up from behind. "What is wrong with you? When the king addresses you, you ought to respond. Has Su Du taught you otherwise?" The condescension in his tone caused Qin Li's expression to cool. He cast a fleeting glance at the boorish man who could not contain his tongue and then shifted his gaze back to the mounted figure, speaking up. "Is this how you treat the king's consort? It seems the quality of the grassland people is rather lacking." The young man boldly retorted, "How dare you speak so arrogantly? It is you who sought the king's hand in marriage. The king did not consent, yet you still dare to refer to yourself as his consort." Observing the flustered reaction of the large man, who was now fuming, Qin Lu lightly remarked, "Is that so?" "Indeed. The king has come to inform you that the engagement with Qingshu City is to be annulled. Whether the engagement is annulled is not for you to decide. I demand the king himself to declare it to me." With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Lu fixed his gaze on the expressionless man at the forefront of the crowd. At that moment, Hu Tinghuai remained entranced by Qin Li's voice. Unable to extricate himself from its allure, not only was the young man's appearance to his liking, but his voice was equally enchanting. The chime sounded again, signaling a favorability score of 20. Noticing Hu Tinghuai's prolonged silence, his companions grew anxious. One cautiously nudged the king's back and whispered, "Your Majesty, you must inform him of the annulment and send him back to Qingshu." "What? Annulment?" Hu Tinghuai, jolted back to reality by his subordinate's words, lifted his head to find Qin Li's previously indifferent gaze now imbued with icy disdain. His heart skipped a beat as he proclaimed loudly, "Who said I wish to annul the engagement? I have taken a liking to him. He is my consort." "What?" The people behind Hu Tinghuai were left dumbfounded. No, their prince is not one to be captivated by beauty. Why the sudden change of heart? They turned their gaze toward the young man who stood there, casting a shadow over everything around him, and fell into silence. It was indeed difficult to ascertain the thoughts of their prince. Qin Lu, arms crossed, regarded the man who unconsciously displayed a fawning expression and inwardly scoffed, acknowledging his understanding. Should he reject him, he would ensure he was rendered unrecognizable. Chapter 3. The substitute bride of the Lord of the Grasslands. Could this vice-general hear? The burly man looked incredulously at their prince, only to turn back, glaring fiercely at Qin Lu after hearing his voice. It was merely a facade that had caught the prince's eye. What was there to be proud of? The vice-general, with a face full of unwillingness, seemed displeased with the presence of this prince consort. Speaking directly to the vice-general, Qin Li's gaze remained fixed on Hu Tinghuai. "Since you people of the grasslands are so dissatisfied with me, then perhaps this marriage should not proceed at all," he declared, reaching to remove the phoenix crown from his head. Hu Tinghuai, alarmed by Qin Li's action, leapt from his horse and swiftly approached, grasping Qin Li's wrist firmly to halt his movement. "Absolutely not. Surely, you jest, your highness. What would be wrong with that?" Qin Lu raised his head, casting a cold stare, and a sardonic smile graced his lips upon hearing the other's objection. "Though I am fulfilling the city lord's command to marry, I'm also a person of dignity and self-respect. If you do not desire this union, I shall not force it upon you. But must you stoop to insult me?" "Nay, that is not my intention," Hu Tinghuai replied, though his words were futile against Qin Li's relentless advance. Listening to the increasingly frigid tone of the young man, Hu Tinghuai felt a surge of panic. A man not skilled in words found himself at a loss, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Qin Shui, do not overstep your bounds." Witnessing their lofty prince being bullied by a mere youth left his subordinates agitated, and they clamored to teach Qin Lu a lesson. Qin Lu said nothing, merely exhaling softly, causing Hu Tinghuai's formidable frame to tremble involuntarily. The man's heart raced. He dared not confront Qin Lu, and instead turned to his foolish subordinates, rebuking them sternly. "Silence. I have declared that from this day forth, he is my prince consort. What? Do you not heed my words? The anger-laden words. laced with the man's internal strength, snapped the irate crowd back to attention. They hastily dismounted and knelt before the two, bowing in submission. "Forgive us, your highness." "Then what shall you call him?" The subtly threatening inquiry compelled the reluctant group to comply, calling him Prince Consort, though they secretly referred to Qin Lu as the enchanting consort who had bewitched their prince. "Are you satisfied?" Hu Tinghuai turned to Qin Lu, whose expression remained inscrutable, unable to fathom his thoughts. His hands, clasped behind his back, tightened in anticipation of judgment. It seemed that the people of the grasslands could indeed comprehend human speech. Though the mocking tone provoked irritation, it also provided Hu Tinghuai with a sense of relief. He exhaled softly, seemingly satisfied with the little one's response. "Then, would you be willing to accompany this king back to the domain?" Qin Lu fixed his gaze on Hu Tinghuai, who, despite being shorter, made him hold his breath in awe. Finally, when he could no longer restrain his desire to speak, Qin Lu averted his eyes and said nonchalantly, "Then I shall trouble the king." Hu Tinghuai's eyes sparkled as he noticed Qin Lu attempting to enter the carriage. However, a small hand halted him. "There isn't enough space for the king inside. It would be better for you to ride." The elegant fingers rested upon his chest, igniting a warmth within Hu Tinghuai. He swallowed, still bewildered by Qin Li's words, and clumsily mounted his horse. It wasn't until they were nearing their destination that realization dawned upon him. He was the chieftain of the grasslands. He was the king. And Qin Shui was merely a hostage sent by Su Du for political leverage. Why should he heed his words and allow himself to be led like this? Furrowing his brow, Hu Tinghuai resolved that this could not continue. He must teach Qin Lu the ways of propriety. Otherwise, what would become of his dignity as a king? With a determined sigh, he dismounted and approached the carriage, ready to impart some lessons on decorum to Qin Lu. "Have you arrived?" A figure, as delicate as a magnolia, emerged from within. Unbeknownst to him, she had shed her wedding gown and donned a moon-white robe. Hu Tinghuai felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Why had she changed her attire? Had he been too harsh? It was true that he bore responsibility. After all, she was fragile and had endured great hardship by marrying him, leaving her home behind. It was no wonder she felt so disheartened that she would act in such a manner. Unconsciously, Hu Tinghuai's gaze on Qin Lu grew heavy with guilt and concern. Was this the beginning of his realization of his misdeeds? He muttered in a low voice, his head bowed, appearing as if he were the one wronged. "Then, might I trouble the king for assistance?" Qin Lu had intended to disembark from the carriage himself, but recalling the delicate nature of his demeanor, he hesitated and turned his attention to Hu Tinghuai, whose thoughts seemed elsewhere. Hu Tinghuai remained lost in self-reflection until he was momentarily distracted by a small white hand. Following the hand upward, he found Qin Lu gazing down at him. Though his expression remained neutral, Hu Tinghuai could discern the unspoken expectation of assistance. This little one was indeed affectionate, beginning to indulge in charm. The ears hidden beneath the dark hair blushed subtly, and while internally chastising Qin Lu for his lack of reserve, he swept him up in his arms. Qin Lu was taken aback. One moment he was merely seeking a helping hand, and the next he found himself being embraced. The disparity in their physiques was apparent, with Hu Tinghuai being a formidable warrior, robust beyond the average man. At that moment, Qin Lu, cradled in his arms, felt diminutive, shielded by the broad expanse of Hu Tinghuai's back from prying eyes. Hu Tinghuai, savoring the softness of the little one in his embrace, instinctively softened his grip, fearful of causing any discomfort. Ding! Currently, with a favorability rating of 30, Qin Lu lifted his head, curious about the thoughts occupying the mind of the person before him. The young man's gaze swept across Qin Li's face, causing Hu Tinghuai to tense up. His rugged appearance now seemed somewhat intimidating. However, Qin Lu remained unfazed, continuing to scrutinize the other, seeking subtle hints. How could this man be so shameless? Although he was his royal husband, today marked their first meeting, and even if he found him appealing, it was inappropriate to stare so intently. Hu Tinghuai, feeling more anxious under Qin Li's gaze, secretly delighted in the attention. He gently tightened his grip around Qin Li's waist and spoke in a composed tone. "Though you are my royal husband, it is prudent to exercise restraint in public. I do not mind your infatuation, but it is best not to display it too overtly before others. Qin, what do you mean? When did I become infatuated? Chapter 4. The substitute royal husband of the prairie lord. The king must be mistaken. I harbor no romantic feelings towards you. I implore you to maintain your dignity. So he enjoys his fantasies, does he? I shall not indulge him. The resolute tone of Qin Li's voice reached the ears of the man in the shadows, leaving him incredulous. Hu Tinghuai lowered his head, attempting to catch a glimpse of the person in his arms, but with Qin Li's head bowed. He could only see the gentle top of his hair and his fluttering eyelashes. He glanced around, noticing the many onlookers, and frowned. This was hardly the place for conversation. He nudged Qin look closer to him, burying the young man's face into his garment, and then strode toward his yurt with purpose. Could you let me down, please? As Hu Tinghuai entered the tent, he was urged to release Qin Lu, which displeased him. It was an honor to hold him. How could he be met with such disdain? Humph! With a heavy snort, he resolved not to let go. Thus, the prairie lord, holding the young man in his arms, paced around the largest yurt on the grasslands 3 times, leaving Qin Lu somewhat dazed. It was only when Hu Tinghuai recognized his own childishness that he awkwardly set Qin Lu down on the couch. Sitting at the edge of the couch, Qin Lu looked up at the man, whose ears were flushed, darting his gaze everywhere but at him, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Do you have further instructions, Your Majesty? Was he being dismissed? Hu Tinghuai was incensed. This was his yurt, and how could he not linger here for a moment? This young man truly lacked respect for hierarchy. Furiously, he stepped closer to Qin Lu, intending to reprimand him, but when their eyes met, he deflated instantly. The admonitions he had prepared were swallowed back, and after stammering for a while, he managed to utter, Your name is Qin Shui, isn't it? How foolish. Qin Lu couldn't help but comment, wondering if this man was truly fit to be a lord. Noticing Qin Li's indifference, Hu Tinghuai dismissed it, continuing to speak on his own. The name sent by the envoy from Qingshu City was indeed this. It cannot be mistaken. Since you are now my companion, I cannot continue to call you by your full name. So how about I call you Xiao Chui instead? Since you have not spoken, I shall take that as your agreement. Lele. Hu Tinghuai looked curiously at the one who had suddenly spoken. Lele? What is this? These are my words. Wang may call me Lele. I do not favor the name Xiao Cui, although he has married over for Qin Shui. He certainly does not wish for his man to call out another's name when looking at him. Very well, henceforth you shall be known as Lele, Hu Tinghuai readily agreed. Seizing a moment when Qin Lu was distracted, he silently repeated the 2 names in his mind twice, discovering that Lele was far more melodious than Xiao Cui, and each time he uttered Lele, he felt an irresistible joy. Lele, at your service. Lele. At this moment, Qin Lu was utterly speechless. He simply wished to ask the man before him, Are you quite all right? Surely, Wang was busy with affairs and could not linger, so he decided to take his leave. Hu Tinghuai grew increasingly displeased. Did this young man truly find him so detestable? Had he feigned interest when he first gazed at him? He recalled telling Wang that he harbored no romantic feelings towards him, and the notion of dislike was utterly unfounded. His irritation stemmed solely from Wang's disdain. Upon hearing Qin Lu's explanation, Hu Tinghuai realized he had inadvertently revealed his own thoughts. He rapidly replayed Qin Li's words in his mind. If dislike was unfounded, that implied affection, and if he felt anger at the disdain, it only confirmed his feelings. Suddenly, a revelation struck Hu Tinghuai. He understood. Lele had affections for him. But on this day, meant to celebrate their union, he had shown little regard and even contemplated withdrawing from the marriage, a tremendous humiliation for an unmarried young man. Lele must be heartbroken, hence his denial. The more he contemplated, the more convinced Hu Tinghuai became of this truth. A flicker of guilt appeared in his eyes as he tenderly grasped Qin Lu's hand, expressing remorse. Today's events are my fault. I shall do my utmost to make amends. Rest assured, now that I have acknowledged you as my royal consort, you shall receive all the due honors befitting such a title, and you need not suppress your feelings in my presence. Is that so? Qin Lu felt a twinge of headache. What was this man pondering now? After all, Hu Tinghuai was a king, exceedingly busy. He could only spare a moment for Qin Lu, before being summoned to discuss state matters. Once the man departed, Qin Lu reclined on the couch, relaxing into a languid posture, propping his face on one hand, his expressionless visage coupled with an alluring pose presenting a strangely impactful allure. How are those two in Qingshu City faring? Host, they're well. When you departed, Su Du seemed a bit reluctant, but with Qin Shui nearby, constantly diverting his attention, he soon forgot about you. Qin Lu gently brushed his cascading locks, feeling a pang of sympathy, not for himself, but for the original owner of this body. To fall for such a cold-hearted, self-serving, and hypocritical person was indeed disheartening. Su Du had sent him not merely to become Hu Tinghuai's consort, but with the more paramount objective of gaining the other's trust, acquiring intelligence to further his ambitions of dominance in the world. Ultimately, he was merely a pawn in this grand game. Qin Lu closed his eyes, reflecting on how he had witnessed his man indulge in some petty whims today. With spies lurking nearby, he feared he would have to exert effort explaining matters to Su Du once more. He must swiftly elevate the man's favorability towards him, compelling him to undertake those troublesome tasks, ideally culminating in the annihilation of Qingshu City. Moreover, there is the matter of his identity. Given the original character's disposition, it is clear that he would not voluntarily disclose the truth. Thus, he would leverage the assistance of an outsider. That burly fellow, who seems to harbor discontent towards him, presents a commendable option. As he was mulling over these thoughts, the entrance of the yurt was abruptly flung open. Qin Lu lifted his gaze to find a disgruntled little potato standing there, visibly unwilling and glaring at him. Chapter 5. The Substitute Bride of the Prairie Lord. Where did this child come from? Qin Lu sat up, observing the small figure at the doorway, yet remained silent. The child continued to fixate on him with wide eyes, neither of them willing to avert their gaze. Qin Lu found it amusing. This child possessed considerable tenacity. Noticing the child's eyes turning red from the intensity of the glare, Qin Lu sighed in resignation and beckoned. Come here. The child, stubbornly rooted in place, began to kick at the rug beneath his feet, ignoring him entirely. Come here, or I shall inform Hu Tinghuai. That elicited a reaction from the child, who hesitated for a moment before slowly shuffling closer to Qin Lu, looking up with a serious expression. You are quite rude. How can you directly address the king's name? Qin Lu raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, Is it not permissible, even if I am the king's consort? You are not. Clearly, Sister Qing should be the queen. You are the villain. Sister Qing? Qin Lu realized, evidently, Hu Tinghuai had matters at hand here. He feigned surprise. I had no idea there was another contender for the queen's position. Have I committed an error? However, I am already the king's consort, and Hu Tinghuai has acknowledged it himself. What do you do about it? Besides, you must be sent by Hu Tinghuai to accompany me. With such a poor attitude, do you not fear I might inform him to spank you? The child's self-satisfied demeanor was abruptly frozen by this barrage of words. He recalled that the king had instructed him to amuse this person, but in a moment of anger, he had forgotten. Surely, the king would not strike him, would he? You are deceiving me. The king would never strike. He would strike me. Is that so? Qin Li's inquiry left the child's already feigned bravado even more disoriented. He remembered the king's temperament. Oh no, he might truly face punishment, and it would hurt terribly. Host, you have bullied the little one to tears. I disdain you. Qin Lu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this child would fear Hu Tinghuai to such an extent. Watching the tearful child, he awkwardly scratched his face, realizing that on their first encounter, he had indeed made the child cry. How unmanly of him to trigger such tears. The child turned away, ignoring him while silently wiping his tears, though his body still trembled. Indeed, this person was a villain, not only usurping Sister Qing's position, but also reveling in bullying him. As he silently criticized Qin Lu in his heart, two small hands suddenly reached under his arms, lifting him up with surprising strength. Villain, what are you doing? Put me down. Perched on Qin Li's lap, the child struggled vehemently, attempting to break free, but his feeble strength was no match for Qin Lu, who firmly held him in place, prompting the child to pout and cry once more. Why are you crying again? Qin Lu felt a slight headache, accompanied by a sense of guilt. He glanced towards the door, hoping that Hu Tinghuai would not return unexpectedly. It's all your fault. All right, it's all my fault. Please stop crying, okay? The indulgent tone made the child blush slightly. Why was this person suddenly so agreeable? Was he attempting to win him over? Ignoring the child's wild thoughts, Qin Lu turned his attention to the little face, worried about the eyes that had turned red from being rubbed by the sleeve. Your eyes are so red. Come, let me have a look. His cool fingertips gently touched the area around the child's eyes, causing the little one to look up in surprise, meeting Qin Li's concerned gaze and his exceedingly handsome face. Why you? The child's face flushed instantly, stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts, while Qin Lu mistakenly assumed that the child was angered by his touch, causing the blush on his face. All right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have teased you. Please don't cry, okay? The gentler tone made the child's heart race. This person didn't seem so bad after all. He was quite good-looking, even more so than Sister Qin. You can call me Brother Lo. What's your name? Qin Lu gently patted the child's back while softly inquiring. To me. Then shall I call you Little Moo? Such a good child. Qin Lu lowered his head and placed a kiss on the child's cheek. This little one was rather adorable. However, Moo, who had just received a kiss from Qin Lu, was momentarily stunned, unable to utter a word. When Hu Tinghuai lifted the curtain and entered, he was greeted by the sight of the young man in white gently patting the child seated in his lap, a soft smile gracing his face. The child, blushing, instinctively clutched the young man's clothing, gazing at him dazedly. Though it was a heartwarming scene, it struck Hu Tinghuai as quite bothersome. He felt a twinge of annoyance as he called out, Moo. Yes. The child's voice startled, causing him to leap down from Qin Li's lap. Go prepare food for the king. Yes. The child dashed away, and Qin Lu resumed his impassive demeanor, standing up to face the man before him. Has the king finished his business? Why did he smile so tenderly at a child, yet present a deadpan expression towards him? It seemed quite hypocritical. A pang of jealousy surged within Hu Tinghuai. He had yet to witness such a smile directed at him from Lilu. Why did you smile at him? At that child? Why did I smile? Because he is very adorable. Am I not adorable? Hu Tinghuai, consumed by jealousy, nearly blurted out his thoughts but managed to restrain himself just in time. He had no intention of competing for affection with the child. The irate man plopped down on the couch that Qin Lu had occupied, spreading his legs wide and claiming the space entirely. Who was to blame for the double standard? Now, he had nowhere to sit, so he would stand. Of course, if the young man were to show some sense and appease him, he might begrudgingly offer him a spot. However, it was evident that Qin Lu did not grasp his intent upon seeing him seated on the couch. He merely stood for a moment before finding a chair to sit down on, remaining motionless thereafter. Hu Tinghuai's eyes widened, and he soon began to feel aggrieved. How was Qin Shuqing managing affairs? It was supposed to be a diplomatic visit, yet this person treated him like a mere ancestor, disregarding him entirely and not even smiling his way. Qin Lu picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a delicate sip while using the teacup to conceal the upward curve of his lips. The man's awkward demeanor struck a charming chord within him. Wang, would you like some tea? He inquired earnestly, catching the attention of the sulking man. The younger fellow had taken the initiative to speak to him. Was this a sign of vulnerability? Noticing the blank expression on the man's face, Qin Lu sighed, pressed the teacup into his hands, and retreated. Hu Tinghuai stared at the unexpectedly gifted tea for a moment before breaking into a silly grin. It seemed that this younger fellow genuinely cared for him. Seeing him upset prompted a concern for his hydration, and the act of pressing the teacup into his hands felt like a gentle caress. With this thought, Hu Tinghuai felt a surge of happiness. He cradled the small teacup with care, altering his usual habit of gulping down the tea and instead savoring it sip by sip. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but today, as tea tasted remarkably sweeter than usual. Ding. Current affection level, 40. Qin Lu observed his man's foolishness from the corner of his eye. Merely handing him a cup of tea had turned into a treasured possession. If he were to smile at him, how could that not elevate the affection? Qin Lu buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed, with only 40 points of affection. What would happen if he were to fully uncover the original owner's past? A headache ensued. Wangfu. The voice of Xiaomu echoed from outside, jolting the two individuals back to reality. "Come in," Hu Tinghuai said, secretly tucking the teacup into his embrace when no one was watching, then casually seated himself in front of Qin Lu. Clearing his throat, he reassured himself that he was merely here to dine, not to linger too closely to certain individuals. Upon receiving Hu Tinghuai's permission, Telmu entered, lifting the curtain while carrying a food tray. Qin Lu glanced up, only to discover a woman following the child. He squinted slightly. Was that Sister Qing? Chapter 6. The substitute bride of the Prairie Lord Sari Qing completed her greetings and, upon lifting her gaze, locked eyes with Qin Lu. In an instant, she was captivated. What a stunning young man, although he wore an expression devoid of excess emotion. The mere act of him gently shifting his gaze towards her was enough to ensnare the heart. Watching the graceful young man at the table, Sari Qing felt her cheeks flush, and upon glancing at the side, she found Wang staring at the young man with a foolish smile, which made her feel slightly disdainful. Suddenly, their Wang seemed a bit bothersome. "What are you standing there for?" "Move swiftly," a familiar voice snapped, pulling Sari Qing back from her wandering thoughts. She quickly collaborated with Telmu to arrange the dishes, then stepped aside to await further instructions. Hu Tinghuai glanced at the food on the table, noting that it resembled what one would find in the Central Plains. The young man should find it familiar enough to eat. "All right, you may leave now." Telmu, eyeing the dishes with envy, swallowed hard, displaying a look of disappointment upon hearing Wang's dismissal. Had he known, he would have snuck a taste beforehand. Qin Lu observed the child's subtle expressions, finding him quite amusing. Clearing his throat, he decided, "There are too many dishes for just the two of us. You should join us as well." At that moment, Termu's eyes sparkled with surprise as he gazed at Qin Lu. He took a couple of steps towards the stool but paused, glancing back at Sari Jing, awaiting the king's response. Hu Tinghuai's expression was decidedly grim. It was supposed to be a dinner solely for him and his king, yet two uninvited guests had suddenly intruded. And it was his own king who had extended the invitation. What did this mean? Did he not wish to dine with him? This was unacceptable. He felt a surge of discontent. The two individuals nearby, witnessing the increasing tension in his king's face, were nearly terrified and quickly interjected, "No need, your majesty. We're not hungry." "Humph." Hu Tinghuai turned his head, acknowledging their discernment. Qin Lu, observing the man subtly intimidating the two, could only sigh in exasperation. He called out to the pair attempting to slip away, extending his hand to gently shake Hu Tinghuai's wrist. "Your majesty, may I?" Feeling the slight pressure on his wrist, Hu Tinghuai secretly reveled in it, yet stubbornly thought, did he really think a little coaxing would sway him? Was he not the king, deserving of dignity? Is that permissible? Absolutely. What could possibly be amiss? After all, he was the king's consort, and occasionally accommodating his minor desires was essential for fostering harmony in their relationship. Indeed, he was merely yielding for the sake of their future amicable partnership, not because he was charmed by the youthful pleader. Tilting his chin in mild disdain, Hu Tinghuai regarded the two timid individuals like frightened puppies, yet he still spoke up, allowing them to stay. He discreetly extended his leg, using his foot to pull Termu's stool closer to himself. Among the four, their bond was the closest, and thus they should sit nearest. Qin Lu pretended not to notice the subtle maneuver, turning to the eager little potato who had just settled onto the stool. "What would you like to eat?" "Termu?" "Sari Jing." "Hu Tinghuai." "The king is asking me?" Termu looked at Qin Lu, somewhat bewildered and uncertain. "Yes, you. What do you wish to eat?" Qin Li's expression remained calm, fixated on him as though compelling him to provide an answer. "I want to eat meatballs." Understanding, Qin Lu deftly picked up the largest meatball with his chopsticks, thoughtfully splitting it in half before placing it in Termu's bowl. He affectionately ruffled the child's hair, urging him to eat, assuring him there would be more if needed. Meanwhile, Sari Jing struggled to hold her chopsticks, her eyes wide with astonishment. No one had informed her that the king's consort was not only strikingly handsome, but also gentle. How could she possibly compete? Yet, she caught a furtive glance at Hu Tinghuai, who was radiating an ominous aura, his face etched with fury. It was a sight she found difficult to behold. How could such a robust man exhibit such jealousy? Upon reflection, It seemed as though the king was unworthy of his consort. "What is your name?" "Sorry, Jing." Noticing the aloof yet gentle demeanor of the little king's consort, hastily responded to his inquiry. Qin Lu nodded. "No need for formality. And thank you for preparing this meal. I appreciate your efforts." Not only was he gentle, but also devoid of arrogance and polite. What a celestial being he appeared to be. Sorry Jing felt her heart fluttering toward another. A sudden crack drew everyone's attention as Qin Lu turned to see the man's chopsticks, now broken in half. His lips twitched in irritation. How absurd! The jealous one, Hu Tinghuai, now felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Clearly, he was the king, the most esteemed individual at the dining table. Yet, his little husband not only failed to curry favor with him, but also showed concern for someone entirely unrelated. Indeed, it was a mistake to have kept him around. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The stark contrast in their dynamics made this towering figure of the grasslands feel a twinge of tears welling in his eyes. The tall man gripped the broken chopsticks tightly, bowing his head to calm his emotions. Soon, however, he heard a soft sigh beside him, followed by a gentle hand resting atop his powerful one. Qin Lu effortlessly pried open the man's palm and retrieved the useless chopsticks. After instructing Taimu to fetch a new pair, he meticulously examined Hu Tinghuai's hand, ensuring no splinters had lodged into his skin before he felt reassured. "What if you hurt yourself?" Hu Tinghuai stared blankly at Qin Lu. Although he had trained for many years and his hands were calloused, rendering splinters nearly impossible to penetrate, it was evident that this young man was genuinely concerned for him. Indeed, he must harbor feelings for him. Ding. Current affection level, 45. Taimu was swift in his actions, soon returning with a new pair of chopsticks. Qin Lu arranged them for Hu Tinghuai and, noticing the man's still dazed expression, placed a few slices of meat into his bowl. "Eat up." Hu Tinghuai cradled the small bowl, gazing at the food Qin Lu had selected for him, unable to suppress a broad smile. His little husband had served him food and was coaxing him to eat. Among the myriad of dishes on the table, he had chosen his favorite meat. Truly, this young man must indeed care for him. Ding. Current affection level, 50. Qin Lu poked at the greens in the bowl, catching a glimpse of the man next to him, whose joy was so apparent that his tail seemed ready to wag. Unable to contain his laughter, he mused. What a jealous one, yet so easily appeased. Chapter 7. The substitute husband of the grassland lord. Sari Qing, who was eating her rice in small bites, looked at the king, whose face radiated a foolish grin, feeling a wave of dismay wash over her. Good heavens, why had she ever been fond of this dolt? Turning her bowl around, she observed the demure young man at the table, realizing that marrying the king was indeed a disservice. After the meal, the two were ruthlessly expelled from the yurt by Hu Tinghuai. Clutching their lunchboxes, they exchanged glances at the doorway, bewildered. Had they truly just been unceremoniously dismissed? They hadn't even had the chance to bid farewell to their husband. Frustrated by the king's stinginess, the two silently condemned one another for a while, before finally departing with their lunchboxes, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity to dine with their little husband. Sari Qing, wait. Sari Qing halted, turning to regard the hurried figure approaching. What is it, Songtu? Have you encountered that Qin Shui? The bluntness of the question made Sari Qing furrow her brow. Coldly, she replied to the man before her. You should refer to him as husband. To call him by his name so casually? Have you forgotten the decorum? What? Even you have been enchanted by him. That enchantress is undoubtedly a sorceress. Sun To gazed incredulously at the woman protecting Qin Lu, his anger swelling further. Aren't you fond of Wang? Why not pursue him? The young man, with a seductive appearance and an air of arrogance, undoubtedly bore the hallmarks of a spy sent from Qingshu City. Sun To, Sarah Reiking admonished sharply. Disappointment etched across her face as she regarded the man whose features were twisted in rage. I have just interacted with Wang Fu, and I'm convinced he is a good person. Do you truly know him? Do you possess any evidence for your claims? I implore you to set aside your biases and refrain from tarnishing the reputation of an innocent young man. Very well, if you all choose not to believe me, I shall find evidence to present before you. Sun To stormed out in a fit of fury. Jijia Qing, Wang Fu is a good person, isn't he? Sarah Riking gently caressed the worried child's head. Isn't there an answer to whether Wang Fu is good in your heart, Xiaomu? I believe Wang Fu is indeed good. No one has ever treated me with such kindness. Then shall we trust in Wang Fu, yes? Hum. Inside the yurt, Qin Lu lay seemingly asleep on the bed, though in reality, he was attentively listening as 087 recounted the events occurring at the entrance. Host, that Sun Tu is truly excessive. He is merely a stubborn, male chauvinist. Yet he remains steadfastly loyal to Hu Tinghuai. I still need to utilize him regarding my identity. As for everything else, I shall let it unfold naturally. He is not a universal charmer and cannot ensure that everyone adores him. Not all individuals possess the innocence and kindness of Sarah Riking and Taimu. He cannot, nor does he wish to, manage the opinions of others. A deliberate cough prompted Qin Lu to open his eyes. He remained motionless, simply fixing a questioning gaze upon the man seated at the table. There will be a bonfire party this evening. Will you attend? Hu Tinghuai, who had felt neglected for some time, seized a moment when Qin Lu finally looked at him and quickly sought to capture his attention. Do not misunderstand. Such activities are customary for both Wang and Wang Fu and bear no ulterior motives. Qin Lu raised an eyebrow, finding the man's earnest attempts to disguise his intentions somewhat amusing. I shall not attend. We have not yet performed the ceremony, nor have we donned wedding attire. Logically, our status as husbands remains unrecognized. The weight of Qin Li's words left Hu Tinghuai momentarily speechless. He gazed at the young man on the bed, his demeanor calm, and a tide of guilt surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. It is all my fault. On the day of the grand wedding, Wang was not donned in bridal attire, and the ceremony was hastily conducted. I can easily imagine the gossip that will ensue. I had forgotten that this young man would bear the brunt of it all while I left him to engage in group activities. He must be terrified of facing others now. I am sorry. It is entirely my mistake. What has happened now? Qin Lu inquired, his eyes widening in confusion as he looked at Hu Tinghuai, wondering what thoughts plagued the man to render him so despondent. The bewildered expression upon Hu Tinghuai's face only deepened his feelings of guilt. Despite his own shortcomings, this young man bore no resentment towards him. Indeed, his little Wang Fu was the kindest soul in the world. Rest assured, I shall fulfill every ceremonial obligation that past Wang Fus have received, ensuring you endure no further grievances. Without awaiting Qin Li's response, Hu Tinghuai swiftly exited the yurt, his destination unknown. Alas, how can one act so boisterously at this age? Never mind. It cannot be lost anyway. Let them do as they please. Qin Li yawned, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Unfortunately, there always seemed to be some oblivious creature that relished disturbing his moments of respite. Hearing the chirping of birds outside, Qin Lu irritably opened his eyes. Not a moment too soon or too late, but precisely as he was on the verge of slumber. What impeccable timing you possess. With a forceful sit-up, Qin Lu stormed out, brimming with resentment. Were it not for his reputation, he would have dearly loved to silence that insufferable nuisance disturbing his peaceful dreams. Following the sound to a secluded spot, Qin Lu gazed impassively at the small, scrawny pigeon on the ground. He reached out, grasping the bird, and unfolded a note hidden beneath its wing. Tonight, at the hour of the rat in the eastern woods. An opportunity for Sang Tu's appearance has finally arrived. Qin Lu tore the note in half, casually tossing the pieces around Sang Tu's yurt as he strolled by, then turned as if nothing were amiss to seek out his partner. Hu Tinghuai was quietly conversing with a subordinate when the guard announced the arrival of the king's consort. He quickly distanced himself from the other man, hastening to take his seat at the main table, where he pretended to study a bamboo slip intently. Your Highness, Qin Lu said, lifting the curtain to enter. Noticing others present, he assumed Hu Tinghuai was still occupied and turned to leave. Wait, how could he leave without exchanging a few words? Hu Tinghuai tossed aside the bamboo slip and stepped in front of Qin Lu, blocking his path. Ahem, what brings you here? Feeling the astonished gazes of those present upon him, Hu Tinghuai felt a twinge of embarrassment. He rubbed his nose, attempting to maintain his composure while inquiring about the young man before him. Nothing of great importance. Qin Lu was nearly amused by the man's antics, a faint smile gracing his lips. I merely wish to inform the king that I have decided to attend the bonfire party tonight. Huh? Hu Tinghuai was taken aback by this unexpected piece of good news, staring blankly at the smiling figure before him. Did the king disapprove of my attendance? No, I approve. Hu Tinghuai detected a hint of grievance in Qin Li's calm voice and quickly clarified his stance. After realizing he had been overly eager in his response, he sought to amend his words. Well, I merely wish to know why you suddenly changed your mind. It was not meant to imply anything else. Why? Perhaps because I wish to go with the king. Those few short words rendered Hu Tinghuai utterly speechless. Was this a confession? Surely it must be. He had known it all along. Turning his head to hide his flushed face, his previously strong voice now floated lightly in the air. I too wish to. Ding. Current affection level. 65 Chapter 8. The substitute consort of the prairie lord the innocence of the man brought an even greater sense of joy to Qin Lu. A smile illuminating his face as he took the unprecedented step of sitting beside Hu Tinghuai. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Hu Tinghuai felt a surge of nervousness, awkwardly guiding Qin Lu to the main seat. After shooing away the unnecessary distractions, he feigned busyness, poring over the pile of bamboo slips on the table. Even the clumsy acting of Qin Lu did not provoke a revelation, as he quietly sat beside him, lost in contemplation. Time swiftly passed, and as evening approached, Qin Lu glanced at the clock, rising to depart. Yet, in the very moment before he moved, someone grasped his hand. He turned to see only the man's flushed earlobes. Ahem, you see, there are many people outside. If we go out like this, they'll realize how close we are, and they will treat you with more respect. He furtively glanced at Qin Lu, and as their eyes nearly met, he quickly turned away, attempting to obscure his intentions. Do not overthink it. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a husband. Thank you. Qin Lu accepted his words, lowering his gaze to the small hand enveloped by the larger one, unable to resist a slight movement. Under the man's puzzled gaze, their fingers intertwined. You. Feeling the gentle warmth between their fingers, Hu Tinghuai nearly bit his tongue, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I simply believe that if we are to display our relationship in public, wouldn't this be a more intimate gesture? Ah, yes. If the king has no objections, let us proceed. At this moment, Hu Tinghuai had lost all awareness. He allowed Qin Lu to lead him outside, his gaze fixated on their clasped hands. We're holding hands. The little king's husband is taking the initiative. How delightful. In a concealed corner, Qin Lu smiled joyfully. Occasionally teasing this proud man was quite amusing. Before long, they arrived at the location of the bonfire gathering. Qin Lu halted, captivated by the flames before him, which resembled blossoming lotus flowers, igniting a sense of wonder in his eyes. So beautiful. Hu Tinghuai had already regained his senses midway. He paused alongside Qin Lu, who was silently mesmerized by the towering flames. He remained quietly behind him, sharing this moment of stillness. The bright flames reflected in Qin Li's eyes, making them shine more brilliantly than the stars, entrancing Hu Tinghuai. Those who admire the scenery are gazing at you. Many people gathered by the fire, of all ages, creating a warm atmosphere illuminated by the orange glow. Your Majesty, an observant individual spotted the tall figure standing in the corner and hastily rose to bow. Others quickly followed suit, respectfully retreating to give Hu Tinghuai a clear path. Hu Tinghuai offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he led Qin Lu to the center of the bonfire. Your Majesty, who is this by your side? Since no formal ceremony had taken place, and Hu Tinghuai had kept his husband securely by his side, many were still unaware of what the king's husband looked like. However, observing the extraordinary demeanor of the gentleman beside the king, they surmised he must be quite remarkable. Tonight, the first order of business is for me to introduce someone to you all. This gentleman beside me will henceforth be known as my wife, and he is also your king's husband. Hu Tinghuai raised their joined hands high, proclaiming loudly to the gathered assembly. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the strange reluctance to utter the name Qin Shui. Hu Tinghuai cast a nervous glance at Qin Lu, uncertain of how he would react to the fact that his name had not been disclosed to the others. Fortunately, Qin Lu maintained an air of nonchalance, raising his head to gently nod in acknowledgement of Hu's gaze. A sigh of relief escaped Hu's lips He was not angry. The onlookers observed the closeness between the two, as well as the protective stance of their lord towards the young gentleman beside him, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it said that the lord was dissatisfied with the marriage, that he did not favor the consort? Whence came such erroneous gossip? Indeed, it is wise to refrain from believing or spreading rumors, starting from ourselves. Yet, it mattered little to them. As long as the lord was content, that was enough. The crowd, having adjusted their perceptions, quickly accepted this new information and respectfully inclined their heads towards Qin Lu. Naturally, Qin Lu responded warmly to those who bore him no ill will. His subtle smile, reflecting the flickering flames, caused many present to blush. Their lord's consort was truly handsome. Noticing the lingering gazes directed at his beloved consort, the man felt a surge of displeasure. He stepped in front of Qin Lu, shielding him from those covetous stares, and leaned down, frowning, to admonish, no smiling. Why? Qin Lu obediently straightened his lips and gazed up at the slightly irked man. Oh, why have you stopped smiling again? Hu Tinghua replied in haste. What I meant was, you should not smile just now, but now you can. No, that's not it. You must only smile at me. As Hu Tinghua clumsily attempted to articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by a distinctly cheerful laugh. He turned in disbelief to see the young gentleman, who had been cold towards him all day, now covering his mouth with mirth, his eyes curving with delight. The bright smile illuminated the darkness, revealing the man's heart's flutter. Ding! Current favorability, 70. Hu Tinghua discreetly pressed his hand against his chest, attempting to steady his rapidly racing heart. He swallowed hard, captivated by the smile before him, and could not resist pulling the young man into his embrace. This was his consort, and no one else was permitted to gaze upon him. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the unfolding events, merely witnessed their lord lean down to whisper a few words to his consort before suddenly enveloping him in his arms. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from joining in the revelry. Whistles and cheers erupted, causing Hu Tinghua's cheeks to redden. Yet, the sensation of the person in his arms was too delightful to relinquish. The bond between the lord and his consort appeared to be remarkably strong. Indeed, it seemed the lord harbored great affection for his consort. The discussions surrounding them were keenly absorbed by the astute man. He gazed at the top of his beloved's head, pursing his lips. Who was it that favored whom? Clearly, it was this young gentleman who cherished him. He was not so petty. If only his little consort would smile at him more often and indulge him, he would not mind returning the sentiment. Of course, if the man could manage to release his embrace and refrain from blushing while expressing such thoughts, his claims would carry more weight. Chapter 9. The substitute consort of the prairie lord. The character of the prairie people is bold and unrestrained. The table is laden with generous portions of beef and lamb, accompanied by barrels of potent liquor. As the wine flowed freely, many individuals found their spirits lifted by the intoxicating effects of alcohol. With Xiao Wang by Wang's side today, they felt emboldened to approach the usually stern Wang, each one eagerly raising their wine bowls to offer their congratulations. Hu Tinghua, reveling in the cascade of well-wishes ringing in his ears, maintained a composed facade, but graciously accepted every drink presented to him. In a moment of respite, he turned to Qin Lu, offering him a cup of tea with a gentle admonition to avoid alcohol. Qin Lu obediently sipped his tea, observing the man nearby, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers, and noted with relief that he possessed an impressive tolerance for liquor. Satisfied, he set his cup down, rose with an air of nonchalance, and made his way toward the location indicated on the note. Upon entering the woods, Qin Lu scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a figure not far off. Tilting his head to gauge the distance of the person following him, he ensured he would not be easily detected before proceeding with purpose. What brings you here? Qin Lu, do you still remember me, the lord of this city? The figure turned, and in the dim light of the moon, Qin Lu recognized him as Su Du. What was he doing here? Qin Lu felt a sense of trepidation. Afraid? Su Du's voice was laced with fury. Qin Lu could not fathom the source of his anger and, unlike before, did not kneel in submission. He simply lowered his gaze, awaiting Su Du's rebuke. Please, Lord, clarify your intentions. The cold, hard tone of Qin Li's words only served to exacerbate Su Du's inner turmoil. He was furious when he learned from his spies that Qin Lu had been embraced by Hu Tinghuai and had not emerged from the tent for quite some time. However, that anger paled in comparison to the anxiety he felt regarding Qin Li's demeanor towards Hu Tinghuai in the carriage. Having personally trained Qin Lu for over a decade and spent countless hours in his company, he was acutely aware that, apart from him, Qin Lu treated everyone else with indifference. Yet today, Qin Lu had been confrontational, challenging Hu Tinghuai for not donning wedding attire. This behavior was inexplicably abnormal. Though he had long been aware of Qin Li's feelings towards him, he had dismissed them with derision. How could a lord like him possibly develop affection for a mere tool of assassination? Yet now, uncertainty gnawed at him. He could not discern whether Qin Li's actions were mere pretense to fulfill a task or if he genuinely harbored feelings for Hu Tinghuai. One thing was clear. He wished to avoid both scenarios. The thought of Qin Lu transferring his special regard to another man, especially one Su Du had designated for him to marry, was unbearable. Thus, disregarding Qin Shui's pleas and obstacles, he traveled great distances to meet with Qin Lu under the cover of night. Qin Lu, have you forgotten the mission I assigned you regarding this marriage? I have not forgotten. Is that so? If you truly remember, why do you stray from your duties to engage in unnecessary pursuits? Do you genuinely wish to remain as Hu Tinghuai's consort? Do not forget, you are merely an assassin under my command. Remember your identity and refrain from entertaining thoughts that do not concern you. Qin Lu regarded the agitated figure before him, a mere buffoon in his eyes, and maintained his emotional detachment. I dare not. Seeing Qin Li's wooden response, devoid of warmth or flattery, Su Du felt even more exasperated. In a moment of introspection, Su Du felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him. Why, on such a late evening? Was he not resting with Qin Shui, but instead preoccupied with this wooden figure? After taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions, he turned back, his face adorned with the familiar, insincere smile that Qin Lu recognized all too well. Lele, my earlier words were perhaps too harsh, but stem from my concern for you. Hu Tinghuai is not a man of good character. Do not invest too much affection in him. Focus solely on the task I have entrusted to you. If you can earn his trust and assist me in successfully claiming the grasslands, I shall bring you back home. And at that time, I will grant you a wish, whatever it may be. Su Du's intentions were clear, and he was confident that Qin Lu comprehended his meaning and would acquiesce. Indeed, as he anticipated, Qin Lu responded affirmatively. Subsequently, Su Du uttered a series of grandiloquent reassurances before allowing him to depart. Rolling his eyes internally, Qin Lu mused that Su Du's words were as tedious and unpleasant as an old woman's foot-binding cloth. He retraced his steps along the path he had taken, the campfire still bustling with people, yet the tall man was nowhere to be seen. Qin Lu surmised that Sang Tu's efficiency was commendable, having reported to Hu Tinghuai so swiftly. He altered his course towards the yurt, curious about the expression on his man's face at that moment. Meanwhile, the man whom Qin Lu was preoccupied with sat with a dark expression at the table, listening to the impassioned words of his subordinates. Your Majesty, I told you that Qin Shui is not trustworthy. On his very first day, he met with spies from Qing Shuqing in the eastern woods. I knew he was sent to deceive you. We must apprehend him at once. Sang Tu spoke at length. Yet Hu Tinghuai's mind was consumed by a single thought. His beloved Wang Fu had met with an unknown individual. Was it a man, a woman, or a boy? Huh? Sang Tu, interrupted abruptly, was momentarily taken aback. I ask you, was the spy you saw with him a man or a woman? Oh, I believe it was a man. What did he look like? Appearance? Well, I didn't see clearly, but he was just a bit taller than Qin Shui. Hu Tinghuai's expression softened slightly. Although it was a man, he was not particularly strong, merely slightly taller than his Wang Fu. How could he protect his delicate little boy? Sang Tu, noticing the inexplicable cheerfulness on his king's face, finally grasped the situation. Your Majesty, but Qin Shui is an assassin. You cannot be enchanted by him. He must be dealt with swiftly. Enough. Silence. This matter is for me to deliberate and does not require your input. Furthermore, he is my Wang Fu. Should you casually refer to him by name again, I shall impose punishment upon you. With that, Hu Tinghuai rose and departed, determined to seek out his Wang Fu. Regardless of the circumstances, He trusted whatever his Wangfu would convey. Left behind, Sang Tu was at a loss for words, feeling as if the ground had vanished beneath him. Their king was thoroughly ensnared by that enchanting figure. Seated upon the bed, Qin Lu awaited the arrival of someone. But when no one appeared, he shed his outer robe, leaving only his undergarments in preparation for slumber. Just as he lifted the covers, a man burst into the room in a hurried manner. Lele. Qin Lu turned in surprise to behold the man who had suddenly halted in his tracks. Is there something the matter, Wang? Observing the scene before him, any matters at hand seemed trivial. Hu Tinghuai's thoughts were entirely consumed by Qin Lu. As he gazed at the contours of the slender figure outlined by the delicate garments, swallowing hard and fixating on the glistening feet that peeked out. Wang? It was only when Qin Lu spoke again that Hu Tinghuai's reverie was interrupted. Feeling slightly guilty, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was his wife. He had every right to gaze upon her, did he not? Chapter 10. The substitute bride of the prairie lord. Perhaps the intensity of the man's gaze was too overt. For even Qin Lu felt a tinge of embarrassment. He quietly turned away, pulling the covers tightly around himself, before fixing his wide eyes on Hu Tinghuai. The view he wished to behold was now entirely concealed, leaving the man yearning for more. He coughed discreetly, advancing to the bedside, where he loomed over the young man lying on the bed. You. Qin Lu blinked. Why have you fallen silent? Hu Tinghuai found himself flustered under the scrutiny of Qin Li's bright eyes, and the playful blink of his lashes stirred an unsettling desire within him, causing him to forget the inquiry he had intended to pose. If there is nothing pressing, I wish to rest, Qin Lu declared. There is something. You are not permitted to sleep. Hu Tinghuai exclaimed, his voice rising. Oh, you dare to raise your voice at me? Qin Lu turned his face away, displaying a hint of petulance. Seeing only the back of Qin Li's head, Hu Tinghuai, exasperated, swiftly stepped forward, squatting beside the bed, and turned Qin Lu's head back to face him. I have said there is something. Do not turn away. Then speak. Why do you linger in silence? Qin Lu replied, exasperated. Did you venture into the eastern woods tonight? Whom did you encounter? What is your connection with them? Hu Tinghuai's expression grew serious as he pressed closer to Qin Lu, their breaths mingling before he paused. Will my husband provide me with an explanation? Hu Tinghuai narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing, fixated on Qin Lu's face. I demand the truth, or you may be curious to know the price of betraying me. Did you send someone to follow me? Qin Lu, with his eyes cast down, stirred slightly, speaking with a hint of sorrow. The tremor in his voice softened Hu Tinghuai's previously aggressive demeanor, leaving him momentarily at a loss. I did not, I swear. You frightened me and threatened me. Qin Li's eyelashes fluttered, his lips pressed into a straight line, the once lovely shape now rendered flat. Though his expression remained relatively unchanged, he exuded an undeniable sense of grievance, causing the already flustered man to become even more disconcerted. Gazing into the depths of Qin Li's eyes, which shimmered with a hint of unshed tears, Hu Tinghuai found himself too preoccupied to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the matter. His thoughts were solely consumed with how to placate the one before him. It is my fault. I should not have bullied you. I apologize. Please do not be sad. He implored. I did not send anyone to follow you. It was that fool Sang Tu acting on his own accord. I shall punish him upon my return. I promise you it will not happen again. Will you smile for me? The clumsy man finally uttered all that he could say, even implicating Sang Tu, and in return, he barely earned a semblance of a smile from the small figure. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that soothing someone was far more challenging than riding a horse or engaging in battle. Yet, something felt amiss. He had come to confront Qin Lu, yet somehow the blame had shifted onto him. Suddenly, Hu Tinghuai came to this realization, but as he beheld the small figure, now peacefully asleep beneath the covers, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Very well, if you do not wish to speak, then I shall not press the matter, he decided, resolving to investigate discreetly. Regardless of the outcome, marrying him meant that Qin Lu would always be his royal consort, a truth that would never alter. Rising, Hu Tinghuai tucked the covers around Qin Lu, glancing outside to note that it was indeed time to rest. He gently nudged Qin Lu further into the bed before swiftly climbing in himself, fully clothed, and lying beside him. He was resolute. He intended to sleep there. After all, this was his tent, his bed, and the person beside him was his as well. Moreover, he had yet to undress, so when his little consort awakened the next day, he could not be accused of impropriety. As Hu Tinghuai lay there, yearning for slumber, he found it difficult to quiet his mind, especially as it was the first time in 30 years that he shared a bed with another person. His thoughts raced, and he longed to turn and glimpse his little consort, yet he feared that any movement might disturb him, compelling him to force his eyes shut in an effort to rest. Time passed, and unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Hu Tinghuai resolved to steal a glance at Qin Lu, only to discover that the other had already anticipated his move. Immediately, the man lay still, slowing his breathing to feign deep sleep. Hu Tinghuai was intrigued to see what Qin Lu would attempt while he was seemingly asleep. Would he try to sneak a peek at him? Or perhaps steal a kiss? Or even engage in something more audacious? Images of a more intimate nature flooded Hu Tinghuai's mind, exhilarating him to the point of nearly losing control of his breathing. Qin Lu, observing the rapid rise and fall of his companion's chest before it steadied, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. This man seemed rather dim-witted. Yet, to Hu Tinghuai's disappointment, nothing of the sort occurred. Instead, he felt the covers being drawn over him, followed by Qin Li's quiet assurance. "You are a good person. I mean you no harm." With that, Qin Lu retreated back into slumber. After a moment's wait, once Hu Tinghuai sensed that Qin Lu had truly fallen asleep, he abruptly opened his eyes. Was that all? Just a single sentence? His heart sank in disappointment as he turned to gaze at Qin Lu's serene, sleeping face, reaching out to gently poke the tip of his nose. Oh, ungrateful one. However, he acknowledged that at least Qin Lu had covered him with a blanket, so he decided not to hold a grudge. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply, enveloped by the delightful scent that clung to Qin Lu. After much inner turmoil, he finally wrapped an arm around the sleeping figure, pulling him into his embrace. Indeed, the aroma had intensified. The man, satisfied, nestled Qin Li's head into the crook of his neck, gently brushing his lover's hair, and soon succumbed to slumber. At the very moment his eyes closed, Qin Lu discreetly smiled. "Good night, Hu Tinghuai." The two enjoyed a restful sleep, with Qin Lu relishing the rare comfort of being held by his partner. Thus, upon waking, Hu Tinghuai was greeted by the sight of Qin Li's rosy face nestled against him, a sight so endearing it nearly melted his hardened heart. How could such a precious little being exist? Hu Tinghuai yearned to hold him and continue sleeping, yet he had matters to attend to. After sufficient mental preparation, he reluctantly released his beloved and strode towards the meeting tent, eager to uncover the reason behind Qin Li's words from the previous night and his underlying intentions. Chapter 11. The substitute bride of the Prairie Lord Go. "Summon Sang Tu to me," Hu Tinghuai commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. Soon, Sang Tu was brought forth. Having spent the previous night drinking to commemorate their once great king, his mind was still clouded. "Your Majesty, you summon me. There is a task I require you to undertake," Hu Tinghuai replied, glancing with mild disdain at the disheveled man before him. "You are to journey to Qingshu City and uncover all that is concealed behind the royal consort. Remember, I desire every detail." Sang Tu was momentarily taken aback by this command, but his astonishment quickly turned to elation. Indeed, the king remained steadfast, not easily swayed by mere beauty. Now, with the king permitting him to investigate the scheming young man, he needed only to gather evidence, and the king would undoubtedly mete out severe punishment. Then, they would all recognize him as the most astute among them. Overwhelmed with excitement, Sang Tu hurriedly bid farewell to Hu Tinghuai and dashed out of the tent, seizing a splendid steed to hasten towards Qingshu City. With his plans set, Hu Tinghuai felt unburdened. He sat down and began to read a bamboo scroll meticulously. However, his thoughts soon wandered elsewhere. He wondered if Lele was awake and what he might be doing at that moment. As he pondered, he unconsciously began to fiddle with the cotton thread connecting the bamboo pieces. When he finally snapped the thread, the man surrendered to his restlessness, carelessly tossing the scroll aside, and stood up decisively to seek out his beloved. Hastily returning to his chamber, Hu Tinghuai found no sign of the person he longed to see. He retraced his steps, searching but to no avail. It dawned on him that he hardly knew Qin Lu. Apart from the tent, he was unaware of where Qin Lu might venture. Was he perhaps meeting someone again? Frustration coursed through Hu Tinghuai as he stood at the entrance of the tent, lost in thought, his turbulent aura causing the nearby soldiers to feel unnerved. Hu Yanhuai was unaware of how long he had been waiting. He only knew that as the sun dipped below the horizon, he noticed Qin Lu approaching with items in hand, accompanied by Telmu and Sari Qing. "What is it?" Qin Lu asked, puzzled by the man glaring fiercely at him from the doorway. "Why aren't you coming in?" The man strode towards him, seizing his wrist with a firm grip, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate his very soul. "Where have you been?" The two behind him were rendered speechless by Hu Yanhuai's demeanor. Qin Lu furrowed his brows, feeling discomfort from the man's aggressive attitude. He twisted his wrist in an attempt to escape the man's grasp, only to find it tightening further. "Let go. Answer me. Where did you go?" Qin Lu remained silent, unwilling to engage in conversation. As Hu Yanhuai's fury intensified, Sari Qing swallowed hard and quickly interjected, "Your Highness, please don't be angry. The young master merely went to the kitchen to prepare some Central Plains dishes for you. He wanted you to have a taste." Hu Yanhuai was momentarily taken aback. "For me?" Yes. This morning, Xiaomu and I noticed you seemed bored. So we thought it would be nice for the young master to have something to occupy himself with. We originally planned to take him out for a stroll, but he insisted on cooking for you instead, and he has been at it ever since." Sari Qing explained cautiously, glancing at Hu Yanhuai's expression and sighing with relief when he noticed the earlier menacing aura had dissipated. "The young master is so kind. We mustn't quarrel." It was then that Hu Yanhuai noticed the item Qin Lu was carrying was actually a food container. "Let go." Hu Yanhuai hastily released his grip, and as he saw Qin Li's delicate wrist redden from his hold, a wave of regret washed over him. He had been too rash. With a dry throat, he was at a loss for words. Observing the little figure turning away, he stepped forward and lifted him into his arms, instructing Telmu to fetch some ointment before carrying him into the room. He gently placed Qin Lu on a chair, taking the food container he had been holding and setting it on the table. Then, anxious, he fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, inching closer to Qin Lu. Initially, Qin Lu was quite upset. It had been a long time since he had cooked due to the attentions of a certain man, and he had finally found the inspiration to do so today, only to have it disrupted by this overbearing presence. However, seeing the tall man now behaving like a timid child, carefully observing his expression, all his anger dissipated in an instant. With a sigh, Qin Lu opened the food container, arranging the dishes neatly, and set the chopsticks and bowls in place, signaling for the man to sit down. Noticing his timid demeanor, Qin Lu placed the chopsticks in his hands. "Aren't you going to try the meal I prepared?" "Of course I will." Hu Yanhuai's gaze fell upon his wrist, feeling somewhat guilty. "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. You should eat first." It was evident that this man had likely not eaten all day while waiting for him. He must not be allowed to go hungry. With a glance from Qin Lu, Hu Yanhuai complied, obediently picking up the bowl and quietly beginning to eat. Although he longed to savor the moment, his attention was ultimately drawn to the crimson mark on Qin Li's wrist. Hu Tinghuai swiftly cleared the table of all edible items, then took up the ointment to tend to Qin Li's injury. "Wang has already begun his investigation into me, hasn't he?" Hu Tinghuai was caught off guard by a voice from above as he was tending to Qin Li's wrist, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond without inciting anger. Fortunately, Qin Li did not press him for an answer, continuing instead, "I admit that my marriage came with intentions, but I never wished to harm you. I do not know whether you believe my words, but should you uncover those matters and wish to punish me, I will accept it. I believe you. I believe everything you say. I will not punish you," Hu Tinghuai declared earnestly as he held Qin Li's hand. "I do not know what feelings you harbor for me, but I understand that I cannot bear to be without you. I think I'm smitten with you." Qin Li's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the man before him. "You must not be named Qin Shui, then?" Hu Tinghuai chuckled softly. "There's no need for such astonishment. I merely thought that name was unworthy of you. May I know your true name? If not, that is also acceptable." "Qin Lu." Hu Tinghuai softly repeated the name, a sweetness blossoming within him. Due to Su Du's impeccable secrecy, Sang Tu encountered considerable difficulty in his inquiries, and the distance between Qingsu City and their location was not insignificant. It took nearly half a month for the back-and-forth journey. During this time, the bond between Qin Lu and Hu Tinghuai flourished remarkably. Although Hu Tinghuai had not received a response from Qin Lu after confessing his feelings, he remained optimistic. After all, no rejection accompanied the silence, leaving him with hope. Thus, during this period, whenever Hu Tinghuai found a moment, he clung to Qin Lu, fearing he might grow bored. He took him horseback riding, archery, and hunting, even sending someone to the Central Plains to procure various trinkets. Gradually, Qin Lu became more at ease in Hu Tinghuai's presence, smiling at him more frequently, which brought Hu Tinghuai great joy. When Sang Tu returned, Hu Tinghuai was engaged in archery, arms entwined with Qin Lu. Upon hearing of Sang Tu's arrival, he excused himself for a moment. Receiving a thick stack of papers from Sang Tu, Hu Tinghuai scrutinized them closely, only to find his expression growing graver with each passing moment, until, in a fit of anger, he hurled the documents to the ground. Du Insen Su Du. How dare you treat my little Wang Fu this way? Seeking Death. Chapter 12. The Substitute Wang Fu of the Prairie Lord. However, amid his fury came an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Hu Tinghuai felt as though his strength had been drained, allowing himself to recline in the chair. He tilted his head back, raising an arm to shield his face. From those letters, he discerned that his little Wang Fu had endured far too much suffering. What family does not cherish and pamper their young masters? Yet, Qin Lu had been abandoned in his youth and trained as an assassin by Su Du. He was aware of the horrors of the Dark Pavilion, where even men face trials, let alone a delicate youth. Surely, those years had been a matter of survival for him. Why had he not encountered Qin Lu sooner? Had he done so, he could have kept him close, shielding him from all harm. The profound ache in his heart brought moisture to the corners of his eyes. Yet within that pain lingered a bittersweet sensation. From the brief phrases, Hu Tinghuai could perceive Qin Li's deep affection for Su Du, a love that had endured for over a decade, only to be snatched away by his own brother. To compound his suffering, his beloved was sent to him for a marriage alliance. One could only imagine the torment that must have afflicted Qin Li's heart. Furthermore, he remained uncertain whether Qin Lu had relinquished his feelings for Su Du. If not, how might he win his affection? My lord, the evidence is irrefutable. They in Qingshu City are audacious indeed, not only swapping identities, but also sending an assassin, their ambitions laid bare. We cannot afford to let them escape unscathed. The first course of action must be to deal with Qin Lu. An example must be made. Have you said enough? A piercing gaze fixed upon the incessantly chattering individual. I have declared before that he is my consort, a truth that will never waver. Yet he is a spy. Enough, I shall handle this matter. Suppress your ill intentions. Should I discover that you dare to harm him, you shall find eternal rest alongside this land. The chilling aura of death made Sang Tu's hair stand on end. He harbored no doubt regarding the sincerity of Hu Tinghuai's words, for he could truly sense in that fleeting moment a genuine desire to end his life. Hu Tinghuai, wishing to avoid his anxious demeanor, waved him away, leaving the atmosphere in his room thick with tension. Utsid, qui ne stud concide, patiently awaiting with a floral wreath in hand. After Hu Tinghuai had made his excuse to depart, he stealthily followed, eavesdropping on their conversation in its entirety. Witnessing the man's silence on the deception, while expressing concern and affection for him, filled Qin Li's heart with a delicate sweetness. As he watched Sang Tu's retreating figure, Qin Lu gently parted the curtain and approached the man seated in the primary position. My lord, the chill of his voice echoed in the air, causing Hu Tinghuai to snap his eyes open. He instinctively stood, only to be overwhelmed by the sight of scattered papers on the floor. As he hastily attempted to conceal them with his foot, he smiled at Qin Lu. Lele, are you bored? I shall be with you shortly. Could you step outside for a moment? Qin Lu remained silent, bending down to pick up a sheet of paper at his feet. Hu Tinghuai's heart raced, and he reached out to snatch it away, only for Qin Lu to effortlessly evade him. Lele, the king is aware of everything. Are you not going to address my fate, or do you deem it unnecessary? After all, I am merely a pawn, a tool to be commanded, What significance do I hold? Qin Lu, with a self-deprecating smile, lifted his gaze, only to meet the tormented eyes of the man before him. The complexity of emotions reflected in those eyes startled him. Hu Tinghuai, pained by Qin Li's self-reproach, felt his heart ache unbearably. As he saw the young man's lips part, ready to utter words that would pierce his soul, he stepped forward, silencing him with his own. Qin Lu felt warmth envelop his lips, and for a fleeting moment, he was taken aback by the man's gentle kiss. A stark contrast to his own rugged demeanor, leaving him utterly entranced. As Qin Lu felt the gentle caress of the man's lips upon his own, he was enveloped by a profound sense of acceptance and solace, compelling him to grasp the fabric of the man's collar tightly. Sensing the softening of the figure in his embrace, Hu Tinghuai let out a breath of relief. Withdrawing slightly to tenderly stroke the contours of Qin Li's cheek with his large hand. You are neither a pawn nor a mere tool. You are my royal consort. Yet, you are already aware that I am indifferent to your status or intentions. Nothing is as paramount as your presence beside me. Lele, I understand the hardships you have endured over the years, and I am aware that you harbor distrust towards me, if not outright disdain. Nevertheless, I wish to convey that my words are sincere and my feelings are genuine. This devotion to you is unwavering. Feeling the robust heartbeat of the man beneath his hand, Qin Lu turned his head away, avoiding the depth of emotion reflected in Hu Tinghuai's eyes, for he was escaping, fully cognizant of the turmoil within his heart. I recognize that I have not treated you as you deserve, causing you much distress. However, I vow to amend my ways. Might you cease to concern yourself with Su Du and remain by my side? With his head bowed, concealing his expression, Qin Lu offered no immediate response, while Hu Tinghuai patiently held him, awaiting his reply. Yet in the next moment, a cold, sharp object pressed against his neck. Qin Lu grasped the broken blade, raising his head to fixate on Hu Tinghuai, his gaze fierce and unyielding. You are aware of my intentions. Are you not afraid that I might take your life right now? Despite the precariousness of his situation, Hu Tinghuai chuckled with delight. My little royal consort is formidable indeed. You wouldn't dare. You have promised not to harm me, and I trust you. Moreover, if it is my life you seek, I would willingly surrender it. But should another attempt to use your hand against me, I would not hesitate to take their life. More importantly, Hu Tinghuai tightened his grip on Qin Li's wrist, pressing it against his own neck, only to feel an immediate resistance. He smiled confidently, asserting, "You cannot bear to do it." Indeed, he could not. Qin Lu gazed at the bloodstains on Hu Tinghuai's neck, his arm falling limply to his side. Although his time on the grassland was short, it had been the happiest period of his life. The people here were kind and genuine. He found joy not only in friendship, but also in the presence of a man whose heart spoke volumes. Unlike Su Du, who feigned affection, or Qin Shui, who wore a mask, Hu Tinghuai truly sought to offer him the best, just as one cannot forsake the light of a lighthouse amidst darkness. Qin Lu could not abandon this newfound connection. He retracted the broken blade into his sleeve and turned to leave, only to pause after taking a few steps. Remember to tend to the wound on your neck. Also, the garland was crafted by Xiao Mu and the others. I find it beautiful. If you have the time, please accompany me in making one as well. Chapter 13. The substitute royal consort of the grassland lord. Realizing Qin Li's intent, the man was instantly elated, momentarily disregarding the minor injury. Hu Tinghuai hurriedly approached Qin Lu, his words tumbling over one another in excitement. Lele, are you willing to stay by my side? You still wish to be my royal consort, don't you? I never said that. You did. That is precisely what you meant. How could you ask when you already know? I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Hu Tinghuai, with a broad grin that revealed his large teeth, reached out to take the garland from Qin Li's hands and placed it upon his head. The vibrant flowers accentuated Qin Li's delicate features, striking a chord in Hu Tinghuai's heart. So beautiful. When I have some free time, I shall accompany you to make an even more exquisite one. Observing the man, who resembled an overly affectionate large dog, endlessly circling around him, Qin Lu felt a twinge of exasperation. The wound has yet to be treated. It's nothing. It will heal on its own. Have you finished with your official duties? Not yet. I wish to remain by your side. Please don't rush me. The pitiful expression on Hu Tinghuai's face caused Qin Lu to halt. He turned to gaze at the man, who appeared somewhat anxious due to his sudden stop, and sighed softly. With a sense of resignation, he took the man's hand and led him toward the tent. After settling the man, who followed closely behind him, onto a chair, Qin Lu retrieved some ointment from the cabinet and carefully applied it to the injured area. Hu Tinghuai obediently allowed him to attend to his wound. All done. Is that so quick? Hu Tinghuai seemed somewhat dissatisfied, touching the bandage around his neck. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grasped Qin Li's hand, which he intended to retract. Lele, have you ever been this attentive to Su Du? Qin Lu hesitated, recalling the original owner's interactions with Su Du. It seemed that the original owner had concealed his feelings exceptionally well, diligently adhering to his duties without crossing any boundaries. No, there was no hand-holding, no applying ointment. This is my first time with you. Hu Tinghuai's eyes widened in astonishment. If there had never been hand-holding, then today's kiss was also Lele's first. How fortunate! As days passed, it was unclear what methods Hu Tinghuai employed, but all the spies that once hovered around him had vanished, and even Su Du ceased to trouble him. Qin Lu enjoyed the newfound tranquility, yet ever since he had relented, Hu Tinghuai had become even more clingy, as if he wished to tether Qin Lu to his waistband. Lele, come out quickly! A jubilant call from outside the tent drew Qin Lu's attention, making him reluctantly set aside the book he was reading and rise to step outside. Upon exiting, he beheld the man atop a majestic steed, grinning at him. What is the matter? Lele, come on. I want to take you out for a ride. I'm not going. I'm tired. Seeing that Qin Lu intended to turn back, Hu Tinghuai grew anxious in an instant. He leaped off his horse, swiftly scooping Qin Lu up and placing him on the saddle. Please, just accompany me. I finally have an entire afternoon free. With his large head nestled against Qin Li's waist, Hu Tinghuai nuzzled affectionately, softening Qin Lu's heart. All right, I'll come. I knew Lele would be the best to me. Hu Tinghuai beamed in triumph, then mounted the horse and took the reins offered by an attendant, galloping away. Where are we going? It's a secret. Carried in the man's embrace, Qin Lu ceased to inquire further, comfortably leaning against Hu Tinghuai's shoulder as they journeyed toward their destination. After a considerable time racing across the terrain, Qin Lu felt drowsy from the rhythmic motion, until finally, he heard the man's voice. We've arrived. Hu Tinghuai set Qin Lu down and took his hand, guiding him toward a hillside. Qin Lu noticed the prepared firewood and tent on the grassy ground, pondering the implications of their outing. Will we be spending the night here? Indeed, and there will be a delightful surprise this evening. Are you looking forward to it? Hu Tinghuai eagerly responded while pulling someone to sit beside him. Noticing the lack of reaction, he leaned closer to Qin Lu, insisting on receiving an answer. All right, I look forward to it. Satisfied, Utangi embrassed Qin Lu, settling comfortably as they awaited the arrival of nightfall. Qin Lu awoke enveloped in warmth. The embrace of Hu Tinghuai was so comforting that he had dozed off while waiting, only to awaken later to find the fire crackling merrily. When did his vigilance become so diminished? Awake? You're wonderful. Waking up just in time. Qin Lu remained silent, unsure of the merit of such praise. Lele, look up. Being lifted by the man, Qin Lu obediently raised his gaze towards the sky, instantly captivated by the myriad of stars. The night sky over the grasslands was unlike that of Qingshu City. Here, the stars shone brighter and more numerous, resembling countless flickering candles, gently swaying on the tapestry of night, illustrating the vastness and depth of the universe. I accidentally overheard you speaking with Sari Qin, and I learned you wished to see the stars. What do you think? Aren't they beautiful? I searched for quite some time to find this place. It is indeed the best spot for stargazing. Turning to look at the man who wore a proud smile, Qin Lu suddenly felt that the brilliance of the stars paled in comparison to his smile. Thank you. Hu Tinghuai was momentarily taken aback. Then his smile broadened with joy. Is that all? A mere verbal thank you? How lacking in sincerity. It would be better to offer yourself instead. Well, I could offer myself. Huh? Caught off guard by Qin Li's sudden reply, Hu Tinghuai suppressed his excitement, as his surprise had yet to unfold. Lele, lower your head. Qin Lu obediently lowered his gaze, only to be met with a sea of blue. Unbeknownst to him, Beneath their feet lay a meadow of blue flowers, delicate blooms blossoming under the moonlight. A gentle breeze stirred, revealing a myriad of twinkling lights in the air. Those were fireflies. Qin Lu was astounded by the sight. He turned to the man beside him, who had been smiling at him all along, his eyes glistening with emotion. It was evident how much effort he had expended to discover this enchanting place. Was it worth it? Hu Tinghuai smiled gently as he picked a small flower from the ground and tucked it behind Qin Li's ear. The worthiness depends on whether you enjoy it. As long as you do, it is all worthwhile. Thank you, I truly like it. Qin Li's voice trembled slightly, and he leaped into the man's embrace, kissing his lips on tiptoe amidst the surprise on Hu Tinghuai's face. Hu Tinghuai was swept away by this unexpected joy, almost instantly seizing the initiative. He parted Qin Li's lips, drawing him in for a fervent kiss that left Qin Lu breathless. Yet to his astonishment, it was Qin Lu who clung tightly, unwilling to let go. Sweetheart, loosen your grip a bit. You're going to run out of breath. I'm here. I wish to be your true consort. The word struck a chord in Hu Tinghuai, and he lowered his gaze to meet Qin Li's earnest expression. Realizing he was not jesting, he swallowed hard and swept Qin Lu off the ground in a firm embrace. My dear, I will not grant you the chance to regret. No regrets, I desire you. How could a true man endure this? Chapter 14. The substitute bride of the prairie lord Hu Tinghuai lifted Qin Lu and entered the tent, completely shielding the moonlight outside. In the enveloping darkness, only their synchronized breaths were discernible. The man extended his hand, tracing the features of the person beneath him in the shadows, his powerful palm now tender, as if caressing a fragile, exquisite jade. Qin Lu felt a ticklish sensation from the man's touch. He instinctively raised his leg, inadvertently brushing against an inappropriate area. In the unseen depths of the night, Hu Tinghuai's gaze darkened, his breaths growing heavier. He restrained himself from planting a kiss near Qin Lu's lips, instead leaning closer to his ear, gently nibbling on his earlobe, silently seeking his consent. Only upon Qin Lu's nod was the caged beast granted its freedom. My lord, you have finally returned, said Qin, who had risen early to attend to the young lord's morning routine. Upon entering, she found him missing, causing her to fret restlessly at the door. After a while, she spotted the lord leisurely returning on horseback. Elated, she hurried to greet him, but before she could speak, she noticed the young lord peacefully nestled in the lord's embrace, snugly wrapped in his great cloak, soundly asleep. Do not speak, do not disturb him. Hu Tinghuai gently admonished Qin, carefully adjusting Qin Lu's position before dismounting, cradling him in his arms. Prepare some hot water. The lord must bathe. Yes. Qin quietly stepped aside, her mind racing as she watched the lord carry Qin Lu into the yurt. The lord and the young lord had not returned all night, two solitary men. Surely, what had transpired was far too obvious. The young lord appeared utterly exhausted. She needed to hasten in preparing warm water to soothe him. Inside the yurt, Hu Tinghuai gently laid Qin Lu on the bed, relieved to see him deeply asleep without any inclination to awaken. Yesterday had been rather reckless. Fortunately, Qin Lu had not sustained any injuries. Hu Tinghuai's hand brushed through the tousled hair near Qin Lu's forehead, his gaze tender, a smile gracing his lips. This person now belonged entirely to him. No one, not even those from Qingshu City or Sudu, could take him away. Ding. Current favorability. 87. The notification regarding favorability stirred some annoyance within Qin Lu, causing him to furrow his brows and whimper softly, trembling as he attempted to open his eyes. Hu Tinghuai quickly covered the delicate, trembling lashes, gently patting Qin Lu's back while softly coaxing him back into a peaceful slumber. He slept soundly until evening. When Qin Lu finally opened his eyes, he felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of the time or day. He turned his stiff neck in search of the man. Ahoy, he called, his voice resembling a croaky quack. How unpleasant, he thought to himself, pressing his lips tightly together. Awake at last, my dear? Is anything amiss? Hu Tinghuai, who had been busy at the desk, hurried to Qin Lu's side and helped him sit up. Would you like some water? Qin Lu shook his head, feeling the numbness and soreness in his waist. After enduring for a while, He could no longer hold back and lightly struck his palm against Hu Tinghuai's chest. Hu Tinghuai was taken aback, but upon seeing the flustered expression on Qin Li's face, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Qin Lu had developed a little temper towards him, which was a positive sign. After soothing him for a while, Hu Tinghuai hesitantly spoke. "My dear, we have received a letter from Qingsu City, expressing a desire to visit us on the grassland. Do you consent?" He felt a twinge of annoyance. Who knew what Su Du, that insidious character, intended to do? Initially, he wanted to refuse, but decided to consult Qin Lu first. "Let him come," Qin Lu replied. It seems Su Du's visit was partly to discuss collaboration with Hu Tinghuai, and partly to flaunt himself in front of Qin Lu, hoping to keep him devoted to his service. "Absolutely not. I do not wish to see him," Qin Lu exclaimed, astonished. Was he truly angry? Ever since Hu Tinghuai had confessed his feelings, he hadn't referred to himself as this king in front of Qin Lu again. Had his swift acceptance led to a misunderstanding? Observing the man's expression darkening due to his indifference, transitioning from a state of playfulness to one of disappointment, Qin Lu finally straightened up and placed a gentle kiss on Hu Tinghuai's forehead. "Stop overthinking," he said. "Humph, who told you to agree without a thought? I no longer have any feelings for him. Then why do you still want to see him? He has bullied you so. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't want to see him. What bad luck." Hu Tinghuai protested, scrunching his nose in discontent over Qin Li's decision. Qin Lu couldn't help but laugh at the man's childish jealousy, leaning against his shoulder and slipping his hand into Hu Tinghuai's large palm. "You're so good to me." "Of course, I am far superior to that hypocrite," Hu Tinghuai replied with a huff. "Then if you treat me so well, and he treats me so poorly, why would I still think of him?" Hu Tinghuai lowered his head to meet Qin Li's smiling eyes, feeling as if he were completely laid bare under his gaze. Embarrassed, he averted his eyes and muttered softly, "Who knows? Why? I was sincere last night. If it weren't for you occupying my heart, I would never have acted that way, do you understand? As for him, since Qin Shui has been by his side, I have completely given up on him. I will never look back. Allowing him to come is merely to clarify matters and ascertain his next moves. Ahu, su du es ambito. I cannot let him harm you. Moreover, he bullies me, and you're my husband. Shouldn't you help me retaliate?" Hu Tinghuai was stirred by the term husband and kissed Qin Lu fervently, feeling as if his heart were enveloped in honey. Qin Lu, who had cultivated a cold demeanor during his training in Qingsu City, was now tenderly trying to appease him. What reservations could he possibly have? With a decisive wave of his hand, Hu Tinghuai declared, "Of course we shall meet. I will send a reply immediately. A mere city lord does not daunt me, and your brother as well. I will ensure that they pay for the wrongs they have done to you. I want them to realize that you are now the master of the grassland, and before you, they must bow and scrape. Very well, I will yield to your wishes." Qin Lu gazed tenderly at the man who was eagerly planning to teach Su Du and Qin Shui a lesson that day, finding him irresistibly adorable. Undoubtedly, he loved him dearly. Chapter 15. The substitute bride of the prairie lured. The climate on the prairie was capricious. Just a few days prior, one could manage with a light garment, yet now it was necessary to wrap oneself in thick cotton attire. The charcoal fire in the felt house was burning brightly, warming the entire room to a cozy temperature, and in such an environment, Qin Lu found himself drowsy. Due to the training in the dark chamber, he had developed some lingering ailments, leaving his hands and feet perpetually cold. Consequently, whenever the weather changed, Hu Tinghuai ensured their room was sealed tightly, allowing no chill to penetrate. Moreover, whenever he had a moment to spare, the man would come close to Qin Lu, instinctively warming his hands and feet. When Su Du, accompanied by Qin Shui and numerous attendants, arrived, Hu Tinghuai had just placed Qin Li's feet on his abdomen to warm them. Upon hearing the soldiers announce their arrival, Hu Tinghuai furrowed his brow, instructing them to wait outside as he had pressing matters to attend to, all the while devotedly cradling Qin Li's little feet. Qin Lu wished to retract his feet, but the man held on tightly. "Don't move. They aren't warm yet. If they cool down, it will be uncomfortable. Qui ne fait-elle place? The people are at the doorstep. Are we not to greet them? Let them wait. What is the rush? It's not as if I summoned them here. If they don't want to wait, they can simply leave." The cold persisted, and despite consuming numerous medicinal concoctions, he saw no improvement. By the time Hu Tinghuai wrapped Qin Lu up like a ball and brought him outside, Su Du and the others had already been standing in the wind for an hour. Observing the two tardy figures, Su Du's eyes burned with fury. Yet he skillfully concealed it, even managing to raise an elegant smile as Hu Tinghuai approached, respectfully greeting him. I have met the Diaowang, Lord of Qingshu City. Having traveled a long distance, why were we not allowed inside to wait? Such a delicate constitution, if one were to fall ill within my prairie, it would be dire. The smile on Su Du's face cracked slightly as he gritted his teeth, watching the man before him ignore him, forcibly suppressing his discomfort as he spoke again. Diaowang, enough. There will be no next time. Take Lord Qingshu to the main hall, and remember to stoke the fire. Can't you see they are nearly frozen? After uttering these words, Hu Tinghuai took Qin Lu and departed, leaving Su Du standing there with a grim expression, staring intensely at them. Qin Lu nearly burst into laughter. Su Du, who held himself in high regard and valued his pride, had been disregarded by Hu Tinghuai in front of everyone. One could only imagine how irate he must be now. As for Qin Shui, one could not tell if he was simply foolish. Standing there in such cold weather clad in a light garment, Qin Lu stole a glance and noticed his snot had frozen into icicles, and his face, dirty and disheveled, bore no trace of his former beauty. Given Qin Shui's usual demeanor, it was likely this was yet another opportunity for him to feign delicacy. However, one wondered if the currently agitated Su Du would still be able to coax him with that filthy face. Just as Qin Lu was reveling in his thoughts, he suddenly felt someone pinch his nose. He looked up to see Hu Tinghuai regarding him with a playful expression. My dear, what brings you such joy? Nothing much. I was merely delighted to see how you asserted your authority over them just now. Rest assured, the delightful surprises are yet to come. I shall not easily let them off the hook. Hu Tinghuai released his grip, took the small heater from the servant behind him, and placed it into Qin Li's embrace, guiding him toward the main hall. Upon entering, two unfriendly gazes immediately fixed upon Qin Lu. Hu Tinghuai's displeasure was evident as he pulled Qin Lu closer, half embracing him as they ascended to the principal seat. Your Highness, he began, but Su Du, unable to contain himself, was interrupted once more by Hu Tinghuai. His inner fury mounting, he forcefully pinched his own arm to suppress his outburst. Meanwhile, Qin Shui felt even worse. Witnessing the king of the steppe personally attend to his cold, wooden brother while smiling indulgently stirred a jealousy within him that he could scarcely contain. Lowering his head to hide his somewhat twisted expression from others, he couldn't help but wonder why Qin Lu, so fortunate, had men willing to love and pamper him wherever he went, especially when he himself was far more discerning. Hu Tinghuai paid no heed to the thoughts of the other two. After ensuring Qin Lu was settled, he feigned an apologetic demeanor and addressed Su Du. I apologize for the oversight. My consort is rather delicate and cannot bear to be away from me, which required some of my attention. Please, Lord Su, feel free to continue with your remarks. Su Du, seeing Qin Lu sitting obediently beside Hu Tinghuai, avoiding his gaze, felt a pang of frustration. Nevertheless, he managed to muster a smile and respectfully replied, Not at all, Your Highness. The well-being of the consort is of utmost importance. Speaking of which, the consort and I shared a good rapport during his time in Qingshu City, and I have brought some of his favorite pastries from there, hoping he will enjoy them. As he spoke, he handed a parcel to a nearby servant, and when the servant presented it, Su Du seized the moment. Hu Tinghuai looked down to cast a passionate glance at Qin Lu. Qin Lu quickly turned his head, not out of shyness, but rather a wave of nausea. The sight of Su Du repulsed him. Hu Tinghuai opened the parcel, pinching a piece of pastry between his fingers, and smiled at Su Du. Your thoughtfulness is commendable, Lord Su. I express my gratitude on behalf of my consort. This marked the first sincere exchange Hu Tinghuai had since his arrival, leaving Su Du somewhat flabbergasted. Your Highness is too kind. I merely feared the consort might feel homesick, hence my bringing his beloved pear pastries. I hope he will not find them unappealing. However, I recall my consort does not have a fondness for pear pastries, nor does he seem to long for home, Hu Tinghuai remarked with a wry smile, discarding the pastry and taking Qin Li's hand, intertwining their fingers. Let not Lord Su take offense. Initially, I had no desire for this union, but upon seeing him, my heart was irrevocably drawn to him, compelling me to take him home as my bride. To allay his homesickness, I have expended considerable effort, sending someone to Qingshu City every few days to fetch little trinkets to amuse him. Fortunately, my efforts have borne fruit as our bond grows stronger, and he has taken to enjoying the dishes I prepare for him. If memory serves me correctly, the king's beloved treat is the chestnut cake I make, not some pear pastry. Noticing the man's affectionate gaze, Qin Lu looked up and offered a sweet smile in return, their intertwined hands exuding an air of intimacy that darkened the faces of those nearby. Ah, may I inquire about the identity of this gentleman beside Lord Qingshu? Your Highness, this is the king's elder brother, known as Qin Lu. Is that so? Qin Shui, standing behind Su Du, stepped forward at the man's scrutiny, gracefully bowing, and cast a lingering glance at him as he raised his head. Indeed, he is the king's elder brother, appearing significantly older than our king. Qin Shui felt as though his teeth might shatter at such an implication. Was he being called old? Yet, I have stumbled upon an amusing tidbit. My little king consort is named Qin Shui, affectionately called Lei. Pray tell, does your companion Qin Lu perhaps go by the nickname Xiao Shui? The jest landed in Su Du's ears like thunder, prompting him to look up abruptly. He regarded Hu Tinghuai's subtly smiling face with a sense of trepidation. Could it be that he was aware of something? Chapter 16. The substitute consort of the prairie lord Hu Tinghuai observed the two who feigned composure below with a faint smile, relishing their unease before leisurely speaking. It was merely a jest. There is no need for such tension. Please take a seat. Su Du exhaled a sigh of relief as he and Qin Shui settled down. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lu, who sat closely beside Hu Tinghuai, his expression darkening. It seemed some individuals were becoming disobedient, necessitating a firmer hand to restore compliance. Hu Tinghuai took note of Su Du's subtle movements, displaying a hint of displeasure as he slightly turned to shield his king consort from Su Du's unwelcome gaze. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Lord? If there is a matter at hand, please address it directly. What is your intention in covertly observing my king consort? I have indeed come with pressing matters to discuss. You are undoubtedly aware of the objectives behind our intended union. With the vast expanse of the prairie and its valiant inhabitants, combined with the financial resources and intelligence of Qingshu City, the conquest of the world would be within our grasp, would it not? You need not worry. Since I initiated this proposal, I shall demonstrate my sincerity. Should you consent to our collaboration, when we achieve dominion over the realm, you may have a first choice of territory. Naturally, any additional requests you may have will also be considered, and I shall strive to accommodate them. What are your thoughts on this? A confident smile graced Su Du's lips. He understood men well, particularly those like Hu Tinghuai, who were both formidable and possessed immense power. The higher one's status and the greater the authority held, the more ambitious such individuals tended to be. Moreover, given the generous terms he promised, Su Du could not fathom that Hu Tinghuai would remain unmoved. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Hu Tinghuai was far from harboring such ambitions at present. Had it been 6 months prior, Hu Tinghuai would have been filled with aspirations, for the position of the ruler of the realm is alluring to any man. However, at this moment, Hu Tinghuai simply wished to cherish his spouse and enjoy a cozy life, for life is fleeting, and he had no desire to expend energy on trivial matters. Moreover, the pursuit of dominion over the world is invariably fraught with peril. He has only just managed to establish a mutual understanding with Qin Lu, and now he is quite cautious about his life, forbidding any occurrence that might separate them. Thus, Su Du spoke at length, only to discover that the other party was not even paying attention. Darling, I wish to eat that. You feed me. Do it yourself. I refuse. I want you to feed me. There are people present. Oh, they are of no consequence. Do not mind them. I am famished. Hurry and feed me. Qin Lu, exasperated, reluctantly reached for a piece of pastry from the table and placed it near Hu Tinghuai's lips. Eat. Hu Tinghuai grinned and took a large bite. Darling, your feeding is simply delightful. Such flattery. Not all. I speak only the truth. Su Du, witnessing the two in the main seat engrossed in flirtation while ignoring him, felt his anger rising to a boiling point. Though merely a minor lord, he was accustomed to being treated with respect due to his influence from the dark pavilion. Now, he found himself subjected to such humiliation. Qin Lu swatted away the hand that had stealthily crept to his waist, and, upon seeing Su Du's face darken like ink, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. In his good spirits, he did not reject the surreptitious hand that returned to his waist, even willingly intertwining his fingers with it. Hu Tinghuai, caught off guard by this sudden stroke of fortune, glanced down at Qin Li's cheerful smile, then raised his gaze to Su Du's contorted face. He quickly comprehended that as long as Su Du was displeased, Qin Lu would be elated. And if Qin Lu was happy, then he would surely benefit later that night. If only he had known sooner, he would have taken greater advantage of the situation. Just as Su Du was on the verge of an explosive outburst, Hu Tinghuai feigned shyness and turned to him. The tall man scratched his head innocently, yet his words could make Su Du spit blood on the spot. "Did you say something?" "Ah, I sincerely apologize. This prince shares a deep affection with the prince consort, and I became somewhat carried away, neglecting the lord. Please do not be angered." "How about this, lord? Repeat yourself. This time, I shall certainly listen." Though he spoke words of apology, there was not a hint of sincerity in his tone, which infuriated Su Du even more. He tightly grasped Qin Shui's hand that reached out to comfort him, the immense pressure giving Qin Shui the sensation that his hand might be crushed. "Bordel du. It is of no matter. I trust the prince did not act with malice. Allow me to reiterate, and I kindly ask the prince to truly listen this time." Su Du gritted his teeth and repeated himself. He thought to himself that if this person dared to mock him yet again, he would have to sever ties with Hu Tinghuai. Fortunately, Hu Tinghuai was well aware of Su Du's breaking point. He danced just around that threshold, ensuring that even if Su Du were enraged, he would have to keep it bottled inside. This prince had not anticipated that Lord Su possessed such grand ambitions. "Merely wishing for me to join your ranks seems woefully insufficient as a bargaining chip. You need not worry about that. I can assure you that as long as we join forces to rule the world, come what may, whether you desire gold, silver, treasures, or beautiful wives and concubines, I shall present them all to you with both hands." "Huh, such sweet words. Why should I trust you? I believe that we, the esteemed city of Qingshu, have demonstrated our sincerity, especially since we have presented you with our most charming companion as a token of our goodwill." All eyes were fixed upon Qin Lu. Yet the very person in question remained indifferent, merely taking a delicate sip of tea. Hu Tinghuai chuckled lightly, acknowledging, indeed, "I must extend my gratitude to the city lord for introducing me to such a delightful individual, for without your intervention, I would not have encountered someone so to my liking. Does this imply your consent, my lord?" Su Du asked, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He abruptly stood, eager to approach, but was halted by Hu Tinghuai's words. "Hold on, I did not imply such a thing. However, I must confess that in both significant and trivial matters, I heed my lord's wishes. As long as my lord speaks, I shall comply. Thus, it is not I who requires the city lord's favor." Su Du was momentarily taken aback. So, all his earlier proclamations were mere folly? Nevertheless, with Hu Tinghuai transferring the decision-making authority to Qin Lu, matters would surely proceed smoothly, as Qin Lu was unwaveringly devoted and obedient to him. How unfortunate that this foolish man remained oblivious to the fact that his beloved was, in truth, his own. "What might my lord's intentions be?" Qin Lu inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the man who was covertly observing. Receiving a flattering smile in return before turning his attention back to the seemingly assured Su Du, he raised an eyebrow. Such confidence? Excessive self-assurance is rarely a virtue. We cannot refuse the kind intentions of the city lord. However, I prioritize my lord's safety above all else, and I hope for your understanding in this regard. Su Du's smile faltered, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the expressionless Qin Lu. This individual truly disregarded his commands. A revolt, indeed, enraged and flustered. Su Du blurted out without a second thought, "Qin Lu, how dare you?" Chapter 17. The substitute bride of the prairie lord. Whom are you addressing? Hu Tinghuai rose, his previous nonchalance evaporating. As his fierce eyes bore down upon Su Du, his aura now laden with menace. Su Du found himself nearly sweating under the weight of that aggressive gaze, momentarily forgetting Qin Lu as he stammered an explanation. My lord and Qin Lu bear such a striking resemblance that I sometimes cannot differentiate between them. I beg for your forgiveness. Hu Tinghuai snorted coldly. Since you have married me, you are now the most esteemed companion of the prairie. Regardless of your prior demeanor, it is time for you to conduct yourself with propriety. Understand that he is now someone you cannot reach. He continued, furthermore, do not associate that individual beside you with my lord. It is distasteful. His words were devoid of any semblance of courtesy, eliciting resentful expressions from the two below. My lord, you are being rather unreasonable. Enough. I am weary. Someone, escort the city lord and his attendant to rest. We shall address matters tomorrow. With that, he paid no heed to Su Du's reaction, wrapping Qin Lu in a warm cloak and pulling him away. Brother Du, this Hu Tinghuai is exceedingly presumptuous, and you, dear brother, must be blinded by the king's favor if you no longer heed my words. Silence. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text. Very well. Qin Lu, you shall see, when he achieves greatness, the humiliations endured today shall be repaid 1,000-fold. At this moment, Qin Shui, feigning fear with his head bowed, observed Su Du's tightly clenched fists, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Be good, speak properly, Qin Lu admonished, pushing away the large head that leaned too close to him. Why must you always be so irreverent? I did well, didn't I? Their faces turned green with anger. Indeed commendable. Is there a reward for that? None, what? That's unacceptable. I performed splendidly. I must be rewarded. You cannot deny me. Hu Tinghuai, much like a large dog, encircled him, playfully demanding his reward. Qin Lu, unable to extricate himself from his clutches, turned and cupped Hu Tinghuai's face, placing a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. Be good. We are in public. Refrain from mischief. The innocent kiss stirred a yearning within Hu Tinghuai, who, despite their numerous intimate encounters, found his beloved still so naive. He licked his lips, the lingering sweetness darkening his gaze, and with a swift movement, he lifted Qin Lu, seating him in his embrace. If we mustn't make a fuss outside, can we not indulge inside? You speak nonsense. What does inside or outside matter? Have you no shame? Unperturbed by Qin Li's words, Hu Tinghuai carried him straight into his tent. Outside, the wind howled, yet within, it was warm beyond measure. Qin Lu, compelled into activity, soon found himself drenched in sweat. Enough, Ahuai. Let us pause. Not a chance, my dear. You're cold. I have finally discovered a swift method to warm you up, and I intend to make use of it. You are incorrigible. But that is the charm of my dear. Hold onto my neck. Unbeknownst to them, the wind as howling morphed, intermingling with indistinct sounds that were hard to discern, only ceasing when the evening quieted. Exhausted, Qin Lu collapsed onto the bed, unable to lift a finger, casting a reproachful gaze at the man seated beside him. Massaging his calves, feeling the mix of anger and a hint of grievance in Qin Lu's eyes, Hu Tinghuai awkwardly rubbed his nose. It was not his fault. In the prime of his youth, with his wife constantly enticing him, how could he possibly resist? Thankfully, he kept this thought to himself, for if Qin Lu were no, he would surely faint from fury. When had he ever enticed him? This world was inherently favorable to men. Their robust genes and frequent horseback battles endowed them with superior stamina, which explained his perpetually aloof demeanor. This was partly to align with the original owner's character, and partly because he hoped that a cooler disposition might temper the man's desires. He truly could not endure. Yet now, it seemed that even his mere existence was perceived as an invitation. Leave. I do not want you here. Qin Lu, increasingly displeased with the man, could no longer contain his urge to dismiss him. Dear, I acknowledge my faults. I shall not repeat them. Allow me to remain and massage you a while longer. You are deceiving me again. I assure you, I shall take excellent care, my dear companion. Qin Lu turned away, burying his face in the quilt, determined to ignore this fellow for an entire hour. Seeing that Qin Lu was unwilling to engage, Hu Hu Tinghuai also fell silent, quietly kneading the sore calves. Perhaps the warmth of the man's hands was too comforting, and gradually, Qin Lu drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the man had vanished from the room, leaving only the little boy, Xiao Mu, gazing at him eagerly from the bedside. Upon noticing that Qin Lu had awakened, the child was instantly filled with joy. Wing Fu, Qin Lu sat up, observing the charmingly smiling child before him, and reached out to ruffle his hair. Xiao Mu, where has Wang gone? Wang Fu, while you were asleep, someone wanted to come in and see you, but Wang did not allow it. That person feigned concern for you, which made Wang angry, and he said he would go deal with that individual. Qin Lu understood. It was likely Su Du, who had been provoked by Hu Tinghuai earlier and, feeling disgruntled, sought him out, only to encounter his man standing guard. Dealing with Su Du required a more measured approach. Given his partner's temperament, it was best not to provoke him further. Xiao Mu, go call Wang back and tell him I miss him. Okay. Xiao Mu dashed out a few steps before returning, a hint of worry in his voice. Wang Fu, are you all right? Should I ask Sister Qing to come take care of you? There's no need. Hurry along. I shall await Wang's return. Xiao Mu inquired a few more times, receiving the same response before finally leaving with a sense of relief. Their bond truly was remarkable. Once the child departed, Qin Lu shifted his waist and found he felt considerably better. He then got out of bed and paced around the room, finding the atmosphere stifling. He decided to step outside for some fresh air. However, just as he lifted the curtain, a figure lunged at him. Qin Lu's expression ardente, and he swiftly retreated a step, drawing a short blade from his boot and aiming it at his assailant's vital points. A terrified scream erupted, and Qin Lu frowned, retracting the blade. Silence, you are too noisy. Before him, a boy who bore an almost identical resemblance to him collapsed to the ground. A lock of severed hair scattered on the floor. What brings you here? Not staying properly by Su Du's side. Qin Kui. Chapter 18. The substitute bride of the prairie lord Qin Shui, startled by Qin Li's swift movement, fell to the floor, his gaze fixed on the fallen hair. Swallowing hard in fear, he had narrowly avoided a fatal encounter. This is not a place for you. The emotionless words fell upon Qin Shui's ears, prompting him to look up involuntarily. He beheld Qin Lu, his complexion rosy, adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of otherworldly calmness, utterly devoid of the anguish he had once inflicted. Why was it that, despite Qin Lu being merely a killer relegated to the shadows, he now found himself trembling in trepidation, striving to appease Su Du, while Qin Lu, even in his former state, was still cherished by Hu Tinghuai? Why did he enjoy such prosperity? Leave swiftly if there is nothing of importance. I have no desire to see you. As he lay on the ground, his gaze filled with resentment and malice, Qin Lu frowned and turned to leave. Everyone possesses their own way of life, for Qin Shui. Feigning as a parasitic flower to cling to Su Du was his choice. Their past grievances were of no concern to him. As long as Su Du did not provoke him, he was willing to allow him a chance at survival. However, despite his desire to remain detached, some individuals insisted on encroaching upon him. Stop! Qin Shui exclaimed, scrambling to his feet as he reached for Qin Li's shoulder just as Qin Lu evaded him. What is it? Qin Lu asked, his patience wearing thin as he anticipated the imminent return of Hu Tinghuai. He needed to dismiss this person swiftly. Qin Shui nearly stumbled again, but managed to steady himself, only to be met with Qin Li's impatient gaze, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Why don't you just die? What? I said, why don't you go die? His heart-wrenching scream startled Qin Lu, who gazed at the distorted face before him, so similar yet twisted by rage and resentment, leaving him at a loss for words. Dear one, Hu Tinghuai had just reached the entrance of the felt tent when he overheard the venomous words. He quickly lifted the curtain and strode to stand protectively in front of Qin Lu, casting a harsh glare at the now deranged Qin Shui. You have some audacity to speak such disrespect towards my husband. Do you not fear that I shall end your life? As he spoke, he turned to check on Qin Li's well-being. Seeing the usually composed man now flustered because of Qin Lu, Qin Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, always so fortunate. Is it only when you die that I might find a bit of luck? Qin Kui, in consideration of your connection to my dear one, I have granted you a chance. Show some restraint. Called by his true name, Qin Shui paused, then swiftly comprehended the situation. He stared incredulously at the two before him. You already know our identities? Indeed, I am fully aware of the marriage substitution and Sudu's tricks. Then why do you treat him so well? Because I love him. The man's resolute declaration echoed in Qin Shui's ears, prompting an uncontrollable laughter that soon turned to tears. Love? Such a foreign concept, especially since no one had ever uttered those words to him. I feel as though I have never harmed you. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Qin Lu emerged from behind Hu Tinghuai, gazing quizzically at the tear-streaked Qin Shui. Ever since Qin Shui had found the city lord's residence and recognized the original owner, the latter had always complied with his requests. Was that not sufficient? Yes, you have not wronged me, yet I simply hate you. Qin Kui slowly approached Qin Li, prompting Hu Tinghuai to step forward, only to be halted by Qin Lu. Do you know how I have endured these years? I roamed the streets without food, scavenging with wild dogs for scraps, living a shadowy existence among beggars, uncertain if I would survive to see another day. Yet, I refused to give up. I yearned to live. Yet, I was cursed with such a visage. Is it beautiful? Undoubtedly it is. Yet, it is this very face that has led loathsome men to confine me in dark alleys, subjecting me to humiliation, treating me as a mere plaything, and ultimately selling me into a brothel. I loathe this face, yet I am compelled to rely on it for my very survival. How utterly ironic. Qin Lu remained silent, but with just a few words, he could envision Qin Shui's despair at that time. However, he had never experienced it himself, and was at a loss on how to console this wretched soul before him. You are so strong. Strong? Qin Shui seemed to find this notion ludicrous. It was merely a matter of self-preservation. I endured those bleak days for 5 entire years, and I wish to inquire. Where were you, my brother, during my moments of anguish? You, my sole family in this world? Initially, I harbored fantasies of your rescue, but alas, I was overly optimistic. Did you ever seek me out? Speak, I implore you. Yet, you were the one who proclaimed me your beloved younger brother, the one who vowed to protect me. By what right do you dismiss your promises? By what right? Qin Shui's words dripped with sorrow, leaving Qin Lu uncertain of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter 2 words softly. I'm sorry. He struggled to explain to Qin Shui. The original owner had been taken by Su Du so abruptly that there was no time to inform Qin Shui, although the original owner had considered seeking him out. By then, Su Du had already cast him into the shadows, where he endured rigorous training amidst blood and corpses, barely surviving to grow stronger. By the time he returned to that place, it was no longer attainable. Their next encounter was when Qin Shui himself sought out the Lord's estate. What good is an apology? Qin Shui gazed at the seemingly remorseful figure before him, anguish seeping into his heart, yet his expression was laced with sarcasm. If only he had found him sooner. If only he had not endured those tribulations. How had it come to this? Qin Lu, you are a fraud. Chapter 19. The Substitute Bride of the Prairie Lord. I'm sorry. Ultimately, he was fortunate. Qin Lu could hardly fathom if such events had befallen him. Would he possess the same resilience as Qin Shui, clinging to life's desires while struggling alone in the mire, ultimately achieving self-rescue? An apology? You owe me an apology. You must bear the consequences of your unfulfilled promises. I will be candid with you. I endeavored to seduce Su Du at the Lord's estate solely to exact revenge on you. I wanted you to witness the affection bestowed upon me by someone you cared for, to take delight in your suffering. Yet, fate seems to favor you. I exerted immense effort to capture Su Du's attention, while you effortlessly earned the love of another man. We are both human. How am I inferior to you? Why must I endure such trials? Why can't I? Qin Shui felt as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength and resource at his disposal. He merely wished for a better existence, yet here he was, reduced to this pitiful state. Every day, upon awakening, he finds himself contemplating the most appropriate words and expressions to confront Su Du, and, at night, as soon as he closes his eyes, he is haunted by the grotesque faces of those beasts. He is utterly exhausted. The room has fallen into a profound silence. with only the faint sound of Qin Shui's sobs breaking the stillness. Qin Lu feels a sudden, sharp pang of sorrow in his heart, rendering him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Hu Tinghuai, who has maintained his silence from the very beginning, rushes forward to support him upon noticing Qin Li's wavering stance. His voice laced with concern. "My dear, are you all right? Have you been crying?" Qin Lu stiffly raises his hand to wipe his face, only to realize, upon feeling the dampness, that he too has shed tears unbeknownst to him. Grasping Hu Tinghuai's outstretched arm, he clutches the fabric at his chest tightly, feeling rather disheveled. "System, what is happening? Why am I feeling such profound sadness?" Host, this situation arises from the original owner's intense emotions directly affecting you. After all, this is the first time Qin Shui has openly shared his painful experiences, and it is also the first instance where he has candidly expressed his resentment and vulnerability. Perhaps the original owner is also feeling a sense of heartache. Understanding dawns on Qin Lu. In all the worlds he has traversed, this is the first time he has truly felt the emotions imparted by the original owner. He presses his hand against his heart, taking a few deep breaths to stifle the discomfort within. He gazes at Hu Tinghuai's worried expression and manages to muster a smile to convey that he is all right. Then, turning his attention to the weeping Qin Shui, he strides towards him. "Xiao Shui, do not cry." A cool hand gently rests on Qin Shui's head as Qin Lu, with lips slightly parted, softly utters the pet name he has not spoken in over a decade. Qin Shui, unsure how long he has yearned to hear that name, shudders slightly and raises his head to glare fiercely at the one who shows such compassion. "I do not need your false kindness, nor your pity. I have endured all these years alone. I no longer require you." As he speaks, he raises his hand and forcefully swats away the comforting touch on his head. The sharp sound of the slap echoes, making him want to cry again. With a stubborn turn of his head, Qin Shui hears Qin Li's helpless sigh. Though he betrays no emotion on his face, his heart feels heavy with distress. He is indeed a person lacking in appreciation, and it seems he is not likable at all. In truth, he had accepted this reality long ago. Yet he still feels a twinge of sadness in front of Qin Lu. Just as he prepares to abandon hope and leave, a warm embrace gently envelopes him. "It was my fault. I should have found you sooner. I am sorry for the pain you have endured. Do not cry. I am here." Each comforting word seeps into his ears, leaving Qin Shui in a daze, uncertain of how to react. He should push Qin Lu away and unleash the harshest words upon him. Yet he cannot bring himself to do so. "Xiao Shui, and I am here," are words he has waited over a decade to hear. "You are nothing but a deceiver." "Yes, I am a deceiver. But could you grant me the chance to cease being one?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, I wish to care for you, to treat you well as your brother." "Xiao Shui, please stay." Qin Shui's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to process the sincerity of the moment. The matters of the past were my fault. I wish to make amends and ensure your well-being in the future. Can you forgive me just this once, so I may fulfill the promises I failed to keep and protect you properly?" Qin Shui's mind was in disarray. He reminded himself not to easily forgive the deceiver before him, yet his instincts urged him to embrace this person. "Do you truly mean what you say? You will not deceive me again?" "Indeed, I will not deceive you again." "Are you willing to protect me?" "Yes, I am willing." "You will never abandon me again?" "Never. I promise." "Will you still consider me your brother, even after how I treated you before?" "Fool, you have always been my brother." Qin Lu gently wiped away the tears at Qin Shui's eyes, patiently addressing each of his concerns, soothing his unrest. He felt the hand at his side clench and release, aware that Qin Shui was grappling with a significant decision. Fortunately, the outcome was as he had anticipated. In the end, Qin Shui succumbed to his instincts, wrapping his arms around Qin Li's waist, burying himself in the other's not-so-broad shoulder, murmuring, "I will grant you another chance, but you must not deceive me again. If you abandon me once more, I shall ensure you will never have a brother again." "I will never dare again," Qin Lu replied, a smile gracing his lips. After all, he remained a child, awkwardly yearning for familial affection. Thankfully, it was this very trait that allowed Qin Shui to accept him so readily. In that moment, as Qin Shui returned the embrace, Qin Lu felt the suffocating weight around his heart dissipate instantaneously. Perhaps this was the scene that the original owner of this body had longed to witness. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Qin Lu gently inquired of the person nestled in his arms. "I'm not hungry. Just hold me a little longer," came the muffled, spoiled reply, causing Qin Lu to stifle a laugh. He said nothing but tightened his embrace. The two remained quietly entwined, savoring the long-awaited familial bond, while they basked in joy. On the other side, Hu Tinghua was far from pleased. Initially, he thought his dear treasure and brother had finally reconciled, and a brief embrace was acceptable. But it had gone on for far too long. It was time to reclaim his rightful place. As he contemplated stepping forward to intervene, he was met with Qin Li's stern glare, which sent him retreating in defeat. Disheartened, he sulked back, casting resentful glances at the annoying interloper in Qin Li's arms while kicking at the carpet beneath him. He had a sinking feeling that the time he would share with Qin Lu in their little world was dwindling. Finally, just as Hu Tinghua was about to wear out the carpet with his restless kicking, Qin Shui withdrew from Qin Li's embrace. He glanced at the sizable swath of fabric soaked with his tears, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he awkwardly sought a new topic. "If I stay, what will happen to Sudu?" This. Qin Lu turned to Hu Tinghua, who immediately straightened in response to his partner's gaze. Standing there, he resembled a soldier. "Little Chui need not worry. The king will manage everything." Qin Shui's gaze fell upon Hu Tinghua. "What's wrong with you? Do you not trust me?" Faced with Qin Shui's skeptical expression, Hu Tinghua was instantly enraged. In light of their familial ties, he had chosen not to pursue the previous incident where he had bullied the adorable one, even lending the adorable one to him for comfort. Yet, this was the treatment he received in return. This insufferable brat was indeed detestable. Should he utter another word, he would ensure a proper reprimand. "Brother, look at him. He is scaring me." Qin Shui whimpered, his tears welling his eyes as he reached out to gently grasp Qin Lu's sleeve, displaying a pitiful demeanor. Qin Lu, softened by Qin Shui's pleading gaze, could hardly resist. After all, he was his freshly minted younger brother. Surely, indulging him was acceptable. "Brother, it's all right. I want tea, let him bully you." Hu Tinghua watched the two, their smiles almost causing him to turn green with envy. He stepped forward, leaning closer to Qin Lu. "Adorable one, I haven't bullied him. Don't say that. Little Chui is my brother, and you must treat him kindly. Things cannot continue like this. Truly, I haven't. I merely jested to frighten him a little." Hu Tinghua protested, feeling the sting of jealousy as he noticed Qin Lu siding with Qin Shui and chastising him. "Brother, your voice is so loud." Qin Shui shook Qin Li's arm, pretending to be frightened when Hu Tinghua looked his way, prompting Qin Lu to glare at Hu Tinghua. "It's fine, don't be scared. I'm here." The reprimanded Hu Tinghua fell silent, sulking as he observed the one hidden behind Qin Lu. He had a nagging feeling that once Qin Shui remained, his days ahead would not be easy. After all, he cherished the sweet world he shared with the adorable one. Suddenly, Hu Tinghua noticed Qin Shui, throwing him a provocative smile, while Qin Lu was distracted, only to switch back to an innocent expression in the blink of an eye. Infuriated, Hu Tinghua resolved to expel Qin Shui swiftly. If Qin Lu was reluctant to let him go, he would hasten to find a suitable family to marry Qin Shui off. Otherwise, with such a talented performer around, how could he expect to enjoy peace? Indeed, Hu Tinghua's concerns were not unfounded. In the ensuing days, Qin Shui clung to Qin Lu incessantly, even requiring his company while sleeping. How could he allow this intrusion on his nighttime comforts? He had protested to Qin Lu before, but unfortunately, every time Qin Lu broached the matter, Qin Shui would tearfully plead for closeness, claiming he merely wished to bond with his brother, having finally reconciled with him. Then, with subtle insinuations aimed at Hu Tinghua, he would say, "If my brother's partner dislikes my attachment to him, I'd rather not stay and disturb their lives." After such a heartfelt plea, Qin Lu had no other thoughts but to comply entirely with Qin Shui's wishes, even secretly warning Hu Tinghua to cease his childish behavior. Witnessing his beloved child completely devoted to his younger brother, utterly disregarding him, yet he could neither scold nor reprimand. Suppressing his frustration, Sudu decided to find an outlet for his pent-up emotions. "Your Highness, how do you find your stay in the city?" "Very well, Thank you for your gracious hospitality. Your Highness. However, I am curious as to when I might have the pleasure of meeting Qin Shui again. Since Qin Shui departed that day, he had not returned. He had inquired with Hu Tinghuai, only to be met with the excuse that Qin Lu longed for his brother's company and needed him to stay for a few days. But would he believe such a tale? Surely, he was not oblivious to the truth. Both Qin Shui and Qin Lu harbored deep affections for him, and the atmosphere within the Lord's manor had always been rife with competition and tension. How could they coexist harmoniously at this moment? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Su Du felt that matters beyond his awareness had slipped from his control. Did I not mention that the prince has long yearned for his brother? It is only reasonable for him to summon him to spend time together. How can the Lord be so stingy as to deny even this small request? Or is it that the Lord does not trust me? His voice rose, the danger in his tone escalating, causing Su Du a fleeting moment of panic. He turned away, grasping the fabric of his robe behind him, feigning composure. Such words, I hold an unwavering trust in your Highness. However, let us dispense with trivialities. My visit today is not to discuss these minor matters. Do not waste my time. Typically, given Su Du's temperament, Hu Tinghuai's arrogant disregard would surely drive him to madness. Yet, he swallowed his pride, choosing silence, all in pursuit of leveraging Hu Tinghuai's influence to seize power. Whether this reflected his potential for greatness or his willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his aims was debatable. However, one must recognize that clinging to possessions not rightfully theirs often leads to tragic outcomes. Your Highness, does this mean you are agreeable to my previous proposal for collaboration? Upon reflection, your propositions are indeed enticing, and the terms you offer are generous. I seem to have no reason to decline. Truly? Then we, Su Du exclaimed, rising in excitement, hastening towards Hu Tinghuai. Hold on, I have yet to finish my statement. I am willing to collaborate with you, but I have my own conditions. Speak, and I shall fulfill whatever is within my power. Firstly, I require Qin Shui to remain. Secondly, I demand 1/3 of the total silver in the treasury of Qingshu City to be allocated for military expenses. 1/3? What military endeavor necessitates such an amount? When Hu Tinghuai revealed the first condition, Su Du felt a slight reluctance. However, it was minimal. After all, he was never short of admirers, so he quickly acquiesced, even finding amusement in the notion that this lord was so enamored with matters of the heart, seeking not only the elder brother, but also the younger. Yet, upon hearing the second condition, he was left dumbfounded. Was this not an outrageous demand? Even if Qingshu City was affluent, such a request was utterly unreasonable. Your Highness, I wish to hear no more. Only these 2 conditions will suffice. If you can meet them, then all shall be well. If not, I shall seek counsel elsewhere. To seek counsel elsewhere? Such words are spoken lightly. Who among others can match the undefeated prowess of Hu Tinghuai? Moreover, he has invested so much effort to establish this connection. How could he possibly relinquish it? Su Du felt a metallic taste of blood in his throat. Yet he found he had no retreat. Very well, I shall comply, but I implore you to honor your word. Hu Tinghuai raised an eyebrow, the outcome well within his expectations. Once the agreement was made, there was no need for further delay. Thus, Hu Tinghuai unceremoniously dismissed everyone. On the journey back to the city, Su Du leaned weakly against the carriage wall, reflecting on the servile demeanor he had displayed before Hu Tinghuai in recent days. Feeling utterly humiliated, he silently vowed that Hu Tinghuai's arrogance was intolerable. Once he attained a position of power, he would ensure that Hu Tinghuai faced a gruesome demise as retribution for his grievances. Chapter 21. The substitute bride of the Prairie Lord Su Du, greatly angered by Hu Tinghuai, gradually succumbed to sleep amidst his resentment. Unbeknownst to him, after he fell asleep, 2 figures appeared atop the treasury of Qingshu City. Qin Lu, clad in dark attire, bent low to carefully follow the man ahead as they traversed the rooftops. Host, your man's thoughts are quite peculiar, Qin Lu remarked bemused. He had not anticipated that, immediately after Hu Tinghuai had agreed to collaborate with Su Du, he would enthusiastically drag Qin Lu along to raid the treasury of Qingshu City. He recalled how the man had rushed back to the yurt, pushing Qin Shui aside, eagerly recounting the events and pleading for a reward. behaving like an excited child, delighting in mischief. Yet, Qin Lu found himself equally enamored. Thus, when Hu Tinghuai expressed his desire to explore Qingshu City, Qin Lu followed without hesitation. "Be careful of your footing, dear," the man urged, glancing back with concern. In response to this worry, Qin Lu sighed and took the man's hand, halting him. "There is no need for such concern. You know I am not as fragile as an ordinary boy." "I know, but I cannot help but worry about you." Hu Tinghuai then embraced him, declaring, "My little prince is the most formidable lad in the world." "Nonsense." Qin Lu replied, blushing slightly. The man seemed oblivious to their surroundings, unabashedly whispering sweet nothings. "To reward such an exceptional deer, I have prepared a gift. Are you curious? Do you want it?" Qin Lu gazed at the man's foolishly delighted expression, pursing his lips before responding, "I am not a child. Please do not try to coax me like that. Is that not effective?" Well, in the next moment, a damp kiss pressed against Qin Li's lips. He widened his eyes, staring at the man who wore a mischievous grin. He reached out and pushed the man, yet not only did the man remain unmoved, he intensified his kiss instead. Eventually, he simply lifted him and seated him on the eaves, showering him with a flurry of tender kisses. Hu Tinghuai sealed Qin Li's lips with his own, leaving him breathless, until the man in his embrace began to weakly pound on his chest, prompting him to reluctantly release him. "My dear, you've seduced me again. We agreed to attend to serious matters tonight." Qin Lu, fully aware of the man's talent for turning black into white, was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation. He gazed at the man's feigned innocence, sending him an international gesture of goodwill, only to retract it swiftly before the other could react. "My dear, what does this mean?" Utangue mimique de Qin Lu's gesture, curiously inquiring. "Nothing much, merely a sign of happiness," Qin Lu replied. "Oh, then may I offer this gesture to you daily? Every time I see you, I am overwhelmed with joy." Qin Lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The image of waking each morning to two middle fingers directed at him sent a shiver down his spine, yet he could not retract his earlier statement. "As long as it brings you joy." Hu Tinghuai, observing Qin Li's expression akin to someone constipated, beamed even brighter. Though he was unaware of the true meaning behind the gesture, he was not foolish enough to believe it signified anything good. "Little trickster, deceiving me." Having thoroughly teased Qin Lu, Hu Tinghuai was satisfied. He patted Qin Li's head and, amidst the latter's astonished gaze, produced an abundance of snacks from his clothing. Qin Lu stared at the small mountain of food at his feet, bewildered, and glanced at Hu Tinghuai, who continued to extract more treats. When had this man stolen Doraemon's pocket? "All right, my dear, sit here obediently. I shall return shortly." After planting a quick kiss on Qin Li's face, he leapt away, disappearing from view. Seated on the small cushion that the man had mysteriously procured, Qin Lu surveyed the array of delicacies before him and tilted his head to admire the luminous moonlight. "Ah, the joys of camping," he mused. "Of course, it would be even better if the moon were replaced by the sun and the eaves by a grassy field." Quietly, Qin Lu picked up a piece of jerky and began to chew slowly. "My dear, is it delicious?" Before he could swallow, Hu Tinghuai reappeared from seemingly nowhere, eagerly questioning him, a bulging sack slung over his shoulder. "It is delicious. That's wonderful. I made it just for you. Take your time. No need to rush." Hu Tinghuai smiled with satisfaction, only to dash off again in the next moment. "Host, your man is quite energetic, isn't he?" Qin Lu, in a state of indifference, chose not to respond, letting him be. Embracing a zen-like attitude, Qin Lu continued to enjoy his meal under the moonlight, all the while observing Hu Tinghuai as he repeatedly passed by, occasionally interrupted by his playful remarks. At last, as he was nearing the end of the food, Hu Tinghuai finally halted. The towering man, silhouetted against the moon, stood with hands on his hips, boasting to Qin Lu, "My dear, I've emptied Su-Du's treasury." Impressive, isn't it? The beads of sweat continuously cascaded down the man's forehead, yet his face resembled that of a child seeking praise. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes intentionally widened, radiating brightness even in the absence of moonlight. "Ahuai is remarkable," Qin Lu sighed in resignation as he withdrew a handkerchief from his bosom, urging the man to sit down, and leaned in to diligently wipe the sweat from his brow. The devoted gaze of his beloved rested upon his face, as gentle little hands softly caressed the side of his face, making Hu Tinghuai feel that even the cool moonlight had become tender. This warmth was undoubtedly due to the person before him. Ding. Current favorability level, 90. Are you tired? Why not let your subordinates handle it? Why do you run around yourself? Hu Tinghuai grasped Qin Li's hand holding the handkerchief, playfully squeezing it as he said, I am not tired. I just want to do this myself, to give Su Du something to do, and to take you out for a bit. How long has it been since we had some time alone together? You've forgotten your husband since having a brother. Noticing the slight pout on his face, Qin Li couldn't help but chuckle. He pinched the handsome man's cheek affectionately, saying then, how about we not go back tonight? Perceving Qin Li's implication, Utangis Pine eagerly lifting him in his arms and rushing toward the nearest inn. Tonight would be yet another sleepless night. The two engaged in playful antics for quite some time, only to finally fall asleep in each other's embrace as dawn began to break. Meanwhile, not far off, chaos erupted at the city lord's mansion. Su Du awoke to the shocking news, nearly fainting in disbelief. Who is responsible for this? Who has robbed my household? Chapter 22. The Substitute Bride of the Prairie Lord. Su Du was a tempest of anger and shock. Upon waking that morning, without even having washed up, he was immediately informed of this calamity, and the suddenness of the news nearly caused him to lose consciousness. City Lord, are you all right? Please take care of your health. Seeing him sway unsteadily, a servant rushed forward to support him, speaking in a panicked tone. However, in the next moment, Su Du kicked him forcefully to the ground. Damn it, I dispatched so many people to guard the treasury. And what were you all doing, allowing so much silver to be stolen in a single night? Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Regaining his composure, Su Du vented his fury by kicking the fallen servant. The servant gritted his teeth, enduring the physical pain, while also feeling puzzled. They had patrolled as usual the previous night, with 5 squads taking turns to guard the treasury, ensuring it was as secure as a fortress. Never before had there been an issue. Yet, last night they had felt nothing amiss. And it was only this morning, when the steward of the mansion sought to withdraw silver, that they discovered the vast treasury was entirely empty. Not even a strand of hair left behind. Logically, such a feat could not be accomplished by ordinary individuals. Or perhaps, the city lord had committed so many heinous acts that even the spirits could no longer tolerate it? The mere thought of possibly encountering a ghost last night sent a shiver of fear down the servant's spine. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Su Du regained a measure of rationality. He looked at the trembling figure of the servant kneeling before him with disdain and waved his hand, dismissing him. When he found himself alone in the room, he leaned against the table, trembling with anxiety as he poured himself a cup of tea. This was not the time for panic. He needed to contemplate who could possibly be opposing him. Could it be the neighboring small nations? No, that seemed unlikely. His plans had been shrouded in secrecy, and it was improbable that anyone else could be aware of them. Perhaps it was Qin Li? Yet that too seemed implausible. While Qin Li was indeed formidable, he knew him well enough to understand that this was beyond his capabilities. That left only one person, Hu Tinghuai. Indeed, he was likely the only individual in the realm with such capability. However, Su Du found it perplexing. After all, Hu Tinghuai had just agreed to collaborate with him. Was it possible he found the 1/3 share insufficient? If so, he could have simply discussed it with him rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. Su Du simultaneously felt convinced that Hu Tinghuai was behind this, while also believing that such behavior was unnecessary. Frustrated, he hurled the cup aside. Surely Hu Tinghuai wouldn't stoop so low as to toy with him from the very beginning to seek revenge for Qin Li. A regional lord could not be so childish. After much contemplation, Su Du resolved to return to the grasslands and confront Hu Tinghuai directly for clarification. Yet, before he could make a move, a knock echoed from the door. My lord, a letter from the King of Submission has arrived, stating that he has assembled his troops and is awaiting your silver. What? Su Du swiftly rose and flung open the door, snatching the letter from the servant's hand and skimming through it with urgency. The contents indeed confirmed the servant's words, causing Su Du's suspicions of Hu Tinghuai to wane slightly. After pondering for a moment, he summoned his hidden guards with a bone whistle. In no time, a masked man appeared, kneeling respectfully beside Su Du, my lord. Travel to the grasslands and ascertain whether there are any movements regarding troop deployment. Report back promptly once confirmed. Yes. The man accepted his command and rushed off toward the grasslands, while Su Du anxiously awaited news. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. The king of submission has indeed gathered soldiers and is poised to march at any moment. Good, good, good. Su Du was overwhelmed with joy. It seemed Hu Tinghuai had not deceived him. Yet, a new wave of worry washed over him. If it was Hu Tinghuai, then who could be so brazen as to stab him in the back at such a critical juncture? More importantly, Hu Tinghuai was evidently waiting for his silver. But how could he possibly procure such a substantial sum? Grinding his teeth, Su Du summoned the steward of the Lord's manor and instructed him to liquidate all valuable calligraphy, paintings, and rare artifacts within the estate. However, the total amount gathered barely scratched the surface of what he needed, leaving him in a state of utter dismay. The relentless letters from Hu Tinghuai arrived like death warrants, instilling a sense of dread each time he glimpsed the envelopes. Su Du was at a loss. He now possessed only one precious asset in the Dark Pavilion. Sacrificing it for funds would undoubtedly fill the monetary void. Yet the Dark Pavilion was the culmination of his years of effort. Moreover, if he were to lose this support, how could he hope to secure his position once he ascended to power? In Su Du's mind, a fierce internal struggle ensued. He confined himself to his room and emerged only after a full day, noticeably more hunched than before. Ultimately, he resolved to part with the assassins he had painstakingly trained. Meanwhile, at the very moment Su Du was grappling with this painful decision, Hu Tinghuai, who had claimed to be gathering troops in anticipation of deployment, was wandering the military camp with Qin Lo. My dear, he said, these are brothers who have fought alongside me on the battlefield, bound by life and death friendships. I've never had the chance to introduce you to them until now. Let us have dinner together tonight. The burly man bent down, burying his head in Qin Lu's neck, playfully seeking affection. My dear, I know you're not fond of crowds, but they are all good people. Please meet them. One to you? Why are you so affectionate? Qin Lu teased. Do you not like it? If you don't, I want to be affectionate anymore. I will heed your wishes. Qin Lu met the man's earnest gaze for a long moment, his heart softening under the weight of that deep look. He raised his hand to touzle the man's fuzzy hair. I do like it. He had not anticipated that Hu Tinghuai, who appeared so fierce, would transform into a big baby when smitten by love. Let us gather tonight. I wish to know more about you. Really? You are the best. The man, elated by the response, stole a kiss from Qin Li's lips before eagerly rushing out to prepare for the evening's gathering. Host, your man is behaving like a naive sweetheart before you. Qin Lu smirked. Hu Tinghuai was no naive sweetheart. He was cunningly shrewd. He knew full well that after emptying Su Du's coffers, who had cleverly maneuvered him into relinquishing the Dark Pavilion while secretly purchasing his own assassins with his own funds. If Su Du were to discover this, he would surely be infuriated. Chapter 23. The Substitute Bride of the Prairie Lord. And, of course, whether Su Du was enraged or not held little significance for them, and was not something they needed to concern themselves with at present. For Qin Lu, the most pressing matter was the evening's gathering. The man was a rugged prairie dweller, deeply loyal and honorable. His sudden desire to introduce his comrades suggested he had contemplated this for quite some time. As his beloved, Qin Lu felt it was only fitting to accord this occasion the importance it deserved. With this in mind, he began to ponder what attire would be appropriate for the evening, how to style his hair, and what demeanor to adopt in the presence of those he had yet to meet. He opened his wardrobe, gazing at the array of garments, feeling somewhat indecisive. After much deliberation, he ultimately surrendered to uncertainty. Xiaoqing, can you help me decide what to wear tonight to ensure I appear presentable? Sorry, Qing, suddenly summoned by the Lord, was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the bed strewn with clothes, she quickly grasped the situation and began to smile approvingly. It seems the Lord values tonight greatly. Naturally, they're all friends of Ahuai. Qin Lu readily acknowledged this, his decisive attitude causing Sari Qing's smile to shine even brighter. Today is yet another day when I've been moved to tears by the ethereal love between the Lord and his beloved. I can't decide. Please assist me. As Sari Jing regained her composure, she observed the conflicted expression on Wang Fu's face and offered her reassurance. There is no need for concern, dear Wang Fu. You would look splendid in any outfit, as long as you feel comfortable in it. It was not merely her opinion, with Wang Fu's striking features and graceful figure. Even a beggar's garb would suit her beautifully. Oh, fret not. They are quite amiable and easygoing, and would not be bothered by such trivialities. Noticing Wang Fu still in doubt, Sari Jing eagerly dove into the pile of garments, sifting through until she emerged with a long, azure robe. This particular piece had been custom-made after Hutinghua learned of his preferred color. Upon its completion, the gentleman had insisted on seeing it worn, and before he could admire it himself, he found himself pinned beneath the man in a flurry of passion. The thought made Qin Lu flush slightly, though fortunately, Sari Jing was oblivious as she turned to retrieve a pure white fox fur coat from the bed. This was a gift from Hutinghua after a hunting expedition. Crafted from fox pelts, not only was it warm, but its soft fur was exceptionally comforting. Now try this on Wang Fu. I assure you, once the king sees you in this ensemble, he will be utterly captivated. Qin Lu found himself enveloped in garments, and before he could respond, he was ushered behind a screen to change. Sari Jing's lack of decorum was becoming increasingly apparent to him. Yet, he obediently loosened his belt and prepared to change. When he finally emerged, the sight left Sari Jing utterly speechless, her hands trembling as she wiped her eyes, her gaze sparkling with admiration as she circled around him. Wang Fu, you look absolutely stunning. I fear the king will be reluctant to let you leave the house. Such nonsense, Qin Lu replied, lightly tapping her head, which earned him a playful grimace in return. Later that evening, when it was time for Hutinghua to arrive, the moment the curtain was drawn, he was indeed momentarily dazzled by the beauty that awaited him, as if he had glimpsed a celestial being. Ding. Current favorability, 93, Ahwai. Observing the man's dazed expression, Qin Lu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he rose from the table and approached him. Standing before Hutinghua, he waved his hand. Ahwai, snap out of it. You're about to drool. Hutinghua quickly wiped the corners of his mouth, chuckling at the mischievous grin on Qin Lu's face, feeling no embarrassment as he gathered him into his embrace, showering him with affectionate kisses and squeezes. My sweet, why are you dressed like this? Qin Lu tilted his head, questioning, is it not to your liking? Not at all. You look too exquisite. Then why the displeasure? Isn't it obvious? My sweet is far too enchanting, too alluring. I almost wish to keep you to myself and not let anyone else see you. Hutinghua scrunched his nose in mild annoyance. You are quite the child, Qin Lu remarked, playfully tapping his forehead. Humph. Well then it's time. We wouldn't want them to grow impatient. Reluctantly, he led the somewhat unwilling man to their destination, where Qin Lu immediately spotted 5 or 6 robust men seated by the fire. Upon encountering him, the gazes of those present sparkled with admiration, and upon turning back, they revealed genuine smiles, obediently greeting him. Sister-in-law, Qin Lu reciprocated with a smile. Hello to you all. However, just after exchanging pleasantries, he was abruptly pulled behind by a man, who cast a warning glance at the room full of young men. What are you staring at? Haven't you feasted your eyes enough? No matter how beautiful she is still my wife. If you keep looking, I shall ensure you train hard. After this intimidation, he turned back to complain, Darling, why do you smile so beautifully at them? It makes me unhappy. His attitude shifted rapidly, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Quite the character. Brother, you possess 2 faces indeed. Is this how you won over sister-in-law? Get lost. A series of jesting remarks lightened the atmosphere in the room. Qin Lu sat down beside Hutinghua, watching him proudly introduce him to everyone, his eyes sparkling with delight, and a smile lingered on Qin Li's lips. The crowd treated him kindly, not minding his status, and incessantly joked with Hutinghua, ultimately getting him intoxicated. Sister-in-law, can you handle this? No problem, it's too late. You all should head back. Qin Lu reassured the concerned crowd, while gently patting the man leaning against him. Only after his repeated assurances did they finally leave with ease. As Qin Lu supported the man, they made their way back step by step, but just before reaching the fell house, he was suddenly embraced tightly by the man. Darling, when shall we fulfill our wedding night? The breath laced with the scent of alcohol brushed against Qin Li's ear, causing his heart to flutter. Yet he quickly regained his composure. I will listen to you, Ahuai. Seizing the moment, Qin Lu leaned in to kiss the man's lips, only to be met with an intensified kiss from the inebriated partner. Jingjia, please don't cover my eyes. I can't see. Obey, little one. Children must not witness this. A voice echoed from a corner, but Qin Lu was too engrossed to pay it any mind. While the two shared tender moments, someone in the city lord's residence was enduring a tumultuous ordeal. Su Du had nearly sold off all first-rate assassins to gather enough silver. But upon hastening to deliver his amassed resources to Hu Tinghuai, he was informed that everything had been orchestrated by the man himself, with the intention of making Su Du pay a price. He gazed at the nonchalant man seated in the main chair, feeling a chill run down his spine. Though he wanted to curse, a hand covered his mouth, and he was unceremoniously thrown out. Clambering to his feet, Su Du realized he had lost both his hidden chamber and his wealth, leaving him without any power to rely on. What use was there in discussing dominion over the world when he could hardly maintain his position as city lord? However, no one cared about Su Du's future. For Hu Tinghuai and Qin Lu were celebrating their belated wedding. When he stood beside the man in the somewhat coarse wedding attire he had secretly practiced making, even though it was not their first marriage, tears of joy welled in his eyes. Darling, I apologize for the wedding attire matter back then. Now I have personally made you one. Though it may not be exquisite, I hope you will not disdain it. I wish to spend a lifetime as your partner. Darling, do you agree? Yes, I do. Ding. As Qin Lu opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by an expansive azure sea. Was he submerged in water? After a brief moment of confusion, he swiftly reacted, thrashing about in a panic, fearing that any delay might lead to his demise. He attempted to kick his legs, only to find himself soaring upwards with surprising speed. To his astonishment, he glanced down and gasped. His legs had transformed into a fishtail. Not only that, but the tail seemed rather diminutive. Host, do not overthink it. You are now a charming little mare child, came the voice of 087. Qin Lu was taken aback. He looked at his hands, which were plump and fair, unmistakably the hands of a child. But how can I pursue my beloved in this form? He pondered. Rest assured, your man is also still a little lad, replied 087. Is he a mermaid too? Well, not exactly, but you're highly likely to meet him today. While Qin Lu continued his hushed conversation with 087, he was suddenly enveloped in a large bubble, which whisked him away in a particular direction. Huh. Using his chubby hands to press against the bubble's wall, he was unwittingly guided to land in the embrace of a man. Lele, today is your first day at kindergarten. You mustn't run away, said a rugged-looking merman with a warm smile as he cradled the little mare child in his hands, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Qin Lu gazed up at the imposing figure before him, a man adorned with a crown, robust in stature, and possessing a grand, deep green tail. He opened his mouth to speak, but instead released a stream of tiny bubbles. A look of exasperation crossed Qin Lu's cherubic face, and the pretentious expression he wore instantly won the man's heart. The merman, Trayton, brought Qin Lu closer to his face, rubbing his stubbled chin against the child's cheek. Cooing, Lele is so adorable. No wonder you're my offspring. Now call me daddy. Qin Lu's face flushed as he angrily pushed against the man's broad visage. But his small stature lacked strength, prompting Trayton to hold him even tighter. Daddy. The infantile voice escaped Qin Lu's lips, and he promptly fell silent. Yet those two words brought immense joy to his father. Oh, my dear son, come, Daddy will take you to school. Qin Lu, now ensconced under the man's arm, felt the gentle swish of his tail as Trayton swiftly swam away. Host, you are so adorable, 087 remarked. Be quiet, Qin Lu retorted. It had been years since he had experienced childhood. Suddenly finding himself as a chubby infant in a transformed world left him with a complex array of emotions. 087. What is the nature of this world? Host, this world resembles a fairy tale, akin to the Little Mermaid. It involves rescuing a prince, seeking love on land, and ultimately turning into foam. However, upon becoming foam, the person transforms from a mermaid into you. Isn't that delightful? Delightful, my foot. Continue. After you transformed into foam, the Merman King, your father, and the Queen were enraged and declared war on humanity. Both races suffered heavy casualties, and soon after a truce, they succumbed to their injuries, leaving the underwater realm under the dominion of your man, Carol Huai, who led the oceanic world into an era of prosperity. As the final word of 087 fell, Trayton brought Qin Lu to the entrance of the kindergarten. Lele has arrived. Remember to listen to your teacher. If you miss your daddy, just let the teacher know, and he will come to see you. Woo-woo, Lele, daddy will miss you. Qin Lu nimbly jumped down from the man's embrace, and upon seeing the kind mermaid teacher extending her hand, he obediently took it, striding into the classroom without a backward glance, leaving the man behind, dabbing at his tears with a handkerchief. He was eager to find his partner. I wonder what little Ahuai looks like. He must be adorable. Little Lele, this is your spot, the pink mermaid said, guiding Qin Lu to his shell-shaped seat. She crouched down and cheerfully handed him several cute ice-shaped toys. Some classmates haven't arrived yet, so I need to step out for a moment. Be good, okay? Qin Lu nodded, accepting the toys with both hands, his large, glistening eyes fixated on the mermaid teacher as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. In that instant, the teacher was utterly charmed, ruffling his hair before reluctantly leaving. Qin Lu gazed at the ice toys in his hands. They were pleasantly cool, but not cold, and they wouldn't melt. After playing with them for a while, he grew bored and began to observe his surroundings. The entire school was crafted from a colossal coral, comparable in size to human schools. The desks and chairs were made of shells, and the blackboard was woven from water plants. The classroom walls were adorned with shimmering pearls, creating a lovely ambience. What did he learn here? Surely, it wouldn't be mermaid language, as isn't Chinese spoken worldwide? Qin Lu rested his chin on the desk, lost in fanciful thoughts, when suddenly a hand pushed him unceremoniously, nearly causing him to tumble. He quickly steadied himself and turned back, annoyed to see which little brat dared to bully him on his first day of school. To his surprise, he found a black-haired, black-eyed little rascal with an air of arrogance regarding him with disdain. Noticing Qin Li's gaze, the child slowly deigned to speak. What's your name? Hey, you little brat. How annoying. Qin Lu rolled up his sleeves, determined to teach this impudent child a lesson for his parents. He flashed a broad smile, and in the moment the other boy was taken aback, he lunged forward, ready to land a punch on the child's face, only to be met with 087's desperate cry. Host! Hold back. This is your partner. Huh? Qin Lu abruptly halted, his fist unfurling to gently caress the child's cheek instead. You could have said that sooner. What if I'd hurt him? 087 scratched his nose, too timid to respond. Realizing the child before him was his partner, Qin Li's perception shifted entirely. He looked the boy over again. Well, a little temper is quite normal for a child, and he was undeniably handsome, soft and delicate due to his young age. Seeing such an adorable miniature version of Ahuai made Qin Li's heart melt, and his smile grew even brighter, revealing the small dimples at the corners of his mouth. Hello. Slap. Qin Lu, wincing from pain, withdrew his hand that had been slapped and looked at the assailant with a sense of grievance. Why did you hit me? I was merely trying to greet you, he sobbed, clutching his small hand. Being of tender age, Qin Li's body was not yet accustomed to enduring pain. Thus, tears streamed down his cheeks as he blinked his large, glistening eyes, casting a pitiful glance at the person before him. Upon lowering his gaze, Carol Huai observed that the little mermaid, who had been smiling joyfully just moments ago, was now wearing a sorrowful expression on the verge of tears, which stirred a sense of regret within him. Flustered, he wished to console the child, yet the words that escaped his mouth were laced with mockery. Really useless. Crying at just a light touch. Are you a girl? Qin Lu was taken aback. What kind of remark was that? How audacious of this little brat. Just because he was a man, he thought he could escape retribution. Seeing Qin Li's face flushed with indignation, the observer could not help but interject in defense. Host, you mustn't be angry. His character is simply like that. Although his words may be harsh, he is genuinely concerned for you. Qin Lu understood. It was merely thoughtless banter. He was curious to see how this boy would continue to jest in the presence of such an adorable little mermaid. With a sniffle, he attempted to suppress his tears and cautiously extended his hand to grasp the one hidden behind Carol Huai's back. "What are you doing?" Carol Huai jolted at the touch and could not suppress his exclamation. "Do not let your filthy hands touch me." "Qin le froze?" And the tears he had been holding back cascaded down once more. While wiping his eyes, he persistently reached for the concealed hand. "Why are you so fierce?" "I just wanted to hold your hand. My hands aren't dirty. If you don't believe me, just look." Qin Lu presented the hand that had been wiping his tears before Carol Huai, who was instantly captivated by the delicate, fair hand. It appeared soft and inviting, making him desire to give it a gentle squeeze. However, having just scolded the child and accused him of having dirty hands, Carol Huai found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to keep his hand concealed at his side, allowing Qin Lu the opportunity to grasp it. "I got it," came the excited, high-pitched voice, and Carol Huai secretly smiled. However, when Qin Lu turned to look at him, he feigned impatience. "TSK, are you a little boy mermaid or a little girl mermaid? How shameless." Delightedly clutching his hand, Qin Lu felt utterly satisfied and chose to overlook the other's unkind words, cheerfully replying to the question. "I'm a boy. The reason I want to hold your hand is that I like you. I want to be friends." The repeated utterance of brother reached Carol Huai's ears, instantly reddening his face. He swiftly withdrew his hand, stepping back a few paces to ensure he was at a safe distance before furiously pointing at Qin Lu. "Who is your brother? How dare you call people by such titles? But you didn't tell me your name, so I don't know how to address you." Qin Lu replied, pouting in a show of innocence. "However, you cannot call me that without my consent," Carol said, covering his face, unable to utter the title. Qin Lu, noticing the child's flushed ears, chuckled inwardly, thinking, trying to compete with me. "Does that brother dislike my calling you brother? Then please tell me your name, so I need not call you brother anymore." "Well, my name is Treden Lu, but you may call me Lele." After some hesitation influenced by Qin Li's words, Carol finally revealed his name. "Carol Huai." "Wow, then I shall call you Carol." Carol frowned, feeling that this name lacked the charm of the one previously uttered. Observing Carol's expressions, Qin Lu secretly smiled, slightly discontented, and said, "But that name feels rather distant. May I call you a Huai instead?" Carol's brow relaxed a bit. "Or perhaps I should still call you brother." At this, Carol's brows fully unfurled. He coughed twice, feigning reluctance, and said, "It's not that I want you to call me brother. I simply fear that if I don't allow it, you might cry. And I utterly detest when people cry. I want to cry, a Huai brother. Ding. Current favorability, 10. W, what did you just call me? A Huai brother? Is something wrong? Do you not like it when Lele calls you that?" Qin Lu descended from the shell chair, somewhat clumsily swimming over to Carol, clutching the fabric of Carol's clothing and bringing his chubby little face close. "But I wish to call you that. Please don't reject me, a Huai brother." As Carol looked down, he was struck by Qin Li's adorable charm, his heart fluttering, and he found himself agreeing. By the time he regained his senses, Qin Lu had already swum away. Carol felt a twinge of disappointment. Just a moment ago, he had been coaxed into allowing the title of brother, and now the little mermaid was disregarding him. Just a pesky little mermaid. Carol crossed his short arms, glaring fiercely at Qin Li's retreating figure. But after waiting for a while without a response, he could no longer contain himself. He hesitantly approached Qin Lu from behind to see what he was doing. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the little mermaid was playing with some rather unattractive ice shards. Carol's anger flared instantly. Was it these unsightly pieces that lured him away, making him neglect his own brotherly duties? I wonder which little mermaid claimed to want to be my friend, yet now plays alone. Truly a naughty fish, deserving a smack. Hearing this, Qin Lu immediately dropped the ice shards and hastily covered his little bottom, anxiously explaining to Carol, "I wasn't playing alone. I'm not a bad little fish. A Huai brother must not spank me. Is that so?" Carol chuckled triumphantly. "What should you do to avoid a spanking?" Qin Lu pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He gathered all the ice shards from the table and stuffed them into Carol's embrace. "A Huai brother. Let's play together." At least you were sensible." Carol set a stool beside Qin Lu and climbed up after ensuring that Qin Lu was seated comfortably. As the little mermaid gazed longingly at the shards of ice in his hands, Carol let out a soft huff. After a few attempts to manipulate the pieces, he managed to assemble several scattered fragments into a complete model of a fish. Wow, Brother Ahua, you are so impressive. Qin Lu truly did not anticipate that the ice could be fashioned in such a manner, and at that moment, she sincerely admired Carol's ingenuity. Foolish fish. It was quite simple. Your own ineptitude prevented you from discovering how to play with it. The clownfish, both clumsy and prone to tears, should consider it a stroke of fortune to be able to play with me. Initially, Qin Lu was all smiles, but upon hearing someone call her ugly, her mood swiftly soured. I'm not ugly. Daddy says I am the most beautiful little mermaid. Your father is deceiving you. Absolutely not. Indeed, your father has abandoned you. No, Daddy would never abandon me. Then where is he now? Unable to respond, Qin Lu looked at Carol's expression, which bore an amused yet concerned air, and finally succumbed to a heartfelt wail. Chapter 3. The Awkward Wizard and the Little Prince of the Merfolk. Ah, please do not cry. Qin Li's piercing cries seemed as if they could shatter coral, with tears cascading like pearls, pooling at her feet in no time. Observing the little mermaid sobbing, Carol felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, yet he could not find the right words to comfort her. He could only resort to scaring her with a stern tone. If you cry any further, I shall cease speaking to you. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, they had the opposite effect. Qin Lu cried even louder, sitting on the ground, wiping her tears while using her little tail to pat the earth. Her delicate tail, yet to develop firm scales, turned a bright red after just a couple of slaps against the ground. Carol, already feeling guilty, could hardly bear to see the beautiful blue tail marred by the sudden redness. In a flurry of panic, he scratched his head, and upon noticing that the little fish showed no signs of stopping, he hastily pulled the little mermaid's tail into his embrace. You foolish fish, please do not thrash about. You may damage your tail. Qin Lu, undeterred, twisted her little behind, trying to extract her tail from his grasp. I want to let you hold me. You are bullying me. The tail was slippery, and Carol's small hands struggled to maintain their hold. With Qin Lu continuously wriggling, his grip faltered, and her tail struck his face with a resounding thwack. Ugh! Startled by the sudden noise, Qin Lu let out a small gasp, ceasing her tears and hurriedly leaning in to check on Carol's condition. As the tail was moved aside, it revealed Carol's face, which had turned red from the impact. Brother Ahua, does it hurt? Qin Lu asked, her eyes still glistening with tears as she circled around him, feeling a twinge of guilt at the sight of his reddened cheeks. Carol, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected slap, quickly felt the sting on his face and realized what had occurred. Touching the skin that was noticeably warmer than the rest, he stifled a slight whimper. You foolish fish! How dare you strike me? With the weight of her misdeed weighing heavily upon her, Qin Lu lowered her head, obediently staying by Carol's side, afraid to move. Hearing the mixture of anger and tears in his voice, she quickly lifted her gaze to find him looking at her with a pained expression, his face taut with frustration. Panic gripped Qin Lu. She had made him cry. Brother Ahua, please do not cry. I did not mean to. Utter nonsense. Who's crying? Carol refused to acknowledge it. Yet, I witnessed the scene. Be quiet, you foolish little fish. If you speak again, I shall strike you. Although Carol was young, his intellect surpassed that of his peers, and he understood that Qin Lu did not mean any harm. After a brief pause, he calmed down. However, glancing back at the little mermaid who had remained silent since he ordered her to stop talking, he felt a surge of annoyance. How could she not even show concern for him? He resolved never to play with her again. Carol, filled with indignation, contemplated severing ties with Qin Lu, intending to teach the fish a lesson by making him lose a brother. Just then, a soft touch brushed against his reddened cheek. Carol's head instantly felt as though it were on fire, his face flushed from ear to neck. This little fish was indeed unabashed, daring to kiss him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. A kiss will make it all better. With that, Qin Lu leaned in for another kiss. Please don't be mad at me. At that moment, Carol's mind went blank, overwhelmed by thoughts of the little mermaid's affection. What on earth is happening here? The mermaid teacher, arriving late with the other little fish, immediately sensed something was amiss upon seeing the two children and the scattered pearls. Have they been fighting? Her expression turned serious as she began to settle the other little fish while reaching out to contact the parents of the two children. Earlier, many little fish had been sobbing outside, refusing to attend school, and she had spent extra time comforting them, only to find that within such a brief period, these two had gotten into trouble. It truly surprised her. Teacher, we didn't fight. As the mermaid prepared to use her communication device to contact his father, Qin Lu felt a wave of panic. In both the real world and the previous small worlds, he had never been called to his parents. And for it to happen on his very first day of school was both embarrassing and unprecedented. He quickly tugged at Carol, bringing him before the mermaid teacher. Clutching his hem as he pleaded, Teacher, Ahuai and I were just playing. We didn't have any conflict. Could you please not call my dad? Is that so? The mermaid teacher's gaze fell skeptically upon Carol, who was as red as a tomato. Really, Huai? You should say something. Qin Lu anxiously pulled at Carol, hoping he would respond, but the latter remained dazed from the kiss, utterly unresponsive. Thus, the mermaid teacher, with a benevolent smile, dialed the mermaid king's number. Who dares to bully my child? When the mermaid king stormed into the kindergarten, he found his beloved offspring sulking on a stool, head bowed in a pitiful manner. Beside him stood a haughty little fish, cocking its head and saying something to his son. The radar of Triton's father instantly activated. He was convinced this little rascal had bullied his precious boy. Without a moment's hesitation, he swam over and, before anyone could react, scooped Qin Lu into his embrace, glaring menacingly at the startled little fish. So it was you who bullied Lele, wasn't it? I did not wish to engage in trivial disputes with children. Where are your parents? Father, that's not true. He did not bully me. Qin Lu, feeling constricted, spoke with difficulty. However, it was evident that his father did not fully believe his words, thinking that his sweet child was too kind-hearted to want to retaliate against the other. Fear not, my child. I shall avenge you, proclaimed Triton, brimming with anticipation. It was only when the mermaid teacher arrived to clarify the situation that his anxiety subsided. Triton scrutinized the little one before him and noticed a distinct red mark on his face. Coupled with the teacher's explanation that Qin Lu had inadvertently slapped the other with his tail, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Your Majesty, this is a pearl left behind when little Lele cried, the mermaid teacher said, presenting a small bowl filled with lustrous pearls. Triton accepted it, placing it in Qin Li's embrace, then turned to the small child who gazed up at him, his sweet little companion. What is your name? I know. He is called Carol Huai, my elder brother Ahuai. Before Carol could respond, Qin Lu excitedly interjected. The term sweet elder brother, Ahuai, sounded somewhat jarring to Triton's ears. As a father, he felt a twinge of jealousy. In just a few hours, his child had claimed a brother and did so with such affectionate familiarity. He felt a pang of envy. However, isn't Carol a surname of the wizarding clan? Could this little one be a descendant of wizards? Chapter 4. The awkward wizard and the Mare Prince Triton's gaze fell upon Carol's lower half, and, upon seeing legs instead of tail, he confirmed the child's identity. Indeed, in the underwater realm, only the wizarding clan was born with legs. All others possessed a human form with a tail. Triton set Qin Lu down, who was squirming in his arms, and was about to inquire about the child's parents when a woman's urgent voice called from behind. Little Huai, Mama is here. A woman, clad in human attire, hurried to Carol and inspected him thoroughly. Upon confirming that he was unharmed, she instantly felt relieved and playfully tapped his head. You should have said you were fine, making me rush here for nothing. Carol, holding his head in exasperation, looked at his mother, his eyes revealing his accustomed demeanor to such treatment. However, Qin Lu was not accustomed to this. Upon witnessing Carol being scolded by his mother, he grew anxious. With a bowl full of pearls clutched in his arms, he wiggled his little tail and approached Carol. Brother Ahuai, are you all right? Qin Lu attempted to touch Carol's forehead, but with his hands occupied, he could only anxiously circle around him. How noisy. Keep your distance from me, Carol said, though he was secretly pleased by Qin Li's worried expression. Yet, as those words left his lips, his mother rewarded him with another playful tap on the head. How can you speak like that? Carol glared at his mother, thinking that he should at least be afforded some dignity in front of the little fish. Pretty Annie, you must not hit elder brother Ahoy. Before either party could respond, it was Qin Lu who expressed his concern first. Puffing his cheeks with wide-open eyes, he stood protectively in front of Carol, casting a disapproving glance at the woman. The woman, somewhat surprised, cast her gaze around Qin Lu before glancing at her sharp-tongued son, revealing a hint of an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Trayton, who had been watching Qin Lu intently, nearly clenched his silver teeth in frustration. Who was this insolent young man who had lured away his well-behaved child? It was the first time he had seen his son so attentive. And yet this boy was ungrateful. Unable to contain his irritation, Trayton attempted to retrieve Qin Lu, only to have him deftly evade capture. Witnessing his beloved child hide behind this impudent boy, peering out to express his desire to be with brother Ahoy, Trayton's heart felt as if it were shattering. The woman, observing the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation, took the initiative to engage Trayton in conversation, allowing the two youngsters some time together. Seeing that his father was preoccupied, Qin Lu let out a sigh of relief. He emerged from behind Carol, anxiously inquiring if he was in pain. How bothersome. I am a man. Such a minor injury surely does not hurt. Carol, with his arms crossed, elevated his chin disdainfully. Qin Lu paused, a flicker of darkness crossing his eyes. Oh, is that so? I still wish for brother Ahoy to feel less pain, just as before. Carol's ears perked up. Just as before? What do you mean? Could it be that kind of kiss? The thought of the mermaid's soft and tender kiss in the classroom made Carol blush instantly. In truth, he yearned for more kisses. Well, although I am a man, Mother applied too much force earlier, and it did hurt a bit. Carol turned his head awkwardly, stealing glances at Qin Lu's reaction. Seeing the little mermaid merely respond with a simple acknowledgement, Carol felt a pang of anxiety. I said I felt a bit of pain. Oh, came Qin Lu's nonchalant reply. Carol was vexed. This foolish little fish was truly dim-witted. Even after such a declaration, he did not rush over to offer a kiss. How exasperating. Brother Ahoy, if you're fine, I'm going to find father. Wait a moment. As the little mermaid prepared to leave, Carol, in a rush of frustration, grasped his wrist tightly. Facing the little mermaid's clear, puzzled eyes, Carol's face flushed crimson, yet he did not release his grip. I want a kiss. Noticing Carol awkwardly turn his head, stammering, Qin Lu secretly curled his lips in a smile. See, he had managed to express his innermost thoughts honestly. After a brief pause, with no response from the little mermaid, Carol grew anxious. He quickly turned to look at Qin Lu, only to be met with a gentle kiss on his forehead in that fleeting moment. Brother Ahoy, it doesn't hurt anymore. Carol, in a daze, touched his forehead, watching the little fish before him break into a joyful smile that made him grin uncontrollably. Just as he intended to say something, the little mermaid was abruptly whisked away. Trayton glared at Carol, feeling sour. Lulu had never initiated a kiss with him. In turn, Carol, seeing the little mermaid so thoroughly obstructed, felt a surge of anger and glared up at the imposing man. The two, one large and one small, stared at each other, their eyes brimming with hostility. Apologies, but we must take our leave now. Trelton gently tugged at Qin Lu, bidding farewell to the woman behind them. Daddy, wait a moment. I still have something to give to brother Ahoy. Without waiting for a response, Qin Lu dashed toward Carol, cradling a small bowl filled with pearls, and pressed it into his embrace. Brother Ahoy, this is a gift for me. Carol paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected offering, before awkwardly turning his head away. I don't care for it, he replied, though his fingers instinctively tightened around the bowl, holding the precious items close. Noticing his subtle gesture, Qin Lu chose not to comment further and obediently followed her father. After watching the pair depart, the woman approached Carol. So, do you like Lele? Absolutely not, Carol retorted, visibly flustered, prompting the woman to raise her hands in surrender as she led her companions back home. Once inside, Carol stealthily retrieved the most exquisite vase in the house, carefully transferring all the pearls into it. After securing the lid, he placed the vase on his bedside table. He gazed at it for a while, but soon felt it was insufficiently secure, so he cradled the vase and wandered around the room for a time, ultimately settling it within his blankets. That night, as Carol lay on his pillow, He admired the pearls nestled in the jar beside him, a joyful expression illuminating his face. This was a gift from Lele. Although she was a silly little fish, he decided he wouldn't hold it against her, especially since she had given him a kiss and clung to him affectionately. As he pondered these thoughts, his gaze remained fixed on the vase. He stared at it for what felt like an eternity before finally succumbing to sleep, clutching the vase close. Ding. Current affection level, 15. Meanwhile, Qin Lu, who had just finished placating her father, heard the notification sound and smiled subtly. What to do? I can hardly wait to see him tomorrow. Chapter 5. The Awkward Wizard's Little Mermaid, Prince Daddy. Hurry up. Brother Ahoy is still waiting for me. Qin Lu nestled in Trelton's embrace, urging him to quicken his pace. Trelton, with a cheerful demeanor masking his inner frustration, regretted sending his little fish to school. It had only been a day, yet she was already clinging to that pesky boy. He feared that if this continued, she might forget who her father was. Daddy, why are you even slower now? Hurry. Lele, your father is already moving swiftly, Trelton replied, though his resolve wavered upon noticing the swift white pomfret darting past them. Qin Lu gazed at it with disbelief, casting a reproachful glance at Trelton. Feeling a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny, Trelton cleared his throat and adopted a serious expression, attempting to impart a lesson to Qin Lu. Child, we must adhere to traffic regulations even in the sea. We can't exceed the speed limit. What if we collide with other fish? This is all for your own good. Qin Lu, observing the vast expanse of the ocean before them, silently covered her ears. There was no way she would be deceived. Though Trelton was reluctant and swam slowly, the journey was short, and soon they arrived at the school gates. In the distance, Qin Lu spotted a little figure looking around, who, upon seeing her, feigned indifference and turned away. Brother Ahoy. Before Trelton could set him down, Qin Lu wriggled free from his father's embrace and swiftly swam towards Carol, sweetly calling out, Brother Ahoy. Upon hearing Qin Lu's cheerful voice, Carol's ears perked up. He stealthily glanced back at the little mermaid before quickly turning away, feigning ignorance. It was only when the little mermaid swam up to him, extending her soft little hand to grasp his, that she asked, somewhat aggrieved, Brother Ahoy, why are you ignoring me? With an air of reluctant pride. He greeted Qin Lu. Good morning. Good morning. Were you waiting for me, Brother Ahoy? Cough, no, not at all. Caught off guard by the little mermaid's perceptiveness, Carol hurriedly refuted her. Qin Lu, observing his flushed ears, was overjoyed and rushed over to give him a big hug. Thank you for waiting for me, Brother Ahoy. I'm so happy. All right. It's as if I didn't hear what you said. No, I'm not shy. Carol's face turned crimson as he subtly pushed the little mermaid away. But instead of moving her, she nestled closer, making him feel even more bashful, though his heart brimmed with happiness. Lele. Trelton could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward to separate the two little ones and handed Qin Lu over to the awaiting mermaid teacher at the door. Seeing Qin Lu gazing at him with wide-eyed innocence, Trelton took a deep breath and forced a gentle smile. Lele, it's time for class. Please go in with your teacher. But Brother Ahoy is coming too. You go in first. He has legs and can walk by himself. Alright. Observing Trelton's barely contained smile, Qin Lu wisely took the mermaid teacher's hand and entered the classroom. Once his little fish was safely inside, the father's face darkened as he glared at the impudent child who had stolen his son away. Trelton seized Carol by the scruff of his neck, lifting him off the ground. You little rascal, keep your distance from Lele. Carol, unperturbed by the grip, dangled his short legs and crossed his arms, disdainfully regarding the jealous man before him. Lele likes me. He doesn't like you. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Oomph. And here you are, a grown-up, bickering like a child. How childish. Trelton, infuriated, glowered at the pint-sized figure, tempted to spank the insolent boy. Uncle, you should set me down now. Carol glanced towards the teacher waiting at the door, calmly reminding the towering man who held him. Trelton felt his temper boiling. The sight of Carol's smug expression only intensified his irritation. Yet, he could not truly reprimand the boy and reluctantly set him down, watching as Carol adjusted his collar and strutted inside with his short legs. Goodbye, Uncle. In the first round of their rivalry, Carol emerged victorious. As he reached the classroom door, Carol turned back to cast a smug glance at the furious man at the school gate, letting out a soft huff. Who told you not to let Lele hug me? Brother Ahoy, you're so slow. Hurry up. I've saved you a seat. Can you sit with me? As Qin Lu joyfully saw Carol finally appear at the door, he hurriedly pulled him inside, patted the seat beside him, and looked at him with eager anticipation. No, why not? Qin Li's expression instantly fell, his small hands clasped together as he asked unhappily, Can't you sit with me? No, you're too clingy. Carol observed Qin Lu, who was now gazing downcast, and secretly thought that if this foolish little fish kissed him once more, he might reluctantly agree to sit together. Then, I'll sit with you. A youthful voice suddenly chimed in, and both turned to see a chubby little ball of a merman named Shaman excitedly raising his hand. From the moment he laid eyes on Qin Lu, Shaman wanted to be friends with him, not for any other reason than Qin Li's undeniable cuteness and his beautifully colored blue tail. Being friends with such an adorable merman would certainly elevate his status. Carol's expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to speak when he was shoved aside by a plump posterior. Shaman leaned closer to Qin Lu, exclaiming, If he won't sit with you, I will. We can play together from now on. No. Carol, flustered, swatted away Shaman's hand that was reaching for Qin Lu and, with his short legs, positioned himself in front of Qin Lu. No, you can't sit with him. Shaman was bewildered. Why not? Didn't you say you didn't want to sit with him? Carol found himself at a loss for words, the truth spinning around in his mouth, but failing to escape. He turned to Qin Lu, who was watching the unfolding drama with amusement, and awkwardly threatened, You just can't sit with him, or else I won't let you hold my hand anymore. What kind of threat was that? Qin Lu nearly burst into laughter at Carol's anxious demeanor, thinking how contradictory he was. Such a person still managed to have a partner, and Qin Lu found his efforts quite commendable. Chapter 6. The Awkward Wizard and the Merman Prince. But if Brother why doesn't he want to sit with me? Then I want have a desk made if I don't sit with him. I don't want to sit alone. Qin Lu feigned a look of conflict, speaking while gauging Carol's reaction. However, before he could observe it, he felt a soft touch on his profile. Surprised, he lifted his head to see Carol, blushing like a tomato, tightly grasping his hand and anxiously gazing at him. I kissed you, so you can't sit with him. Huh? Why? Qin Lu pretended to be confused, his innocent inquiry igniting Carol's embarrassment and fury. I don't care. Carol shoved the little chubby boy aside and plopped down on the seat with Qin Lu, noticing that Shaman was still staring at them with a dazed expression. Carol extended his hand to push him away, letting out a cold snort, glaring at him with hostility. Feeling a twinge of guilt for the bewildered Shaman, Qin Lu softly said, I'm sorry, Shaman, but I still want to sit with Brother Ahoy. Oh, it's all right. Shaman's spirits lifted instantly at the sight of the charming little merman's big eyes, and he cheerfully scampered off to find others. Qin Lu gazed at the little chubby fish he had managed to soothe and couldn't help but sigh, wishing his partner was as easy to please. Carol, noticing Qin Li's unwavering attention on the annoying little creature, felt his previously joyful mood dissipate in an instant, replaced by a growing irritation. He shot an indignant glance at the oblivious fish, then rummaged through his pockets, producing a few items and beginning to fidget with them. Meanwhile, Qin Lu was preoccupied with whether Shaman had found a new desk mate when he felt a gentle poke. Turning around, he discovered a miniature mermaid model that resembled him quite closely. The hand that had prodded him, seeing his lack of response, hurriedly nudged the model closer, its intent to seek praise unmistakable. Wow, this little fish looks just like me. Did you make this, Brother Ahoy? Qin Lu exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight as he admired the proud little figure beside him. After receiving an affirmative reply, compliments flowed freely from him, leaving Carol in a daze from the unexpected praise. Brother Ahoy, can you give this to me? No, but I really want it. Qin Lu clung to Carol's arm, resting his head against him with a pitiful gaze. If you don't give it to me, I'll go play with Shaman. Carol's words caught in his throat as he saw the little mermaid genuinely loosening her grip to seek companionship elsewhere. No longer pretending, he swiftly placed a model into her arms. Here, take it. Happy now? The foolish fish had turned into a mischievous one, even learning to threaten him. despite having just been adorably affectionate moments earlier. Oomph. Upset. However, Qin Lu had no time to console him. He was engrossed in examining the model. The materials used to construct the mermaid were quite simple, just a few eye shards he had handed to Carol yesterday. He marveled at how his partner had transformed those unremarkable pieces into such a lifelike figure. Qin Lu couldn't help but admire his partner's intellect. It was no surprise that he was destined to rule the oceans one day. The morning flew by in a flash. Qin Lu clutched the mermaid model tightly, while Carol sulked for the entire duration. Not a single student paid heed to the teacher's lesson, as kindergarten was simply a place for children to learn the most basic knowledge, which was unnecessary for the two of them. After being instructed by the teacher to finish their meals, the children were ushered into their afternoon nap. Carol, who had been gloomy all morning, suddenly brightened at the thought of napping, forgetting his anger. He grabbed Qin Li's hand and headed toward the small beds. As punishment for not being coddled all morning, he resolved to make the fish sleep with him. Carol opened the small blanket and tucked in the obedient little mermaid, then laid down close beside her. "I don't want to sleep with you. It's just that the teacher said desk mates should sleep together." "Innocent teacher? Who said that?" "Me? No matter. I wanted to sleep with brother Ahuai anyway." A sincere remark from the little mermaid caused Carol to blush instantly. He pulled the blanket over his face, allowing a moment to ease his embarrassment. Once the heat dissipated from his cheeks, he lifted his head, ready to engage in conversation with the charming little mermaid. However, upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the fish nestled beside him had vanished. In a flurry, he searched for her, only to find her cradled in the arms of a man. Triton held his cherished fish, a smirk of mischief curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed Carol, who lay on the small bed. He leaned down and planted a fervent kiss on Qin Li's cheek, then provocatively directed his attention towards Carol, amplifying his voice for all to hear. "Lele, would you like to return home with Daddy for lunch? Daddy will hold you while you sleep." Noticing his little fish frowning, Triton quickly added in a hushed tone, "Be good, Lele. Mommy has missed you while on our business trip. Let's go see Mommy, shall we?" Qin Lu pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had yet to meet the original's mother, and thus he acquiesced. Triton beamed with a triumphant smile as he observed the now somewhat petrified lad after Qin Lu nodded. "Young man, your uncle remains your uncle. There's no denying that." The second round between Carol and Triton concluded, with Triton emerging victorious. Qin Lu, following his father's proud gaze, glanced at the disheartened Carol seated on the bed, feeling a pang of sympathy. He gently patted the man, urging him to set him down, and then, taking advantage of Triton's distraction, dashed to Carol's side and planted a hearty kiss on his neck. Observing Carol covering his face in shock, he sweetly proclaimed, "Brother Ahuai, I'll be back shortly with Daddy. I'll come find you in the afternoon, so make sure to get plenty of rest." Triton's smile faltered, while Carol's spirits lifted. Indeed, smiles do not vanish, they merely shift. Feeling the weight of the little rascal's gaze upon him, Triton felt his heart bleed. With a stiffened expression, he scooped up Qin Lu and departed. "It's fine. After all, Lele is still going home with me. I am the ultimate victor," Triton reassured himself. As he watched the pair exit the classroom, Carol obediently nestled into the blankets. Closing his eyes to cultivate a sense of drowsiness, he soon realized sleep eluded him. Resolutely, he opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the spot where Qin Lu had just lain. Moments later, the little mermaid began to squirm, gradually shifting toward the adjacent position. Carol buried himself entirely within Qin Li's blanket, inhaling a delightful fragrance that filled his senses. He took a deep breath, reveling in the softness and sweetness of the little mermaid. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, cocooned in the comforting embrace of the blanket. Meanwhile, Qin Lu, cradled in his father's arms, was subjected to a playful onslaught. "Mommy! Oh, Lele, have you missed Mommy?" The exuberant red-tailed mermaid unfurled her arms, mercilessly kneading her son's cheeks. "I have. Such a good boy. Come here, let Mommy give you a kiss." With two lipstick prints adorning his cheeks, Qin Lu could only comply, resigned to the affectionate antics. I doubt he is thinking of you. Your son's heart is wholly occupied with that little rascal at kindergarten." The sour remark floated over, catching the red-tailed mermaid by surprise. "Wait, Is he already falling in love at such a young age? Chapter 7. The Awkward Wizard's Little Mermaid, Prince my dear. While your mother is not opposed to your romantic endeavors, perhaps it is a tad premature, especially with a young boy. The mermaid mother bent down carefully to negotiate with her little mermaid. What if we wait another 2 years? Triton swam over, wrapping his arms around his wife. His expression dark and accusatory. No way. Not even in 2 years. That disrespectful little brat has been tormenting me. You have no idea, my love. Daddy, you mustn't speak ill of brother Ahua. Qin Lu interjected, hands on her hips, pouting in defiance. Triton, momentarily disheartened, tightened his embrace around his wife. Vivian, look at me. I can't even compare to that insufferable little boy in our son's eyes. Vivian patted the large head resting against her neck in a gesture of comfort. Then pinched Qin Li's small face. Does Lele really adore that little friend so much? Qin le affirme de résoluteté. Mommy, I truly like brother Ahua. I want to be with him forever. Vivian clicked her tongue, observing her little one with a mix of amusement and exasperation at his unwavering determination that belied his young age. Fine, as long as Lele is happy. She found herself curious about the boy who had captured her child's heart. Perhaps one day, he might even become her son-in-law. Qinla noticed the surprise that flashed across the ruby-tailed mermaid's face before a smile broke out, signaling his approval of their budding relationship. Though they were not human, he pondered whether his mermaid parents could accept a union between boys, as traditionally, male-female pairings were the norm even in the underwater realm. This admission was also a subtle test of their attitudes, a gentle nudge to gauge their acceptance. However, the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. Thank you, Mommy, Qin Lu exclaimed, embracing Vivian's neck and bestowing a kiss upon her cheek in sincere gratitude. He then turned to the incredulous Triton, hesitated briefly, lowered his head, and in a volume that, although soft, was audible to all, mumbled, Mommy is the best. Daddy is bad. Triton was instantly petrified. He had done nothing wrong. It was that little brat who had taken his son and showed no respect for elders. How did he become the villain in this scenario? With tears welling in his eyes, Triton attempted to seek an explanation from Qin Lu, who clung tightly to Vivian, refusing to look up. Eventually, Vivian could no longer bear the sight and flicked Triton with her tail, prompting him to behave. He sulked in a corner, cradling his tail as he tried to mend his shattered heart. Is Daddy all right? Qin Lu inquired with concern. He'll be fine. He just needs a moment alone, Triton replied. His ears perked up at the sound of his child's caring voice, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, his dear little one had a tender heart. Really, Mommy? He was a good little one, capable of feeling empathy for him. Really, Mommy? Qin le pressed. Yes, truly. If that's the case, could Daddy take me to school? A noise echoed as something shattered. Triton looked down to find that his heart had broken into a million pieces. Embracing a distorted mindset that insists on his own discomfort preventing others from feeling at ease, Triton inhaled deeply and dashed before his wife and child, a smile gracing his lips. Darling, it's been so long since you've returned. Both Lele and I have missed you dearly. Now that you're back, let's spend some time together. I shall request a leave for him, ensuring he doesn't attend school this afternoon. Shall I? No. Qin Lu's eyes widened. Before she could voice her refusal, the man covered her mouth, leaving her to listen helplessly to his ramblings. Indeed, and our little treasure hasn't napped at all this afternoon. Leaving her to listen helplessly to his ramblings. Indeed, and our little treasure hasn't napped at all this afternoon. Then let it be as you suggest. All right. And he merrily scurried off to message the teacher. Come, sweetie, let us go take a nap with Mommy. Qin Lu sighed and allowed herself to be embraced into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Carol, who had already finished his nap, stood at the door, gazing outside for an extended period. Yet he saw none of the little figure he awaited with anticipation. Stubbornly, he remained at the threshold, even as class commenced, refusing to budge. Carol, it's time for class. The mermaid teacher gently reminded him as she approached. However, Carol remained unmoved, his eyes fixated on the doorway. Lele hasn't arrived yet. Ah, little Lele is not coming. She replied, I don't believe it. Lele said he would be back soon. Carol turned his head, ignoring the mermaid behind him, unwilling to accept the deception. Huh? But Lele's father called to say he is taking the afternoon off, she interjected. Carol paused, contemplating the towering figure from that morning who had lifted him up, and an instinctive feeling washed over him. He sensed that it was precisely that large man who had prevented Lele from coming to play. I'm determined to find Lele. And an instinctive feeling washed over him. He sensed that it was precisely that large man who had prevented Lele from coming to play. I'm determined to find Lele. Cursing under her breath as she rushed towards the residence of the Mermaid King. After finally enjoying a peaceful nap at home, she was startled by her son's message. Fearing something was amiss, prompting her to hasten her steps. Upon arrival, she discovered her son standing at the door with a nonchalant expression, somewhat disdainfully urging her to request leave from a teacher. Only then did she realize that her mischievous child had concocted this scheme merely to meet the son of the Mermaid King. She was utterly exasperated. Only then did she realize that her mischievous child had concocted this scheme merely to meet the son of the Mermaid King. She was utterly exasperated. Did you not consider they might not be at home? Impossible, they must be here, Carol insisted, pausing briefly before adding, Mother, please hurry. Ursula gritted her teeth in frustration, yet maintained her smile. Are you so eager to meet the little mermaid? Do you fancy him? Carol, caught off guard by his mother's probing, turned his head away to evade her gaze, his ears flushing with warmth. What was wrong with wanting to spend more time with the adorable Lele? Moreover, Lele had assured him that he would return, since unforeseen circumstances had prevented this. He should take the initiative to visit him. After all, he couldn't let Lele's words go unfulfilled. Ding! Currently, with a favorability score of 30. Ursula is astonished to witness her son exhibiting such a bashful demeanor for the first time. She gazes at Carol throughout their journey until they arrive at Qin Li's doorstep, reluctantly retracting her attention. Upon arrival, Triton opens the door with a spatula in hand. He is momentarily taken aback by the sight of the mermaid outside. Chapter 8. The Awkward Wizard and the Little Mermaid Prince. Hello, Uncle. Carol, feigning ignorance of the man's sullen expression, greets him with politeness. Hello. Chapter 8. The Awkward Wizard and the Little Mermaid Prince. Hello, Uncle. Carol, feigning ignorance of the man's sullen expression, greets him with politeness. Hello. What brings you here? Triton forces a smile, though his thoughts are far from welcoming. It is evident that this troublesome boy has come looking for his beloved Lele, and at a most inconvenient time, no less. Are you hoping for a meal prepared by me? Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. My child heard that Lele took the afternoon off and grew a bit worried, so we thought it prudent to check in on her. I hope we are not intruding. Triton yearns to retort, You are aware, then? But before he can voice his thoughts, a series of splashes echo from within the house. Qin, flapping his chubby little fishtail, struggles to swim towards the door. Daddy, I hear Brother Ahoy. Is he here to see me? Triton's expression darkens as he contemplates shutting the door to shield the little fish from view. However, the nimble child is quicker, slipping through the crack and greeting his mother, the mermaid, before clinging to Carol. Brother Ahoy, what brings you here? Do you miss me? Not at all. I merely wish to ensure you do not become a fish devoid of integrity. Is that so? But I miss you. We haven't seen each other for hours. Carol resolves to give him a chance. Triton, who is this? Vivian's voice pierces through, causing Triton to feel as if the world has darkened. It's trouble. Carol resolves to give him a chance. Triton, who is this? Vivian's voice pierces through, causing Triton to feel as if the world has darkened. It's trouble. The two mermaid mothers share a knowing smile as they observe the two young ones playing on the floor, lost in their own world. Carol and Qin Lu are overjoyed, engrossed in their toys on the carpet, while Triton appears weary, mechanically chopping vegetables. Alone in his suffering, he realizes that his world has indeed descended into chaos. Carol accompanied Qin Lu in playing with toys for a while before being drawn into his bedroom. The little mermaid's room was fragrant and exquisitely adorned, filled with shell decorations and plush toys. Brother Ahoy, let us sit on the little bed and play, Qin Lu exclaimed, pulling him up onto the bed, filled with shell decorations and plush toys. Brother Ahoy, let us sit on the little bed and play, Qin Lu exclaimed, pulling him up onto the bed. Stealthily retrieving a small jar from the cabinet, and then covering both of them with the blanket. "Brother Ahuai, let me show you my favorite thing." He found himself genuinely curious. What could possibly be inside that small jar? As Qin Lu gently opened the jar under their shared gaze, the entire blanket was illuminated. "Look, glowing jellyfish. You've never seen them before, right?" Carol felt somewhat speechless. Was that all? He had anticipated something far more intriguing. Unaware of Carol's expression, Qin Lu was engrossed by the jellyfish, excitedly stating, "Brother Ahuai, I absolutely adore these little jellyfish. They are so beautiful." Carol propped his head up dismissively. What was there to admire in such a soft, unappealing, and potentially toxic creature? Wait, wasn't there something about the little fish in his hands being toxic too? Indeed. The next moment, he heard Qin Lu muttering, "But Daddy and Mommy want to let me play with them. They say they're poisonous. But I didn't feel anything when I touched them. They must be lying to me." Carol, startled, swiftly snatched the jar away, sealing it tightly to confine the jellyfish within. "Brother Ahuai, what are you looking at? You're not allowed to hide jellyfish anymore, understood?" Sealing it tightly to confine the jellyfish within. "Brother Ahuai, what are you looking at? You're not allowed to hide jellyfish anymore, understood?" Qin Lu scrunched his nose, feeling hurt by Carol's words. Observing the adorable little mermaid sulking, Carol felt a pang of regret. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered a comforting reply, how about this? Just don't play with them, and I'll play with you instead." "Really? Can you play with me forever?" "Yes, forever." Upon receiving this assurance, the little mermaid's sadness vanished, and he beamed like a lucky charm, extending his hand to make a pinky promise with Carol. This gesture bound them together for eternity. As time swiftly passed, Carol and Qin Lu grew day by day. They were no longer the chubby little bundles of joy. Their elongated forms, increased heights, and maturing faces heralded their evolution into true young men. Yet, regardless of their external transformations, their hearts remained unchanged. Qin Lu still clung to Carol, calling him Brother Ahuai, while Carol accepted only Qin Li's affection, though his words had grown sharper. Since that day, when Carol took Ursula to visit Qin Li's home, not only has the bond between him and Qin Lu deepened. Since that day, when Carol took Ursula to visit Qin Li's home, not only has the bond between him and Qin Lu deepened. During these moments, Vivian is invariably preoccupied with conversing with Ursula, while Qin Lu is only concerned with chasing after Carol, leaving Trayton to languish alone in a corner. It is quite unfair. This family has not only taken away his son, but also his wife. At the height of his youth, Trayton suddenly feels a profound sense of loneliness akin to that of an elderly recluse. "You are 5 minutes late," the young man leaning against Qin Li's door remarked, his tone displeased as he observed the languid emergence of the mermaid. "Ahuai, you are just too punctual," Qin Li replied, ruffling his curly hair and offering an amiable smile to the stoic youth before effortlessly linking arms with him, engaging in cheerful conversation. Though Carol maintained a cool demeanor, her eyes discreetly studied the mermaid beside her. The once clumsy little fish had matured too quickly. That adorably plump face had slimmed down, rendering his features even more exquisite. Her eyes discreetly studied the mermaid beside her. The once clumsy little fish had matured too quickly. That adorably plump face had slimmed down, rendering his features even more exquisite. He used to sweetly call me Brother Ahuai when he trailed behind me as a child, and now he doesn't even call me brother. Indeed, he used to sweetly call me Brother Ahuai when he trailed behind me as a child, and now he doesn't even call me brother. Indeed, the once naive little fish had transformed into a mischievous one.